While working overtime at night, I was squatting on the toilet watching a movie when suddenly, with a loud bang, the bathroom door was kicked open, turning me into a 3-second real man on the spot. Just as I stood up to curse, I unexpectedly looked up to see my direct female superior. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, her breathing unusually rapid, completely devoid of her usual icy demeanor. Ning Mashue looked at me with an almost pleading gaze, her voice hoarse and urgent as she said, "Take me away quickly, I've been drugged." She bit her lower lip tightly, as if using every ounce of strength to resist something. Drugged? Hearing this, my mind went blank, a chill running down my spine. The situation was urgent, leaving no time to dwell on conspiracies. Seeing Ning Mashue in agony, almost losing consciousness, I didn't hesitate pulling up my pants. I rushed forward in a flash, bent down, and scooped her up into my arms. However, just a few steps after carrying Ning Mashue out of the office, the intense effects of the drug caused her to completely lose control. She began squirming restlessly in my arms, her hands instinctively wrapping around my neck, her mouth emitting feverish sounds, her burning cheeks rubbing incessantly against the side of my neck. What sent shivers down my spine was that her scorching little hands started acting uncontrollably, frantically tugging at the collar and buttons of her expensive professional suit, as if desperate to relieve the unbearable heat. "President Ning, snap out of it, stop moving." I panicked, hurriedly trying to restrain her restless hands. Seeing her disheveled and delirious state, cold sweat broke out all over my forehead. The thought of rushing to the emergency room with a woman tearing at her own clothes was unimaginable. And this wasn't just any woman, this was Ning Mashue, the famously icy CEO of the Liren Group. Tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly explode. Fortunately, my home is close to the office, just a 5-minute walk away. Gritting my teeth, I quickly made a decision. I had to take her home first. I could use cold water to wipe her down and see if that would help calm her. Without further hesitation, I held Ning Mashue, whose clothes were already disheveled, and hurried toward my small rented apartment. The straight-line distance from the office to my home is indeed very short, but those brief 5 minutes felt like an eternity. In my arms, Ning Mashue, completely overwhelmed by the drug's effects, had lost all rationality. Her scorching body squirmed restlessly against me, instinctively seeking even the slightest relief from the heat, pressing herself even closer to me. My home is a standard 1-bedroom rented apartment. Though sparsely furnished, it's relatively clean. With some effort, I helped Ning Mashue onto the bed. Her soft body pressed against me, sending a wave of heat through my chest. "First, I need to cool her down and help her calm," I muttered to myself, turning to the cramped bathroom to run the tap and find a towel to wipe her face and hands. When I returned to the room with the damp towel, the sight before me nearly made me drop it. Ning Mashue had somehow managed to remove her outer clothing on her own. Under the dim glow of the bedside lamp, she looked unexpectedly pure and vulnerable, a stark contrast to her usual composed and assertive demeanor. My throat went dry, and I quickly averted my gaze, forcing myself not to look too closely. "Don't look at what you shouldn't, don't look at what you shouldn't," I chanted silently in my head. Steeling myself, I walked over, trying not to glance at her body, and reached out to gently wipe her forehead with the towel. However, as soon as my hand drew near, Ning Mashue seemed to sense it and suddenly reached out her arms, tightly wrapping them around my neck. My body froze instantly. My mind was in chaos as I thought, come to think of it, according to the usual plot development in these kinds of novels, shouldn't I be acting like a gentleman right now? If I do, the heroine would usually wake up the next day with a significant boost in affection, and things might naturally progress from there. But Ning Mashue in my arms seemed completely unaware of my inner turmoil. Instead, she pressed her face against my neck and mumbled in a tearful, coquettish tone, "I feel so awful right now, help me, who could resist that?" The last line of defense in my heart crumbled under Ning Mashue's unconscious teasing, and the final thread of reason in my mind snapped. 2 hours later, the night was still long. I lay there with my eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling, my emotions in utter turmoil. Though my body ached with exhaustion, my spirit was unusually exhilarated by an experience unlike anything I'd ever known. The room was so quiet now that I could almost hear the sound of our heartbeats. I slowly turned my head, and in the faint moonlight seeping through the window, the first thing that caught my eye was a serene and breathtakingly beautiful sleeping face. Ning Mashue curled up in the crook of my arm like a weary kitten, now transformed into something fragile and delicate, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her. My heart skipped a beat uncontrollably, and without thinking, I reached out to gently brush away a strand of sweat-dampened hair from her forehead. At that very moment, my gaze inadvertently drifted downward, and when I caught sight of that small, glaringly vivid crimson stain on the sheets, it felt like a bolt of lightning struck me, instantly jolting me awake from the lingering afterglow. This was... Just then, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind, detected host's deep contact with a female scoring above 80 points. The Ultimate Tycoon Conquest system is now officially activated. A system? I abruptly sat up, ignoring the movement beside me, my face filled with disbelief. After living for over 20 years, I finally have a system? Am I dreaming? This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming a true God-tier winner in life. Its primary function is to conquer female characters with a score of 80 or above. When a target female character's affection toward the host reaches 30 points, the host's current total assets will receive a 3x multiplier. At 40 points, the multiplier increases to 4x, and so on, up to a maximum of 100 points, corresponding to a 10x multiplier. Each time the host receives any system reward, there is a certain probability of triggering a lucky critical hit. The higher the target's attractiveness and the current affection level, the greater the critical hit multiplier. System auxiliary function: once per day, you can listen to the heart's voice, allowing you to perceive the true inner thoughts of a specified target. The system store is now open. More advanced features require the host to explore independently or meet specific conditions to unlock. So powerful? My heart pounded wildly as I quickly thought to myself, system store, show me. A virtual product list unfolded before my eyes. Holy, so expensive. Xin Feng's mouth watered as he roughly browsed through it, but the prices also made him smack his lips. As small as a Lamborghini $5 discount coupon, as big as the claimed ability to sell the D to the White House price, but these real assets are all imaginary. The most important thing should be these attribute points and permanent skills. Elementary piano mastery, $300,000. Instantly gives you a beginner's piano playing level. Elementary fighting skill, 1 million yuan. Charm value +1, 1 million yuan. Elementary skills cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who can afford this? Xin Feng wailed. Host can view brief information about himself and the targets he has contacted. View my attributes. Person, Xin Feng. Amount, 4,000 yuan. Force value, for average adult male 5. Charisma value, 78, average 60 for ordinary people. Sure enough, he's an average person with a battle scum. Xin Feng laughed to himself, then thought of something. Then can we take a look at Ning's? Person, Ning Morkshu. Age, 26. Position, CEO of Lilian International. Charisma, 96. Favorability, 15. Status, single. Holy. Charisma value of 96? No wonder it's so charming. Xin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air before noticing the favorability level, only 15 points? What level is this? The levels of favorability are divided as follows. 0 20 points, stranger slightly impressed. 21 40 points, ordinary friend. 41 60 points, good friend trustworthy. 61 70 points, friendship with some special favor. 71 80 points, love, deep love for the host, waiting for the opportunity. 81 90 points, passionate couple love each other deeply. 91 99 points, love until death, not the king will not marry, not the secretary will not marry. 100 points, soulmate can give everything for each other, including life. So 15 points is just a little bit better than a pure stranger. Xin Feng looked at Ning Mashue, who was still sleeping beside him, and his expression became even more complicated. Chapter 3: Caustic. The night is deep, and the system beeps in his head are gradually subsiding. Xin Feng glanced at Ning Mashue, who was breathing evilly and sleeping quietly beside him, and had mixed feelings in his heart. Forget it, the ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the end of the bridge, and the great things of the heavens will wait until tomorrow. He gently adjusted his posture and brought her soft body into his arms, sniffing the fragrance of her hair. He also fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Xin Feng was awakened by a rustling sound of clothes rubbing together. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he saw that Ning Mashue was standing by the bedside, with her back to him, putting on her clothes. The morning sun shone in through the gap in the curtains, outlining her slender curves, and an indescribable awkwardness filled the air. Xin Feng's mind was still a bit muddled. Everything that happened last night replayed in his mind like a movie clip. He cleared his somewhat dry throat and gathered the courage to speak. Mr. Ning. Ning, that thing last night, I will be responsible for you. Responsible? Ning Morksha looked like she had heard the funniest joke under the sky. The corner of her mouth hooked up into an extremely mocking arc, and she let out a series of icy snickers. Heh. Responsible? Xin Feng, open your eyes and look at yourself, then look at me, then you tell me, how are you responsible? With your meager salary that you can barely make ends meet after running errands and working overtime? Or with this rental house of yours where you can't even find a decent piece of furniture except 4 walls and a bed? She stretched out her slender fingers and flicked the black dress she was wearing, her voice sharpening a bit. Do you know how much this dress of mine costs? 100,000. A whole 100,000. You work hard for a year, don't eat or drink, enough to buy it a hem? I usually wear a watch, a piece of the most inconspicuous, can buy you this whole broken house, may still have more. The place I go in and out of is a place where people like you will be driven away by the security guards. Even if you look at the door, a meal I casually entertain may be worth half a year of your hard-earned savings. Now you have the face to stand in front of me and talk to me about being responsible? Don't you think that these 2 words coming out of your mouth is in itself an insult to me? You can barely even feed yourself, and you still want to be responsible for me, Ning Mashuet? What a heavenly joke! Xin Feng was dumbfounded by her series of questions, and the little bit of courage that had just risen in his heart was instantly shattered to pieces. Yeah. How much is his monthly salary? In addition to rent and utilities, the rest of the money may not even be enough for a meal for her. What do you take to be responsible for? He felt a burst of deep powerlessness. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes full of undisguised contempt and detachment. Every word is like a knife quenched with ice, ruthlessly stabbing at Qin Feng. What kind of man have I, Ning Moshue, not seen? The men who want to climb into my bed, from the commercial giants with tens of billions of dollars, who can easily stir up the market, to the so-called princes and sons of famous families who have returned from overseas and have all kinds of halos on their heads, are too numerous to be counted, and as long as I hook my finger, they will come when they are called and go when they are waved away. Who do you think you are? Last night? Last night was just a momentary confusion that caught me off guard, or more accurately, it was you who got lucky and picked up a great bargain. She paused, the mockery at the corner of her mouth deepened, and her tone became even meaner. You really think of yourself as some kind of guest of honor, some kind of special being? Don't put gold on your own face, you don't even deserve to lift the shoes of those men who are truly qualified to stand beside me. In my eyes, you are no different from those men who have sharpened their heads to get benefits from me, and even you are worse than them. At least some of them can still bring me some real benefits. And you? What can you give me? Apart from giving me a hard time and bringing me this kind of dishonorable trouble, you are nothing. So, put away your ridiculous and cheap argument for being in charge. Last night's matter, just think of it as an accident, one for which I, Ning Moshue, don't need you to bear any of the consequences. Well, just think of it as a charitable charity handout from me to a bottom-feeding little person like you. Qin Feng listened to her words word by word as if they were quenched with poisonous ice blades, and a trace of shock swept through his heart. He had not expected at all that General Manager Ning Moshue, who had always been a kind of goddess image in his heart, would be able to say such a caustic, almost vicious, and hurtful thing right now. This sudden meanness had caught him a little off guard, and he even felt a hint of absurdity. But at the same time, when his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the clear, dried-up traces on the bed, Qin Feng instantly became a little speechless. Thinking of her just now, emphasizing her experienced, and then look at the irrefutable traces in front of him, he only felt a little speechless. This experience is afraid that she is not her own. I'm not sure if it's her own experience, is it? Ning Morsha seemed to notice his line of sight, also followed the look over. When she saw that trace, her body stiffened imperceptibly, and her eyes flashed with a hint of panic and embarrassment. Her originally pale cheeks actually also quietly flushed an imperceptible redness. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle in this instant. Humph. Ning Moshue fiercely looked away, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. I have to go to work. You take care of yourself. After saying that, as if she was trying to escape, she quickly walked towards the door. Mr. Ning. Qin Feng froze for a moment, and seeing that she was about to walk out of the room, he almost instinctively chased after her, pulling her arm from behind, and in the heat of the moment, he even half wrapped her in his arms. You let go. What are you doing? Ning Moshue screamed like a frightened cat, struggling hard. Do you? You want to do it again? I am going to call the police. No, Mr. Ning, calm down. Qin Feng was startled by her reaction and hurriedly explained, I don't mean that. It's your clothes. Your clothes are still on. Clothes? Ning Moshue's struggles stopped and she looked at him with some confusion. Qin Feng pointed at her body. Ning Moshue subconsciously looked down and her cheeks turned red, almost dripping blood. She was only wearing a black hip-hugging skirt, and the white shirt on her upper body only had one sleeve loosely attached, while the other side was completely open, revealing the splendor inside. She had actually reprimanded Qin Feng for half a day just now with this disheveled appearance, and even tried to walk out of the house like this? Ah! Ning Moshue let out a short shriek, her face reddening like a boiled shrimp as she violently turned around and rushed back into the room as if she was fleeing. Qin Feng looked at her flustered back, somewhat helplessly rubbed his nose, and also followed, wanting to see if there was anything he could do to help. He had just stepped into the room not more than 2 steps before Ning Moshue turned back like a whirlwind, her pretty face still red, but her eyes were tinged with shyness and a hint of a commanding tone. What are you following me for? Get out! Without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, she stretched out her hands and pushed him out of the room with force, and with a bang, the door was mercilessly shut. Qin Feng stood outside the door, listening to the rustling sound of dressing coming from inside once again, as well as a few suppressed low grunts with chagrin, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 4: The Gambit. It was only after a while that the door to the room, which had been closed with force, reopened. Ning Morshu walked out. She had already changed back to yesterday's tailored professional outfit. Her hair was also recombed, restoring the kind of cold, glamorous female president style that was usually found in the company. Only a trace of undetectable fatigue still existed between her eyebrows. Mr. Ning, you are really beautiful. Qin Feng looked at the radiant Ning Moshue in front of him and heartily sighed in admiration. When he thought that last night he had actually had the most intimate relationship with a beauty of such a level, he couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure in his heart. Well, Ning Moshue faintly answered, her gaze sweeping him with a cool glance, I'm going to the company. What happened between us, just pretend it never happened and forget it completely. With that, she took a step and prepared to leave. That, Mr. Ning. Qin Feng hurriedly called out to her. Ning Mashue stopped her steps and frowned slightly. What else is there? Why don't you stay for breakfast before you leave? Qin Feng tentatively invited, his tone carrying a caution that he himself didn't even notice. Not eating. Ning Mashue simply refused. But it's only 6 in the morning, the company hasn't opened yet. Qin Feng pointed to the still somewhat dim sky outside the window. Ning Mashue knitted her eyebrows a little tighter. Can't I just go home? Don't, Mr. Ning. Qin Feng's line of sight inadvertently landed on her, noticing that her walking posture seemed a bit unnatural. Come all the way here, have some breakfast. I see that your legs and feet don't seem to be very convenient, and you walk with a bit of a limp. After eating, I will send you to work, okay? Qin Feng couldn't say what was wrong with him. It is clear that Ning Mashue is mean, cold, and even with a few points of bad, but he just cannot restrain himself from wanting to get close to her, to keep her. Maybe it's a man's natural desire to conquer, or maybe it's the desire to possess for the first time, or maybe it's just because of her damned, stunning face. But no matter what, as Qin Feng gazed at Ning Mashue in front of him, a strong longing surged through his heart. He wanted to make her his woman. Ning Mashue glanced at him with complicated eyes, and eventually sat down at the dining table in silence, as if she had acquiesced. Qin Feng was delighted in his heart and hurriedly turned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He could only do some simple things, frying 2 eggs, baking 2 slices of toast, and warming up a cup of milk. While he was busy, Ning Mashue's cool voice came from behind him. Qin Feng, give it up, it's impossible between us. Qin Feng's hand carrying breakfast stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered as normal, setting the food in front of her before sitting down on the opposite side. Ning Mashue didn't look at him, just staring at the milk in front of her as she continued. You might think that what I said before was an attempt to humiliate you, but it wasn't. I was just stating a fact. I, Ning Mashue, would rather go and be some rich and powerful man's young lover or mistress than choose to follow a poor boy like you who has nothing. Qin Feng raised his head and looked straight at her. Then what if I become rich in the future? You can't get me even if you're rich. Ning Mashue finally raised her eyes to look at him, a hint of contempt and her unique pride in her eyes. I, Ning Mashue, am not a woman who can be obtained simply with money. Qin Feng pursued. Then you just said. But, Ning Mashue interrupted him, her tone unquestionable. Having money is the most basic prerequisite for being able to have any interactions with me, Ning Mashue. You can't even fulfill this basic condition, so what are you talking about? What to talk about being responsible for me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? That sentence, don't you think it's ridiculous? Like a needle, it pricked his pride and made him completely awake from last night's flirtation and this moment's unrealistic fantasies. The juvenile intent and embarrassment quickly faded from his face, and his eyes became surprisingly calm and determined. He gently pushed away the milk in front of him and raised his head to look directly at Ning Mashue. His voice was not high but exceptionally clear, carrying the determination of a broken vessel. Mr. Ning, you're right, I have nothing right now. To talk about being responsible and being together in front of you is indeed laughable, without that qualification. He paused, his words turned, and his gaze burned a few points. Last night's matter. I know that you want to pretend that it didn't happen at all. But it means something different to me. I won't use it as blackmail, that's dishonorable. But, Qin Feng's tone was unusually serious. I'm not willing to just let it go. So, Mr. Ning, I want to gamble with you. Use my future to gamble on the possibility that you'll look me in the eye and give me a fair chance. He took a deep breath and said word for word, you give me a goal that you think I can't possibly accomplish. If I can do it, please put aside your preconceptions and give me the qualifications to pursue you and get to know me again. If I fail, I, Qin Feng, will immediately disappear from your eyes, and all the things that happened last night will vanish into thin air as you wish. Absolutely no second thoughts, I'll do what I say. Ning Mashue quietly listened, beautiful phoenix eyes for the first time because of this man, and flashed through a complex color, no longer simply contempt or scrutiny, but more a few points of surprise and, by this almost crazy throw of his, a hint of her own unnoticed interest. This boy, indeed, was somewhat interesting. No anger, no begging, frankly admit the gap, but also in a sober and decisive way, using last night as a bargaining chip, launched a challenge to her. These words, compared to those empty slogans, more impact, also let her more cannot be easily ignored. Ning Mashue was silent for a long time. Finally, her eyes lifted, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smirk-like arc with a few indistinguishable meanings as she slowly spoke. Fine, take last night's incident and bet on it along with your future, Qin Feng, count on you having the balls. She stretched out her slender fingers, on the dining table not light and not heavy, nodded twice, as if to make a final confirmation, and then said, then, our Liren International's other president, Good evening Autumn Gu general manager, you should know it? No. Qin Feng immediately replied. The corner of Ning Mashue's mouth hooked up into a meaningful arc, her tone carrying a bit of cold arrogance. You either let Gu Evening Chio sincerely be your girlfriend or take the highest control of Lilian International. As long as you do either of these two things, I'll give you a chance to truly pursue me. A glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes and he replied without hesitation, good. It's a deal. With this amazing bet settled, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became a bit delicate. Both of them didn't say anything more, and in silence, they quickly finished eating this breakfast with different thoughts. Afterward, Qin Feng insisted on sending Ning Mashuet away. Considering what happened to her last night and her really poor state at the moment, he didn't send her to the company, but instead directly sent her back to her own residence. Standing at the bottom of Ning Mashua's high-grade apartment, watching her somewhat staggering but still maintaining a lofty posture as her back disappeared into the hallway, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, in front of Ning Morchu, the lofty aspirations of breaking through in front of Ning Morchu had slightly cooled down as the icy wind blew, and with it, the two heavenly tasks pressed down on his heart like two huge mountains. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and rubbed his still slightly swollen temples with force. Putting it before there was a system, any of these two goals would be no different from flying in the sky to me, purely a fool's errand. I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even in my dreams. His eyes slightly condensed, and a flame was lit in his heart again, but now, with the system, then everything is possible. Against all odds, marrying the iceberg female president and going to the pinnacle of life, aren't they all standard plots in system flow novels? I, Qin Feng, should also branch out. But the ambition that had just been aroused unconsciously wilted halfway when he thought of his family's pitiful system. Qin Feng's face also collapsed. He stood on the side of the road, scratched his hair with some annoyance, and cursed in a low voice, "He meow. It's called the Divine Hero System. It sounds like it's wildly cool, but how the hell did it activate until now, and not a single dime of benefits have been gained for me?" The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. The protagonist in other novels, once the system is activated, either the bank account directly more than a few hundred million pocket money, or walking casually pick up a few pieces of ancient artifacts, lost secret manuals, and then there should also be a blinding newbie gift package, right? I'm fine. The system panel is as simple as a 3-less product, except for the icy coldness of a referee to give a score to a beautiful woman. There is not even a newbie mission guide. Startup funds. He remembered that on the way back from sending Ning Morchu back, he had also specially piqued his spirits and paid attention to observe the women on the road. The result was even more depressing for him to the point of vomiting blood. Using the system's set of scoring standards to see, the women who could be rated above 80 points were simply a phoenix. His eyes were almost like searchlights, and after searching for half a day, he could barely see one or two that met the standards. The mission target not only requires a ridiculously high face value, it's also so rare and hard to find, and the startup capital doesn't have a single point. How does it feel like the opening is hell plus difficulty for this god's magnificent road? System, are you playing with me? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more he had a headache and felt that the future was bleak. Chapter 5 Accident. Forget it, let's take a step and see what happens. He secretly pondered. Actually, if you think about it, this system's requirements aren't particularly difficult. After all, it's not mandatory to say that you have to rate whoever you want. As long as one could find a female with a rating of 80 or above, not to mention the complicated stages of rating to the end, just the rewards of the first few goodwill nodes, if one could trigger a blitz, it would be enough to make one feel good for a while. Go back to the company. Fortunately for this company I'm staying at, the female employees themselves are on the high side, and there are quite a few beautiful women. It shouldn't be hard to find a few with a face value of 80 points or more. He sighed. Originally he was still thinking of relying on the system to reach heaven in one step, directly resigning in style and living a life of waving money around. Now it seemed that whether it was for that sizable system reward, or for Ning Mashue, the woman that he both loved and hated, this company, he was absolutely unable to leave at the moment. At least, before his wings were full, this was his best hunting ground. Qin Feng returned to the company, did not immediately go back to his own workstation, but in the office area paced on hurriedly, his eyes seemingly inadvertently swept through a cubicle. Passing by a workstation, a fashionably dressed girl caught his eye, and with a sweep of his gaze, the system panel instantly surfaced. Target, Zheng Xiaomei. Face value, 65. Status, single. Qin Feng subconsciously frowned slightly. Only 65 points? Are you kidding? This girl looks quite bright and shiny. This look, this body, how can I say it has to be 75 upwards? The system's emotionless electronic beep sounded in his head at the right time. Hint, all of the system's face value ratings are based on the target's natural state, excluding all makeup, beauty filters, and other external factors that interfere. Tisk, so it's a purely natural PS-free rating. Qin Feng realized, worthy of being the first of the legendary 4 evil arts makeup, able to pull a score of 65 to a visual score of 75, awesome. He swept a few more female colleagues passing by one after another and found that the situation was more or less the same. Some girls, although they had removed their makeup and estimated that their bottom was not bad, the pure face value score given by the system was basically hovering around 75 points, and could not go up to 80. It seemed that it was not difficult to find a single beauty in this huge Liren International who was purely natural and without additives, and whose face value was still able to go up to 80 points. Just when he was a little disappointed, his eyes inadvertently swept over the door of the pantry not far away. A few are holding a coffee cup and laughing at the mature women. Most of them are a little seniority in the company's female executives or department managers, a well-dressed, charming still, hands and feet with a young girl does not have the charm of maturity and self-confidence style. One of them, a young woman, attracted his attention. Xin Feng subconsciously focused his mind and swept his gaze over her body. Target, Li Na. Face value, 82. Status, married. It's a pity, it was so hard to come across an 82, but it turned out to be a married one. Xin Feng stroked his chin, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a playful smile that only men understand, slightly regretful but somewhat eager to try, secretly saying in his heart, although I don't mind learning from Boss Chow and experiencing a different flavor, but, with our current strength, I'm afraid it's a bit too much for me. He smiled. He hemmed and hawed and temporarily threw this unrealistic idea to the back of his mind. When we are truly developed in the future, and the system rewards are soft, perhaps we can consider challenging the challenge, that taste. TSK, think of it all exciting. He shook his head and put all these thoughts into his head. He shook his head, shook these chaotic thoughts away, and refocused his attention on the figures coming and going in the office area. It was imperative that he still had to find young women who met the system's requirements, were single, and had high enough ratings to brush up on a solid wave of upfront rewards. Just as he turned the corner of a corridor, he did not anticipate in the slightest that someone would come hurrying from the other side. Boom! There was a muffled sound, accompanied by a short cry of shock from a girl. Xin Feng only felt a huge impulse coming from him, and his entire body was knocked into a stumbling position, completely unable to react in time, and then he fell down and sat on the ground in a smooth manner. Xin Feng was the first to react, enduring the momentary impact coming from his tailbone, propping up the ground with one hand and slightly supporting his upper body. Only then did he see that a girl was sitting on top of him in an ambiguous position. Into the eyes is a slightly panicked but incomparably pure and beautiful face, bright eyes, and white teeth, skin so fair that it seems to be able to penetrate the light, so that his heart jumped. Good a pure beauty. Liu Wanxi shook her somewhat dizzy head and finally saw that there was someone underneath her. Her cheeks turned red, and with a strong sense of apology and panic, she hurriedly said, "No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you all right, sir? Sir, get up." As she spoke, she stretched out a slender white hand as if to pull Xin Feng. As Xin Feng looked at her large, watery eyes that appeared watery due to her nervousness, as well as her scarlet cheeks, the little bit of unhappiness in his heart from being knocked over dissipated, and instead, a strange feeling rose up. He cleared his throat and pointed to his thighs, reminding with a hint of a teasing smile, that, "Beauty, are you still sitting on me?" "Ah. Right, sorry. I'm sorry." Like a cat that had its tail stepped on, Liu Wanxi let out a cry of shock and scrambled to get up from Xin Feng. Because she got up too quickly, her high heels almost wrenched underneath her feet and her figure swayed. After she steadied herself, she didn't even dare to raise her head and bowed vigorously to apologize. "I'm so sorry. I was just thinking about things and didn't look at the road. I'm really very sorry." With that, she reached out her hand again and tried to pull Xin Feng up. "Sir, let me pull you up." Xin Feng originally wanted to stand up with a carp push-up and play handsome, but seeing her sincere and guilty look, as well as that hand hanging in mid-air with slightly trembling fingertips, he couldn't get up by himself, so he stretched out his hand and took hold of Liu Wanxi's soft palm. "Then I'll trouble you." Xin Feng exerted force in his hand, preparing to use the force to get up. Which knew that Liu Wanxi probably didn't expect him to be so vigorous, and with her mind unset just now, her feet were already a bit unsteady. Xin Feng so yanked, she not only failed to pull Xin Feng up, but their own center of gravity out of control. A soft cry, the whole person uncontrollably again fell down towards Xin Feng, straight into his arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade, full of fragrance. Xin Feng subconsciously reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, and the two of them once again stuck together in a more intimate posture. Chapter 6, Liu Wanxi. The sudden intimate contact caused both Xin Feng and Liu Wanxi to be blinded for a moment, and it was as if time stood still at this moment. After a few seconds of stalemate, both of them could clearly feel the warm 11 heat and soft 11 touch 11 feeling of the other's body, as well as the slightly rapid heartbeat. Or Xin Feng first came back to his senses, he looked at the girl who once again fell on his body, her face reddened, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and spoke with a few teasing words. "This lady, I know that I'm handsome and charismatic, but if I take the initiative to throw my arms around her like this on our first meeting, isn't it a bit too enthusiastic?" "Ah. I'm sorry. Sorry." Liu Wanxi woke up as if from a dream, her fair cheeks instantly reddened even more, like ripe apples. She apologized in a panic, and with her hands in a frenzy, she tried to get up from Xin Feng's body. "Ah. Who knows?" Just as she moved, she let out another short cry of alarm. It turned out that just as Liu Wanxi was about to get up, she realized that her long, silky hair had somehow gotten tangled up with a thin necklace pendant that Xin Feng was wearing on his chest. With this tugging, she not only failed to get up, but because of the hair, her center of gravity was once again unsteady, and she was once again solidly loaded into Xin Feng's arms. "Don't move, it seems to be tangled," Xin Feng whispered, his warm breath brushing against Liu Wanxi's ear, causing her to involuntarily shrink her neck. He moved closer, scrutinizing the necklace wrapped around her hair. "It's my necklace pendant that hooked into your hair." He carefully stretched out his hand and used his fingers to gently and patiently free her strands of dark hair that were entangled in the necklace from the tiny chain clasp little by little. Liu Wanxi didn't dare to move a muscle, letting Xin Feng fiddle with her. She could smell the faint, nice fragrance of men's shower gel on his body, feel his focused gaze and the gentle touch of his fingers as they occasionally touched her hair and cheeks. He's leaning in so close. My heart is beating so fast. But he seems to be serious and his fingers are so gentle. Not like a bad guy. Liu Wanxi thought wildly, the heat in her cheeks not decreasing at all. All right. Qin Feng finally untied the last strand of hair, slightly relieved, and softly said to the girl in his arms, "You can get up now." Saying that, he himself first stood up with one hand on the ground, then naturally reached out his hand to Liu Wanxi, who was still sitting on the ground. "Come, I'll pull you." Liu Wanxi looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, but still put her small, slightly cold hand on it. "Hold on tight." Qin Feng admonished and slightly exerted his hand, trying to pull her up. As a result, this Liu Wanxi girl seemed to be really a bit weak in the legs, or because the series of accidents just now had left her mind unsettled. As Qin Feng pulled, her feet stumbled again, and instead of not being able to stand up smoothly, she once again let out a cry of surprise, and her entire person uncontrollably flung herself into Qin Feng's embrace once again. "How many times, miss?" Qin Feng helplessly looked down at the warm and soft person in his arms and couldn't help but tease, but still quickly stabilized the two of them, then gently helped her to stand upright, and himself took a step back and pulled away. "Right. Sorry." Liu Wanxi was so embarrassed that she was about to cry out, her voice as thin as a gnat. Qin Feng looked at her pitiful appearance of being at a loss for words and watering, so he couldn't continue to tease her. He bent down, picked up the several books and folders scattered on the ground and handed them to her, while saying, "Why are you always saying sorry?" "Oh. Sorry." Liu Wanxi subconsciously picked up another sentence. Only after picking up the books did she react to the fact that she had said it again, and hastily stretched out her small hand to cover her mouth. Her big eyes flickered as she looked at Qin Feng. That look, in Qin Feng's opinion, was simply adorable to the extreme. Qin Feng's heart moved, almost unconsciously reached out his hand and gently touched her head. Liu Wanxi's body trembled slightly, as if she hadn't expected him to suddenly make this move. Only after a while did she protest in a small voice with a reddened face, "No. Don't touch my head. Mom said that being touched on the head will make you grow taller." This reply of hers made Qin Feng unable to hold back a few light laughs. He withdrew his hand and asked gently, "What's your name? How come I've never seen you in our department before? Are you newly transferred from another department?" "My name is Liu Wanxi. I'm a new employee who just joined yesterday and interned in this department." Liu Wanxi replied in a small voice, her voice still carrying a bit of timidity. Target, Liu Wanxi. Age, 25. Occupation, Lillian Group Internship Employee. Face value, 92. Favorability, 25. Due to the host's timely relief and gentle behavior, the target has an initial good impression and curiosity about the host. Status, single. Qin Feng's heart rejoices. It seems that this series of accidents just now wasn't all for naught. The favoritism starts directly at 25. "Hey, then why didn't you come to report to the department yesterday? I didn't even see you." Yesterday, Liu Wanxi lowered her head in some embarrassment. "Yesterday, I had just finished the entry procedures and was called by Manager Zhao, saying that he wanted to hold a small welcome meeting for me, so I didn't have time to go to the department." Oh, Qin Feng suddenly realized, then a hint of intrigue flashed in his eyes, dragging out his voice. "So you're the one who caused me to be forced to work overtime late into the night yesterday, the real culprit." Ah. When Liu Wanxi heard this, her small face instantly went white again for a few minutes, and she hastily waved her hands. I didn't know. Right, I'm sorry. I didn't know that it would be because of my." Okay. Qin Feng saw that she was going to apologize again and hurriedly interrupted. His tone also softened. "I was joking, it has nothing to do with you. It's that Zhao Jinhai, even if there's no welcome party for you, he'll find another excuse to toss people around." Oh, Liu Wanxi nodded plausibly, but was obviously relieved. Qin Feng looked at her simple appearance, his heart moved and asked, "Right, that Zhao Jinhai. Did he do anything to you yesterday?" "I can tell you, that guy in our company is a famous colorful hungry ghost, especially like to take advantage of female colleagues. You would just come to the little girl, can be careful." Hearing Zhao Jinhai's name, Liu Wanxi's face was obviously a little unnatural again. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "There is. Yesterday at the welcome meeting, he was always trying to pull my hand, saying that he wanted to give me a poem reading or something, and all of them were dodged by me looking for a chance to escape." "Then you still." Qin Feng frowned and just wanted to say something. Right at this moment, a slightly greasy man's voice suddenly came from not far away, shouting in a neutral tone, "Wanxi ah! Liu Wanxi! Come to the office quickly, I'm looking for you for something." The two of them followed the sound and saw that a short, fat figure was standing at the other end of the corridor. Squinting and looking this way, it was none other than the department manager Zhao Jinhai. Chapter 7: The First Blitz. Zhao Jinhai's slightly greasy voice broke the delicate atmosphere at the corner of the corridor. Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi looked toward the source of the voice in unison. Liu Wanxi's face turned a little pale with a swish, her small hands nervously clenched the corner of her coat, her voice carrying obvious panic. "What should I do?" Qin Feng's eyes stared blankly as he quickly recovered. Xin Feng's gaze condensed, quickly regained his composure. He patted Liu Wanxi's shoulder, whispered comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, don't worry, this is a company, in broad daylight. Even if his Zhao Jinhai's heart of color is big again, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you here. The big deal is to take advantage of you verbally, or let you do some chores." He paused briefly and lowered his voice to add, "But you still need to keep an eye out and try not to let him take advantage of you in any substantial way, such as unnecessary physical contact. Just in case. Just in case, if he really goes too far, and you really can't take it anymore, just find a way to send me a message, and I'll immediately go in and save you, okay?" Liu Wanxi looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, nodding her head repeatedly with gratitude in her eyes. "Okay. Okay, brother Feng. Let's add a WeChat, for easy contact." Xin Feng took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code. "My name is Xin Feng, you can just call me brother Feng from now on." "Aha. Thank you, brother Feng." Liu Wanxi also hurriedly took out her phone and scanned the code, and after adding her friend, she didn't forget to make a deep bow to Xin Feng, with a few apologies and strong gratitude. "Really thank you so much, brother Feng." She was probably still embarrassed by the series of throws and hugs she had just made. Xin Feng waved his hand. "It's a small matter. You should go over there quickly, or else that fatso might try to make things difficult for you again." Then I'll go over first, bye-bye brother Feng." Liu Wanxi trotted off in the direction of Zhao Jinhai, still looking back at Xin Feng from time to time. Looking at her departing back, a system beep sounded in Xin Feng's head. Target, Liu Wanxi, favorability +5, current favorability 30. Ding. Target Liu Wanxi's favorability breaks through the 30-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward, host's total assets undergo a 3-fold increase. Detecting a blitz determination. Determination successful. Triggered lucky strike. This increase in assets is an additional +1. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets, $4,000 x 4 times equals $16,000. New assets, $12,000. That's a direct asset quadrupling, ah? Xin Feng's heart burst with ecstasy, he couldn't believe his ears. For x from 4,000, that's 16,000. 12,000 net profit. $16,000? Xin Feng's heart shook, then he was overjoyed. Almost simultaneously, his cell phone vibrated, and a bank SMS notification popped up on the screen. "Ping and Bank, your savings card account with tail number 7700 has wired 12,000 renminbi, with a current balance of 16,000.00. This is real money?" Xin Feng was a bit incredulous and hurriedly tapped on his mobile banking app to check it out, and after seeing that the balance had indeed turned out to be 16,000 renminbi, he was still a bit uneasy. After thinking about it, he skillfully tapped on a frequently played hand game, and without hesitation, he chose a 6 yuan first charge gift pack and clicked to pay. Payment successful. Holy. Really? It's really real money. Xin Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up. The money problem that had plagued him for a long time had been solved just like that because of the increase in Liu Wanxi's favorability. It wasn't much, but at least it was a good start. However, he quickly calmed down. No, this money absolutely cannot be spent recklessly right now. It has to be saved in its entirety to prepare for the possible doubling of the system's assets in the future. Otherwise, if a little comes and a little is spent, even if it is multiplied many times, the base is too small, and one will never want to be truly rich. He secretly resolved that this money would never be used in a big way until it was absolutely necessary, or when it could generate greater returns. Under the good mood, Xin Feng in the office area when skating, the whole person seems to be a lot more relaxed, waist subconsciously straightened a lot, face also with if not with a smile. On the face, the delicate, fashionable and pretty sisterly of the administration department was carrying a cup of coffee, and was walking out of the pantry in a graceful manner. Xin Feng's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to welcome him. The smile on his face was a rare splendor of the past days, and he opened his mouth and praised, "Sisterly, today's outfit is really pretty, it's getting more and more flavorful." Sisterly, a pair of beautiful eyes in his body played a turn, cover mouth laugh. "Yo, this is not our small Chin, today's mouth is smeared with honey or pick up the golden treasure?" He's so good at talking, and he looks radiant, so different from before. Xin Feng laughed, following her words, with a few appropriate jokes, said, "That is not every day by the beauty of your sisterly, this taste and self-confidence, naturally followed by the rising tide. Agu, you little slicker." Sisterly was delighted by his words, stretching out her well-maintained jade finger to point at him. The smile on her face became brighter and brighter. "You're really getting better and better at coaxing your sister to be happy. Look at you so energetic today. Some other day is not it should invite sister to have a meal, give sister a good talk. You are walking what peach blossom luck, or what fortune off? That's a must." Xin Feng immediately answered cheerfully, with a sincere smile and a hint of anticipation, "To be able to invite a great beauty like you, sisterly, to dinner, that's definitely my honor. Whenever you're free, what would you like to eat? Just order, I'll be at your beck and call." "Okay, that's what you said, sister, I'll make a note of it, no cheating when the time comes." Sisterly smiled with satisfaction, feeling that this young man in front of her seemed to have become much more interesting all of a sudden. The two of them easily flirted a few more times, and the atmosphere was just right. Just at this moment, the cell phone in Qin Feng's pocket suddenly vibrated several times in short and urgent succession. He took out his phone with some suspicion and realized that it was a WeChat message. Clicking on it, Qin Feng's brows immediately furrowed. In the chat box, Ruwashi Fish had sent several messages in a row, but the contents were a bunch of meaningless gibberish, as if they had been pressed out haphazardly. Brother phone percent hashtag save SD at. Hashtag me. Quick DFGKJ. Zhao. Do percent hashtag at gong. %. Chapter 8 Mission. Qin Feng's heart tightened as he looked at the series of inverted codes sent by Ruwashi Fish on his cell phone screen. Not good. He instantly reacted that it was that simple girl, Liu Wanxi. Not caring to say anything more to Sisterly, who was still smiling wryly next to him, Qin Feng dropped the phrase Sisterly, I have to leave in a bit of a hurry, and immediately turned around, pulling out his legs and rushing in the direction of Zhao Jinhai's office. He now has a little bit of backbone given by the system, coupled with Liu Wanxi's pitiful and trusting look flashed in his mind, a nameless fire and a desire for protection arose. Zhao Jinhai's office was in the innermost room of the department. Qin Feng rushed to the door in a rage, and without thinking, he directly raised his foot and kicked open the door of the office roughly with a bang sound, and the whole person barged in like a whirlwind. The scene inside the office instantly let Qin Feng's anger burn even hotter. Only Zhao Jinhai's plump body was sitting right next to Liu Wanxi, almost squeezing her into the corner of the sofa. One of his greasy, salty pig hands was reaching towards Liu Wanxi's shoulder, with an impish, lewd smile on his face, looking like he was about to get his hands on her. Liu Wanxi, on the other hand, had a look of horror and resistance on her face, her body shrinking backward desperately, her small face white, tears already welling up in her eyes. Brother Feng. Seeing Qin Feng suddenly appear, Liu Wanxi looked like she had seen her savior and cried out in shock with a sobbing voice. Zhao Jinhai was also startled by this sudden turn of events, his outstretched hand froze in midair, he turned his head violently, and when he saw that it was Qin Feng, his chubby face immediately sank, and he sternly shouted, Qin Feng. What are you doing? Want to revolt? Why don't you knock on my office door and just barge in? There are no more rules. Qin Feng rushed forward in a few steps, pulling Liu Wanxi behind himself to protect her before looking coldly at Zhao Jinhai, his tone without a trace of warmth. I'm here to ask Manager Zhao when my overtime pay for yesterday's overtime work will be settled? Overtime pay? Zhao Jinhai froze, then snorted, what overtime pay? Who authorized it for you? No. None. Qin Feng's eyes chilled, then I'm sorry, I'm afraid that I can only report this matter to the top at the next level, and let the company's leaders comment on it. Zhao Jinhai didn't expect Qin Feng to dare to talk to him like this today, his attitude was so tough, almost like a different person. He narrowed his eyes and threatened, Qin Feng, you kid you've gotten your wings hard, right? You dare to talk back to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I'll put shoes on you in the department in the future and make it impossible for you to stay? If it was the Qin Feng of the past, I'm afraid that he would have been scared to death of his legs when he heard this. But since he had the system, he had completely disregarded goods like Zhao Jinhai. He laughed coldly in his heart, big deal, I'll just quit my job. It's just that it's temporarily hard to meet a few beauties with 80 points or more. Therefore, Qin Feng is now a pure rolling knife meat mentality. In this company, stay comfortable to continue to stay, uncomfortable. He immediately pat the S to go, never again like before, half a point of aggression, look at whose face to do things. He looked straight at Zhao Jinhai, his tone was flat but with an unquestionable toughness, Manager Zhao, I'm just fighting for my legitimate rights and interests. If you think I'm threatening you, that's not necessary. I'm not scared of wearing shoes. If you think you can cover the sky with one hand, then try it. Zhao Jinhai was choked by Qin Feng's oil and salt, soft and hard attitude, and his face turned green and white for a while. He didn't expect that this small staff member, who was usually at his mercy, would actually dare to call his bluff today. His eyes rolled as if he was weighing the pros and cons, and in the end, he took a deep breath and softened his tone a bit, but still with a few points of unwillingness and calculation. You want overtime pay, right? Fine, it's not impossible. Zhao Jinhai said with a smile on his face, how about this, I happen to have a task here, if you can do it successfully, not only will I give you your overtime pay from yesterday, the reward for this task will also be counted to you, how about it? Qin Feng was about to open his mouth to refuse, he didn't believe that Zhao Jinhai, this fat man, would be so kind. Who knew that Zhao Jinhai followed up with this task, but Gu Evening Autumn Gu's secretary, Secretary Lin Weilin personally accounted for it, naming our department to send someone to deal with it as soon as possible. If you do a good job, on the side of General Manager Gu was also a great merit. Gu Evening Autumn's secretary? Lin Wei? Qin Feng's heart stirred, related to Gu Evening Autumn? That would be somewhat interesting. Zhao Jinhai saw that he seemed to be somewhat interested and immediately raised the stakes. If this task can be completed successfully, the company's side can get a special reward of 30,000 yuan. At that time, I'll make the decision to give you all this money. Moreover, I see that this girl, Wanxi, is quite resourceful, so let her go with you to do this, or there will be a caretaker. Qin Feng sneered in his heart, it can't be that simple. A task with such a high level of oil and water, could it be my turn? It would be strange if he doesn't make a fortune himself first. Immediately, he didn't move and turned on listening to heart on Zhao Jinhai. Zhao Jinhai's inner OS, this mission is a big pit. I've sent a few people there before but they couldn't get it done, and there were even a few who wanted to force their way in based on the company's name, and they were almost knocked out of the company's door. Kid, don't you like to stand up for Liu Wanxi? Don't you like to influence me to your advantage? I'll let you lose face in front of Liu Wanxi. And Brother Feng? I'll see how you end up. When the mission fails, I'll make a proper report to Mr. Gu's side, saying that you're not doing your job well. If you dare to go against me, I'll give you little shoes to wear until you die. There really is a problem. Xin Feng said darkly, but he had an interested expression on his face. He was now in dire need of an opportunity to get close to Gu Evening Chiu, and he also needed money to lay the foundation for the system's subsequent doubling of assets. This mission was treacherous, but since it was connected to Gu Evening Chiu's side, he had to take it. Otherwise, how long would it take for him, a small staff member, to really get in touch with the core circle of corporate power? Thinking of this, Xin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, Manager Zhao, this mission, I'll take it." Chapter 9, Investigation Mission. Xin Feng had accepted the mission that Zhao Jinhai was talking about, but things weren't over yet. His icy gaze locked onto Zhao Jinhai, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, his face still ugly. "By the way, Manager Zhao," Xin Feng's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable chill, "there's one more thing I have to remind you of. From today onwards, Liu Wanxi, she's under my cover. I don't want to see or hear anything more about you trying to harass her. If you ever dare to make a move on her again, or have any misbehavioral attempts." Before Qin Feng's words fell, he suddenly raised his right foot without warning and viciously kicked down at the soft sofa cushion below Zhao Jinhai's crotch with his legs wide open. Bang! The sofa let out a muffled sound, and the entire thing trembled. Although it didn't directly kick Zhao Jinhai himself, the location and force of this kick was enough to make any man feel a chill in his crotch. "You, weigh the consequences yourself." Qin Feng slowly retracted his foot, his tone was morose. Zhao Jinhai was scared out of his wits by this sudden kick, his body shrank violently and his entire body went limp on the sofa, cold sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead as he pointed at Qin Feng, his lips trembling. You. Qin Feng, you dare to threaten me? You. Don't dare to do anything to me. You can try. Qin Feng indifferently dropped these words as if stating an established fact. Then, he no longer bothered to look at Zhao Jinhai's frightened and angry fat face, walked straight to his desk, picked up the thin assignment, turned around and took the small hand of Liu Wanxi, who had long been looking dumbfounded next to him but inexplicably felt a pang of peace of mind, and walked out in large strides. Only when the office door closed behind her, isolating Zhao Jinhai's possible roar, did Liu Wanxi let out a long sigh of relief. "Brother Feng." She looked up at Qin Feng, a pair of big watery eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Thank you. For saving me. You were just really handsome. Small thing." Qin Feng casually waved his hand, but in his heart, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged because of that reckless action just now, as well as the bright eyes that Liu Wanxi was looking at herself at the moment. He meow, this feeling of doing whatever he wants and not having to look at anyone's face anymore, it's really too good. He began to be somewhat addicted to this feeling of being in control of everything and being fastidious. In his mind, the system's beep also sounded at the right time. Target, Liu Wanxi, favorability +8, current favorability 38. Walking to the corner of an unoccupied corridor, Qin Feng stopped and looked at Liu Wanxi with a more serious look. "Wanxi, you heard what Zhao Jinhai said about that mission just now, asking the two of us to go together." He shook the mission book in his hand. "However, I feel that this mission is a bit dangerous, so it's better for you, a girl, not to participate. Just let me go through it by myself, and when the mission is completed, you'll get half of the credit and I'll share half of the prize money with you, how's that?" His words were sincere. After all, that old fox Zhao Jinhai was uneasy with good intentions, and the mission was definitely not simple. "No way, Brother Feng." Liu Wanxi, however, unexpectedly shook her head, her eyes firm. "If I just watch from the sidelines, then I'll always be a trainee who can't do anything. If this goes on, I'll never grow. I don't want to just be a useless vase." Her tone was serious, with a hint of stubbornness. "But it's really dangerous." Qin Feng emphasized. He could hear from Zhao Jinhai's heartfelt voice how tricky that mission was. "I'm willing to follow Brother Feng even if it's dangerous." Liu Wanxi met his gaze without flinching, determination written all over her fair little face. "I believe Brother Feng can protect me, and I also want to do my part. I don't want to drag Brother Feng down." Qin Feng looked at this girl who was obviously scared to tears just now, but at this moment, in order not to become a vase and mustered up the courage to go into danger with herself, a certain soft place in his heart was touched fiercely. System, Qin Feng's favoritism towards Liu Wanxi +999. "Stop it." He took a deep breath, looked at Liu Wanxi's serious eyes, and nodded solemnly. "Okay. Since you said so, then I, Qin Feng, would be too unmanly if I were to be any more of a mama's boy. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect your safety. Okay, Brother Feng." Liu Wanxi nodded heavily, a happy smile finally appearing on her face, a trusting glint in her eyes. "Then let's see what this mission is first." Qin Feng raised the mission book in his hand. The title of the mission statement was Urgent Mission on Properly Handling the Disputed Matters of Cooperation with the Blue Sky Group. The content of the main text roughly reads, Blue Sky Group, as the company's important partner in the new environmentally friendly fabrics, the two sides have recently produced some relatively obvious differences and friction in the product quality standard identification, delivery cycle, and the understanding of some of the contract price terms. Previously, the company has assigned several colleagues to communicate and coordinate, but failed to reach an effective solution, resulting in the advancement of the relevant cooperation projects have been hindered, causing a certain potential impact on the company. The task is to go to the headquarters of the Blue Sky Group for a new round of formal consultations. Make sure to find out the real attitude of the other party in this dispute and the core of the crux of the problem, and strive to resolve the current conflicts through effective communication, as far as possible to maintain the legitimate interests of the company in this cooperation project, and form a preliminary solution and process report. In the column of the person in charge, it was still Zhao Jinhai's flamboyant signature, next to the small print labeled Original Project Proposal Contact, Lin Wei, President's Secretary. After Qin Feng finished reading it, he slightly raised his eyebrows. Literally, this mission statement seemed to be just a relatively tricky business negotiation, but combined with the vicious voices that he had heard from Zhao Jinhai earlier, this mission is impossible to complete. Several of the people who went there did not complete it, and even a few of those who tried to force their way in were rejected by the government. Even a few who tried to force their way in were beaten out of their companies. Qin Feng knew that this was not just a simple matter of differences and friction. The so-called Blue Sky Group, I'm afraid it's a very difficult to gnaw on the hard bone, and Zhao Jinhai is waiting to see them laugh, or rather, waiting for them to make a fool of themselves. Chapter 10 Blue Sky Group. After a night's rest and a brief deliberation, early the next morning, Qin Feng took Liu Wanxi and followed the address on the mission statement to the Blue Sky Group headquarters located in the development zone on the outskirts of the city. Blue Sky Group's office building was located in the emerging industrial park on the outskirts of the city, a modern building with blue reflective glass curtain walls, towering into the clouds, appearing quite imposing under the rising sun, but also permeated with a stranger do not approach the cold. In contrast, Lirun Group's office building is more historical and humanistic. The two walked into the empty and clean hall, and the receptionist politely but detachedly inquired about their identities and appointments. Qin Feng had already asked Liu Wanxi to make an appointment in advance for a meeting with Wang Minghai, the manager of the Blue Sky Group's purchasing department, in the name of the assistant of the purchasing department of the Lilian Group yesterday. After confirming the information, the receptionist instructed them to wait in the rest area on the side. This wait was a full half hour. During this period, Liu Wanxi was a bit fidgety a couple of times, while Qin Feng signaled her to stay calm, knowing that this was probably the other party's usual disarming tactic. Finally, a young male secretary came over and led them to the elevator without expression, to a well-decorated but slightly depressing meeting room on the upper floors. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a shiny back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, a slightly bulging beer belly, and a hypocritical smile piled up on his face walked in, and he was the manager of the Blue Sky Group's purchasing department, Wang Minghai. I'm really sorry to keep the Lilian Group's honored guests waiting for a long time. I'm Wang Minghai, responsible for business docking with your company. Wang Minghai enthusiastically stretched out his hands and gave Qin Feng a firm handshake, but his triangular eyes hidden behind the lenses slipped around Liu Wanxi without any trace, flashing a hint of greed, but on his lips, he politely said, "This must be Ms. Liu, right? She's really young and beautiful, the Liren Group is really full of talent." Liu Wanxi was a bit uncomfortable by his look, and with a polite nod, she lowered her eyes and took out her notebook to prepare for recording. Both sides took their seats. Qin Feng didn't talk nonsense to him and directly opened the door, mentioning the problems mentioned in the mission statement regarding the cooperation between Lilian Group and Blue Sky Group and the new environmentally friendly fabrics in an organized manner, and expressed his hope that manager Wang would give clear explanations and solutions to these problems. Wang Minghai listened to Qin Feng's statement. The smile on his face did not diminish at all, his fingers gently tapping on the smooth conference table, playing Tai Chi unhurriedly. "Oops, Mr. Qin, these problems you mentioned, well, our Blue Sky Group also attaches great importance to them. Regarding quality, every batch of fabrics we leave the factory, that is after heavy strict control, absolutely in line with the two sides of the contract agreed a class standard. If your company in the use of the process found some episodic, very small probability of defects, it is likely to be due to the bumps in transit, or your storage environment temperature and humidity changes may cause some minor impact. These are objective factors, we are also very helpless. Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart, but did not move on his face. "Manager Wang, according to our quality control department's feedback, recently your company supplied 3 batches of ice silk environmentally friendly fabrics. In the random sampling, found that its permeability and moisture absorption indexes are lower than the contractual standard of grade A, and some of them even only reached grade B. This directly led to a batch of high-end customized underwear products could not leave the factory due to fabric problems, resulting in considerable economic losses. I'm afraid this can't simply be attributed to transportation or storage, right?" "Oh? There is such a thing?" Wang Minghai's eyes behind the lenses flashed, still with that surprised expression. Then there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. Our factory inspection reports can all be grade A. Could it be that your company's testing equipment or testing methods have some differences with our side? As you know, Mr. Chin, this testing standard, a difference of a tiny bit, the fallacy of 1,000 miles off. He paused, and sighed as difficult. As for the delivery cycle, Mr. Chin, you do not know. In order to prioritize the protection of Liren Group's orders, we have already pushed off several large customers' urgent orders. But recently, you are also aware of the international situation. The price of raw materials is 1 day at a time, and the logistics is also very tight. We are also under tremendous pressure to complete the contract on time and in accordance with the quantity, occasionally because of force majeure delay a day or two. Please your company more tolerance, mutual understanding. Some words down, watertight, while all the responsibilities are pushed clean, as if Liren Group's questioning and dissatisfaction is completely fussed over. Fault-finding. Xin Feng noticed that the parlor door, as well as Wang Minghai's seat diagonally behind, each stood a stout, cold black man, hands behind his back, eyes as sharp as a falcon, although wearing a suit, but that share of toughness cannot be masked, obviously Wang Minghai's bodyguards. This made Xin Feng even more certain that the Blue Sky Group's acting style was not as gentle as that of a regular large corporation. Damn, this old fox, he's even more difficult to deal with than that fatty Zhao Jinhai. His mouth is so tight, it seems that he won't let go until he pulls out something real. Xin Feng cursed in his heart, knowing that today's opportunity to listen to his heart must be used on this Wang Minghai. He focused his mind and quietly unleashed his skill on Wang Minghai. Wang Minghai's inner OS, the two youngsters sent by the Lilian Group this time are quite good at grasping the key points, better than the previous few losers. However, want to get words out of my mouth? A bit too young. Anyway, the accounts were done beautifully, and Ma's side was fed, so no one could find out the problem. This batch of ice silk to substandard, the profit at least doubled, and so the money arrived. This weekend we'll be able to go to the Heavenly World KTV and the Old Horse to the Supreme Package to have a good time. This time the share of the share cannot be less than his. This kid next to the girl is really good, skin tender to pinch out water. Then the KTV headliner is also strong. A moment to think of ways to scare them. See if you can leave this girl alone to stay in depth. Communication a little. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. Internal and external collusion actually. Lilian Group's purchasing department's assistant manager Ma was actually working in collusion with Wang Minghai, passing off B grade products as A grade products, inflating prices, and enriching his own pockets. Moreover, this Wang Minghai also had crooked thoughts about Liu Wanxi by his side. He forced down the anger in his heart, his face remained calm as water, and he continued to make false pretenses with Wang Minghai. After some more nutrient-less cartwheels, Xin Feng knew that it was impossible to get any results from the front today. He glanced at Liu Wanxi, and although the little girl tried to remain calm, her tight grip on her pencil and slightly whitened knuckles still revealed her nervousness. Xin Feng got up and politely said, "Manager Wang, we've learned almost enough today. Regarding these misunderstandings and objective factors that you mentioned, we will truthfully report to the company. It is also hoped that Manager Wang will give Lilian Group an official written reply as soon as possible in response to the issues we raised." Wang Minghai was also happy for them to end this impatient interrogation earlier, and immediately replied with a full reply, definitely, Mr. Qin, don't worry, we at Lantian Group always attach the most importance to our partners, and will definitely give your company a satisfactory reply as soon as possible. Chapter 11, Assets doubled again. However, just as Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi turned around and prepared to leave the parlor, Wang Minghai's disgusting voice rang out from behind again. He rubbed his hands together, an even more obscene and undisguised smile appeared on his face, and his tone of voice also became extremely frivolous and revealing. Both of you, it's true that we're in a hurry today, and we can't talk about a lot of things for a while, which affects the efficiency of our in-depth exchanges. I see that this Miss Liu is smart, pure, and lovely, and must be very interested in our Blue Sky Group's corporate culture. How about this, Miss Liu, stay tonight, alone with me to eat a meal. The end of the night when the people are quiet, we can properly in-depth to discuss the details of the cooperation between the two sides, as well as the philosophy of life. I promise, as long as Ms. Liu is willing to enjoy the light, tomorrow morning, you want the news, you want the solution, I offer with both hands, absolutely no second thoughts, how about it? When Liu Wanxi heard this naked insult and innuendo, her small face, which was originally a bit pale due to her nervousness, instantly lost its blood color, and she was so angry that she was trembling all over. She subconsciously grabbed Qin Feng's arm and hid behind him, her eyes filled with fear, shame and indignation, and an undisguised disgust. Qin Feng's face swished cold, a surge of anger straight to the head. He violently turned around, took a step forward, completely protecting Liu Wanxi behind himself, like a lion that was completely enraged, his eyes so cold that he wanted to devour Wang Minghai, and every word seemed to burst out from between his teeth. Wang Minghai, your mother's. You put your ing mouth down. You ing put your mouth clean for me. We are here on behalf of the Lilian Group to talk business with you, not for you to be a hooligan and show off your lower limits here. If you dare to say one more word of nonsense, believe it or not, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red today. Wang Minghai was shocked by Qin Feng's sudden rage and foul language, as well as his eyes that looked as if he wanted to kill, and realized that his words just now had indeed gone too far, and had underestimated the bloodthirsty nature of the young man in front of him. He subconsciously backed up 2 steps, and screamed in color, "You! What are you? Dare to be wild in my office? Security guard! Security!" Target, Liu Wanxi, favorability level plus 10, current favorability level 48. Trigger favorability level reward. Liu Wanxi's favorability reaches 40 points or more, host's total assets undergo a 4-fold increase. Detecting for strike determination. Determination successful. Triggered lucky strike. The asset increase multiplier will be increased by an additional +1. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets, $16,000 x 5 times equals $80,000. New assets, $64,000. $80,000. There's now a whole $80,000 in the bank card. Qin Feng's heart beat frantically because of this sudden and huge surprise, and unspeakable ecstasy and unprecedented bottom spewed out from the depths of his heart. No longer the previous 16,000 yuan, this 80,000 yuan is already a huge sum of money that allows him to slightly straighten his back. With this money, the face of the bottom of the speech is also more sufficient. He forced down the impulse to immediately check the bank text message. Just the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold and mocking arc. To the panicked Wang Minghai said, "Call security?" "Fine, go ahead and call. I'd like to see if it's your Blue Sky Group's security guards that are powerful, or our Lillian Group's legal department that is more capable of saying something. The dirty words you said to my colleague today, the recording function of my cell phone is always on." As soon as Wang Minghai heard the word recording, his face turned white, his eyes obviously flustered, and his expression became even more ugly. Qin Feng was smiling in his heart. Of course he didn't record. In that situation just now, both sides were about to fight. How could he have time to do that? But I don't know if it's the system that backs him up, or if he has money and a hard back. Anyway, he is now more than a little bit more bold, and his brain is turning especially fast. This kind of bluffing tricks, he can now come with a hand, and he expected Wang Minghai, this kind of thief heart, external strong guy, absolutely do not dare to bet on whether he really have evidence. As expected, Wang Minghai opened his mouth and ultimately didn't dare to scream anymore. Qin Feng no longer cared about his defeated and ugly look, pulled the hand of Liu Wanxi, who was still a bit stunned, snorted coldly, turned around and walked out of this disgusting parlor with big strides. TSK, this feeling of a hero saving a beauty, ruthlessly punching a villain in the face, and incidentally having your assets soar like a rocket, is really addictive. Qin Feng thought triumphantly in his heart. Returning to Lillian Group, Qin Feng first calmed down Liu Wanxi, who was still a bit frightened, and told her to go back to her workstation to rest first, and instructed her to notify himself immediately if Wang Minghai or anyone else in the company came after her regarding this matter. Afterwards, Qin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that what he heard from Wang Minghai about Ma's assistant manager and kickbacks was not trivial, and he had to report it to Gu Evening Show's secretary, Lin Wei, as soon as possible. After all, the mission statement states that Lin Wei is the original project proposal contact, as a matter of fact, should let her know the preliminary progress of the investigation. He went straight to Zhao Jinhai's office. He needed to get Lin Wei's phone number through Zhao Jinhai. Manager Zhao, Qin Feng didn't even knock on the door this time, and directly pushed it open a crack, poking half of his body in, and said in a flat tone, "Regarding the Blue Sky Group's mission, I have some preliminary discoveries and important circumstances that I need to report to Secretary Lin Wei Lin in person." Zhao Jinhai was sitting behind his desk and sulking. As soon as he saw Qin Feng, his face instantly turned gloomy again and he growled in a good-natured manner, "Reporting? What qualifications do you have to report directly to Secretary Lin as a small staff member? What is Secretary Lin's status? Can a person like you see him just because you want to? I think you're getting more and more ignorant of the heavens and the earth. What kind of feces are you spewing there?" Qin Feng's eyes went cold when he heard this, but his tone remained calm and almost indifferent. "Don't try to put up a fight with me here. Let me tell you, behind me is General Manager Ning." He paused and said in his heart, "You don't have the ability to confirm it anyway. Besides, it's more or less a bit of a relationship between us. Thinking about that night. TSK, not good. DD get up to be." Then, he met Zhao Jinhai's astonished gaze and continued, "I advise you not to get in the way of official business here. This mission concerns the company's major interests, and it may also involve some responsibilities that neither you nor I can afford. If you continue to be so unreasonable and delay business, don't blame me for telling Mr. Ning the original story of how you tried to obstruct me from reporting an important situation to Secretary Lin today. You really dare to use Mr. Ning to pressure me?" Zhao Jinhai was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, standing up from his chair in a huff, so angry that he slammed the table. "Who are you bluffing? I even said that it's Mr. Gu behind me. You cannot believe it." Qin Feng's eyes were calm and waveless, as if Zhao Jinhai's anger was just a breeze brushing across the water. "I can't say what really happened." Zhao Jinhai looked at Qin Feng's calm demeanor that was as steady as Mount Taishan, especially the other party's unquestionable certainty when he said the word Mr. Ning. His heart couldn't help but feel a little scared. He violently recalled yesterday this kid that no one put in the eyes of the arrogance, at that time only think it is a newborn calf, now think, that is clearly have to rely on. Zhao Jinhai's forehead corners seeped out a trace of cold sweat. He more and more felt that Qin Feng, this kid, is definitely behind someone. He couldn't figure out what kind of path Qin Feng was on right now, especially since he dared to directly point out General Manager Ning, which made him a little leery of throwing his weight around. He grunted a few times, the anger in his chest felt like it was being doused with a basin of cold water, and finally waved his hand impatiently. Alright. It's just a matter of making an intercom call to ask Secretary Lin if she's available? What's the big deal? Hurry up and go. Don't get in my way. Saying that, he picked up the internal address book on his desk, somewhat rudely rummaged through it, and reported a number to Qin Feng. Qin Feng got what he wanted and didn't say much, didn't even give Zhao Jinhai an extra look, turned around and left his office, ready to contact Lin Wei. Chapter 12, Lin Wei. Qin Feng took the internal number given by Zhao Jinhai and after returning to his workstation, he thought a little before dialing the direct line of Lin Wei, the president's secretary. The phone was picked up after a few rings, and a cool, competent, female voice without any unnecessary emotions came through. Hello, President's office. Hello, I'm Qin Feng, the current person in charge of the task of dealing with the dispute over the cooperation with the Blue Sky Group, and now I have some urgent preliminary findings that I need to report to you in person. Qin Feng tried his best to make his voice sound calm and reliable. The caller was silent for 2 seconds, seemingly judging the situation. You come to my office now. Lin Wei's voice remained inaudible. Okay, Secretary Lin. He arrived at the president's office area on the top floor. Lin Wei's office was in the outer room of Gu Evening Chou's office, acting as the first barrier. The office was set up in a simple and efficient manner, and was spotless. The wall directly opposite Lin Wei's desk was mostly frosted glass, and a shapely and slender female silhouette could be vaguely seen inside, working on documents with her head bowed. That was undoubtedly the other core figure of the Lillian Group, General Manager Gu Evening Chou Gu. Qin Feng couldn't help but take one more look at the silhouette, and said in his heart, it's really an extremely well-built woman, I just don't know when I'll be able to catch a glimpse of the real face. Lin Wei was sitting behind her desk, in a standard dark-colored professional suit, with a pair of thin-framed glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, her eyes sharp and calm behind the lenses. She had clear features and fair skin, but her expression was serious, without a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, exuding the intellectual and cold temperament of a stranger don't approach. As soon as Qin Feng approached, the system panel automatically appeared. Target, Lin Wei. Age, 29 years old. Occupation, Secretary to President Gu Evening Chou of Lillian Group. Face value, 93. Favorability, 10. Professional attitude towards public affairs. Status is divorce proceedings in progress. Status is divorce proceedings in progress. Status, divorce proceedings in progress? In divorce proceedings? Qin Feng's heart moved slightly, somewhat surprised that such a professional woman who seemed so perfect and strong, her marriage was also. Say, what is it? Not waiting for Qin Feng to think about it in detail, Lin Wei had already lifted her head and looked at him with a torch-like gaze, directly cutting to the chase with an undeniable urgency in her tone. Qin Feng gathered his thoughts, organized his wording and spoke. Secretary Lin, it's about the Blue Sky Group's mission. I went to the Blue Sky Group with Liu Wanxi this morning and made an initial contact with their purchasing department, manager Wang Minghai Wang. He first briefly described the difficulties of dealing with Wang Minghai and how the other party had avoided the issue and acted perfunctorily. Then, he turned, organized the wording, with a relatively reasonable explanation to cover the source of listening to the voice. After the talks, I went to the bathroom. I happened to hear Wang Minghai is inside the phone, intermittently heard some of the content. Qin Feng paused, observing Lin Wei's reaction, and seeing her nodding slightly to indicate that she would continue, he continued, I heard Wang Minghai mention kickbacks on the phone, and also mentioned Manager Ma of our company's purchasing department. I heard Wang Minghai mention kickbacks on the phone, and also mentioned our company's purchasing department manager Ma, which seemed to be to the effect that, after our Liren Group's payment for the ice silk fabrics was made, he asked Vice Manager Ma to get together and relax in the city's famous Heavenly Plaza KTV's Supreme VIP room. Get together, relax and unwind, just this weekend. After finishing these heard information, Qin Feng summarized, Secretary Lin, combining the company's many unsuccessful attempts to communicate with the Blue Sky Group, as well as the information I heard from Wang Minghai today, I seriously suspect that the reason why the Blue Sky Group is so emboldened is most likely due to the fact that they are in contact with certain people within the company, such as this Ma Minghai, who is a member of the Blue Sky Group's team. Certain people within, such as this manager Ma, there is improper collusion to jointly embezzle the company's interests. Lin Wei's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes behind the lenses flashing with a hint of sharpness. Qin Feng, are you sure the information you heard is accurate? Wang Minghai said it himself? And also mentioned Manager Ma? I'm very sure, it's Wang Minghai's voice, 1,000 times over. Qin Feng's tone was certain, although it's just words, I think it's extremely credible. Lin Wei pondered for a moment, her index finger rhythmically tapping the desktop. Okay, this weekend, I'll personally deploy it. You, come with me to that Heavenly World KTV. We must find a way to catch the conclusive evidence of them engaging in benefit transfers, and wipe out these assholes in one fell swoop. Qin Feng was just about to say something when Lin Wei's cell phone suddenly rang sharply. She picked up the phone and only listened to a few sentences before her brows immediately tightened and her expression became even more grave. She made a few hums into the other end of the phone, then waved her hand at Qin Feng, signaling that he could go out first. Qin Feng was smart enough not to ask more questions, nodded and exited Lin Wei's office. Back downstairs, Qin Feng was in a much lighter mood. Being able to hook up with Lin Wei and getting her to trust his intelligence was undoubtedly an important step in getting closer to Gu Evening Cho's camp. He glanced at the time, it was still early before he got off work. Anyway, now that I have that female devil Ning Morkshu as a shield, I'm sure that fat bastard Zhao Jinhai won't dare to do anything to me for the time being, Qin Feng calculated in his mind. Moreover, bitterly staying at the company for a month with that pitiful 3,500 dead wages, how can it be better than going out and raiding a few more girls and letting the system reward you for coming up with money fast? He immediately thought of Liu Wanxi. The little girl was frightened yesterday, and today followed himself to the Blue Sky Group kind of place to touch the wall. Is the time to appease a little, by the way. To promote a little affection. He made up his mind, then task needs, go out to collect some market side information related to the Blue Sky Group as the reason, find an excuse to Liu Wanxi from the department called out. After the two went out together, Qin Feng didn't really go to run any market, but brought Liu Wanxi to wander around the busy commercial area in the city center. Brother Feng, aren't we going to investigate? Come here. Liu Wanxi looked around at the wide array of fashionable stores and surging crowds and asked in a somewhat puzzled whisper. Investigating, we also need to combine labor and rest to be efficient. Qin Feng smiled, in an excellent mood, stretched a lazy waist. Besides, you were so frightened yesterday, this morning, and I went to the Blue Sky Group, that kind of ghost place, to be angry. The nerves have been tense, but also should be a good relaxation, otherwise how to have the energy to deal with the next hard battle? Let's go, Brother Feng will take you to have a good meal, then watch the latest blockbuster movie in theaters, and have a good time in the afternoon. Chapter 13, Hello Brother-in-Law. Under Qin Feng's insistence and slightly unquestionable tone, Liu Wanxi was half-heartedly dragged by him to start this relaxing afternoon of working hours. Qin Feng took her to an extremely popular net red dessert store to enjoy an exquisite and delicious afternoon tea, then went to the cinema to watch a popular comedy blockbuster. Liu Wanxi, from the initial constraints, to later be amused by the tears, came out of the laughter. Look at the eyes of the Qin Feng more and more rely on and close to the eyes. Qin Feng, on the other hand, tenderly handed her tissues and shared popcorn. The atmosphere between the two was relaxed and pleasant. During this time, Qin Feng clearly felt that her favorability towards him had increased again, and the system's beeps came as expected. Target, Liu Wanxi, favorability +5, current favorability 53. Ding. Target Liu Wanxi's favorability breaks through the 50-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward, host's total assets increase 5-fold. Decided lucky strike. Did not trigger lucky strike this time. Calculation of asset increase, current assets 8W x 5 times equals 40W. New assets, 32W. $400,000. Qin Feng looked at the series of zeros in the bank app, his heart bursting with ecstasy. He was previously thinking of saving his money and saving it all up for the subsequent doubling. Now it seemed that saving what to save. With this divine hero system, money wasn't just for spending. If you don't spend money, how can you make the girl happy? How can you raise your favorability? How can you trigger more rewards? Carrying $400,000 in his pocket, with a pretty girl by his side, Qin Feng felt that his life had reached a small peak. What could be better than this? After the movie, he immediately prepared to spend money for Liu Wanxi. He pointed to a lavishly decorated high-grade Western restaurant and said, Wanxi, go. Brother Feng will take you to try that Michelin 3-star. I heard that the steak is a masterpiece. But what she didn't expect was that Liu Wanxi was very frugal. She took a look at the menu prices publicized at the entrance of the restaurant, then her small face slightly white pulled Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered, Brother Feng, here is too expensive. We'd better go and eat something else. I know there is a small store's beef noodle is also very delicious. Qin Feng wanted to say, brother has money, eat whatever you want, but looking at her serious little look, the words to the mouth and swallowed back. Unable to persuade her, the two finally ate dinner in a clean and elegant Chinese restaurant, although the cost is not much, but Liu Wanxi ate to her heart's content. After dinner, passing by a brightly lit luxury goods store, Qin Feng looked at a newest lady's bag in the window and thought it was a good match for Liu Wanxi's temperament, so he wanted to pull her in to take a look. Wanxi, go in and take a look, which one you like, Brother Feng will give it to you. Liu Wanxi was like a frightened bunny, waving her hands and refusing to go in. No, Brother Feng, it's too expensive, I can't take it. And since I'm interning now, I can't use such a nice bag, it's a waste of money. Several times down, whenever Qin Feng wanted to spend a lot of money for her, this little girl would knit her brows and look at him with a slightly reproachful and worried look, as if he was some kind of unintelligent loser, which made Qin Feng laugh and cry, and even vaguely produced a wonderful feeling of being wife-controlled by his future wife. In his heart, he said, originally thought that this girl was just a silly white sweet with a high face value, but didn't realize that in her bones she was still such a good girl who was thrifty and not vain. Liu Wanxi's favorable impression of her no longer started with just that amazing face value, but added a few more points of sincere appreciation and deep affection. He secretly vowed that such a good girl, he must take her down. In the evening, when the lights started to come on, Xin Feng sent Liu Wanxi home. When the cab drove into a slightly outdated neighborhood in 7 turns, Xin Feng realized that Liu Wanxi's home was actually in an old part of the city that was quite famous. The buildings here were generally not very tall, mostly 5 or 6-story red brick or concrete buildings. The walls were crawling with the traces of age, and the air was filled with the faint smell of grease and smoke and the urban atmosphere of all kinds of life intertwined together. Although Xin Feng wasn't exactly rich in the past, his upbringing was at least in an ordinary neighborhood house, not so much that he lived in such an obviously dilapidated old town. However, he didn't show any unusual look on his face, much less the slightest bit of contempt or discomfort. My family is in that building right in front. Liu Wanxi seemed a bit embarrassed, her voice lower than usual as she secretly observed Qin Feng's expression. When she saw that Qin Feng still had that gentle and natural smile on his face, his eyes clear, without any contempt or impatience, her heart couldn't help but warm up, as if it was gently filled with something, and her good feelings towards him quietly increased once again. Target, Liu Wanxi, favorability +5, current favorability 58. Well, it's quite good. This place has a very living atmosphere, much more humane than those cold new neighborhoods. Xin Feng said in his usual tone, naturally helping her carry some small snacks she bought in the afternoon and a few affordable daily necessities she insisted on buying. Let's go, I'll send you downstairs. The two walked side by side on the slightly potholed path, the dim streetlights stretching their shadows. Arriving at a slightly modeled residential building, the entrance to the building was a bit dim, emitting the distinctive smell of an old house. Liu Wanxi stopped and somewhat shyly said to Qin Feng, Brother Feng, Today really thank you, I had a great time. Her cheeks were slightly flushed under the light, it was very beautiful. Silly girl, what's the point of being polite with me? Qin Feng smiled, looking at her shy appearance, his heart fluttered and he was about to say a few more warm words. At this moment, the wooden door in front of them, which was slightly old and had some peeling paint, suddenly opened from the inside with a squeak. A young girl with a fresh double ponytail, looking to be in her early 20s, wearing the uniform of the nearby LA City University, full of youthful vigor, bounced like a happy bird and rushed out from the inside, and at a glance, she saw Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi standing at the door. The young girl first froze, and then her large eyes, which were somewhat similar to Liu Wanxi's but more lively, swiveled back and forth between Qin Feng and her own sister, and her face quickly revealed a smile that was wry and tinged with a great surprise, and she shouted out in a voice that was clear and sweet enough to be heard throughout the entire building, Hello brother-in-law. Chapter 14 Lu Shihan. Hello brother-in-law. The crisp and sweet voice was like a thunderstorm from the flat earth, exploding between the Liu family sisters and Qin Feng. You? What are you talking about? Liu Wanxi was shy and anxious, a pretty face instantly red as if it was dripping blood. She took a step forward and reached out her hand to cover her younger sister, Liu Shihan's mouthy little mouth. Liu Shihan, however, like a flexible little loach, body twisted, cheeky smile avoided her sister's claws, directly jumped to the front of the Qin Feng, tilted his small face, a pair of the same beautiful with Liu Wanxi, but more dynamic and cunning eyes flickered looking at the Qin Feng, and once again sweetly shouted, Brother-in-law good off. Qin Feng was also stunned by this sudden address, but as he looked at the young girl in front of him, who was full of youthful vigor, the system panel also popped up at the right time. Target, Liu Shihan. Age, 20 years old. Occupation, college student at the East Sea Conservatory of Music part-time idol trainee. Occupation, student at the East Sea Conservatory of Music part-time idol trainee. Face value, 90. Favorability, 25. Natural curiosity and goodwill towards her sister's boyfriend. Status, single. Oh? Still an idol trainee? A trace of surprise flashed through Qin Feng's heart, not realizing that Liu Wanxi's sister, who didn't look like much, even had such a layer of identity. He revealed a gentle smile at Liu Shihan's bright, expectant eyes and gave a soft as a response to her enthusiastic brother-in-law. Ah! Brother Feng. Liu Wanxi was already ashamed of herself at the moment. She quickly ran over, pulled Qin Feng's arm, stomped her foot in shame and annoyance, and snapped with a red face, You. How can you also follow this little girl to fool around with? Her appearance was really a bit like a little daughter-in-law who had her secret crashed. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, looking at her delicate and adorable appearance, and then looking at Liu Shihan, who was beside him with an eye-gutted grin on her face, couldn't help but laugh aloud together with Liu Shihan. After laughing, Qin Feng cleared his throat and formally explained to Liu Shihan, Hello little sister, my name is Qin Feng, you can call me Brother Feng. I am your sister's co-worker, we are currently not boyfriend and girlfriend said male and female friends for words. He also deliberately towards the Liu Wanxi squeeze eyes, with a few points of playful smile, teasing Liu Wanxi as more blushing, straight to the small fist whack him. Then, Qin Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket, pulled up his WeChat QR code, and said to Liu Shihan, This is my cell phone number in WeChat, you save it. In the future, if you run into any trouble, or if there's anything you need help with, just call me, brother Foam. I'll do my best to help you out, okay? For this kind of sister-in-law reserve with a face value of up to 90 points and a future big star, Qin Feng naturally didn't mind investing in his feelings in advance. Not a boyfriend yet? When Lu Shurhan heard Qin Feng's explanation, her small mouth slightly turned away and a clear look of disappointment appeared on her face as she muttered, all that joy for nothing. I thought that my sister, who has been a maternal solo for over 20 years, had finally gotten the hang of it and found a golden son-in-law. Ru. Sure. Han. As soon as she heard the words maternal solo, Liu Wanxi was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly exploding, and not caring about being shy, she directly rushed over to chase and hit Lu Shurhan. You damned girl, what are you babbling about? See if I don't tear your mouth apart today. Aya, what I said is the truth. Sis, don't chase after me, brother-in-law save me. Lu Shurhan screamed, nimbly dodging in the narrow aisle. I'm going back first, brother Foam, see you later. I have to teach this girl a good lesson. Liu Wanxi was so humiliated and angry that she couldn't care less about saying anything to Qin Feng. She pushed Lu Shurhan into the house and closed the door with a bang. Inside the door also faintly heard Lu Shurhan, I'm wrong, sister, brother-in-law is still there, give me some face. Begged for forgiveness and Liu Wanxi lowered reprimand sound. Qin Feng stood in the doorway, watching the two sisters jostling as they disappeared behind the door. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face, the Liu family sisters. He turned around and left the old town where Liu Wanxi's house was located and returned to his rented house. Glancing at the balance of his bank account, it was showing 400,000 at the moment. With money, one has to tighten up the family first. Qin Feng remembered the debt of $320,000 that his mother Qin Feng had previously owed for his sake. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took out his cell phone, found the debtor's account number that he knew by heart, and directly transferred the 320,000 RMB through mobile banking. After the operation was completed, he was slightly relieved when he watched the prompt that the transfer was successful. At this time, Qin Feng's remaining assets, 40W 32W equals 8W. Time flashed by and it was soon the weekend. Qin Feng arrived at the parking lot in front of the city's famous Heavenly Palace KTV half an hour earlier than the time he had agreed with Lin Wei. He did not tell Liu Wanxi the specific details of the operation, because the KTV trip, the goal is to collect evidence of Ma and Wang Minghai's power and color transactions, transfer of benefits, the environment is complex, the potential risk is not small, he himself has a system in the evening, in case of emergencies may be able to cope with, but with Liu Wanxi, in case of anything, he was afraid that it would be difficult to protect her all the way. He found a relatively hidden spot in the parking lot and waited for Lin Wei to arrive. Not long after, a competent black sedan drove into the parking lot and parked not far from Qin Feng. The car door opened and Lin Wei stepped down from the driver's seat. Qin Feng greeted him, and when he saw Lin Wei's outfit, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Secretary Lin, is this what you're wearing to come? Only to see Lin Wei is still a standard workplace elite dress, tailored black suit skirt, white silk shirt collar tied meticulously, the bridge of the nose with the iconic fine-framed glasses, hair is also combed neatly, the hand also carries a very professional-looking briefcase. The whole person exuded a powerful aura of I'm here to hold a board meeting. What's wrong with my body? What's wrong with it? Lin Wei's cool gaze swept a glance at Qin Feng, her tone flat and wave-free. Qin Feng cried and laughed a little, Secretary Lin, it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're going to a KTV although it's to do business, but you're dressed too formal and striking, right? Who has nothing to do in the afternoon wearing a full set of professional clothes to go to the KTV room? We're here to do business, why should we wear anything else? Lin Wei's tone still couldn't hear any emotions, as if in her opinion, no matter where she went, as long as she was on a mission, she should maintain the most professional demeanor. Qin Feng held his forehead, feeling that there was a generation gap between him and this overly intellectual and serious secretary. He patiently asked that. Secretary Lin, regarding today's action, what is your specific plan? Chapter 15 Changing Clothes. Lin Wei pushed up her glasses, her gaze behind the lenses appearing a bit sharp. It's simple. We'll go in, find a way to find the private room they booked, and listen in nearby. If we hear them talking about illegal hookups involving the company's interests, we'll just rush in, confront them face to face, and capture the stolen goods. What's going on? Is there a problem with this plan? Qin Feng was speechless for a while, thinking to himself that this senior secretary Lin usually looked smart and capable, but how could she be so one-dimensional when it came to this kind of thing? He laughed bitterly and said, Secretary Lin, Ma and Wang Minghai haven't been doing this kind of business for a day or two, so they must be very cautious since they haven't been found out yet. Do you think they would let us catch them that easily? Even if we do hear something and rush straight in for a confrontation, wouldn't it be dangerous for us to be unarmed in case they deny it or doggedly jump over the wall? Lin Wei sniffed and frowned slightly, seeming to also feel that what Qin Feng said had some truth to it. So what's your idea? My idea is that we should still find a hidden place to eavesdrop first. The key is to find a way to record their conversation clearly as first-hand evidence. Xin Feng said, after getting the recording, we will then find a way to go to their company and look for physical evidence that can corroborate with the content of the recording, such as account books, contracts, transfer records, and the like. Only by forming a complete chain of evidence can we leave them with no way to deny it, and strike a fatal blow to fully seal their back roads. Lin Wei was silent for a moment after listening to Qin Feng's plan, a hint of thought and undetectable appreciation flashing through her eyes behind the lenses. She nodded. This plan of yours is indeed a bit more thorough and stable than mine. Alright, let's do as you say, we'll collect the recording evidence first. Target, Lin Wei, favorability +3, current favorability 13. Then, Secretary Lin, about the dress code issue. Xin Feng saw that she had taken his advice, so he carefully brought it up again. Lin Wei looked down at her own standard professional suit and glanced at Qin Feng's dark casual clothes that she had deliberately changed into for the sake of ease of movement, and seemed to have finally realized that it was indeed a bit inappropriate to go directly to KTV for a covert mission wearing this, and that it would be too easy to get noticed. She pursed her lips and said, "Wait for me here, I'll go change my clothes." She turned around and pulled out what looked like a sports-branded travel bag from the trunk of her black lady's sedan. She looked around the parking lot and noticed that there weren't any changing rooms or restrooms or anything like that, except for a few sparse vehicles. There doesn't seem to be too convenient a place to change here. She frowned slightly and then made a decision, pointing to her car and saying to Qin Feng, "I'll just change here in the back of the car. No peeking." After she finished speaking, she also deliberately glared at Qin Feng, as if her eyes were saying, "If you dare to make any small moves, you'll have to bear the consequences." Qin Feng just wanted to show a hint of a derisive smile, but was forced back by her fierce eyes, and hurriedly raised his hands, turned his back, and made a gesture of surrender. "No peeking, absolutely no peeking. Don't worry, Secretary Lin, I guarantee that I won't look at you." Only then did Lin Wei let out a soft hum, slightly unnaturally walking to the back of the car and rustling around to change her clothes. Qin Feng had waited in place for about 7 or 8 minutes, and was somewhat boredly counting the ants on the ground, when he heard light footsteps and the sound of fabric rubbing from behind him. He turned around to look, and his entire body instantly froze a little. Only to see Lin Wei, who had changed into a casual regular dress, was walking towards him with a slight hint of discomfort. She had taken off the stereotypical professional suit and replaced it with a fitted light blue slim-fit t-shirt. Outlining her pretty upper curves inadvertently underneath was a pair of dark-colored stretch denim jeans, tightly wrapping her long, straight legs, making her figure appear even taller and more delicate. The feminine charm that was usually meticulously concealed by her professional attire flowed out unconsciously at this moment. Most importantly, she took off the iconic thin-framed glasses, revealing her complete and clear face. Without the cover of the lenses, her eyes appeared larger and more radiant, and the pair of phoenix eyes that usually always flashed with a calm and sharp light. At this moment, there was less of the usual few moments of detachment that rejected people, but more of the unmodified softness and stunning prettiness. Her long hair was also casually draped down, adding a few points of laziness and femininity that was rare to see on weekdays. Qin Feng looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. He had never imagined that Secretary Lin, who was usually so unsmiling and calm as an iceberg, always maintaining a professional demeanor, would be able to display such a vibrant beauty after changing out of her professional attire and taking off her glasses, which was very different from her normal life, but also had a unique and stirring beauty. Lin Wei was a little uncomfortable by his undisguised, straight eyes, subconsciously touching her cheeks, strangely asked, "What are you doing looking at me like this? Is there something on my face?" Only then did Qin Feng come back to his senses, realizing that he had lost his temper. He gave a somewhat unnatural dry cough, and in order to hide his embarrassment, he subconsciously said, "No. Nothing. It's just that I think that, Secretary Lin, when you're like this, you're also quite good looking. But to be honest, I personally still prefer the way you look when you're wearing glasses, that kind of intellectual beauty, more unique flavor, and also a little bit more adorable." Lin Wei heard the words, first froze, then that pretty face that had removed the icy disguise, swish a moment flew up two touch of moving red halo, just like the rainbow after the rain cleared up like a gorgeous rainbow. She was a little annoyed, lowered her head, biting her glossy lips, and then violently raised her head, as if to cover up her embarrassment and the sudden panic, quickly stepped forward, stretching out her small pink fist to whack at Qin Feng's chest, and snapped, "You. What are you babbling about?" Qin Feng smiled and dodged, and the slightly tense atmosphere in the parking lot was thus eased a lot. Right at this moment, not far from the side of their hiding place, a black limousine silently slid over and steadily parked next to the main road leading to the KTV's front door. The door of the car opened, and a familiar figure, Wang Minghai, the purchasing manager of the Blue Sky Group, holding his trademark beer belly, took the lead in stepping down from the car, and even straightened his collar. The smile on Qin Feng's face instantly converged, his eyes condensed, and he immediately lowered his voice and hurriedly said to Lin Wei beside him, "Someone's coming." Chapter 16, I Have a Husband. Immediately after, next to Wang Minghai, another man came down from the car. This man was about 30-something years old, dressed quite well, and as soon as he got out of the car, he very naturally hooked up with Wang Minghai, the two of them whispering something, appearing to be familiar with each other, and together they talked and laughed as they walked in the direction of the door of the KTV. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes, and quickly judged in his heart, that guy who was so close to Wang Minghai, hooking up with him, and is so full of faction, should be the manager of the Lilian Group's purchasing department. My Dongming is not running away. Two people get off the car, talking and laughing together toward the Heavenly World KTV door. Just as they passed the male host's position, Xin Feng's mind flashed an idea like a flash of lightning, and he didn't have time to discuss it with Lin Wei in detail. He fiercely reached out his hand and swept Lin Wei beside him, bringing her tightly towards him, while saying urgently in her ear at a volume that only two people could hear, "Don't move, cooperate with me in the play." Without waiting for Lin Wei to make any reaction, Xin Feng had already half wrapped his arm around her and strutted out from the back of the car in a gesture of unrivaled intimacy, as if no one else was there. He deliberately let his pace take on the frivolity and arrogance of a playboy, and said loudly in a slightly exaggerated and excited tone, "Wife, I'm really exhausted from work today. Didn't you say that this heavenly paradise has the most complete songs and the best atmosphere? This time I have to order a few powerful songs and sing to my heart's content." This sudden movement and sound naturally attracted the attention of Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming, who were about to walk into the door of the KTV. Wang Minghai subconsciously turned his head, and when he saw a young man intimately embracing a tall and beautiful woman, laughing and joking, he just casually glanced at them and turned back with little interest. On the other hand, Ma Dongming, the manager of the purchasing department, raised his eyebrows slightly after turning his head to look, his eyes glancing at Lin Wei's face, who had changed into casual clothes and taken off her glasses. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, just ready to recognize it more carefully, thinking how this woman's profile and figure looked so familiar, as if it was the Lin's secretary from their company's president's office. Just in Ma Dongming's heart, suspicion just up, have not had time to look closely to confirm the moment. Xin Feng, that with full fire and provocation of the roar, has exploded in his ears. What to look at? Look again, eyeballs for you to dig out. Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Looking for a fight? What do you want to do with my woman? Xin Feng's voice roared in a full-bodied voice, coupled with his fierce look, as if he was about to charge up and strike in the next second. Ma Dongming was really startled. Ma Dongming was originally a bully, relying on camping and kickbacks to get to the top of the goons, usually used to being a bully. Or have you ever seen this kind of street gangsters fighting like a battle? He was yelled at by Xin Feng, and then saw the eyes of Xin Feng that want to eat people. Subconsciously some legs soft, hastily accompanied the smile, waving his hands and said, "No, did not see what, a misunderstanding. Finished, for fear of getting into trouble, hastily pulling Wang Minghai into the door of the KTV in quick steps. KTV door. Until the figures of Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai completely disappeared in the revolving door of the KTV, Lin Wei snapped back to her senses. She struggled a little harder, and although she wasn't able to completely break free because of the force of Xin Feng's arm, she still slightly tilted her head up from his embrace, lowered her voice, and with 3 parts shock, 3 parts shyness, and 4 parts disbelief, she questioned in his ear, "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly hugging me? And shouting my wife? Also, why did you just rush right out like that? In case they recognize us, won't we be completely exposed?" Only then did Xin Feng let go of his hand around her waist, but still leaned very close to her, and as he looked at Lin Wei's eyes, which appeared even brighter due to her excitement and confusion, as well as her slightly pouting lips with a tantalizing luster, his heart couldn't help but flutter again. He took a deep breath, suppressed the flirtation in his heart, and explained in a serious manner, "Secretary Lin, calm down and listen to me. I just thought about it carefully. If we sneak into the KTV after them in a sneaky manner, that kind of place is filled with waiters and security guards, and I'm afraid that before we can find their private room, we'll be invited out by the shopkeeper as a suspicious person, and that would make it even easier to spook the snakes. So," he continued, "instead of sneaking around, it's better to just go in as a guest in a dignified manner. I purposely changed into casual clothes today, and my hairstyle was made more casual. Wang Minghai's kind of person, his mind is on women and kickbacks, he definitely won't be able to recognize me. As for Manager Ma," Xin Feng paused, "he seemed to be a bit skeptical just now, but I yelled so much that I directly scared him back, and he definitely doesn't dare to look at us much longer now. Let's just go in directly after them now, walk past them openly and honestly, pay attention to which box they enter and memorize the box number. This way, we won't alert them and also avoid the risk of being scrutinized by the KTV staff." Xin Feng finished his plan in one breath. Lin Wei listened to his explanation, her brows still slightly furrowed, but the shock and anger in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of contemplation. "What you said sounds like it has a few points of truth." She had to admit that Xin Feng had such considerations behind this seemingly reckless move. However, she then thought of something else. Her clear face still carried a few moments of thinly veiled anger and vigilance that had yet to subside as she glared at Xin Feng and said in a serious tone, "Even if your plan makes sense, then you can't just straddle over here like that without even saying hello. I'm warning you, Xin Feng, I'm the one with a husband. In the future, you should act with a little more respect and pay attention to your manners." Xin Feng felt amused and a little cute in his heart as he looked at her look that was clearly a little bit ashamed, yet he was trying to maintain his professional seriousness and distance. He immediately raised his hands in an exaggerated gesture of surrender, with a few teasing smiles on his face, and said in a loud voice, "Fine, Secretary Lin's lesson is right. My fault. Next time I will definitely call ahead and apply for a report, okay? Lin Wei was a bit out of temper by his playful look and could only give him a helpless blank look before taking the lead and turning around, observing the situation in front of the KTV, seemingly thinking about her next move, leaving Qin Feng with a back that still looked competent and slender even in casual clothes. The smile on Qin Feng's face remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin Wei's back, secretly thinking in his heart, got a husband? That can't be seen. The corner of his mouth hooked up with an evil smile, if anything, with a hint of unknown playfulness and snobbishness. Chapter 17, The Walls Have Ears and Unexpected Aid. Qin Feng whispered to Lin Wei, they've gone in, let's follow them. The two of them quickly adjusted their appearance, and then one after the other, also pretending to be guests who came to spend money, walked into the lavishly lit hall of the Heavenly Palace KTV. The strong smell of alcohol, high-grade perfume and a trace of tobacco odor mixed together, came to the face. Qin Feng's eyes swept sharply in the direction of the front desk, and coincidentally saw Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming, who had just completed the formalities and were about to turn around and leave the front desk. Only to hear that receptionist lady at the front desk was saying to them in a sweet and professional voice, "Sir, the box number for you two is 606, please go up the elevator on the left-hand side, there will be an exclusive waiter to guide you there later." 606, Qin Feng quickly and silently memorized this number in his mind, while at the same time motionlessly passing a wink to Lin Wei beside him. Only after Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming, led by a waiter, walked contentedly towards the elevator room and disappeared into the slowly closing elevator doors did Qin Feng walk to the front desk with Lin Wei in a nonchalant manner. He revealed a friendly and slightly familiar smile to the receptionist lady just now, pointed in the direction of the elevator, and said, "Hello, beautiful, those two who went up just now are my friends. We also want to open a private room, it doesn't have to be too big, please help us arrange one next to them, so that we can conveniently go over to say hello later." The receptionist lady sized up Qin Feng, dressed casually and decently, his temperament was quite calm, and the lady beside him was even more distinguished in appearance and cold in temperament, not like someone who generally came to cause trouble. She smiled and queried the system, quickly answering, "Yes, sir. 606 box next to the luxury box 607 is currently vacant, is it okay to arrange this one for you too?" "Very well, 607 it is." Qin Feng nodded dryly and briskly swiped his card to pay for the box. Soon, the two were guided by the waiter to the 607 box on the 6th floor. As soon as they entered, Qin Feng signaled the waiter that he could leave and then quickly closed the door. The lighting inside the box was ambiguous. Lin Wei surveyed the surroundings, her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she asked, "What now? We can't stay here all the time, right?" "Of course not." Qin Feng walked to the wall adjacent to box 606 and stuck his side ear on it, signaling Lin Wei to come over as well. "They're here to talk about things, surely they're not two big men running to a KTV to sing. Let's listen first and see if we can hear any movement." Lin Wei was a bit hesitant, but still followed Qin Feng's example and pressed her ear against the cold wall, trying to distinguish the sounds from next door. The sound of the KTV's music and the clamor of the guests still interfered to some extent, and the two listened with bated breath for a while. "How about it, Secretary Lin, what did you hear?" Qin Feng took the lead and asked in a low voice. Lin Wei shook her head, a hint of disappointment on her face. "The soundproofing is too good, I can only vaguely hear some vague talking, I can't hear the specifics at all." "Damn it, I didn't hear anything useful either." Qin Feng also straightened up with some chagrin, "Lost count, forgot to count on that." "Then what now?" Lin Wei was also a bit anxious. "We can't come here for nothing, right?" Don't be anxious, Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling her to calm down. "Let me think, there must be another way." As he spoke, he paced inside the box, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he eyed the tiny glass window on the door of the box, and a waitress in a KTV uniform carrying a tray happened to pass by. "I've got it." Qin Feng snapped his fingers, "Wait for me here, I'll be right there." After saying that, he immediately opened the door of the compartment and chased after it, calling out to the waitress who was about to walk away, "Hello, please wait." The waitress turned her head at the sound of her voice, and when Qin Feng saw her face clearly, he could not help but be slightly stunned. The waitress in front of him was surprisingly also a rare beauty. The system panel popped up instantly. Target, Linya. Age, 27 years old. Occupation, KTV waitress at the Heavenly Palace. Face value, 88. Favorability, 10. Professional courtesy. Status, just broken up. I didn't expect this tiny KTV to harbor a beauty of this level. A flash of amazement flashed through Qin Feng's mind, but he quickly came back to his senses. Linya was a bit uncomfortable by Qin Feng's look, but still maintained her professional smile and asked, "Hello sir, how can I help you?" Qin Feng settled down, revealed a smile that he thought was kind, and opened the door. "It's like this, beautiful lady. I want to ask you to do me a small favor, and after it's done, I'll give you $10,000 as a reward, how about it?" When Linya heard this, her entire body froze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. When Qin Feng saw her froze, he thought that she thought it was too little. After all, this kind of thing was risky. He was about to raise the price. "If you think 10,000 isn't enough, I'll give you 30,000. "No, sir. Linya hastily waved her hand and interrupted him, her cheeks a little red from excitement. I was just stunned by that 10,000, this is too much. Sir, what favor do you need from me? She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Xin Feng saw that she wasn't too little, so he had a bottom in his heart. He pointed to the 606 box not far away and lowered his voice. See that room 606? There are two scum of our company inside, plotting to sell the company's business intelligence. I would like to ask you to go in, pretend to provide normal drink service, and then put my cell phone, which is recording, quietly placed in the room in a hidden and not easy to be found immediately, but also can record the sound of their conversation location. About half an hour to an hour later, you will find a chance to go in and take it out and return it to me. Can you do that? Linya glanced in the direction he was pointing at the tightly closed door of box 606, then at the cell phone in Qin Feng's hand that already had the recording interface turned on, her face showing hesitation and a hint of nervousness. This was not a small matter after all, in case it was discovered. Qin Feng saw her concern and immediately added, "Don't worry, I will meet you here. If any danger occurs in the middle of the journey, or if you feel that something is wrong, just call out to me, and I'll make sure that I'm the first to rush in and save you. Moreover, after the deed is done, the $30,000 will be cashed in immediately. If you feel that the risk is too great to give up in the middle of the process, I'll also give you $2,000 as hard-earned money." Linya bit her lip, seemingly doing a fierce mental struggle. In the end, the desire for money and the inexplicable sense of trust in Qin Feng's words, "I'll rush in and save you," made her make up her mind. Good. Sir, this favor, I'll do it. Chapter 18 Recording. Qin Feng carefully handed over the cell phone that had the recording function turned on to Linya, and lowered his voice as he once again urged, "Miss Linya, everything is for your safety, don't force yourself. If the situation is not right, immediately think of a way to get out, call out for help, I will rush in at the first opportunity." Linya took a deep breath and nodded heavily, a hint of nervousness flashing in her eyes. "Mr. Qin, don't worry, I know what to do." She took the cell phone and quietly hid it in the apron pocket of her waitress uniform, then picked up an empty tray and adjusted her expression before walking towards the 606 box as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng watched her enter 606 before he turned around and returned to the 607 box next door, gently bringing the door with him and briefly explaining to Lin Wei the arrangement he had just made. Meanwhile, inside the 606 luxury box, Linya pushed open the heavy box door with a professional sweet smile on her face. "Hello sir, this is the royal salute you ordered and some snacks to accompany the wine." She gracefully arranged the drinks and snacks one by one on the wide coffee table. Inside the box, assistant manager Ma Dongming of the purchasing department was sitting on the sofa with manager Wang Minghai of the Blue Sky Group. As soon as Ma Dongming saw Linya who came in, those small eyes immediately lit up, flashing with undisguised lust, and with the strength of the wine. When Linya bent down to set up the wine cups, he stretched out his fat hands, wanting to take the opportunity to touch them. "Sir, the wine you ordered is complete, please enjoy." Linya seemed to have eyes behind her back. Just when Ma Dongming's hand was about to touch her, she happened to straighten up, carrying the tray to the side and took a step to the wrong side, lightly avoiding that salty pig's hand. The whole process was natural and smooth, obviously experienced, and had already had a response to this kind of harassment. Ma Dongming a touch cannot, face some cannot hang on, but see Linya did not voice, bold enough, he smile, in her turn to go in, once again reached out to pull her wrist. "Little sister, do not rush to go well, accompany brother drink 2 cups? Linya once again skillfully sidestepped and dodged his pull, at the same time her tone, although still respectful, carried a hint of inviolable firmness. "I'm sorry sir, I'm just a waitress in charge of delivering drinks, not an escort." Ma Dongming was rejected twice in a row, his face was a bit annoyed, and he was just about to snap and say something. Seeing this, Wang Minghai hurriedly rounded up the situation. He laughed, put his arm around Ma Dongming's shoulder and said, Manager Ma, what's the point of being angry with a small waiter, it's too cheap. Don't worry, I'll tell you, I, Mr. Wang, am the supreme VIP of this heavenly paradise, bringing you here is naturally justified." He ambiguously raised his eyebrows, hinting at something. Then, Wang Minghai turned his head to Linya, changing his face to a commanding one as he waved his hand and said, "Alright, you go down first. Oh yeah, go and call a row of the prettiest and most knowledgeable few little jias you have here over, so that our manager Ma can see and pick them. Money is not a problem." As soon as Ma Dongming heard this, the unhappiness on his face immediately dissipated, replaced by a lecherous smile and anticipation, nodding his head repeatedly. "Still, Mr. Wang understands me. Ha ha ha." Wang Minghai smiled smugly and said to Ma Dongming, "That's natural. Deputy Manager Ma, while they're not here yet, let's first seize the time to carefully plan out that small matter of our cooperation." When Linya heard that they finally started to talk about business, her heart stirred, and on the surface, she respectfully replied, "Yes, please wait a moment, gentlemen," and then without a trace, she took out the cell phone that Qin Feng had given her, which was recording, from her pocket, and swiftly shoved it into a slit in a cushion in the corner of the sofa, and then quickly moved it to the sofa. In the corner, she quickly stuffed the phone into the crevice of a cushion, and picked up the towel that was decorating a small fruit plate next to it, and casually put it on the cushion, cleverly covering the traces of the phone. After all this, she turned around and quickly stepped out of the box, according to the instructions to call the lady. On the other hand, inside box 607. After listening to Qin Feng's account of how he had gotten Linya to help him place the wiretap, Lin Wei's phoenix eyes behind the lenses flashed with a complicated light. She had to admit that this person, Qin Feng, although he sometimes seemed to be dodgy and even a bit smooth-talking, but at critical moments, his mind did turn very quickly, and he was always able to come up with some unexpected yet seemingly quite effective solutions. "You're quite good at improvising on the spot," Lin Wei commented in a flat tone, but Qin Feng was able to hear that there wasn't much reproach in it. She pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. "Qin Feng, if this matter can be resolved smoothly this time, have you ever thought of coming to follow me on my errands in the future?" Qin Feng was stunned at his words. He was still pondering how he could more naturally and without attracting suspicion to ask Lin Wei for more information about President Gu Evening Chiu after this matter came to an end, in order to prepare for his subsequent strategy, but he didn't expect that the opportunity had actually come to him by itself. His heart was happy, but on the face or pretend to be somewhat flattered appearance, hurriedly asked, "Secretary Lin, you say is true? Can I do it?" "Of course it's true." Lin Wei's tone carried a hint of unquestionable certainty. "I've observed you, you're very smart and quick to react, although you sometimes act unconventionally, you have a clear goal and you know how to assess the situation. I think that you should be able to do a lot of things for Mr. Gu, especially things that I'm not too convenient to deal with personally." She paused, and her gaze became even deeper, as if she wanted to look into Qin Feng's heart. "Qin Feng, you should also know the other president of our company, General Manager Ning Morksha, right?" "Recognize." Qin Feng nodded. The corner of Lin Wei's mouth hooked up into a meaningful arc. "If you decide to follow me and General Manager Gu in the future, then General Manager Ning and the forces she represents behind her are our common enemies." "Why?" Qin Feng asked in mock confusion, knowing that this might be the core opportunity for him to be able to truly intervene in the power struggle at the top of the company and get close to Gu Evening Chiu. Lin Wei looked at him, a trace of complexity flashing through her eyes as if she was weighing something. Her vermilion lips slightly opened, and she was about to open her mouth to explain the reason for this, because, General Manager Ningxi. Bang! Before Lin Wei could finish her words, the door of the 607 box was suddenly slammed open with great force from outside. Immediately afterward, four police officers wearing dark blue police uniforms with cold looks walked in like wolves and tigers, their gazes sharply scanning Qin Feng and Lin Wei inside the box. Chapter 19 Routine Inspection. The door to the compartment was pushed open and four police officers dressed in police uniforms with a cold demeanor fishtailed into the room, instantly breaking the subtle atmosphere that had just risen between Qin Feng and Lin Wei. Both Qin Feng and Lin Wei were startled and subconsciously stood up from the sofa. Qin Feng quickly held Lin Wei back half a step while he himself met the sharp gazes. A middle-aged, experienced-looking policeman at the head of the group swept his gaze over the two like a falcon and droned in a deep voice, "Police. Routine inspection. No one is allowed to move." Qin Feng's heart thumped, but on his face, he forced himself to be calm, and even squeezed out a slightly flattering smile. Comrade policeman, this is. What's going on here?" We can all be good people." He intentionally made the words easy, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Less nonsense. Identity cards are taken out. Honestly cooperate with the inspection." The other, younger police officer had already droned impatiently. Qin Feng and Lin Wei didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly found their ID cards from their bodies and handed them over. Lin Wei's face was a bit pale, obviously she hadn't experienced this kind of battle, her hands were shaking slightly. The middle-aged policeman took the two men's ID cards and double-checked them while sizing them up with a scrutinizing gaze. "What is the relationship between you two? What are you doing here at the KTV?" Middle-aged police tone with a hint of skepticism. "I was just at the door. Can hear you guys in this box. Half a day is not much movement. Also do not sing. Also do not call for drinks. Two people in the inside muttering to stay so long. What to do? It 1TB. Engaging in any improper transactions, right?" he said. His eyes became sharper. No. Officer, you must have misunderstood. A heavenly misunderstanding." Qin Feng hastily waved his hand, and took Lin Wei's shoulder next to him and brought her towards his arms, saying in an intimate tone, "This is my daughter-in-law. The two of us just got our licenses, and we've come here today to celebrate and relax. This daughter-in-law of mine, she's particularly torn in choosing songs, late-stage dyslexia, so the two of us have been discussing which song to order for half a day inside. We really didn't do anything else." Lin Wei was stiffened by his sudden move, but feeling the strength coming from Qin Feng's arm and the suggestive look, she could only endure her shyness and didn't break free. "Oh? Daughter-in-law?" The middle-aged policeman raised his eyebrows, obviously not quite convinced. "Then take out the marriage license for me to take a look." Qin Feng was immediately speechless. Where does he have any marriage license? Can only awkwardly smile. "Officer, this. We are still considered newlyweds, belonging to the period of passionate love, has not yet formally run a banquet to receive a license, is the verbal daughter-in-law, love interest, well. That is not yet married, and not a boyfriend and girlfriend?" The tone of the police cold. "Is A boyfriend and girlfriend, running to get married. Xin Feng said stiffly. Nowadays youngsters, there is not a word of truth in their mouths. The policeman snorted coldly and pointed at the two with his truncheon. Since it's a couple, that's simple. The two of you now kiss one in front of me and I'll take a look. If it's real, naturally there won't be any problems. Ha! Xin Feng and Lin Wei exclaimed out in shock at the same time. Police officer, this isn't too good, right? Xin Feng said with a difficult face, my daughter-in-law has a thin skin and is especially shy, in front of outsiders. She's definitely embarrassed. He said while secretly giving Lin Wei a wink. Lin Wei's cheeks at this moment had been red as if they were dripping blood, shy and angry, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Sorry? The cop sneered and waved his hand impatiently, then cut the crap, all of you come back to the station with me and talk it out slowly. Don't. Officer, we cooperate. He hurriedly turned around and looked at Lin Wei, whose face was red and whose eyes carried a few moments of shyness, lowered his voice and said in an almost pleading tone, Secretary Lin, do me a favor, just kiss me, or else we're all going to be in trouble. Lin Wei glared fiercely at Xin Feng, with eyes that looked as if to say, it's all your fault. But in the current situation, she also understood that it wasn't the right time to play with her temper. She took a deep breath, and as if she had made up her mind, her cheeks burned as she slightly stood on her tiptoes and gave Xin Feng a very quick kiss on the cheek. After kissing her cheek, Lin Wei wanted to immediately back away to keep her distance. But just as she was about to back away, Xin Feng suddenly lowered his head and in an extremely quick movement, he also gently kissed Lin Wei on the lips. Yikes! Lin Wei's eyes instantly widened and her mind was slightly confused. This contact was very brief, almost a touch. However, Xin Feng's move still caused Lin Wei's heart to beat a few beats faster, and her cheeks turned even redder. You! She was shy and a bit angry, and subconsciously raised her hand to pound on Xin Feng's arm with a very light force. Those few policemen looked at the young couple in front of them kissing cheeks and mouths, with a little bit of pouting, and the seriousness on their faces eased quite a bit. The middle-aged policeman at the head waved his hand. Alright, you guys don't look like bad guys. In the future in the KTV this kind of place, pay attention to the influence, don't just focus on making out, also order a few songs to sing, so as not to let people misunderstand. After saying this, he turned around and went out with a few other policemen, and also helped them to bring the door with his hand. Once the police left, the atmosphere in the box instantly became awkward again. Lin Wei was just about to have a fit and settle the account with Xin Feng, but Xin Feng, as if he had expected it, immediately pointed to the door, lowered his voice and said in a serious manner, hush. Secretary Lin, don't be angry, let's go out and see how those two guys next door are doing. The police made such a big commotion just now, there's definitely no shortage of trouble on their side. Lin Wei could see that Xin Feng was deliberately changing the subject, but thinking that business was important, and that now was not the time to bother with him, she could only gouge him out fiercely, and not caring about having a seizure, she followed him and carefully opened the door of the compartment and peeked her head out. This look, both froze. Only see next door 606 box door wide open, inside a mess. The previously unrivaled Blue Sky Group Wang Minghai and Lilian Group's purchasing departments Ma Dongming are now standing in the corridor in front of the box in a state of disarray. Wang Minghai was wearing an open shirt, revealing his beer belly, and his hair was a mess while Ma Dongming was even more exaggerated, his pants were only half on, hanging loosely on his waist, almost about to fall off. Both were ordered to hold their hands over their heads, facing the wall, a look of wall-thinking unlucky appearance. Next to them, there are also a few dressed in exposed, heavily made-up young women. Apparently KTV's bowmaster, at the moment also lowered their heads, do not dare to speak, is being a few police officers to lecture. Chapter 20 The Leaning. The corridor was in a state of chaos, the guests and waiters of the KTV were in a state of panic due to the sudden inspection, and there were voices of the police and the guests' defense everywhere. Xin Feng escorted Lin Wei out of box 607, his eyes quickly swept over the chaotic scene in front of him, and he was about to take Lin Wei to find a place to observe the situation first. Right at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to catch a glimpse of not far away, the waitress who had helped them place their cell phones earlier was being stopped by a police officer at the wall for questioning. The police officer who was questioning Luya was the same middle-aged officer who had led the inspection of Xin Feng and Lin Wei's box 607 earlier. Luya was obviously terrified by this battle, her small face was white, her hands nervously twisting the corners of her coat, and she was trying hard to explain to the middle-aged officer, Comrade police officer, I'm really just an ordinary waitress, I just came here a few days ago. Seeing this, Xin Feng immediately walked up quickly and said politely to the middle-aged officer, Officer, sorry to interrupt. She's my friend, she really just came here to work and doesn't understand a lot of the situation. That middle-aged officer obviously still recognized Xin Feng, he glanced at Xin Feng, and then looked up and down at Luya wearing a neat and clean KTV waitress uniform. Her face was a barely noticeable light makeup, and her look was indeed that of a shocked person, very different from those heavily made up and revealingly dressed women who were being keyed up for questioning. Since Qin Feng, a person who was considered to be cooperating with the investigation just now, came out to act as a guarantor, he also didn't want to waste more time on an ordinary waitress, so he waved his hand impatiently and said to Luya, "Alright, if there's nothing going on, hurry up and go and busy yourself, don't wander around here blindly." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the next group of people being questioned. "Thank you, sir. Really thank you so much." Luya let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Qin Feng gratefully. "Is everything alright?" Qin Feng asked. "Where's the cell phone? Is it still inside?" "Well, the cell phone should still be there." Luya pointed to box 606, which no longer had many people in it. "Good, let's go in and get it." The two quickly flashed into the 606 box. Qin Feng quickly fished out his cell phone from the crevice of the sofa cushions and checked that the recording function was still running continuously. He put on his headphones and listened to a small section quickly. The conversation between Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming about kickbacks and splits came out clearly and unmistakably. "Nice, good job." Qin Feng removed the headphones with a satisfied smile on his face. "Did you really record it?" Luya was also a bit surprised. "Well, it's very clear. By the way, I still don't know what your name is." "My name is Liuya." "Luya, you did a very good job this time." Qin Feng was in an extremely good mood. "Give me WeChat and I'll add you. The 10,000 reward I said before is too little, I'll give you $30,000. I'll transfer it to you later." Qin Feng has his own calculations in his mind. This Luya, with a face value of 88 points and just broken up, is definitely an excellent target for a raid, can't let her run away. 30,000? Luya was stunned again. "First. Sir, this is too much. Take it, this is what you deserve." Qin Feng's tone carried a seriousness that could not be refused. As Luya looked at Qin Feng's determined eyes, her eyes slightly reddened and her voice choked a bit. "Sir, thank you so much. I won't hide it from you, I'm just very desperately short of money right now, and this money is too important to me." Target, Luya, favorability plus 15, current favorability, 25. Holy! It directly added 15 points of goodwill. The charm of money is truly infinite. Qin Feng's heart burst with joy. He added Luya's WeChat and told her to wait for his transfer message, then he told her to go ahead and busy herself with her work. After dealing with things on Luya's side, Qin Feng walked out of the 606 box and saw Lin Wei standing at the end of the corridor not far away, frowning on the phone, seemingly dealing with some urgent matter, her face not looking too good. Only when she hung up the phone did Qin Feng walk forward. "Something, okay?" Lin Wei asked directly when she saw him, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible nervousness and anticipation. "Very okay." Qin Feng shook the phone in his hand and revealed a confident smile. "The evidence is clear. The sound quality is clear, and it's guaranteed to leave them speechless." "That's good." Lin Wei seemed to be relieved as well, but the worry between her brows did not completely dissipate. Seeing this, Qin Feng said, "However, Secretary Lin, I just saw that Manager Ma was arrested by the police on the spot because of an inspection, and his clothes were not in order, and he looked very messy. With this excuse, coupled with the recording evidence in our hands, the company should be able to directly convict him and thoroughly investigate him, bringing him down completely, right?" Lin Wei sniffed, but gently shook her head, her tone a bit grave. "Conventionally, committing this kind of crime is naturally possible. However, I'm afraid it's not that simple." She glanced around and lowered her voice. "When I was waiting just now, I had already briefly reported Manager Ma's matter to General Manager Gu with a text message. General Manager Gu just returned my message saying that this Manager Ma, his background is not simple, and the backer behind him is General Manager Ning Morkshu Ning. I'm afraid it's hard to completely bring him down with just this alone. General Manager Ning's side will definitely find a way to bail him out." "Ning Morkshu?" Qin Feng's brows also furrowed. He didn't expect that this puddle of muddy water actually involved Ning Moshue. Lin Wei nodded. "So, we need to think long and hard about this matter. Tomorrow is Monday, so come to my office at 9 a.m. and we'll discuss the subsequent countermeasures in detail. I have some very urgent personal business to attend to right now and must leave immediately." "Okay, Secretary Lin." Qin Feng responded. He noticed Lin Wei's tightly locked brows and the flash of fatigue and irritation under her eyes when she said personal matter. Thinking of the system's indication that she was in the middle of a divorce proceeding, Qin Feng's heart stirred, and as she turned around and was about to leave, he spoke up and said, "Secretary Lin." Lin Wei stopped and looked back at him. "Anything else?" Qin Feng looked at her expression with a hint of fatigue and worry and said in a sincere tone, "I see that you seem to have something on your mind. If there's anything I can help with, you can just ask." When Lin Wei heard this, she froze slightly, a trace of imperceptible warmth flashing through her gaze behind her lenses, and then, the corner of her mouth drew up an extremely faint, almost negligible arc as she nodded. "Good. I know." After saying that, she turned around and left with quick steps. Target, Lin Wei, favorability plus 5, current favorability, 21. Qin Feng looked at her hastily departing back and pondered. "Well, the KTV matter is considered to be over, the evidence is also in hand, next. He turned his head, and his gaze went to Luya, who was busy in the KTV hall, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. It's you. Chapter 21 Invitation to Dinner. Lin Wei's figure disappeared at the exit of the KTV parking lot. Qin Feng retracted his gaze, the corners of his mouth hooked into a confident smile. The hustle and bustle inside the KTV remained, but his mind at the moment was no longer on the two unlucky bastards, Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai. In his heart, he said, Luya, this girl, her face value is 88 points, she just broke up and her favorability towards me is not low. Isn't such a superb target just fat meat delivered to the mouth? We must strike while the iron is hot. He didn't leave Heavily World KTV, but turned around and walked back to the hall with flashing lights, his eyes searching among the busy waiters. Soon, he found Luya, who was cleaning up the cups and plates after the guests had left, in a relatively quiet seating area. Little ya. Qin Feng smiled and walked over. Hearing the familiar voice, Luya raised her head in surprise, and when she saw that it was Qin Feng, a coy smile immediately appeared on her face. Mr. First. Why haven't you left yet? Qin Feng smiled gently. I purposely stayed to look for you because I wanted to treat you to a meal tonight to properly and formally thank you for your help today. Ah? Luya sniffed, her small face reddened, and she hurriedly excused herself. Sir, this really isn't necessary. You have already given me so much money, this is already very enough. How can I be so good as to let you break the bank again to treat me to a meal? Rewards are rewards, thanks are thanks, this is not of the same nature. Qin Feng insisted, his tone carrying a sincerity that could not be refused. If you weren't so resourceful and brave today, I couldn't have gotten the evidence so smoothly. If you don't give me this opportunity to express my gratitude, then I would really feel bad in my heart. Just think of it as friends having a meal together, okay? You can't let me keep owing this debt of gratitude, right? Luya looked at Qin Feng's sincere and insistent eyes, as well as the unrefusable sincerity in his words. Her heart was a little moved and a little shy. She hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded gently, her voice as thin as a gnat. Then, that's fine. But sir, we'll just go eat some simple home-cooked food, you mustn't break the bank too much. Great. A bright smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. It's a deal. When do you probably get off work? I'll calculate the time to pick you up. He paused and added, right, Xiaoya, don't keep calling me Mr. and Mr. from now on, it's too familiar. My name is Qin Feng, you can just call me Brother Feng, or just call me by my name. Feng. Brother Feng. Luya somewhat shyly and in a small voice called out, her voice sweet and sticky. Only after asking Luya about the time she would be getting off work and which exit she would be leaving from, did Qin Feng leave the Heavenly World KTV with a satisfied heart. Since it's a formal dinner invitation for a girl, the rehearsal can't be too bad. Qin Feng pondered in his heart, riding a shared bicycle to pick her up is definitely not on the same level as driving a luxury car to pick her up in terms of the speed of the subsequent increase in favorability. He remembered that he had used $30,000 to make Luya's favorability increase greatly, which further strengthened his belief in money opens the way. He gritted his teeth and decided to spend a lot of money for tonight's date. He first went to a well-known high-end car rental company in the city, some selection and bargaining, spent $2,500 to buy a nearly new black BMW 5 Series sedan one night right to use. Then, he called a revolving French restaurant located on the top floor of the city's top landmark building in the center of the city to make a reservation, and he called a revolving French restaurant located on the top floor of the city's top landmark building to make a reservation for the night with the best view, and the deposit and the minimum spending cost him nearly $8,000 more. These two items added up, $10,000 went out so cleanly, and the account balance went from $50,000 to $40,000. Although Qin Feng felt a bit of a meat-ache, but he couldn't shed the child to catch the wolf, and he couldn't shed the girl if he couldn't shed the money. This is considered a strategic investment, for future happiness and system rewards, it's worth it. In the evening, Luya ended the day's work and made a special trip back to the dormitory. Thinking about having dinner with Qin Feng, no, it was Brother Feng in the evening, she was inexplicably a little excited and nervous in her heart, and her cheeks had been a little hot. She took a careful shower and then picked in front of her tiny closet for half a day. Brother Feng why is he being so nice to me? He even specially invited me to such a grand meal. Could it be that he's trying to chase me? A thought bubbled up uncontrollably, making her heart beat faster. No, it can't be. She hurriedly shook her head forcefully again, trying to shake this unrealistic thought out. Brother Feng is so outstanding and looks like he's rich, how could he possibly look at me, this ordinary, small waitress who still works at a KTV? He must really just want to show his appreciation properly. Yes, that must be it. Nonetheless, she still rummaged through the bottom of her suitcase and pulled out one of her prettiest, exquisitely crafted light blue dresses that she usually couldn't afford to wear, and applied a slight amount of thin makeup to make herself look a bit more spirited and pretty. When Qin Feng drove the imposing BMW 5 Series and appeared at the exit of the KTV staff on time, the well-dressed Luya also happened to walk out. The halo of street lamps softly sprinkled on her body, that light blue dress lined her skin snow, slender posture, face with a trace of shyness at first sight and the expectation of unknown date. The whole person exudes a kind of innocence and gentleness that is very different from the daytime when she works in the KTV. When Qin Feng saw her, he couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes, almost blurting out heartfelt praise. Xiaoya, you are so beautiful today. Luya's cheeks reddened even more when he praised her so directly, and she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Feng." Target, Luya, favorability level +5, current favorability level 30. Trigger goodwill level reward, Luya goodwill reaches 30 points or more, host's total assets undergo a 3-fold increase. Detecting to make a blitz judgment. Successful judgment. Triggered lucky strike. This increase in assets is an additional +1. Asset increase calculation, current assets 4W x 4 times equals $16W. New assets, $12W. Cool, 160K. Looks like this money wasn't spent in vain, we must build on it tonight. Qin Feng mumbled in his heart and became more confident in tonight's raider operation. He pulled open the car door for Luya in a gentlemanly manner. Chapter 22 Assets soar again. The car drove smoothly towards the revolving French restaurant located on the top floor of the top landmark building in the city center. Along the way, Qin Feng's witty remarks, all sorts of paragraphs from the internet and his own made-up anecdotes at his fingertips, although some of the stems are slightly cliched, but with his confident and soaring demeanor and from time to time to Luya's tender eyes, still amused Luya from time to time to emit silver bells of crisp laughter. The atmosphere inside the car is relaxed and enjoyable. Arriving at the restaurant, when the waiter dressed in a straight tuxedo guided them in fluent French, Luya saw the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city's sparkling night view in 360 degrees, the crystal chandeliers shining with a soft light, as well as the exquisite silver tableware and brightly colored roses placed on each table. The whole person was like Lu Lawei entering the Grand View Garden, looking a bit overwhelmed, whispering to Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, here is also too expensive, right? Should we still change a place? Come all the way here, just enjoy it at ease." Qin Feng smiled blandly, showing his God's hero character. Although this God's hero only has more than $100,000 on him, very gentlemanly pulled open the velvet-wrapped dining chairs for Luya. "I'll pay the bill today, you're only responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower," and savoring the food. Luya sat down with a slight blush on her pretty face and received the heavy leather menu handed over by the waiter, only to turn the first page and see the long list of zeros that followed those dishes. Her little heart couldn't help but twitch a little. It was also Qin Feng's first time to eat in a restaurant of this caliber, and while he was calmly flipping through the menu on the surface, he was frantically spitting on the inside. Holy! This French pan-fried top foie gras with black truffle costs $58.88 per serving, and this matsutake mushroom soup costs $988 for a small cup, and this organic seasonal vegetables with virgin olive oil, which appears to be a stir-fried vegetable, actually dares to be priced at $5,888? And this organic vegetables with virgin olive oil, which looks like a fried green dish, how dare it be priced at $488? This restaurant is a pure robbery. Although his heart is dripping blood, but his face must put on a look of lightheartedness and commonplace, secretly said, "Can't be Xiaoya this girl looked down on, think I haven't seen the world." Luya, on the other hand, didn't have any scruples, as she pointed to its starry birthday noodle on the menu, and lowered her voice to Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, look at this, just such a birthday noodle, it actually costs $288. It's too much. Next time you have time to come to my house, I personally cook 000 noodles for you to eat, guarantee this is 100 times more delicious, but also cheaper." "Oh? Go to your home, you under 000 noodles for me to eat?" Qin Feng sniffs, his eyes light up, looking at Luya with a hint of a teasing smile. "Really? Then I'll take it seriously, ah?" Luya was stunned by his look, and then reacted to what she had just said in her haste. Her cheeks reddened with a swish, and even the roots of her ears were a little hot. She lowered her head a little helplessly, and ranted in a small voice, "Brother Feng, you're making fun of me again." Exquisite dishes were served one by one like flowing water, and the two of them chatted as they ate. "That said, I really have to thank you today, Xiaoya." Qin Feng raised his wine glass. "You don't know how important that recording you helped me get is really to us. I had all planned to come and eavesdrop, but it turned out that the soundproofing of your KTV box was too good, so I couldn't hear anything at all next door." Luya was amused by him. "That's not true, Brother Feng. I was just relying on my status as a waitress to quietly put my cell phone in, and I didn't do anything terribly important." "No matter what, you've done me a great favor." Qin Feng said sincerely. "By the way, have you always worked at KTV?" "Not all the time, La. I've been working off and on since I graduated from high school, and I've done a lot of everything." Luya gently fiddled with the dessert in front of her. "However, I did work in bars and KTV for the longest time." "Brother Feng, don't look at me like this. I'm now considered a small supervisor in our KTV, and I'm in charge of several new waitresses under my hand." She said this with a small hint of smugness and pride. "Oh? Then Xiaoya, you're awesome." Qin Feng heard this, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes as he half-jokingly reached out his hand and gently pinched Luya's tiny nose. "Brother Feng." Luya's pretty face flushed red at this sudden intimate move of his, and she ranted somewhat sheepishly. Target, Luya, favorability +3, current favorability 33. Xin Feng smiled and smoothly asked, then do you plan to keep doing this in the future? Or do you have any special dreams that you want to realize? Hearing the word dream, Luya's eyes brightened for a moment, but quickly dimmed again. She was silent for a few seconds before she said with a hint of longing and bitterness, the dream. I've always wanted to open a small bar of my own, or a well-managed informal KTV. This line to stay for a long time, have a lot of experience, I think I can also open a good. But it's just, alas, funza. She said at the end, her voice gradually lowered, gently sighed, her eyes showing helplessness towards reality. Xin Feng looked at her eyes that dimmed down, his heart moved, he stretched out his left hand, gently held Luya's hands that were placed on the dining table, unconsciously twisted together because of the talk about dreams, said in a serious and sincere tone, Xiaoya, in the future, if you have something, or have any difficulties, just feel free to come to find Brother Feng. Don't be shy, Brother Feng will definitely help you out if he can, okay? Luya lifted her head violently and looked at Xin Feng with some disbelief, the warmth coming from his palm and the sincere look in his eyes warmed her heart and her eyes instantly became a little moist. Okay. Thank you, Brother Feng. Target, Luya, favorability level +12, current favorability level, 42. Trigger goodwill level reward, Luya goodwill reaches 40 points or more, the host's total assets undergo a 4-fold increase. Detecting to make a blitz judgment. Successful judgment. Triggered lucky strike. This increase in assets will be increased by an additional +1. Calculation of asset increase, current assets, $150,000 x 5 times equals $750,000. New assets, $590,000. Another one. Total assets of $750,000 now. Xin Feng was ecstatic in his heart, the system, it's really powerful. It seems like the right remedy, sincerity is always a must-have. Just at this moment, the carved wooden door of the restaurant was pushed open somewhat rudely, and a young man dressed in a hipster outfit with a greasy hairstyle and a look of a few moments of frivolity and impatience walked in with large strides. His gaze quickly scanned around the restaurant, and when he saw Luya, who was sitting opposite Xin Feng in the corner with slightly reddened eyes, his eyes lit up violently, and then his face sank as he walked straight towards their table with quick steps. Luya? The man stood at the side of their table and spoke in an unkind tone, his eyes glancing back and forth between Xin Feng and Luya suspiciously. Chapter 23, Pretending. When Luya heard this familiar and disgusting voice, her body stiffened violently and her face instantly became a little pale. She turned her head back incredulously, and after seeing the visitor, she lost her voice and said, Li Wan? Why are you here? The young man in front of her was none other than Luya's ex-boyfriend, Li Wan. He combed his greasy hair and wore a fairly clean casual outfit, but there was a hint of undisguised frivolity and hostility between his eyebrows. He swept his eyes back and forth between Luya and Xin Feng, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Yo, Luya, you're fine. It's only been less than a month since you broke up with me, right? And you've hooked up with a new guy? This seamless skill really impresses me. What are you talking about? We're not. Luya was angry and anxious, trying to defend. Just at this time, a slightly sharp female voice came from behind Li Wan, with a few points of pouting and bossy. Li Wan, have you met an acquaintance? Why don't you come over yet, making people wait? Only to see a middle-aged woman dressed in a flamboyant manner, with a slightly bloated body and a face painted with heavy makeup, twisting her waist and limbs walked over. She walked straight to Li Wen's side, and her small eyes with heavy eyeliner darted a glance at Luya and Xin Feng. When Li Wen saw this middle-aged woman, the frivolity on his face immediately tightened up a lot, and he replaced it with a slightly humble and pleasing smile, and with his posture lowered, he explained, Ms. Wang. Wang, this is a woman I used to recognize a girlfriend. Oh? That was Li Wen called Ms. Wang woman, stretched out wearing several gold rings of fat fingers, gently hooked Li Wen's chin, tone with a few points of unquestionable intimacy and command. How many times have I said, do not call me Ms. Wang outside the company, call me Sister Lan, or call me Chun Lan also. Call me Chun Lan is also okay. Her small eyes were sizing up Xin Feng and Luya with interest, looking at Qin Feng's stomach fluttering, secretly saying that this Li Wen was really open-minded in order to flatter this rich woman called Chunlan. Wang Chunlan pulled out a chair at an empty table next to her and sat down, her small eyes mainly resting on Luya with undisguised contempt and scrutiny. She said to Li Wen in a conspiratorial manner, Ouch, Li Wen this is what you said to me before, the family is poor when it rings, 3 days and 2 days to find you to ask for money to subsidize the family, and you have been in an object for 3 months, the result is that you want to pull a small hand in a monkey, and people refuse to appreciate the face of that. Pure small girlfriend She also meanly looked up and down the light blue dress on Luya, snorted, Tisk, look at this poor look, this dress on her body, afraid that it is not from which night market stalls from the right? Is this kind of place affordable for a person like her? Her gaze turned to Qin Feng, who was always silent but with cold eyes, and she lengthened her voice as if she suddenly realized, I said, so it's because she's climbed up to a higher branch, found a new wrongdoer, and has been taken in by someone. No wonder, I said, how do you have the courage to come to a place like this and put up a show? Luya was shivering at Wang Chunlan's scathing and extremely humiliating words. Her face turned from red to white, and then from white to green, her eyes reddened, and the tears of aggrievement were already swirling in her eyes, almost about to cry out on the spot. Just when Luya was about to break down, Qin Feng suddenly reached out his hand and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling with his eyes that she should feel at ease. Then, with a calm, professional smile on his face, he turned to Luya and said in an extremely respectful tone, as if he was negotiating with a big client with a noble status, Ms. Liu, regarding the cooperation proposal on exclusive customization of high-end fabrics that our Lillian Group proposed to you last time, as well as the several highly sincere preferential terms, do you think you can carefully consider it again? Our group has great sincerity and expectation for reaching a deep cooperation with such a visionary guest like you. As soon as his words left his mouth, not only was Luya confused on the spot, even Li Wen and Wang Chunlan, who were preparing to continue enjoying the good show beside him, were also stunned in unison. Luya was completely unresponsive at first and looked at Qin Feng blankly, not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. But when she came into contact with Qin Feng's eyes that carried encouragement, appeasement and strong hints, the ice-cold smarter, after a short period of dismay, vaguely understood Qin Feng's intentions. He was to help himself pretend to have a remarkable identity. He was trying to help himself pretend to have a marvelous identity to fight back against these two disgusting people. Her heart warmed, and the aggression and anger were temporarily suppressed, subconsciously cooperating with Qin Feng, trying to straighten her back, and barely squeezing out a reserved smile on her face. Wang Chunlan's fat face, the mocking smile froze. She looked at Luya with some uncertainty, and then looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. For a moment she couldn't figure out what kind of path this was. She tentatively asked, Lillian Group? Which Ms. Liu? Why haven't I heard of it? There was also a hint of disbelief in her tone. Just her? Li Wen, this ex-girlfriend of yours is really capable. Changing a gold owner can transform her into Ms. Liu? And she's even talking about cooperation with Lillian Group? Qin Feng saw that Wang Chunlan was still unforgiving and knew that he couldn't quell this snobbish fat lady without a dose of strong medicine. The smile on his face remained unchanged, but his tone steepened a few points, carrying an unquestionable majesty as he slowly said, Ms. Wang, it seems that you don't know much about some of the important figures in the business world of Donghai City. Our Lillian Group's Mr. Ning Mashua Ning, I'm sure you've heard of her, right? Wang Chunlan froze. She had naturally heard of Ning Mashua's great name, but that was the famous Iron Lady of Donghai City's business community, young and pretty but with a strong wrist. I naturally know about Mr. Ning, so what? Qin Feng smiled faintly, but the words he uttered were like flat thunder. So what? I just want to tell you that our general manager Ning holds Ms. Liu in high esteem and respect. It's not an exaggeration to say that Mr. Ning had even once stated more than once in private that it would be a great honor for her to have the opportunity to personally lift Ms. Liu's shoes. What? Wang Chunlan was truly shocked this time. She stared with those small eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. Ning Morshu gave this little girl a shoe lift? You are not playing an international joke on me, are you? She's nothing. Chapter 24 Millionaire. Qin Feng, however, ignored her shock and disdain. Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Wen, whose face had become extremely ugly, the corner of his mouth hooked up with an icy sneer, directly revealing his shortcomings. This mister, you just said that Ms. Liu has been talking to you for 3 months, yet she won't even let you touch her hand, is that right? He paused, his tone filled with contempt and mockery. Then have you ever thought that it's not that she doesn't let you touch it, but that you are worthy of letting her touch it? He continued, his voice was not loud, but the words were like knives, straight into Li Wen's poor self-esteem. Moreover, do you think that Ms. Liu's previous occasional asking for your pocket money was really lacking your 3 dates? She was testing you. Test your sincerity, commitment and spirit of giving to a relationship. It's a pity that you're such a piece of material that you didn't even pass the most basic test. Although Li Wen vaguely felt that there was something wrong, but every item he said sounded like it made sense. Could it be that I really missed out on a top-notch rich woman? And still, Luya is such a young, beautiful, and well-built rich woman? He subconsciously looked at the side of the obese woman known as Chunlan, the thought that he usually have to please her, and even put up with her disgusting hints and gestures. Li Wen felt bad, his stomach flipped. Wang Chunlan looked at Li Wen's disoriented, green and white face, as if he had eaten a fly, obviously did not look like he was pretending. Her heart began to beat some drums. Could it be that this little girl, who looked plainly dressed and even a little poor, really had some unimaginable heavenly background behind her? Although she was arrogant and domineering, she also knew what people could mess with and what people couldn't mess with. She didn't want to accidentally offend any big shot that she couldn't afford to mess with because of Li Wen's little intergender crap. She glared fiercely at Li Wen as if to say, how much trouble have you caused me, then immediately stood up from the chair, squeezed out a smile that was even worse than crying, and said to Qin Feng and Luya, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Since Ms. Liu is an honored guest of the Lillian Group, we won't bother you anymore. That Li Wen, our business, I'll contact you some other day. After saying that, without caring about Li Wen's reaction, Wang Chunlan immediately turned around and left the restaurant. That made her feel a little uncomfortable. With quick steps without looking back, he looked at Luya, and then at the calm and relaxed Qin Feng, his eyes complicated. Only after a long while did he look like he had made some sort of determination, squeezing out a smile on his face that was even worse than crying and filled with flattery, and coming over to Luya, his voice was also lowered to an extremely low level, with a hint of careful tentativeness. Yeah, baby. In fact, I before. Don't you call me that. Luya only felt a chill when she heard the words yeah baby girl. She furrowed her brows in disgust and leaned further towards Qin Feng's side, interrupting him with an icy voice. Li Wen was choked for a moment, but still do not die. Face continued to pile up a smile, tone became more humble and earnest. Yeah, I know wrong, I really know wrong. In the beginning. It was me who mentioned the breakup in the beginning, but I was blinded by the lard and was blinded before I agreed. You give me another chance, yeah, I swear, I will be good to you in the future, doubly good to you. As he said that, he even made a gesture to pounce in front of Luya, looking like he wanted to hug Luya's legs and beg in pain. Luya was startled and screamed as she hurriedly jumped away from her seat and hid behind Qin Feng. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he violently stood up and blocked in front of Luya, shouting coldly at Li Wen, "What are you doing? Trying to be a hooligan?" He turned his head to the waiter who was probing not far from the restaurant and shouted, "Where's the security guard? Someone here is splashing and causing trouble in a public place, affecting the other guests' meals." Soon, a male waiter wearing the restaurant's uniform walked over quickly, and seeing the scene of saber rattling in front of him, as well as Li Wen's stance that he was ready to splash around, he immediately said to Li Wen, "Sir, if you can't keep quiet and are affecting the other guests, we can only ask you to go out." Li Wen took one look at this situation and knew that today's good deed was completely yellowed, and that he had lost all his face. He glared viciously at Qin Feng, seemingly wanting to say a few harsh words, but as soon as he came into contact with Qin Feng's icy cold eyes with a hint of teasing and warning, and then thought of Luya's unattainable background just now, his little bit of remaining courage was instantly deflated, and he eventually just squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. He only squeezed out a special whisper from his teeth, "You guys wait for me," and then he shut his mouth, and under the strange gazes of the surrounding guests, he left the restaurant in a grey and fast pace. "Sir, ma'am, I'm very sorry to have disturbed you two for your meal," the waiter respectfully said to Qin Feng and Luya. "It's fine, thanks." Qin Feng nodded. Only after the waiter left did Luya let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said to Qin Feng with a palpitating heart, "Thank you, brother Feng, just now it really scared me to death, otherwise I really don't know what to do." She paused, and then somewhat eagerly explained, "Also, brother Feng, what he just said are not true. I didn't keep asking him for it." She was afraid that Qin Feng would misunderstand that she was that kind of bad girl. Qin Feng looked at her cute look that was eager to defend, her eyes were a little red, his heart warmed, he gently interrupted her words, "Xiaoya, I believe you." For simple words, but like a warm current surging into Luya's heart. She stared blankly at Qin Feng, her eyes instantly filled with tears and her voice choked a bit, "Brother Feng. Why are you so good to me?" Target, Luya, favorability level +8, current favorability level 50. Trigger goodwill level reward, Luya goodwill reaches 50 points or more, host's total assets undergo a 5-fold increase. Detection for storm judgment. Failed judgment. Calculation of asset increase, current assets 750,000 yuan x 5 times equals 3,750,000 yuan. New assets 3 million yuan. Holy, 3 million? I'm a millionaire now? Qin Feng looked at the large series of zeros on the system panel in his mind and was so excited that he almost jumped up from his seat, his heart beating wildly like a drum. Chapter 25 Familiar Flavor. After Li Wen fled in ashes, the atmosphere in the restaurant finally regained some calmness, but Luya's mood was like a roller coaster ride that took a long time to calm down. She looked at the man in front of her who had repeatedly stood up for her and handled all the troubles calmly, her heart filled with unspeakable gratitude and an inexplicable stirring. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was fluttering because when the system in his mind prompted him that his assets had skyrocketed to more than $3 million, it gave him the feeling of having reached the heavens in one step. He pressed down the excitement and ecstasy in his heart and looked at Luya's expression that still carried a few moments of shocked and touched. The corner of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of intentional playfulness as he softly asked, "Xiaoya, I'm being nice to you, don't you like it?" The ambiguous meaning between the words let Qin Feng himself feel, since the money and system, this guts and cheek really geometric progression growth, before killing him would not dare to say to the girl so mouth flower words. Luya heard the words, violently raised his head, the pair of big watery eyes full of shock and disbelief. What does brother Feng mean by this? Is he is confessing to me? Do I have to say yes. But we've only known each other for such a short period of time, and he's so outstanding, do I deserve him? What to do? Luya's heart instantly turned into a mess, all sorts of thoughts tumbling madly in her mind, causing her to forget how to respond for a moment. Under Qin Feng's gaze that was tinged with laughter and anticipation, Luya could only feel her cheeks rolling and her heart beating like a drum as she subconsciously stirred the corners of her clothes, and finally, as if she had summoned up the greatest courage in her life, and as if she had been compelled by something, she gnat-like, and almost out of the blue, whispered, I'm willing to. Qin Feng froze at the words and looked at her with some confusion. Xiaoya, what did you say? Willing to what? Luya also instantly reacted to what shocking words she had said after she finished saying that I am willing. Her face turned red with a swish, from her cheeks to her ears, to her white neck, all of them were dyed with a layer of attractive pink color. She couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground and was even more annoyed in her heart. Oh my god. What am I doing? What am I babbling about? He must have thought I was a random girl. Aha. Luya, you idiot. Qin Feng looked at Luya's embarrassed appearance that she wanted to disappear on the spot, as well as her face that was so red that it was about to bleed. Although he didn't fully understand why she suddenly said, I'm willing to, he also roughly guessed that this girl was afraid that she had misunderstood something. He felt amused in his heart, but he didn't point it out, and only pretended not to have heard too much. Luya hesitated for a while in extreme embarrassment, before stuttering and trying to change the topic. No. Nothing, brother Feng. I have eaten? Have we eaten? Should we not, let's go? Well, it's almost time to eat. Qin Feng nodded and called for the waiter to pay the bill. This time, he is a real waste hundreds of thousands of kanji. In the face of that expensive bill, he eyelids did not blink, directly took out his bank card, very elegant and generous brushed the money, showing the style of successful people. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Feng insisted on sending Luya home. I'll send you home, Xiaoya. Okay, thank you brother Feng. Luya was still immersed in the embarrassment and nonsense she had just experienced, and only subconsciously responded, her voice still a little weak, trying to make herself behave as usual, casually saying, how big of a deal is it, still bothering you to send it, brother Feng. When the car traveled to the intersection near the old town of Luya's house, Luya then took the initiative to open his mouth and said, brother Feng, just stop here, the road inside is narrow, it's not very convenient for the car to go in. Qin Feng nodded and steadily parked the car on the side of the road. In fact, this place was still a small distance away from Luya's real doorstep, about 7 or 8 minutes of walking. But Luya didn't know why, but subconsciously didn't really want Qin Feng to see her slightly dilapidated home. Good. Qin Feng turned off the engine. Xiaoya, be careful on the road then. Remember what I said, if there's anything in the future, you can come to me, don't be polite to me. I know, bye-bye brother Feng. Luya unbuckled her seatbelt and gave him a grateful smile, then pushed open the car door and walked quickly in the direction of her home, her back all with a hint of flustered tweedledum. Qin Feng looked at her figure disappearing into the night, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Luya jogged all the way back to the familiar residential area with a complicated mood. The dim light in the hallway could barely illuminate the path beneath her feet. She took out her key and gently opened the door to her home. Sister is back. As soon as she entered, a vibrant voice rang out. She saw that Liu Wanxi was sitting on the old sofa in the living room watching TV, and as soon as she saw her, she greeted her with a smile. Wow! Sister Ya, why are you dressed so beautifully today? How come I haven't seen you wear this skirt before? You even sprayed perfume. Like she had discovered a new continent, Liu Wanxi circled around Luya twice and her nose sniffed vigorously. Next to Lu Shirhan, who was writing homework, also sniffed and poked her head out of the room, smiling narrowly. Yo, Sister Ya, this dress, this springtime, there must be something going on. Did you have a boyfriend? Honestly explain. Ha ha. Aya, you two little girls don't talk nonsense. Luya was said by them cheeks again a burst of hot, and shy, and embarrassed, hastily waved his hand, just is with a common friend, had a dinner only, celebrate him. He work a little progress. She casually found an excuse, and then it was like escaping, quickly ran into her own small room. I see 9 times out of 10 it's a boyfriend. Lu Shirhan shouted from behind only to see the world in chaos. Luya closed the door with a bang and flung herself onto her cot, covering her head with the quilt, feeling her cheeks so hot that she could fry an egg. In her mind, she kept replaying every image of tonight's meeting with Qin Feng, especially her own I'm willing, which made her so ashamed that she wanted to roll on the bed. And in the living room, Liu Wanxi looked at Luya's obviously abnormal shy appearance, as well as a trace if any perfume scent remaining in the air when she ran into the room mixed with a certain faint, yet making her feel somewhat inexplicably familiar male scent, couldn't help but slightly furrow her eyebrows, a strange feeling rising in her heart. How does the smell on my sister's body seem to have a very familiar flavor? It seems like it has been smelled somewhere. Chapter 26 Cousin. After coming out of that ridiculously expensive French restaurant and sending home Luya, who was still a bit restless but looking at himself with brighter and brighter eyes, Qin Feng returned alone to his slightly small one-room rental house. As soon as he closed the door, isolated from the outside world's clamor, Qin Feng could no longer hold back his inner ecstasy and excitement. Hair. Old me really got rich. 3,322,000. Ha ha ha. Like a child, he excitedly paced back and forth in the small living room, and in the end, he even couldn't help but excitedly throw a set of unstructured combinations of punches into the air, purely to vent his emotions, with a constant hey. Ha! The strange screams of hey, and ha. Yes. It was just too damn good. The feeling that his bank balance had instantly skyrocketed from a few $100s to millions was even more exciting than winning the first prize in the lottery. Money brings not only purchasing power, but also an unprecedented sense of confidence and control over the future of life. It was only when his body was slightly sweaty that the excitement of winning a huge sum of money calmed down a bit. Qin Feng sat paralyzed on the sofa, panting heavily, with an uncontrollable smile still hanging on his face. It's so good to have money. This kind of good not only means that he can do whatever he wants from now on, live a life that he did not even dare to think about before, more importantly, he thought of those who have been silently caring for themselves, they have also been hanging on to their families. In the past, he had a meager salary, every month in addition to the basic expenses, can give the family's support is very limited, the heart is always to them with a deep guilt. Now, he finally has the ability to let them live a better life, no longer have to worry about the firewood, rice, oil, and salt. This thought was like a fire in winter, instantly igniting Qin Feng's heart. He could no longer sit still and leapt up from the sofa, and the first thing that came to his mind was his cousin, Qin Xiaolan, who was still in her third year of college at Tunghai University. Qin Feng immediately felt out his cell phone, found Qin Xiaolan's phone number and dialed it. The phone was answered after a few rings, and a clear and pleasant girl's voice like that of an oriole came through. Hello, brother? Why did you remember to call me so late? Little Lon, how have you been? How are you doing at school? Qin Feng asked with a smile, his tone filled with doting. It's okay. Qin Xiaolan's voice sounded happy. Brother, let me tell you some good news. I won first place in the Voice of the Eastern Sea School singing competition I participated in last week. I even won a scholarship. Really? That's great. Our Xiaolan is the best. Qin Feng was sincerely happy for her, worthy of being a future singing star. So, is there any ungrateful brat who dares to hit our big school flower's crooked idea? He asked half jokingly. That's a must. Qin Xiaolan hummed proudly, with a small pride in her tone. The people who want to chase our school flower, from the teaching building to the playground, cannot finish the row. But what? Have you fallen in love? Qin Feng asked curiously. Not a single one. Qin Xiaolan replied dryly, Che, those boys are childish to death, I don't care about them. I don't want to fall in love and get married, I'm going to stay with mom, and you, my oldest brother, until you all get old. Qin Feng listened to his cousin this childish and with a few sincere words, his heart warmed, laughed, line, my little aunt, what do you want to do what you want to do, in the future brother to support you, so that you win a lifetime of little princess. This is what you said, oh, no backing out. Qin Xiaolan laughed happily. Of course no regrets. Qin Feng laughed, then turned his words around and said, right, Xiaolan, I've given you this month's living expenses in advance, there's $100,000, so pay attention to receiving it. Oh yeah, every month in the future, brother will give you $100,000. On the other side of the phone, Qin Xiaolan's laughter came to an abrupt end, replaced by a dead silence. After several seconds, only then did her incredulous screams erupt. $100,000? Brother! Are you crazy? Where did you get that much money? Immediately afterward, her voice took on a sobbing tone. Brother? Did you go and do something bad? You mustn't do anything stupid. We don't want so much money, just be safe and sound. Whoa. If anything happens to you, how can mom and I live? Qin Feng was heartbroken and amused when he heard his cousin crying, so he hurriedly comforted her. Silly girl, what are you crying for? Good thing. A heavenly good thing. Your brother, I, have made a fortune. Really, it's more real than real gold. What am I lying to you for? Really? Qin Xiaolan asked with a sob. Of course it's true. Qin Feng said with a certainty in his tone, so every month in the future, brother will give you $100,000 of pocket money. You can buy whatever you want, eat whatever you want, don't be as frugal as before, and don't treat yourself poorly, okay? Girls, you should dress yourself up beautifully. On the other end of the phone, Qin Xiaolan still seemed to be in a bit of disbelief, but more than anything else, she was feeling a sense of happiness at being smashed by this sudden huge sum of money. While Qin Feng and Qin Xiaolan were talking on the phone, in one of the rooms of the girls' dormitory of Donghai University, a sweet-looking girl with a mask on curiously looked towards Qin Xiaolan, who was holding a cell phone and had a colorful expression on her face like a palette of colors, and asked, Lon, what are you doing? Why are you so startled and excited about making a phone call? Qin Xiaolan covered the microphone, her face red with excitement, and announced to her roommate in a low voice but could not hide her excitement, I'm telling you. My brother has made a fortune. He said he'll give me $100,000 of pocket money every month from now on. Ah. Tonight is my treat. The most expensive Japanese restaurant in front of the school, let's go eat our fill. 100,000? Are you serious, Arashur? Wow. That's great. Erasure, you're really our fairy. Departure. Depart. The dormitory immediately resounded with cheers. Only a girl sitting in the corner, wearing glasses and with a slightly quiet temperament, glanced somewhat strangely at Qin Xiaolan, who was dancing with excitement, and a trace of deep thought flashed imperceptibly in her eyes. After pacifying his excited cousin and repeatedly assuring him that he had gotten rich through proper channels, Qin Feng hung up the phone with a warm heart. The feeling of being able to let his loved ones live a better life was far more satisfying and joyful than the amount of wealth he possessed. After thinking about it, he flipped out another number from his address book and dialed it. After the call was connected, he took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Mom." Chapter 27 Renegotiation. The phone was quickly picked up on the other end, and a gentle and familiar female voice with a few manipulations came out. "Hello, is it Little Wind? It's late, what's the matter?" The owner of this voice was Qin Feng's adoptive mother and his sister-in-law Qin Feng. Qin Feng's original name was Lin Feng. When he was young, his parents were killed in an accidental car crash, making him an orphan overnight. It was his mother's sister, Qin Feng, who, in those darkest days of despair, despite her own financial constraints, resolutely took him to her side and treated him as if he were her own son, painstakingly bringing him and his younger cousin, Qin Xiaolan, up together. In order to remember this favor, which was deeper than the sea and heavier than the mountains, Qin Feng took the initiative to change his family name to Qin when he became an adult, as a way to express his deepest respect and love for this great foster mother. "Mom, it's me." Qin Feng's voice unconsciously softened a lot. "Still up? How's business at the store these days?" Qin Feng ran a small fast food restaurant near Donghai University where Qin Xiaolan studied, mainly doing business with students, getting up early and working hard. "It's okay, same old, not good or bad." Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of laughter. "It's you, how's work? Didn't suffer any grievances, did you?" No matter how old Qin Feng was, in her eyes, it seemed that he would always be that child who needed to be taken care of. Qin Feng paused, with a hint of probing and a few moments of excitement in her tone. "Right, Little Wind, there's something Mom has to ask you first. A few days ago, the $32 million of that sum owed by the family before was suddenly paid off by someone all at once. I asked several circles, the debtor also only said that someone to pay for me, refused to disclose who. Little Wind, is this your doing?" Hearing his adoptive mother mention this matter, Qin Feng's heart warmed and a smile appeared on his face. "Mom, don't worry about this. It's your son. I'm now successful and able to make money. That little bit of money is nothing. You can just run the store in peace in the future, don't worry about money anymore." He didn't directly admit it, but the meaning in his words was already obvious. Qin Feng was silent on the other end of the phone for several seconds, seemingly digesting this information, and then her voice took on a trace of imperceptible choking. "Good. Good boy. Mom knows, Mom knew it was you." She took a deep breath and tried to calm her emotions before continuing. "You're a child, you don't know to tell Mom when you have money, and you sneak around. I'm not afraid you won't want it." Qin Feng laughed. "By the way, Mom, that account is not counted. I additionally gave you a little money to the past, is considered this month's living expenses and your pocket money, you pay attention to receive." "You child, why are you calling money again? You just helped me pay back such a large sum." Qin Feng's tone immediately took on an angry tone. "How many times have I told you, Mom doesn't lack money to spend right now? Although the snack bar business is hard, it's enough for me to live on. Save the money you earn for your future wife, or give some more to Xiaolan, she's a girl going to school outside and spends a lot of money. Don't worry, Mom, I've already given on Xiaolan's side, she's a little rich now, not bad for money." Qin Feng smiled and said, "This is a special tribute to you, the number is not particularly large, you can rest assured to accept. Do not get up so early in the morning and work so hard, if the store is really busy, hire a helper, do not tire yourself out, understand?" The phone was silent for a few seconds, then came Qin Feng's more surprised and uneasy voice. "Aya. Little Wind, how much did you call over again this time? How to listen to you this tone, as if it is another large sum of money. You honestly tell Mom, are you doing something bad outside? You mustn't go astray. It doesn't matter how much or how little the money is, Mom just wants you and Xiaolan to be safe and sound." Her voice took on the same worry and a hint of undetectable trembling as Qin Xiaolan. The same question, the same heartfelt concern, caused an unspeakable warmth to surge in Qin Feng's heart once again. This was his loved ones. No matter how much wealth he possessed, the first thing they worried about was always his well-being, not how much material reward he could bring. "Mom, just put your heart at ease." Qin Feng appeased in a firm tone. "Your son, I'm really successful now, I've taken the right path and made a fortune, the money came from absolutely clean sources, so you can use it with peace of mind. In the future, I guarantee that I will let you and Xiaolan live the best life, and never have to worry about money again." Hearing Qin Feng say this, Qin Feng slightly let go of his heart, but still uneasily repeatedly urged him not to be complacent just because he was rich, and to be down to earth and not to learn the hard way. Qin Feng all smiled one by one and patiently responded. "Good, then Mom won't say much, just know in your own heart. It's getting late, you rest early, don't get too tired. Well, Mom, you also go to bed early, don't work too hard." After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng's heart was filled with warmth and unprecedented motivation. For the sake of these loved ones who genuinely loved and cared for him, he too must become stronger and earn more money to give them the most secure and happy future. Early the next morning, when the sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, Qin Feng had a rare chance to stay in bed for a while. Ugh, obviously I'm already a quasi-rich man with a fortune of $3 million, but I actually still have to bitterly wake up early to go to work and punch the clock. He stretched his back and somewhat helplessly laughed to himself. But then, he thought of all the beautiful women in the company, especially Liu Wanxi's delicate appearance, as well as Lin Wei's different flavor under the iceberg. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up again, but it's okay, the main purpose of going to work, but for the sake of Raider girls, and get some money in the meantime. Thinking about it like this, it's not much. He quickly got up and washed up, changed into a decent casual outfit, and rushed to Liren Group in high spirits. According to the agreement, he went straight to the top floor president's office area and knocked on Lin Wei's office door. Please come in. Lin Wei's cool and competent voice came from inside. Qin Feng pushed the door and entered, only to see that Lin Wei was still in a standard dark-colored professional suit, with those thin-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and was sitting behind her desk, intently reviewing documents. The sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling window behind her, coating her slightly serious side face with a soft halo. Good morning, Secretary Lin. You're as beautiful and moving as ever today. Qin Feng greeted her with a smile, offering a cheap compliment in passing. Lin Wei lifted her head from her papers and swept her cool gaze at him, not the slightest bit moved by his compliments, but only said faintly, "Alright, don't be poor. Where's the recording? Bring it to me to listen." Her tone was direct and efficient. Qin Feng didn't care and took out the highly decorated cell phone from his pocket and handed it over. Here, Secretary Lin. I've already listened to it in advance, and the content inside can basically hammer those two bastards, Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai, to death. However, I'm afraid that they'll forcefully plead not guilty. Lin Wei took the phone and was clearly prepared to listen to the recording carefully. Qin Feng took advantage of the gap between her listening to the recording and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "By the way, Secretary Lin, Manager Ma was taken away by the police on the spot at the KTV yesterday because of special services. Is there any movement on the company's side? Or rather, any instructions from above?" Lin Wei's brows furrowed slightly when she heard a certain recording clip, but she quickly regained her composure. She waited for that key conversation to finish playing before removing the headphones, raising her eyes to Qin Feng and saying in a flat tone, "No. Mr. Ning has already squashed this matter. Ma Dongming already came to work as usual this morning, as if nothing had happened." Alas, it's really like that. Qin Feng wasn't too surprised when he heard this, but he still couldn't help but sigh. Ning Morkshu's energy was even greater than he had imagined. He frowned. Then in that case, wouldn't these recordings that we worked so hard to get be of no use? Chapter 28 Skill Selection. She pondered for a moment, seemingly thinking about something, then said to Qin Feng, "Although this KTV recording can't be used as the ultimate fatal blow, it is by no means useless. It can serve as a lead-in and important circumstantial evidence for our investigation, or at least prove that there was improper collusion and transfer of benefits between Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai. Next, it is necessary to find more direct physical evidence, such as the accounts of the transactions between them, the terms that were modified in the contract, or specific transfer records, and use these to corroborate the authenticity of the recording. As long as the chain of evidence is complete and the two complement each other, by then, even if Mr. Ning wants to protect him, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything about it, because it's no longer a simple disciplinary violation, but is enough to put him in the bureau to be investigated." Secretary Lin. In the future, in private occasions, don't always call me Secretary Lin and Secretary Lin. Lin Wei suddenly opened her mouth to interrupt him. The corner of her mouth lifted up a very faint arc, and a rare hint of softness and recognition flowed out of the pair of phoenix eyes that always appeared to be calm and sharp. "If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Wei." "Qin Feng, I'm very optimistic about you." "Sister Wei." "Wei?" Qin Feng heard the words and was first stunned, then a wave of uncontrollable ecstasy surged in his heart. This change in address, as well as this weighty "I'm optimistic about you," undoubtedly represented Lin Wei, the most important believer beside President Gu Evening Autumn, recognizing and getting close to him at a higher level. This would be a huge boost to his subsequent plans, as well as his proximity to Gu Evening Autumn. "Aha!" Lin Wei gently nodded, and the expression on her face seemed to have softened a bit due to this change in address, but it quickly returned to its usual competence and seriousness. She continued, "I've just taken on a very urgent task at hand that was personally explained by General Manager Gu, so I'm really too distracted to go with you to investigate Ma Dongming's matter in depth. However, Qin Feng, as long as you can get this matter completely done, pull down Ma Dongming, the manager of the procurement department, so that his position is vacant. We will then have the opportunity to arrange for our people to compete for that vacancy. Regardless of whether or not we succeed in getting our people to the top, as long as you can solve this big problem of Ma Dongming, Mr. Gu's side will be very happy, and she will definitely remember you for this credit. At that time, there will definitely be an important position for you in General Manager Gu's team." Qin Feng rubbed his hands together when he heard Lin Wei say this and smiled heatedly. "Sister Wei, I'm a bit excited when you say that. Don't worry, I promised to complete the mission. Lin Wei was amused by his confident and even a little eager to try look, and a rare hint of a genuine smile appeared on her usually slightly icy pretty face. Alright, go on, I believe in your abilities. Report back to me anytime there is any progress. Yes, Sister Wei. Xin Feng came out of Lin Wei's office in a radiant manner, and after closing the door, the smile on his face gradually tightened and his brows furrowed. How are things done? He walked towards his workstation while thinking quickly in his mind. Sister Wei's meaning is very clear, it's that she wants me to collect physical evidence of collusion between Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai. But this physical evidence, who knows if it's hidden in Ma Dongming's office, his home, or on Wang Minghai's side of the Blue Sky Group, and… Xin Feng suddenly thought somewhat depressingly, I don't know how to steal anything either. He pondered for half a day, frowning so tightly that he almost stomped out pits in the floor tiles of the office area. Wait a minute. A thought crossed his mind like lightning. Don't I have a system? Such an important matter, how did I forget about this golden finger? Xin Feng's heart rejoiced as he hurriedly concentrated his thoughts in an unoccupied corner and opened the long-lost system mall. Last time, because he didn't have any money, he could only take a quick glance at the wide array of goods in the mall. Now his bank card is lying in more than $3 million, the bottom line is enough. He directly entered keywords into the search bar and called up skills related to stealing. Soon, several skill icons appeared in front of his eyes. Elementary lockpicking skill, $100,000. After learning this skill, you can master basic violent lock-picking methods, applicable to some common locks, but it is easy to cause damage to locks and leave traces. Elementary sneaking skill, 1 million. Significantly improves the host's stealth in action, reduces the chances of being discovered, and masters some basic sneaking and hiding experience. Elementary anti-surveillance awareness, 800,000. Enhances the host's ability to perceive environmental dangers, making it easier to spot surveillance, traps, and other unfavorable factors. Sneaking is fine. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. This skill was simply tailor-made for him. He didn't hesitate to click on the Elementary Sneaking Skill S details page, and when he saw the 1 million exchange price, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Holy, 1 million for an elementary level? This is also too expensive, right? But on second thought, this mission was related to whether or not he could make a great achievement in front of Gu Evening Autumn, whether or not he could truly break into Gu Evening Autumn's core team, and even related to the seemingly impossible bet he had with Ning Morkshu. Forget it. In order to get closer to Gu Evening Cho faster, in order to be able to rate her in name only in the future, this money is worth it. He looked at the elementary lockpicking skill, again in thought, lockpicking this, let's not change it for now, in case we can't use it. Let's first see if the specifics need to be changed again after sneaking in. A little bit of saving is a little bit. Xin Feng closed the 2 skill pages and flipped through some other interesting looking skills in the mall with interest. Elementary hacking skill, 4 million. Advanced Mathematics Mastery Elementary, 1.5 million. Basic Medical Knowledge including First Aid, 800,000. Elementary Acupuncture, 10 million. Wow! These skills are so coveted just looking at them. Hacking, high math, medicine, and even acupuncture? Xin Feng's mouth was watering from looking at them, but the high prices also made him look away. It's true that the more useful the skill, the more expensive it is. Just this elementary acupuncture skill actually requires $10 million to open its mouth. TSK, what a money grab ah. Flipping through the pages, he saw another skill that made him quite moved. Elementary Fighting Technique, exchange price 1 million. Allows the host to instantly master basic fighting techniques and power generation methods, dramatically improves body coordination and reaction speed, and can be used for self-defense. This is fine. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. 1 million, although it's not cheap either, it's still necessary to use it for self-defense. Although it's still not enough for those professional bodyguards and fighters, but at least if you run into some punks later, you won't have to be unarmed. When he made up his mind, he chose the Elementary Sneaking Skill and Elementary Fighting Skill skills. Chapter 29 Wanxi Gets Angry. These are the 2. Check out. System prompt. Redeeming Elementary Sneaking Skills consumes 1 million, and Elementary Fighting Skills consumes 1 million, for a total of 2 million. Confirm exchange? Confirmed. Redemption successful. Host's current assets remaining, 3,320,000. 2 million is equal to 1,320,000 yuan. Ah! My money! Looking at the balance displayed on the system that had instantly evaporated by $2 million, Xin Feng still felt a pang of flesh pain. These $2 million, in the past, would have been enough to buy a nice house in his hometown and live comfortably for the rest of his life. He felt 1,000 emotions in his heart. In fact, according to his previous character of being a small rich man, if he had gotten so much money for nothing, he would definitely save it up first, and then improve his life step by step in pursuit of peace and stability. But now, since owning this magical system, meeting Lin Wei, Luya, Ning Mashua, these top-notch beauties, and also experiencing the exhilarating feeling of controlling everything and being quick to anger, his mindset has undergone a sea change. A peaceful life? That was too bland. What he wanted now was to wake up with the power of the world and lie drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. Money, beauty, power, he wanted it all. Right at the moment he confirmed the exchange, Xin Feng felt as if his mind had been injected with two streams of ponderous yet clear information. One stream was about techniques and experiences on how to hide one's figure in various environments, reduce one's presence, and move silently. The other stream was about basic fighting instincts on how to utilize one's strength more effectively, and how to throw punches, kicks, dodges, and blocks. Subconsciously, he stood up in the corner of the office and tried swinging his fists and kicking his legs. Although it is just a simple action, but he can clearly feel that the angle of his every punch, the moment of force, the coordination of the body, are all very different from the previous kind of lawless king of the fist, full of power and unspeakable fluency and confidence. Xin Feng was immersed in this novel experience, gesticulating into the air. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open a crack and a small head poked in. "Brother Feng? What are you doing?" Liu Wanxi's voice, which was tinged with a bit of innocence and doubt, suddenly rang out. When Xin Feng heard Liu Wanxi's naive voice with a hint of curiosity coming from the doorway, he was slightly startled in his heart and hastily retracted the fists and feet that were gesticulating at the air, quickly organizing the slightly disheveled corners of his clothes before turning around with a slight hint of unnaturalness. In the office was bumped into people hand dancing, more or less a little embarrassed. He squeezed out a smile that he thought was still calm and handsome, and said to Liu Wanxi, who was poking her head through the doorway and looking curiously, "Oh, it's Wanxi, nothing, I just feel a bit stiff after sitting for a long time, so I'm just moving my muscles and stretching my body a bit. Why did you come over? Looking for me for something?" Liu Wanxi walked up to him, tilted her small face, a hint of obvious concern in her clear eyes, and opened the door. "Brother Feng, I didn't come specifically to see you move your muscles. I wanted to come and ask about that mission regarding the Blue Sky Group. How did it go? Did it go well?" "Oh, you mean that one?" Xin Feng heard the words, then remembered the main thing. He recalled for a moment and opened his mouth. "That mission. When I was on the weekend, I went to secretly visit with Secretary Lin Weilin, and I've already gotten some key information." He hadn't even finished his sentence when he noticed that the little girl in front of him had an incorrect aura. Only to see that Liu Wanxi's small face, which was originally quite calm, suddenly bulged at the moment, both sides of her cheeks puffed out in anger, and her small mouth slightly tootled, like a small pufferfish that had been pissed off. Her big beautiful eyes were also glaring round, her hands were also crossed on her waist. She was staring at Xin Feng with an accusing look of "You'd better explain it to me," staring at Xin Feng with an exasperated look. Xin Feng was stunned by her look, and subconsciously took half a step back, asking somewhat sheepishly, What's wrong, Wanxi? Did I say something wrong? Brother Feng." Liu Wanxi's voice carried obvious aggravation and dissatisfaction as she stomped her little foot heavily. "Didn't we agree before? You were going to take me along on this Blue Sky Group mission. You also said that you would protect me. Why did you go on the operation with Secretary Lin on the weekend, but didn't call on me? Aren't you tired of me being in the way, afraid that I'll drag you down?" As she spoke, her eyes gradually reddened, and a thin layer of mist began to dense in those big watery eyes, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Xin Feng looked at this battle, immediately some hands and feet up. He is most afraid of girls crying. He quickly waved his hand and explained in a rush, No. Wanxi, don't misunderstand. How could I possibly think you're in the way? Absolutely nothing." Seeing that Liu Wanxi was still looking like a sobbing, unforgiving woman, he hurriedly slowed down his tone and patiently explained, "It's mainly because that weekend operation was to go to a KTV to squat and listen in on it, so the situation was more complicated, and that kind of place is mixed up with fish and dragons, and it's more dangerous. I myself is difficult to guarantee that I can return in one piece. In case of another accident, what to do? But I told you last time, I'm not afraid of danger." Liu Wanxi pouted, her tone still somewhat aggrieved, but the determination in her eyes had not diminished at all. "As long as I'm following you, Brother Feng, I'm not afraid of how dangerous it is." Xin Feng was amused and touched in his heart as he looked at her adorable appearance that was both aggrieved and obstinate. He sighed helplessly and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, it's my fault, okay? I promise, next time there is a similar action, I will definitely bring you along, okay?" He thought for a moment and added, "How about this? I'm going to Blue Sky Group or my Dongming's place to look for physical evidence, so for this operation, it's just the two of us, no more Secretary Lin. The whole time, I'll be led by your brother Feng myself, personally protecting you. That's fine, right?" Hearing this, Liu Wanxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and that aggrieved energy dissipated for the most part. She looked at Xin Feng with some uncertainty. "Brother Feng, are you telling the truth? Next time we take action, will take me alone and not Secretary Lin?" "Of course it's true. When have I, Xin Feng, ever broken my word?" Xin Feng patted his chest and guaranteed. "Then, pull the hook." Liu Wanxi stretched out her white little thumb and looked at him with a serious face. Xin Feng looked at her childish behavior and cried and laughed a little, but still stretched out his own little thumb and hooked it tightly with hers. "Pull the hook and hang yourself. 100 years, no change." "Aha! Only then did Liu Wanxi break into a smile, a bright smile reappearing on her face. Xin Feng looked at her smile like a rainy day. His heart couldn't help but feel relieved, but at the same time, he also secretly laughed bitterly. Boy, I didn't expect that this little girl usually looks soft and innocent. If she really starts a little temper and gets fierce, I really can't handle it, and my heart's still a little scared. Chapter 30, Detecting Information. Xin Feng straightened his expression and said to Liu Wanxi, Wanxi, since we've agreed to act together next, there are some circumstances that I have to make clear to you first. Regarding Blue Sky Group's Wang Minghai and our company's purchasing department's manager Ma Dongming, over the weekend, Secretary Lin and I have made a major breakthrough in our operations. We managed to record Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming talking privately about the details of the kickbacks and how to fake the accounts and split the loot at the Heavenly World KTV. How to make fake accounts to share the spoils. This recording evidence is very crucial. Manager Ma? Liu Wanxi heard, slightly opened her mouth in surprise, and asked with some disbelief, Brother Feng, are you talking about the manager of our company's procurement department, who usually seems to be a gentleman and always speaks slowly and courteously, Ma Dongming? Sassy? Xin Feng snorted, a trace of undisguised contempt flashed in his eyes. That's called a clothed beast. You didn't have the chance to see how lewd and unsightly he is in private, especially at the KTV. Liu Wanxi thought instinctively, a disgusted expression on her face. Xin Feng continued, although we have the recordings alone aren't enough to nail them completely. It's best to get some physical evidence of their collusion, ledgers, contracts, or transfer records or something like that, so that we can form a complete chain of evidence. He looked at Liu Wanxi and said seriously, so, my plan is that we'll go talk to that Wang Minghai once more today, mainly to find a way to swindle him a bit, and see if we can find some clues about where the physical evidence is stored from his mouth or his reaction. At that time, I might pretend to go to the restroom and go around his office to see if I can find anything. Naturally, Xin Feng didn't tell Liu Wanxi that his real killer skill was the listening to the voice of the heart skill, which was the core of his intelligence acquisition. Okay, Brother Feng, I understand. I'll listen to you in everything. Liu Wanxi nodded vigorously, full of trust in Xin Feng's plan. Depart. Blue Sky Group, Wang Minghai's office. When Wang Minghai saw that it was Xin Feng and Liu Wanxi again who pushed the door in, the impatience on his face almost overflowed. Why are you two again? The spirit is still alive. Didn't I make it clear to you last time? What else is going on? What, have you come to your senses? Did you realize my suggestion last time? As he spoke, those small eyes recklessly sized up Liu Wanxi again, and even stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to touch Liu Wanxi's arm, his tone frivolous. This young lady, how's the consideration going? As long as you nod your head. You can try. A cold light flashed in Xin Feng's eyes as he took a step forward, blocking in front of Liu Wanxi, his icy voice like the cold wind of a waxing moon. Wang Minghai was startled by Xin Feng's fierce aura and icy eyes. His outstretched hand snappily shrunk back, and the smile on his face became a bit forced. Xin Feng snorted coldly and pulled Liu Wanxi to sit down on the hospitality sofa, then looked straight at Wang Minghai and said straight to the point, Manager Wang, we're not going to bull you. We already know about the matter of you and someone from our Lillian group colluding with each other and embezzling company property. I'm here today to give you a last chance on behalf of our company to take the initiative to turn yourself into the Discipline Inspection Department and give an account of your problems in order to fight for leniency. When Wang Minghai heard this, his face really changed, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. But he still forced himself to calm down and said in a colorful manner, What are you? You guys babbling about? I can't understand it. What collusion? What evidence? It's a complete bloodshed. I, Wang Minghai, have been working diligently in Blue Sky Group for so many years, and have always been law-abiding, so don't falsely accuse good people. Oh? Can't understand? The corner of Xin Feng's mouth hooked up into an icy arc, his heart silently recited listening to the voice of the heart, immediately focusing his mind to probe Wang Minghai's inner thoughts at this moment. Wang Minghai's inner OS, Cam, how do they know? Did I miss anything? These two little brats, 9 times out of 10, they are swindling me. Yes, they must be swindling me. If you have solid evidence, why don't you just call the police and arrest me, or let the company executives come out? Why do you need these two youngsters to come here and talk to me? They're too young or something. All my collusion accounts, contract copies and transfer records are locked in a safe in my secret base. You want to cheat me? No way. Secret stronghold. Safe. Xin Feng's eyes flashed, the key information, got it. But on his face, he deliberately put on an expression of defeat as if he had been choked by Wang Minghai's righteous words, as if he had really only been bluffing the other party and had been recognized. With a heavy cold snort, he stood up from the sofa, took Liu Wanxi's hand, and said, Humph. Wang Minghai, behave yourself. Let's go, Wanxi. Wang Minghai's inner OS, it's true that they're swindling me, two milquetoast losers. Still want to fight me? Next time I come to see if I don't leave this little ninny named Wanxi behind for a good deep communication. Had. Although Xin Feng had already turned around, Wang Minghai's vicious thought was still clearly captured by him, and a flash of icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. The two of them walked out of Wang Minghai's office, and just as they reached the corridor outside, Liu Wanxi pulled Qin Feng's sleeve with some confusion and worry, asking in a low voice, "Brother Feng, how? Why did this come out? It seems like he didn't admit anything." Qin Feng revealed a mysterious smile to her. "You first go to the coffee seat in the downstairs hall and wait for me. I found the key point, a little something to confirm. Immediately come out." "Oh. Okay, Brother Feng, then you be careful." Although Liu Wanxi didn't understand, she nodded obediently and walked towards the elevator first by herself. Qin Feng watched Liu Wanxi leave, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Knowing that the stuff is in the safe of the secret stronghold, but where exactly is this secret stronghold? That's the key. He pondered. However, it's also very simple. It might have been difficult in the past, but now, well, I'm rich. He swept his gaze and landed on a bodyguard not far away who stood at the entrance to the manager's office area, stout, wearing a suit and looking alert. He had some impression of this bodyguard. It seemed to be one of Wang Minghai's personal bodyguards. When they went in just now, this bodyguard was guarding outside. Chapter 31, Entering the Neighborhood. Qin Feng walked straight to the burly bodyguard. "Sir, this is an office area. If you have finished your business, please leave as soon as possible." That bodyguard saw Qin Feng go and return, and although his tone was still polite, his eyes had taken on a hint of obvious wariness and impatience. Qin Feng revealed a smile that he thought was the kindest and most reflective of his sincerity, and said straight to the point, "Brother, don't be nervous, I'm not malicious, I just want to ask you about a little something. Not let you help for nothing. After the event, I WeChat or Alipay to transfer you $10,000 of hard work, how about it?" That bodyguard sniffed, his eyebrows frowned, there was a hint of scrutiny in his originally vigilant eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, I am a professional security officer, I have my professional ethics, please don't try to bribe me." "Oh? Professional? Professional ethics?" Qin Feng laughed and raised the stakes in an easy tone. "Then what if I offer 20,000? The bouncer's throat knots unconsciously slid up and down a bit, but he still had a stern face and a hard tone. "Sir, I repeat, I have my principles." Qin Feng also did not talk nonsense with him and continued to add upwards in a cloudy manner. 30,000. That bodyguard's eyes obviously started to loosen up a bit, and his tone hesitated, no longer as decisive as just now. "Sir, you this. 50,000. Qin Feng hugged up his arms and looked at him in a good mood, the corner of his mouth with a trace of a smile if any. The bodyguard's breathing all seemed to have become a bit ragged as he licked his somewhat dry lips, his eyes quickly sweeping between Qin Feng and the empty corridor, his heart clearly struggling fiercely. 80,000. Qin Feng stretched out 8 fingers and quoted the final price in a flat tone. "This is the highest price I can give. If you emphasize your principles or professionalism to me one more time, I'll turn around and leave immediately. This $80,000, I think there's always someone more flexible willing to earn it." He exerted a final pressure on the other party. That bodyguard's original expression that was as tight as a statue finally completely disintegrated. He looked at Qin Feng and swallowed hard, his eyes filled with celestial war, his lips moved and finally only squeezed out one word through his teeth. "First." "Sir." Qin Feng saw that he actually hesitated when he got to $80,000, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Hey. This bodyguard looks thick-eyed, but also really have a few professional ethics? Is he so upright? $80,000 can't be knocked down?" Just when Qin Feng thought that this matter might be yellow, the bodyguard suddenly looked like a deflated ball, let out a long sigh, looked at Qin Feng with a kind of weeping and laughing eyes, and opened his mouth to say, "Mister, you are asking In fact, just now when you offered to 30,000, I felt that it was completely fine. But you kept raising the price." Qin Feng. He took a deep breath and suppressed the speechlessness in his heart, but on second thought, he just shouted the price all the way up. That feeling of smashing people with money, it does seem to be a little bit on the top. Hey, having money to spend, it's so cool. He cleared his throat and asked, then you know that so-called secret stronghold of your Wang Minghai Wang manager, where exactly is it?" That bodyguard sniffed, but shook his head. "Sir, I really don't know about this." He paused, seemingly afraid that Qin Feng would be dissatisfied, and hastily added, "No. But what?" Qin Feng pursued. "But I know that he has a place that he often uses for dates." The bodyguard lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Manager Wang keeps a young lover outside, and his wife doesn't know about it. He would secretly bring that little lover to a place for a rendezvous every now and then. I guess those important things of his are likely to be hidden there. That place is just south of downtown in the Happy Homes neighborhood." "Happy Home?" Qin Feng repeated, keeping the name firmly in his mind. "Right. And I also know." The bodyguard came a little closer, his voice lowered even more, almost whispering in Qin Feng's ear, "Not only does manager Wang, he's been messing around outside, he's also colluding with someone within your Lillian group of companies. The two of them often take advantage of the fact that no one is around to secretly talk about things in manager Wang's office or some hidden place outside, and they must be up to something unseemly." Qin Feng heard this and looked strangely at the bodyguard who had suddenly become so talkative. The bodyguard seemed to see the hint of doubt and inquiry in Qin Feng's eyes. He laughed mockingly, lowered his voice, and said with a little bit of dissatisfaction and whining, "Sir, you don't really think that we're some kind of serious bodyguards?" To put it bluntly, we are just ordinary security guards that manager Wang spent a lot of money to hire to protect the house and fill up the doorway. He bought us these bluff-looking suits, and letting us stand at the door is just a pretense to scare those outsiders who don't know anything about the industry." He paused, his voice lowered even more, almost biting his back teeth. "And I won't hide it from you, this person, Manager Wang, is stingy as hell, and he even defaults on our paychecks from time to time in different ways." After hearing this real explanation, Xin Feng's heart suddenly realized, and he couldn't help but secretly spit out, "Heh, so that's how it is. This is what happens when you default on your employees' wages. Serves you right. Alright, brother, thanks a lot this time." Xin Feng nodded and took out his cell phone, signaling the bodyguard to take out his cell phone as well. "I'll transfer the money now, so pay attention to checking it." He followed the bodyguard's previous statement of 30,000 and "I'll agree to it, no more, no less," and directly transferred $30,000 over. Although he wasn't short of money now, there was no need to be an ingrate. When the bodyguard saw the arrival information displayed on his cell phone, his face was immediately happy, and he nodded and hailed, "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss. Boss, if there is anything else you want to know in the future, just come to me. As long as I know it, I guarantee to know everything." Xin Feng didn't pay any more attention to him, turned around and walked quickly towards the elevator to meet Liu Wanxi downstairs in the lobby. Next to the coffee seat, Liu Wanxi was taking small sips of juice with some uneasiness, and when she saw that Xin Feng had finally returned, she quickly stood up. "Brother Feng, you're back. How was it? Did you find any clues?" A confident smile appeared on Xin Feng's face as he snapped his fingers at her. "Done. I've already found the exact address where all that evidence of their collusion is stored." "Wow. Brother Feng, you're so awesome." Liu Wanxi sniffed, her big beautiful eyes instantly filled with adoring little stars. "It's alright, it's a small thing." Xin Feng waved his hand in a pretense of relaxation. "It's not too late, let's set off now and go to that place to find out what's going on." Let's set off." Liu Wanxi nodded vigorously, full of confidence in Xin Feng. The two of them quickly left the Blue Sky Group, and Xin Feng went straight to the Happy Home neighborhood based on the address he had just asked from the bodyguard. To the Happy Home community entrance, Xin Feng originally thought that this high-end neighborhood, security will be very strict, in and out of the inventory will be very troublesome, has been prepared for the possibility of having to outweed again. As a result, when they arrived at the gate of the neighborhood, the security booth at the entrance, the security guard on duty just casually glanced at them, did not even ask a question, and then directly pressed the door button, and simply and efficiently released. Smoothly entering the neighborhood. Chapter 32 Intermediate Locksmith Skills. Xin Feng and Liu Wanxi turned around in the Happy Home neighborhood and soon found the specific door number the bodyguard had mentioned, room 708, building 12. "This should be it." Xin Feng looked up at the door plate and said to Liu Wanxi beside him. He went up and tried twisting the door handle, and the door was naturally locked. "Looks like it's still necessary to learn a lock-picking skill," Xin Feng said in his heart, "but the main goal is not this door, but the safe that Wang Minghai hid inside. The door might still be able to find a way to open it, but something like a safe definitely can't be opened without specialized skills. Forget it, spend the money." He quickly opened the system mall in his mind and searched for lock-picking related skills. Elementary lock-picking skill, $100,000. After learning, you can master the basic violent lock-picking method, applicable to some common locks, but easy to cause damage to the locks and leave traces. Intermediate lock-picking skills, $500,000. After learning, you can master a variety of non-destructive locksmith skills, applicable to the vast majority of civilian locks and part of the simple safe. The locking process is silent and does not leave traces. Advanced locksmith, redemption price 10 million. Master locksmith, most things can be opened. Xin Feng looked at these three options and chose intermediate locksmithing skill. Without hesitation, choose this undamaged locksmithing. He thought to himself, first of all, absolutely not to startle the snakes. In case someone finds out that the door lock is broken, then Wang Minghai will surely transfer the evidence immediately. Secondly, if it is really discovered, people have not yet entered the bureau because of corruption. I was arrested first because of burglary. It would be fun. Confirming the exchange of intermediate locksmith skills? Consume 500,000. Confirmed. Redemption successful. Host's current assets remaining, 124W 50W equals 74W. A vast and subtle stream of knowledge and experience about lock structures, lock opening principles, and various tool usage techniques surged into Xin Feng's mind like a tidal wave and was completely absorbed and mastered by him in an instant. He felt as if his hands had become more dexterous. Xin Feng took out a few tiny metal wires and toggles from the small bag he carried with him. These were the ones he had bought in advance at the roadside hardware store to go along with these locksmithing skills. He walked to the door of 708, took a deep breath, inserted the metal wire into the lock hole, turned it slightly, and listened intently to the subtle changes of the marbles inside the lock core. Liu Wanxi watched him nervously from the side, not daring to breathe. Ka-da. With a soft sound that was barely audible, the door lock opened in response. Done. Xin Feng smiled triumphantly. A system product is awesome. Such a complicated anti-theft lock, it opened in one go and didn't break. It's simply divine. He pushed open a crack in the door to make sure no one was inside, then waved at Liu Wanxi. Wanxi, come in. This is the home where Wang Minghai keeps his mistress. Brother Feng. It's not good for us to just go in like this, right? Still a little hesitant and nervous, Liu Wanxi whispered. Don't worry, it's fine, let's make it quick. Xin Feng lowered his voice. Those things of his that can't see the light are probably hidden inside the safe here. Let's hurry and find the safe and see if we can get the evidence. The two tiptoed into the apartment. It was a two-room apartment decorated in a rather cozy and feminine way, with the faint scent of ladies' perfume still lingering in the air. Split up and look around. Safes are usually placed in a hidden location in the bedroom or study. Xin Feng said to Liu Wanxi. The two of them roughly rummaged around the living room and study and found no trace of the safe. When they walked into the master bedroom, Liu Wanxi's face turned red with a swish. Only to see the bedroom's big bed, randomly scattered with several pieces of bold style, fabric scarcity of women's Qing clothes, bedside table also placed some. Well, strange shape, the use of unknown Qing night furniture. Cough cough. Xin Feng was also a bit embarrassed and hastily averted his gaze, secretly saying in his heart, other than that, Wang Minghai, this old boy is quite good at playing around. This house, it's 100% prepared for that little lover of his. Liu Wanxi, on the other hand, was so ashamed that even her neck turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look again. Looks like the safe isn't here. Xin Feng said with forced composure, could it be that? This place isn't a secret base for him to hide important documents? It's just simply used to hide a golden house? He could not help but feel some disappointment and doubt in his heart. Just as he was pondering, outside the apartment's security door, there suddenly came a sound of a key being inserted into the lock hole and turned. Holy! Not good! Someone is back! Xin Feng's face changed drastically as alarm bells rang in his heart. He and Liu Wanxi glanced at each other in horror, both seeing tension and panic in the other's eyes. Hurry! Hurry up and hide! Xin Feng made an instant decision, pulling Liu Wanxi and rushing towards the only hiding place in the bedroom, a large built-in closet. Wanxi, quick! Hide inside the closet! The two of them scrambled into the closet, and Xin Feng pulled the closet door closed a crack with his hand. The closet space was narrow, and the two of them were almost chest to back, leaning tightly together, both clearly able to feel each other's rapid heartbeat and warm breath. Almost at the moment they hid, the door of the apartment was opened with a click. Immediately after, there came the sound of a man and a woman laughing and slamming the door. Only to hear a slightly greasy man's voice rang out, with a few impatient meaning, baby, today I'm one heart, one fire, one gas, one can, one big one, later you have to be careful, oh. This voice was Wang Minghai. Subsequently, a delicate and charming woman's voice laughed and responded, is that so? Then the slave will have to be good, one feel, one feel, one feel, one feel, one to see how much fire our brother Wang has today? When Liu Wanxi in the closet heard this revealing conversation, her cheeks instantly reddened like they were dripping blood, and her body involuntarily shrank towards Xin Feng's arms. Only to hear the woman continue to ask again, with a hint of curiosity in her tone, but then again, Brother Wang, why do you seem to be really a bit unhappy today? Is something wrong in the company? Obviously, she could tell that Wang Minghai wasn't just flirting one. Wang Minghai sighed, with a few points of annoyance and disdain in his tone, don't mention it. I don't know where to come out of two rash people, a man and a woman, actually dared to run to my office to check me out. And ing really let them find out a bit of wind. Really bad luck. Chapter 33, 5 minutes. After listening to his complaints, Wang Minghai's young lover impatiently skimmed her mouth and said in a tone that was commonplace, Brother Wang, I thought it was something big that the sky was falling. Just for this little sesame seed trouble, it's worth your sighing? She carelessly flicked her nails painted with big red nail polish and said lightly, what's there to worry about? As usual, I'll send a few people over to clean up those two ungrateful little things so that they'll learn a lesson, and then it'll be over, won't it? She trailed off, meaning to look at Wang Minghai, waiting for his indication. Once Wang Minghai heard this, the little bit of worry cloud on his face instantly dissipated most of it, and his eyes also brightened up. 1. With your words, Brother Wang, I am completely relieved. Don't worry, the money is definitely in place. There will be no shortage of benefits for you. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao's eyes immediately flashed with a satisfied light, and her entire body also became more enthusiastic as she twisted and turned in Wang Minghai's arms, letting out a few deliberately elevated waves of laughter. In the closet, Xin Feng heard the conversation between Wang Minghai and his young lover outside clearly, and his heart could not help but sink. This little lover, it's not simple. What kind of mob background does this have, to be able to casually ask someone to do things? He was secretly glad that he had exchanged his beginner's fighting technique before. Although I may not be able to beat professional fighters, but just a few ordinary punks, I should still be able to cope with it. It's just that I have to be careful and make sure to protect the girl Wanxi by my side. The space inside the closet was already small, and with two people squeezed in at the moment, it was even more unusually crowded. Xin Feng could almost feel Liu Wanxi's breathing, which was slightly rushed due to her nervousness, as well as the faint fragrance of a young girl coming from her body. He lowered his voice and asked in a whisper in her ear, Wanxi, how are you? Is it okay? Brother Feng. Feng, I'm fine. It's just that it's a little hot in here, and a little stuffy. Liu Wanxi's voice was as thin as a gnat, carrying an imperceptible hint of a light tremor. Her entire body was almost close to Qin Feng's, and she could clearly feel the warmth of his chest and his powerful heartbeat. Liu Wanxi's heart was even more dear in the headlights, and she was so shy, so close to Brother Feng. What is the smell of Brother Feng's body? It smells so good. His embrace. No, it's so warm and secure. What am I rambling about? I'm such a bad girl. Qin Feng felt the stiffness of Liu Wanxi's body in her increasingly red cheeks, and knew that hiding for a long time in this kind of environment would be a great test for her. He just wanted to find a way to see if he could quietly open the cabinet door while the two people outside weren't paying attention and change to a more secluded place to hide. Just at the moment he was about to open the cabinet door. Bang! The bedroom door was kicked open, and then a sizzling sound of clothes rubbing together and a flirtatious one wave one laugh one sound between a male one female that was not one comparable one into one ear one sent in. Immediately after that, there was the muffled sound of a heavy object falling on the bed and the creaking sound of a bedboard that could not handle the weight. Obviously, Wang Minghai and his lover outside already can't wait to start their business. Soon, outside came a burst of blushing, between men and women one coarse one heavy one gasping one sound, ambiguous one moaning one sound, as well as the bed one intense one shaking one when the creaking sound, interspersed with a few unpleasant obscene language. These sounds are like a magic sound, clearly transmitted into the closet Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi's ears. In the narrow, dark, and stuffy closet, Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi were forced to listen to the live broadcast of this living color outside, and both of them were embarrassed to the extreme. Liu Wanxi was so ashamed that she buried her head deeply into Qin Feng's arms, her small hands gripping the corners of his coat tightly, her body trembling slightly because of her shame and nervousness. Qin Feng also felt uncomfortable. He could clearly feel the one soft body and rapid heartbeat of the girl in his arms. Outside the sound without scruples movement, like a catalyst in general, so that the closet was already a little ambiguous atmosphere has become more subtle and peoplesome mouth one dry one tongue one dry. The two were forced to cling to each other, listening to those who let people blood one pulse one instigate one open one sound. Unconsciously, breathing had become a little thick one heavy one up one. The heart also seems to have what is different sentiment in the quiet breathing. Under the faint light coming through the closet doorway, the two could even see the same flickering embarrassment and a hint of disorientation 11 in each other's eyes. They subconsciously glanced at each other and both scrambled to avoid it, but their bodies were getting closer and closer because of the limitations of space. I don't know who took the initiative first, perhaps it was the atmosphere, or perhaps it was the hormonal urging in the darkness. The two of them slowly moved closer to each other. The distance between their cheeks became shorter and shorter, and their breathing became hotter and hotter, and they could almost feel each other's nostrils. Just at the moment when their mouths 11 lips were about to touch 11 together, the moment when that forbidden 11 ambiguity was about to be ignited. Ah. Yes. Outside suddenly came Wang Minghai with a contented and somewhat deflated shout. This sudden voice was like a pot of cold water on the head, instantly dousing the ambiguous sentiment that had just risen within the closet. Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi were both shocked by this shout, and were violently separated as if electrocuted. When they saw each other's faces close at hand, and the gesture that they almost kissed each other just now, both of them made a big red face. Liu Wanxi's cheeks were even more red as if they were going to drip blood, and she violently lowered her head, itching to immediately find a crack in the ground to drill into, her heart shy and embarrassed, chagrined. Qin Feng was also embarrassed for a while, but more than that, he felt an unspeakable depression and was unable to cry or laugh. He forced himself to hold back the desire to spit in his heart and growled madly in his mind, Cam. Wang Minghai, you old bastard. Are you serious? Playing around? It's only been less than 5 minutes, right? It's gone? Chapter 34 Finding the Safe. Aha. What just happened? I almost. Phone he. Did he want to kiss me? Or was I myself? Gala, so shy. No face to see others. Liu Wanxi's heart was like 10,000 little rabbits thumping wildly, and her mind was in a state of confusion, both for the throbbing of the near kiss just now, but also for the shame of being disturbed by the vulgar commotion outside, and also for the chagrin of her own bold ideas. Target, Liu Wanxi, favorability +5, current favorability, 63. Ding. Target Liu Wanxi's favorability breaks through the 60-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward, host's total assets undergo a 6-fold increase. Detecting a blitz determination. Determination successful. Triggered lucky strike. The asset increase multiplier is +1. Asset increase calculation, current assets 79W x 7 times equals 553W. New assets, 474W. Qin Feng was not bothered to pay attention to the astronomical string of monetary rewards on the system panel at the moment. His mind was also a bit messed up. The warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms just now, as well as Liu Wanxi's shy yet with a hint of bewilderment eyes, made him almost fail to hold on as well. Did this little girl want to kiss me just now? He muttered secretly in his heart. He was tempted to strike while the iron was hot and do something more to Liu Wanxi, or at the very least say a few warm words to ease the embarrassment. But seeing that she kept her head buried deeply, the tips of her tiny ears reddened, and her whole body curled up in the corner of the closet like a frightened little quail, he couldn't say anything else, and could only temporarily press down on the flirtation in his heart. Just at this time, the bedroom outside the closet came from the movement. That little lover seemed to get down from the bed and put on her clothes with great care. Her footsteps then walked towards this large closet where Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi were hiding. Ka-da! The door on the left side of the closet was pulled open from the outside. Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi instantly held their breath, their hearts in their throats. The two looked at each other in horror. A hand with bright red nail polish reached in and casually rummaged through the hanging clothes before taking what looked like a woman's jacket. The door slammed shut again with a rough thud. Just as Zhao Zhao carried her jacket and left, Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi in the closet heard a cold snort of disdain through her nose, and complained, very softly, almost to herself, this old thing is really useless, and when it's over, I still have to find another person to get rid of the fire myself. It was not until they heard Zhao Zhao wearing slippers and walking out of the bedroom, and the sound of the door being closed outside, that the two people in the closet, as if they were freeing themselves, let out a long sigh of relief. Liu Wanxi was even softer, the whole person directly paralyzed in Qin Feng's arms, small mouth gasping for air, also tightly pasted on Qin Feng's chest. Inside the closet, Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi waited with bated breath for a few more minutes. The bedroom outside was silent, and Wang Minghai's slightly ragged breathing gradually calmed down. Just as Qin Feng thought that Wang Minghai might really be falling asleep, and was just about to signal Liu Wanxi to relax a little and adjust her cramped posture, they suddenly heard a sizzling sound of fabric friction coming from the other side of the bed, followed by the distinctive faint beeping sound of a cell phone being unlocked. Then, an intermittent short video kind of rapid switching background sound, vaguely from the direction of the bed came over. This cell phone sound lasted for about 5 or 6 minutes, then suddenly stopped. After a short while, just when Qin Feng thought he might be tired of playing and ready to sleep, the bed once again made a creak sound, and there was a new movement. Qin Feng, immediately alert, through the closet door that thin gap, nervously looked out. He saw Wang Minghai sit up from the bed, yawned, then staggered out of the bed, barefoot, and walked straight to the wall facing the bed in the bedroom. He stood by the wall, reached out and fumbled a few times on a rather elegant-looking landscape painting on the wall, then forcefully moved the painting to the side. Behind the painting, a silver-gray electronic combination safe embedded in the wall was revealed. Holy! So it's hidden here. Qin Feng was ecstatic in his heart, his eyes staring unblinkingly at Wang Minghai's movements. Only to see Wang Minghai skillfully pressing a series of numbers on the safe's password disk, accompanied by a few soft beep 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 electronic sounds. The safe's door popped open with a click. The whole process of losing the password was clearly seen by Qin Feng through the doorway, firmly in mind. Wang Minghai took out a few pieces of paper that looked like documents from the safe, quickly flipped through them with the light of the cell phone screen, showing a relieved expression on his face, and then snorted disdainfully, "Cut. Just by your two milquetoast rascals, you also want to find my evidence? Dream on." After saying that, he carefully put those sheets of paper back into the safe, locked it up, and then moved the painting on the wall back to its original position, covering it up tightly. After saying that, he carefully put those few pieces of paper back into the safe again, locked it again, and then moved the landscape painting on the wall back to its original position, carefully covering it tightly to make sure that he couldn't see any abnormalities. After doing all this, Wang Minghai did not go back to sleep as Qin Feng expected, but picked up the jacket on the sofa and put it on, and checked his cell phone and wallet, looking like he was ready to go out. Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi in the closet both held their breath and nervously listened to the movement outside. Soon, they heard Wang Minghai open the bedroom door and walk out, followed by the sound of the apartment door being opened and locked with a click. Wang Minghai left. Qin Feng waited patiently in the closet for about 5 or 6 minutes, listening carefully to the sounds outside, confirming that Wang Minghai had really left and would not be coming back in a short period of time, before he made a safe gesture to Liu Wanxi beside him. Only then did the two of them gently push open the closet door, bit by bit, as if they were relieved. From the narrow, stuffy, ambiguous and thrilling closet, the first thing Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi did was to run to the balcony and breathe in the fresh air outside, feeling as if they had been reborn. Liu Wanxi's cheeks were still red, and her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Chapter 35, Getting the Evidence. Standing on the balcony, greedily breathed several mouthfuls of fresh air, Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi too finally from just that extremely nervous, exciting, but also full of ambiguity and thrilling closet confinement, a slight reprieve. Liu Wanxi's cheeks were still red, looking at Qin Feng's eyes full of fear, but also mixed with a hint of common experience of danger and produce. She herself had not been aware of the special feelings. "Brother Feng, what do we do now?" Liu Wanxi fixed her mind and asked in a low voice. She was still thinking about the safe that Qin Feng had seen through the doorway in the closet earlier. "Wang Minghai is already gone, should we go and take a look at that safe now?" "That's right. Xin Feng lowered his voice, a hint of excitement that could not be missed in his tone. Now that old boy and his little lover have gone, there are only the two of us in the entire house. It's the perfect time for us to take action. Go back to the bedroom. The two no longer hesitated and quickly returned to the master bedroom from the balcony silently. Xin Feng walked straight to the suspicious landscape painting, carefully recalling every subtle movement Wang Minghai had made earlier. He reached out his hand and carefully felt around the lower right side of that painting frame and the wall next to it. Ah, so it's like this. Xin Feng suddenly let out a low cry as he touched an unobtrusive miniature button that almost blended in with the color of the wall at the lower right side of the picture frame. He gently pressed it, only to hear a click sound. The landscape painting, which originally seemed to be fixed to death, could actually be panned to the side. Awesome design. Who would have thought that there was a mechanism here if he hadn't seen Wang Minghai operate it with his own eyes? Xin Feng secretly praised the painting and quickly moved it away, revealing the silver-gray electronic password safe at the back. He took a deep breath, recalled the password he had memorized earlier, stretched out his fingers, and pressed them in sequence on the password disk with precision. Tick, 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 tick. As the last digit was entered, the safe let out a soft click, and the heavy cabinet door popped open a crack in response. Success! Xin Feng was delighted in his heart. He pulled open the door of the safe, and the scene inside made him let out an IKM. Inside the small safe, there were several yellow gold bars neatly stacked at the top. Each one looked like it was not light in weight. This guy, he's really good at enjoying himself. The gold bars are all hidden in such a stylish manner, Xin Feng secretly said in his heart. But well, I'm now a multi-millionaire, so I can't really look down on a few gold bars, He carefully took out the gold bars and put them aside. Underneath the gold bars, there was indeed a stack of documents and a thick craft paper bag. Xin Feng picked up the stack of documents and quickly flipped through them. The more he looked, the more the smile on his face grew. This is full of Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming on the ice silk fabrics to substandard, inflated prices of the printouts of the exchange of emails, modified copies of the supply contract, as well as some of the labeled rebate words of the internal accounts records. And the craft paper bag is loaded with a pile of cash and a few bank card transfer vouchers. Got it. Wanxi, this is it. These are the hard evidence of their collusion. Xin Feng excitedly raised the documents in his hands to Liu Wanxi. Really? That's great. Liu Wanxi's little face turned red with excitement as well. Brother Feng, let's hurry. Good. Xin Feng stuffed all the key evidence into the backpack he was carrying, and was about to leave with Liu Wanxi, when he suddenly had a twinkle in his eye, fished out a pen from his pocket, and quickly wrote a few words on the sticky note next to him. Then with a hee-hee smile, he unfolded the note and placed it in the center of the safe. On the note, it was written, Wang Minghai, wait for your death. Ha ha ha. From your nightmare. Only after doing this did the two quickly leave apartment 708. In a cab, Wang Minghai was annoyingly tapping his fingers on the window when he suddenly let out an ouch and sat up straight. Master, turn around. Go back to that happy home neighborhood just now. What's wrong, boss? The driver was somewhat puzzled. Damn, I forgot something important. Wang Minghai slapped his thigh in chagrin. He came back this time. Apart from looking for his petite little lover to lash out one, his main purpose was actually to move those core evidences he had hidden in the safe to a safer place. Although he felt that no one should know about that secret stronghold, but after being messed with by Qin Feng's two rascals recently, his heart was always a bit unsettled, and he thought that it would be better to transfer it for psychological comfort. It's all because of those two ungrateful little brats, stirring me up and making me dizzy, forgetting such an important matter. Wang Minghai cursed in his heart and urged the driver to hurry up and turn around. Just as his cab was heading back to the happy home neighborhood, and was about to arrive at the entrance of the neighborhood, he suddenly saw two familiar figures walking hurriedly from the opposite direction of the neighborhood, and seemed to be preparing to stop the car at the roadside. Wang Minghai fixed his eyes to see, instantly shocked to the eyeballs or almost staring out that is not exactly Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi? How did they come from my direction? An extremely ominous premonition immediately rose in Wang Minghai's heart. Qin Feng also saw Wang Minghai in the cab almost at the same time. His heart was also startled, but his face immediately revealed a bright and incomparable friendly smile, and also waved his hand to Wang Minghai through the car window, made a bye-bye gesture, and then pulled Liu Wanxi and quickly turned around. Liu Wanxi quickly turned around and quickly slipped away in another direction without looking back. As he walked, he quickly took out his cell phone and called an online taxi, locating it directly at Liren Group's headquarters. Wang Minghai, who was in the cab, looked at Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi's figure, which was obviously coming from the direction of the happy home where his mistress lived, as well as Qin Feng's last provocative bye-bye. An indescribable fear and anger instantly swept over his whole body. An indescribable fear and anger instantly swept through his body. He immediately sensed that something was wrong, and yelled at the driver in a hoarse voice, quickly. Drive in. Hurry. He rushed back to apartment 708 as fast as he could, and saw that the lock on the front door of the house was intact, and the paintings on the wall were still hanging there in good condition, and didn't seem to have been touched by anyone. He was slightly relieved and cursed in his heart, scared me to death. These two brats, they were probably following me, right? What a shady soul. Cut. With a palpitating heart, he walked over to the painting, pressed that hidden button, moved the painting, and then with a trembling hand, entered the safe's combination. Click. The safe door popped open. Wang Minghai hurriedly looked inside. The gold bars were still there, but underneath the gold bars were empty. Those documents and account books that he valued more than his life had all disappeared. Instead, there was a lone white slip of paper with a few large words written in arrogant handwriting. Wang Minghai picked up the note and saw that it read, "Wang Minghai, wait for your death. Ha ha ha. From your nightmare." Ah. 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 Wang Minghai's eyes instantly glazed over, letting out a mournful roar like that of a wild beast, that fat face twisted and distorted from extreme anger and fear. Qin Feng. Liu Wanxi. I see you ancestors. I'll make sure that you guys don't die. He was so angry that he was trembling and almost fainted on the spot. He smashed around the room like a madman before calming down a bit and shivering as he pulled out his cell phone. He first dialed Jiao Jiao's number and growled, "Hello? Jiao Jiao. Get me someone. No matter how much it costs, give me the old man to waste those too little yesterday. To the death." Hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed another number, with a crying voice and endless resentment. "Hey. Ma manager. Out of the. Something big has happened." Chapter 36 Threats. The cab was traveling smoothly. Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi were sitting in the back row, both of them still immersed in the thrilling infiltration and windfall just now. Liu Wanxi was holding the backpack containing the evidence tightly. Her small face was both nervous and also had a trace of undisguised excitement and admiration for Qin Feng. Just as the cab was about to turn into the road in front of the Lillian Group building, Qin Feng's eyes flinched and he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Master, stop the car." The driver was startled by his sudden voice and subconsciously stepped on the brakes. "Brother Feng, what's wrong?" Liu Wanxi also looked forward nervously, only to see that at the main entrance of the company building, the svelte, gold-rimmed glasses-wearing purchasing department manager, Ma Dongming, was standing there with a gloomy face. And behind him and on both sides, there are 7 or 8 young people who are flowing, with bad eyes, although they are wearing different civilian clothes, but look at the posture and from time to time swept around the vigilance of the eyes, obviously is not what a good road, clearly is a group of out of the errand of the punks. It seems that Wang Minghai's old boy is quite fast and has already been tipped off. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. He quickly picked up the backpack in Liu Wanxi's hands, pulled out the key evidence file bag from inside, stuffed it back into Liu Wanxi's arms, then lowered his voice and said decisively, "Wanxi, listen, this evidence is crucial, and you have to safely hand it over to Lin Wei, Secretary Lin. Later I'll get out of the car to meet them. You find a chance to take advantage of the chaos and go through the side door or find a way to blend into the company and go straight up to the top floor to find Secretary Lin, got it?" "No way. Brother Feng, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I won't let you go." Upon hearing this, Liu Wanxi immediately became anxious, her small hand tightly grasping Qin Feng's arm. "Don't worry," Qin Feng patted her hand and revealed a smile that put her at ease. "In public and in front of the company, what can they do to me? I have my own measure." He paused, came to Liu Wanxi's ear, with a kind of ambiguous tone that only 2 people can hear, said with a bad smile, "Besides, I can still think about when I can have the opportunity to taste Wanxi your little one mouth 1ba1 it, how can I let myself easily accident?" Feng brother. You're fooling around again." Liu Wanxi's pretty face instantly reddened by his sudden words of love and the warm breath in her ears, her heart like a deer in the headlights, and she poutingly whacked him. Target, Liu Wanxi, favorability +3, current favorability, 66. "Then you must be careful." Liu Wanxi finally urged with a strong sense of worry. "Good. Don't worry." Qin Feng smiled confidently, pushed open the car door, and got out of the car. He took a deep breath and said in his heart, "It has to be faced head-on." Since Ma Dongming was able to block the company's main entrance, then the other entrances and exits must have long ago ambushed their manpower as well. Instead of passively searching for other entrances and being surrounded and smothered by them in a remote place, it would be better to settle the matter openly and honestly right here at the entrance of the hall where people come and go. At least there are so many people here that they wouldn't dare to go too far. Qin Feng straightened his collar and with a cold smile if any on his face, he walked straight towards Ma Dongming and the group of punks. When Ma Dongming saw that Qin Feng actually dared to get out of the car alone and walk over, a trace of surprise and sinisterness flashed in his eyes. The few gangsters around him were also immediately on guard, vaguely surrounding Qin Feng in the center. Ma Dongming just wanted to open his mouth and put on his managerial stance. Qin Feng, however, didn't give him a chance to speak at all, and directly grabbed the opportunity to speak first, saying to Ma Dongming in a flat tone, "Manager Ma, right? As it happens, I also have something I want to talk to you about. It's inconvenient to have a lot of people here. Come with me to the stairwell over there to talk alone." As he said that, he walked straight in the direction of the relatively secluded stairwell in the corner of the first floor hall. He was clear in his mind, although I now have primary fighting techniques and my physical quality is much stronger than before, the other party is after all crowded, and if I really fight in front of the company, the impact will be too bad, and I may not be able to get the better of it either. Capture the thief first. As long as the backbone of Ma Dongming is under control, these gangsters will naturally be less to fear. Ma Dongming was stunned by Qin Feng's anticlimactic stance and did not react for a moment. Seeing this, the few gangsters around him were immediately about to surround him. Qin Feng, however, turned his head violently, his eyes snapped at the few punks. What? This is the Lillian group. It's work time. What are you guys doing here? Gathering a crowd to cause trouble? Get back to your posts. Otherwise, I'll immediately call security to blow you all out. With these words, he intentionally acted as if he was rebuking an ordinary employee from the top management of the company, and wanted to bluff these punks by giving them a head start. Those few punks were subdued by his sudden rebuke and that inexplicable aura. For a moment they were at a loss for words, and looked at Ma Dongming. Ma Dongming was also a bit overwhelmed at the moment. He did not expect Qin Feng to be so difficult to deal with. He was also afraid that making things worse at the company gate would not be favorable to him. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand impatiently at the few punks. All right, you guys disperse first and wait to the side, I'll talk to this Mr. Qin alone for a few minutes. The few punks then dispersed a bit resentfully, but still stared intently at Qin Feng. Taking advantage of this moment of confusion and the fact that most of the people's attention was focused on Qin Feng and Ma Dongming, Liu Wanxi had already quietly gotten out of the cab from the other side of the cab, lowered her body, and swiftly slipped into the side door of the company's building, running in the direction of the elevator room. Inside the stairwell on the first floor, the light was somewhat dim. Qin Feng looked at Ma Dongming, who had an iron expression on his face, in a good manner and took the lead to speak. Say, Ma Dongming, how do you want to row out of the road in this battle today? Ma Dongming took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He thought that he had already pinpointed Qin Feng's handle. A smug sneer appeared on his face. Very simple. Hand over the things you got from Wang Minghai, as is. As long as you hand it over, this matter will be settled today and we will still be friends. He changed his mind and threw out a carrot. Moreover, on the basis that you were so sensible, I can also make the decision to say a few words to Mr. Ning's side, and arrange a good crony position for you in Mr. Ning's faction, ensuring that you will be able to work in the company in the future. I can also make a few good words to Mr. Ning's side, and arrange a good close friend for you in Mr. Ning's faction, guaranteeing that you will have a bright future in the company. Otherwise, you a powerless little staff, offended us. I'm afraid that in the future in the Liren group will not be good. Don't worry, as long as you give me the stuff, that investigation task you had before, as usual, counts as your successful completion, and the bonus that should be given to you, not a single penny will be missing you. The classic one stick plus one date. Qin Feng couldn't help but snort as he heard the words as if he had heard some heavenly joke. He stretched out his little thumb and slowly pulled out his ears before blowing off the non-existent earwax with a gentle blow, and only then did he lazily look at Ma Dongming. Finished? Qin Feng asked indifferently. Ma Dongming was completely enraged by his attitude of not taking himself seriously, but he also suppressed his anger and tried to make a final persuasion. I've finished. Qin Feng, I advise you to carefully weigh your options. Don't let your impulsiveness cause you to miss out on your future. I'm thinking clearly. The smile on Qin Feng's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold and sullen killing intent. He stared at Ma Dongming and said word by word, Ma Dongming, you are dead. Chapter 37, Finally Meeting. Ma Dongming was shocked by Qin Feng's harsh words and that icy cold look in his heart, and then he burst into a rage, veins rippling on his face. What did you say? Qin Feng, did you not hear what I just told you? How dare you threaten me as a tiny employee? I'm telling you, I can have 100 ways to make you completely unmarketable in this company. Do you believe me? Oh? Make me unable to mix? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, and instead of having the slightest bit of fear on his face, he revealed an expression like he was looking at an idiot, as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous. He calmly fished out his own cell phone from his pocket, unlocked it without haste, and then tapped on the bank app, holding up the balance interface that displayed a long string of numbers to Ma Dongming's eyes with a big flourish, and said in a flat tone, Manager Ma, please open your doggy eyes and take a good look at what this is? Ma Dongming subconsciously pieced over to take a look, only to see that on the cell phone screen, the long string of eye-piercing numbers made him instantly suck in a mouthful of cool air, and his eyeballs were almost glaring out. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. He shivered and counted. The more he counted, the colder his heart became. See clearly? Manager Ma? Qin Feng retrieved his cell phone, a smile on his face with a hint of playfulness. Ma Dongming was completely confused. He looked at Qin Feng incredulously. No. Not. You. You're so rich, are you still coming to work as a junior staff? I'm happy to, what do you care? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed and cozy face. Ma Dongming's heart instantly set off waves of shock. Holy. This kid is much richer than even Lao Zia. How can this still be a bribe? He's not even close to being rich. The words he had originally prepared for coercion and enticement were all stuck in his throat at this moment, unable to say a single word. He was still trying to make a final struggle as he was colorful. Even if you have money, so what? You are not afraid of me. Afraid of you what? Qin Feng interrupted him, the smile on his face gradually turned cold. Manager Ma, I'm so rich, guess, will there be any background behind me that you can't afford to mess with? You. Ma Dongming was completely choked by Qin Feng's words. He looked at Qin Feng's emboldened and unfathomable appearance, and that bit of resistance in his heart was completely extinguished. Bribery, people are richer than him. Threats, people seem not to be afraid at all, and may even have a harder background than him. How can this be played? Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction as he looked at Ma Dongming's disoriented and cold-sweating goonish appearance. He stepped forward, stretched out his hand, heavily patted Ma Dongming's shoulder, and said in a heartfelt tone, Manager Ma, to be a person, the vision should be a little longer. Some money, can take some money, hot hand off. You take care of yourself. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Ma Dongming, who had completely wilted, turned around, and walked out of the stairwell with a flourish, heading towards the elevator hall. Qin Feng rode the elevator all the way to the president's office area on the top floor and walked straight towards Lin Wei's office. He pushed open the door and found that Liu Wanxi was indeed already here, sitting on the sofa in the waiting area with Lin Wei chatting something in a low voice. Seeing Qin Feng come in, both women's gazes turned to him in unison. Liu Wanxi's eyes were filled with reassurance and undisguised admiration, while Lin Wei's gaze carried a few hints of scrutiny and imperceptible approval. Qin Feng, you're back. Lin Wei was the first to open her mouth. Her voice was still clear and cold, but under close scrutiny, it seemed to have a touch more warmth than usual. Nothing went wrong on Ma Dongming's side. Right? Don't worry, Sister Wei. Qin Feng smiled confidently and walked over to the sofa opposite them to sit down. That old kid has been completely bluffed by me, and is estimated to be hiding in which corner shivering at this moment. Wanxi gave you the stuff, right? Well, I've already taken a preliminary look at the evidence. It's very crucial. Lin Wei nodded, a rare trace of heartfelt appreciation showing on her face. Qin Feng, you've done a very good job this time. With these things, plus the KTV recordings, Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai, the two company pests, will definitely be brought to justice and will never be able to turn over again. As she said that, she picked up an envelope from her desk and handed it to Qin Feng. This is a special approval from General Manager Gu to give you a bonus for this operation. It's not much, $50,000, you two split it. Qin Feng took the envelope, didn't even look at it, directly handed it to Liu Wanxi beside him, said boldly, Wanxi, take this money, it's all for you. Liu Wanxi was startled by the sudden huge sum and quickly waved her hand, her face turning red. No. Brother Feng, I can't take this money. This mission, from beginning to end, is you and the effort. I simply did not do anything. How can I take so much money? Why didn't you do anything? Qin Feng laughed. You accompanied me on an adventure to a place like Happy Home. Without you, I wouldn't necessarily have been able to go so smoothly on my own. This money, you deserve it. But Liu Wanxi still felt guilty about receiving it. Seeing her insistence, Qin Feng's eyeballs turned and thought of an idea, so he smiled and said, how about this, Wanxi, you take this money first, and think of it as temporarily saving it up for me, okay? Help you save it up? Liu Wanxi looked at him with some confusion. Brother Feng, what does this mean? Qin Feng came closer and whispered in her ear with a few teasing and ambiguous tones, I mean, my money, won't it be your money sooner or later in the future? Liu Wanxi first froze, and then only reacted to the deeper meaning in Qin Feng's words. Her fair cheeks instantly reddened as if they were dripping blood, and even the roots of her ears rolled. Shy and embarrassed, she stretched out her small pink fist and gently pounded on Qin Feng's arm as she snapped, Brother Feng. You're poking fun at me again. Who is family with you? Oh ho? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows in mock surprise. I didn't say that we're a family. Oh, you said it yourself. Could it be that? Wanxi, you already consider me a family in your heart? I don't. Liu Wanxi was teased by him, even more at a loss for words, covering her hot cheeks, incoherently pouting. Her small pink fists kept gently pounding Qin Feng. That look was a little girl who was pampering and playing with her sweetheart. Lin Wei, who was sitting on the side, quietly watched the intimate interaction between Qin Feng and Liu Wanxi, which was full of pink bubbles, and a ripple appeared to have risen in her normally calm eyes. She picked up the coffee on the table and gently took a sip, her gaze carrying a hint of her own unnoticed, small envy, as well as a hint of very subtle discomfort she didn't even notice. Qin Feng enjoyed Liu Wanxi's sweet pounding and was in a good mood. He grabbed Liu Wanxi's small hand and shoved the envelope containing the 50,000 yuan prize money into her hand, saying in a doting tone that could not be refused, Okay, I won't tease you. This money you first well received, as my little housekeeper, first for me to manage the small treasury, okay? Little housekeeper. When Liu Wanxi heard this intimate name, her heartbeat leaked several more beats, and her cheeks reddened to the point of almost smoking. This time, she did not forcefully refuse, just lowered her head, whispered him a little, as a tacit acceptance. But in her heart, she kept telling herself, I am just temporarily helping Brother Feng to keep it for a while. Absolutely no other meaning. Absolutely no Right at this moment, the intercom on Lin Wei's desk suddenly rang. She picked up the receiver, only listened for a few seconds, then put down the phone and said to Qin Feng, "Qin Feng, Mr. Gu wants you to go in and talk." "Oh ho!" Qin Feng's spirit lifted when he heard this, a hint of excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Finally, I'm going to meet the legendary general manager Gu Evening Chiu Gu." He stood up, straightened his collar, and nodded to Lin Wei and Liu Wanxi. Gu Evening Chiu's presidential office was right next door to Lin Wei's office. Qin Feng took a deep breath, walked over to the thick, solid wooden door, and gently knocked. "Come in." A female voice as melodious as heavenly music, yet with a hint of coldness and majesty, came from inside. Qin Feng pushed open the door and walked in. Only to see that inside the spacious and bright office, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was a bustling urban scene. And directly facing the doorway was a wide mahogany desk and an equally imposing black leather boss chair. At the moment, that boss chair was facing his back, and Qin Feng could only see the outline of the back of the chair, as well as a bit of dark hair on the top of his head vaguely exposed from above the back of the chair. Chapter 38, Give Me a Chance to Pursue You. Qin Feng took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and slowly walked into this elegantly styled president's office with an open view. Just as he walked to a position about 3 steps in front of the desk, the wide black leather boss chair, slowly and with an elegant rhythm, turned around. The first thing that caught Qin Feng's eye was a pair of long, straight, perfectly one beautiful, one jade, one legs, one wrapped in black, one color, one silk, one stockings, one elegantly folded. Following that thrilling curve upwards was a well-cut black professional skirt, outlining a slender one waist, one and a full one body. Point one further upwards was a stunningly beautiful face that was enough to make any man fall for it. Bright eyes and white teeth, agar nose and cherry lips, skin more than snow, elegant temperament with a hint of imperceptible charm and majesty. She casually draped her long, shiny black curly hair behind her shoulders, her mouth holding a light smile that was, if anything, elusive, and she was fatally surveying Qin Feng with those beautiful phoenix eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the hearts of people. The system panel popped up instantly. Target, Gu Wanxi. Age, 27 years old. Occupation, President of Lilian Group. Face value, 97. Favorability, 10. Slightly heard of subordinates. Status, single. Qin Feng secretly praised in his heart, "It's really the best of the best." On his face, he was unmoving and bowed respectfully and slightly. "Hello Mr. Gu, I'm Qin Feng." Gu Evening Chiu's gaze lingered on Qin Feng for a few seconds, her red lips gently opened, her voice as clear and melodious as a bead falling from a jade plate, but with a hint of the superior's calmness and detachment. "Qin Feng, no need to be formal. Have a seat." She pointed to the parlor chair in front of her desk. "Thank you, General Manager Gu." Qin Feng sat down as he was told, his posture erect, his gaze calmly locked with Gu Evening Chiu. "Lin Wei told me everything." Gu Evening Chiu's body leaned back slightly, leaning on the back of the chair, her hands elegantly folded in front of her body, her tone carrying a hint of appreciation. "This time, regarding the matter of the purchasing department's Ma Dongming and the Blue Sky Group's Wang Minghai, you've done a very good job, thoughtful, bold and resolute, and you've done the company and me a great favor. I'm very pleased to have such an outstanding young man like you in the company. Mr. Gu is too kind, this is all what I should do." Qin Feng said humbly, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating the female president's next words. "I heard Lin Wei say that you hope to have the opportunity to work at my side?" Gu Evening Chiu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at him with a smile. "I trust Lin Wei, and since she recommended you to me, I'm willing to give you this opportunity. From today onwards, you will be transferred to the president's office, together with Lin Wei, to be my personal secretary, responsible for assisting me with some daily affairs and special projects. What do you think?" "Personal secretary?" Qin Feng's heart stirred. This could be a step closer than he expected. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you for Mr. Gu's trust and promotion. I will do my best to live up to your expectations." Gu Evening Chiu nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to sit down, then turned his words around and asked, "Then, aside from this positional arrangement, Qin Feng, is there anything else you personally want in terms of rewards? Whether it's money, or some power or resources within the company, as long as it's something you deserve, you can boldly present it to me." When Qin Feng heard these words, his heart rejoiced, knowing that the real opportunity had come. He pretended to meditate for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Gu Evening Chiu with a burning gaze, saying word by word, "General Manager Gu, if possible, I can do without money and power for the time being. The reward I want is..." "What is it?" A hint of curiosity flashed in Gu Evening Chiu's eyes. "What I want is for you, General Manager Gu, to give me a chance to pursue you," Qin Feng said without any surprise. It was clear in his mind that if he wanted to get the attention of such a proud daughter of heaven as Gu Evening Chiu, who was so high up in the world and was used to seeing all kinds of outstanding men, and even get her interested in him, going by the book and following the rules would definitely not work. It was necessary to take her by surprise and use the most direct and bold way to give her the most profound first impression. What's more, since having the system and experiencing so many things, Qin Feng's self-confidence had long since expanded by an unknown number of times, and those ordinary, step-by-step ways of pursuing her were now somewhat disdainful to him. "What did you say?" The smile on Gu Evening Autumn's face slightly stalled, a trace of consternation flashed in her beautiful eyes, she even doubted if she had heard wrong. She, Gu Evening Autumn, one of the two most famous golden flowers in the business world of Donghai City, was in charge of the huge Lillian Group at a young age, and was never short of suitors around her. Those so-called powerful families, sons of rich merchants, young talents, rising stars in politics, and even some mobsters with deep backgrounds, had all launched fierce attacks on her. But to be honest, this was the first time that she had been approached by an ordinary employee with such a low status in the company, in such a blunt and even offensive manner, to pursue her in front of her. Usually, those them the status of Qin Feng many times higher than the man in front of her, most of them are also careful, even look at her to weigh again and again. This Qin Feng in front of her, is he too rampant and ignorant, or is he really prepared, and has any undercard that he hasn't seen through? Gu Evening Autumn's mind was racing with thoughts, but her face still maintained that calm smile. No matter what, this man, indeed, had managed to arouse her attention that little bit. She just hoped that this man would surprise her a little more, otherwise it would be too boring. Her red lips slightly opened, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Oh? This request of yours does make me a little bit surprised then. Qin Feng, tell me, why do you want this? Her body leaned forward slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutinizing expression, as well as, what makes you think that I would look up to you and give you this opportunity to pursue me? Do you believe that with just one word, I can now have the security guards blow you out of here and make it impossible for you to stay in the Lillian Group forever? Chapter 39 Charity Gala. Qin Feng faced her queen-like aura, but he wasn't the least bit timid. Instead, he revealed a confident smile. Mr. Gu, before I answer your question, can I take the liberty of asking you roughly how many boyfriends you've had? Gu Evening Autumn was stunned by his sudden question, then her willow eyebrows raised and she asked back with a smile, what? Want to do a background check? Not much, just a few hundred. She casually made up a number, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Cough cough cough. Qin Feng was choked by this number of hers and almost didn't cough out, his heart was speechless for a while. What the heck? A few hundred of them? This Ms. Gu was really not surprised by her words. He fixed his mind and still had that confident smile on his face. Then, in these hundreds of boyfriends of yours, General Gu, you should not have dated a type like me, right? Gu Evening Chiu sniffed, and a hint of a promising smile flashed in her eyes as she nodded and admitted, well, indeed, there isn't. After all, it's the first time I've encountered a suitor as bold and penniless as you, and with such a low status. That pennilessness and low status are only temporary. Qin Feng said spiritedly, his tone full of unquestionable confidence with the system by his side. Qin Feng's lies and bull's tea now really came out of his mouth without even a draft. Mr. Gu, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance as well. I guarantee that I can make you feel a new love experience that is unprecedented and different. This kind of experience is something that those so-called sons of rich businessmen and political princes can definitely not give you. Oh? Is that so? Gu Evening Chiu looked at him with interest, the playful smile at the corner of her mouth deepening. That sounds very enticing. It's just a pity that she deliberately trailed off. I won't give you that chance. Hey! The confident smile on Qin Feng's face instantly froze, and his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. This script is not right off. According to the routine, shouldn't the female president at this time be attracted by her own domineering and distinctiveness and then half-heartedly agree to it? Looking at Qin Feng's expression, which instantly switched from vigorous to stunned and adorable, Gu Evening Autumn finally couldn't help but puff and laughed, just like the icebergs thawing and the snow lotuses blossoming, and the whole office seemed to brighten up a few points as a result. She was completely amused by Qin Feng's adorable appearance. This guy, in front of him, he still said so heavily, full of confidence, and now this look of deflated, it is really a little bit cute. She stretched out her slender jade finger, gently tapped the desktop, stopped her laughter and said to Qin Feng, alright, I won't tease you. Seeing as you did make a great achievement this time and are so well, different, this opportunity, I'll give it to you. Qin Feng heard Gu Evening Autumn's last sentence. The stone that was hanging high in his heart just sort of fell to the ground, and he almost flipped the car. The first step was mailed. Target, Gu Evening Chiu, favorability +5, current favorability 15. Gu Evening Autumn looked at him in a good mood, the playful smile at the corner of her mouth unabated, her red lips slightly open, and she asked, well, I've already given you the opportunity. So, this suitor, can you tell me now how you plan to pursue me? The smile on Qin Feng's face slightly stiffened. He hadn't really had the time to think about this question in detail, just now he was just focusing on how to get her to promise to give him a chance. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, and honestly said, this. General Manager Gu, to be honest, I haven't really thought about the specific steps. When Gu Evening Chiu heard this, her willow eyebrows once again slightly raised, her eyes carrying a hint of undisguised teasing. Oh? You want to pursue me, Gu Evening Autumn, with just a passion and a few empty words? Qin Feng, I am starting to feel a little bit that you might really just be a brainless mangaka. Qin Feng secretly said in his heart that it was bad, this female president really wasn't that easy to fool. Gu Evening Chiu stretched out her slender jade finger and gently knocked on the desktop, saying in an undeniable tone, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to perform. Tonight, there will be a charity dinner, at which time the celebrities and business elites of Donghai City will attend. You, as my male companion, will accompany me to this party. She paused, her gaze sharply locking onto Qin Feng with a hint of warning. Qin Feng, this is the only opportunity for me to be interested in your so-called quest right now, and I'm willing to show it to you. You must grasp it well. I don't want you to be so unplayable that you'll make me feel tasteless and completely lose interest in you, understand? Understood. Promise to complete the task. Qin Feng immediately straightened his back and replied decisively. Jokingly, this was an excellent opportunity to have close contact with Gu Eveningchiu, the stunning female president, and even make a public appearance as a male companion, so how could he let it go? Very good. Gu Evening Autumn nodded in satisfaction. Then you can go out first. When you get off work in the evening, come directly to my office to pick me up. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and prepared to continue processing the documents, clearly not intending to speak more with him. Qin Feng, however, did not leave immediately. His eyes rolled, and a bold idea surged to his mind. Only to see that instead of leaving, he took a step forward and stretched out his hand towards Gu Eveningchiu, with a brilliant and slightly smug smile on his face. General Manager Gu, since we're attending such an important occasion as your male companion, why don't we set off together now? Gu Eveningchiu once again raised her head from her papers, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. What are you doing? The charity gala doesn't start until this evening, didn't I just tell you about it? She even began to wonder a bit if this guy was really a bit stupid, unable to figure out even the most basic time. Qin Feng, however, was not flustered, and the smile on his face grew even more. General Manager Gu, you've misunderstood. The evening party starts at night, yes, but I still don't have a formal suit that can match yours and attend that kind of occasion. He looked at Gu Eveningchiu and continued, so, I'm planning to go buy a suit this afternoon. However, I feel that by having my female companion for tonight personally pick out a suit for me, wouldn't it seem more sincere and better ensure that my attire will complement your overwhelming splendor tonight, Mr. Gu? And, perhaps I can even provide some references for you, Mr. Gu, on how to match your gown tonight. He raised his chin slightly, and with a hint of just the right amount of small smugness, he added, think about it, Mr. Gu, you must have attended countless banquets and parties, but you should have never personally picked out a line for your male companion for attending a party, right? Isn't this a very novel and interesting experience? After Gu Eveningchiu heard his words, she was first stunned, and then a trace of genuine interest gradually rippled in those beautiful phoenix eyes. She had to admit that this proposal from Qin Feng was indeed a bit interesting. Letting her personally pick a suit for her male companion, this was indeed an experience she had never had before, and it sounded as if it was really quite novel. She looked at Qin Feng's look of confidence, with a little bit of smugness, and in her heart, the little devil-like teasing thoughts that were aroused by him came up again. Alright, Qin Feng. The corner of Gu Evening Autumn's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Seeing as you're so considerate, I'll make an exception and accompany you on your trip. However, I can remind you that my vision is very high. Saying that, she stood up and gently placed her hand on Qin Feng's hand that was still stretched out in midair. Chapter 40 Yi Renfeng. The door of the president's office opened with a click, and when Qin Feng naturally held Gu Eveningchiu's hand, and the two of them walked out side by side in an intimate manner, Lin Wei and Liu Wanxi, who were dealing with the documents outside the office area, seemed to have pressed the pause button at the same time, and the movements of their hands came to an abrupt end, and the whole of them were stunned. The high-grade fountain pen in Lin Wei's hand fell onto the polished desktop with a snap, making a small but not too big crunch. Her that usually always calm and competent, no expression of the pretty face, at this moment rare covered with incredibly shocked and dismay, the nose on the bridge of the fine-rimmed glasses after the pair of phoenix eyes is abruptly opened to slink round, staring at the two people tightly clasped hands, voice a little trembling, Gu total. You guys this is? Next to Liu Wanxi is a small mouth slightly opened into a O-type. Look at a face of light wind Qin Feng, and look at him firmly holding the jade hand, usually is simply a fairy down to earth, do not eat earthly fire Gu big president, the brain instantly blank, do not know how to react, just subconsciously murmured a sound, wind. Brother wind? Gu Eveningchiu's gaze swept over the shocked faces of the two men, and glanced at her own hand being held by Qin Feng, her brows frowning slightly. She immediately realized that they were holding hands like this in front of her subordinates, it was too intimate and not in line with her usual style. In the next second, Gu Eveningchiu drew back her hand expressionlessly. Qin Feng felt an emptiness in his hand and looked meaningfully at Gu Eveningchiu, who had resumed her iceberg appearance. The smile at the corner of his mouth instead deepened a bit, and he didn't make a sound. When Gu Eveningchiu turned to Lin Wei, her complexion had completely recovered its usual cool calmness, and with her usual voice that didn't have much emotional fluctuation, she faintly opened her mouth and said, Secretary Lin, I'm going to take Qin Feng out for a trip to get some clothes for him. When Lin Wei heard these words, her mind went boom and she almost thought she was hallucinating. The shock in her heart was like a river turning over. Shopping for clothes? She almost shouted out loud, what kind of clothes do you need to buy that you, the iceberg president, would personally take him to buy? Moreover, just now they actually came out holding hands? Although President Gu immediately loosened up, but that was too. President Gu and Qin Feng. What exactly is their relationship? For a while, countless question marks and speculations were frantically swirling around in Lin Wei's head, giving her the urge for the first time to grope her way to the company's internal forums during working hours to post and break the news. After Gu Eveningcho finished speaking, she didn't explain anything more and just said to Qin Feng, "Let's go." Then she took the lead to open her long legs and walk straight towards the elevator entrance, the sound of her high-heeled shoes hitting the ground crisp and decisive. When Qin Feng passed by Liu Wanxi, he saw that the little girl still had a silly face that hadn't come back to her senses, and he seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Stretching out his other empty hand, he gently pinched her baby-fat cheeks that felt good, and laughed in a tone that carried a few points of playfulness and coddling. "Wanxi, coming back to her senses. Work well, and I'll give you some candy to eat in the morning." "Ah. Oh. Good brother Feng." Liu Wanxi was so pinched by him, her cheeks swish red, some mechanical nodding, but the eyes cannot help but follow. Qin Feng quickly followed Gu Eveningcho. The two are no longer holding hands, but the picture of walking together one after the other still makes her heart mixed feelings. Until the two figures disappeared in the elevator entrance, it was as if she had suddenly been drained of her strength. An indescribable sourness mixed with a thick loss surged to her heart. Brother Feng, how he would be with General Manager Gu. They were just now obviously held hands. The more she thought about it, the more her heart did not feel good, and her pretty little head hung down feebly. Lin Wei, on the other hand, quickly forced herself to calm down after the initial shock. She took a deep breath, pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and picked up the fountain pen on the table again, but those sharp phoenix eyes stayed firmly locked on the direction of the elevator doors closing, the gaze under the lenses flickering, full of intense confusion, shock, and a trace of a strong desire to find out what was going on that even she herself hadn't yet noticed. This thing today, definitely not simple. The elevator door slowly closed, completely isolating those probing and gossiping gazes from the office area outside. Inside the narrow space with four metal walls, there was only the sound of two people's varying breaths, as well as Gu Eveningcho's cool perfume that seemed to be there. Still, Gu Eveningcho took the lead to break the silence. Leaning against the inner wall of the elevator, she glanced at Qin Feng, who stood straight beside her with an indifferent face, and the corner of her mouth hooked up with a smirk, not a smile. "There's such a little fangirl in the company who's dead serious about you, and she dares to blatantly run to mess with me. Qin Feng, you're really not small when it comes to your guts." When Qin Feng heard this, he turned his face to meet her gaze with a bit of teasing and scrutinizing. His smile did not diminish a bit, and his tone remained relaxed as he said back, "Mr. Gu, you're joking. If I don't have enough guts, how would I dare to pursue such a proud daughter of heaven like you?" After Gu Evening Autumn heard this, she was first slightly stunned, and then gently snorted a laugh, with a bit of indescribable meaning, and did not pursue this topic more, but only commented, "Smooth talker." Sort of tacitly agreed with his statement. The elevator doors opened, and the two of them arrived in front of Gu Eveningcho's exclusive parking space, where a black Bentley with smooth lines and low-key luxury was parked. "Can you drive?" Gu Eveningcho took out the car keys from her bag and asked casually. "Will." Qin Feng nodded. Although he didn't have a car himself, his driver's license was still long in hand. Gu Eveningcho directly threw the car keys to him. "You drive." Qin Feng steadily caught the keys, opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and felt the comfortable seats and technology-filled interior of the top luxury car. The car quickly drove out of the underground parking lot and merged into the daytime traffic. The car was quiet for a while before Gu Eveningcho finally spoke. She glanced at Qin Feng and asked, "Say, where are you taking me to shop? It shouldn't be an ordinary mall, right?" Qin Feng heard this, the steering wheel still playing steadily, the corners of his mouth revealing a smile if any, and said directly, "Of course not. Wherever you usually buy your clothes, Mr. Gu, let's go there." A hint of surprise flashed through Gu Evening Autumn's beautiful eyes as she looked Qin Feng up and down, her tone carrying a bit of scrutiny and skepticism. "Are you sure? The place where I buy my clothes, just any one of them is hundreds of thousands of dollars to start with. What, are you going to make me pay for it?" "I'm sure I'll pay for it myself." Qin Feng's reply was still crisp and full of energy. Gu Eveningcho stared at Qin Feng for several seconds. This guy's eyes were calm beyond words, and in the face of her questioning her so directly just now, he didn't even have a single fluctuation. That calmness and composure, it really didn't look like he was pretending. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, with a hint of suppressed surprise and curiosity, "Pretending? Or is he some kind of hidden rich second generation?" Originally, she wanted to stab him with a few more words to see if he would show his hand, but looking at Qin Feng's calm demeanor of "take your pick, I'll pay for it," Gu Evening Autumn's little temptation was aroused by a bit of genuine curiosity. She would like to see, this man Gord in the end sold what drugs, is really emboldened, or in the mystery. "Okay," Gu Evening Autumn's mouth corner a few invisible gently hooked, with a hint of playful challenge meaning, directly reported an address, "Then go to the and Fong it. I often go to the places that." Chapter 41 Su Qing. The car traveled through the busy downtown area, and eventually stopped in front of a boutique that did not look particularly large, but was decorated in an extremely elegant and low-key manner, and did not have any eye-catching signboards at the entrance. The name of the store was only three beautiful words: Yuren Fong. As soon as Qin Feng parked his car, an attendant in a modest cheongsam with a gentle temperament immediately came forward and opened the door for Gu Evening Chiu. When the two of them walked into the store, they saw a beautiful woman of about 35 or 36 years old, dressed in a modified velvet cheongsam that showed off the richness and flavor of a mature woman to the best of her ability, welcoming Gu Evening Chiu out from the inner hall with a spring in her step. As soon as she saw Gu Evening Autumn, she greeted her cordially. The system panel popped up at the right time. Target, Su Qing. Age, 35 years old. Occupation, boss's wife of Yiren Fong, senior fashion designer. Face value, 87. Favorability, 20, old acquaintance and bosom friend of Gu Evening Autumn, initial friendliness towards people brought by Gu Evening Autumn. Status, widowed, status, widowed. Oops. Who did I think it was, such a big honored guest visiting? Isn't this our President Gu? What fragrant wind blew you here? Su Qing's voice was like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, with a bit of the softness of a Jiangnan woman, but her eyes were shrewd and capable. Gu Evening Chiu smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with her, then pointed to Qin Feng beside her and said, Sister Qing, I've come here specially to bring you business today. This person beside me is going to accompany me to a charity dinner tonight, and is still missing a set of well-fitting clothes. You guys here also sell men's suits, right? Sell. Of course. Su Qing's eyes sized up Qin Feng's body without a trace, then revealed a meaningful smile to Gu Evening Chiu. As long as it's a guest that you personally brought in, President Gu, not to mention suits, even if you want the stars in the sky, Sister Qing, I'll have to think of a way to pluck them down for you, won't I? She then instructed a young female shopper next to her, Xiaoxi, quickly, take this gentleman to the VIP fitting room, properly help him take his measurements, and take out several of our store's newest, top-notch handmade suits that best complement his temperament, so that he can try them on carefully. Yes, Sister Qing. The guide named Xiaoxi responded respectfully, and then politely led Qin Feng to the inner fitting area. While Qin Feng was being brought inside to take measurements and select styles, he vaguely heard Su Qing and Gu Evening Chiu lowering their voices to joke and chat in the parlor outside. Only to hear Su Qing ask in a gossipy tone, Hey, Evening Autumn, tell me the truth, what's going on here? I've known you for so many years, this is the sun coming out of the west, you would actually personally bring a man to buy clothes from me. Our Miss Gu, is this finally moving your mortal heart? After a pause, she asked curiously, What's this little handsome guy's origin? Quickly tell me, which family's son? I, Su Qing, basically recognize 7 or 8 of the young handsome men with faces in Donghai City, and this one is quite unfamiliar. Gu Evening Autumn gently sipped a mouthful of tea and replied in a flat tone, Sister Qing, don't guess. He, is just a small staff member in our company. A small staff? Su Qing's voice rose a few degrees, carrying an incredulous surprise. My dear President Gu, you're not playing that overbearing female president being accidentally abducted by a rash poor boy scene with me, are you? Ouch, hey, I really didn't expect you picky for so many years, beside a look at the eyes of the man or not, the original. Original is good for this mouth Gu Evening Autumn blanked her helplessly. What are you thinking about? Things are not what you think. She told the original story of the matter roughly once. She came closer, lowered her voice, and asked Gu Evening Autumn with a hint of a sly smile, Say, Evening Autumn, what exactly are your plans for him? Gu Evening Autumn sipped her tea slowly and methodically, her tone sounding casual, but with unquestionable control. What intention? Look at it. She paused and continued in a flat voice, Let him try tonight. If he can surprise me and perform brightly enough, I don't mind giving him a chance to follow up and take a look. But if he makes me feel uninteresting, then naturally stay wherever you are cool and directly get out. This sounded ruthless, but it was very much in line with Gu Evening Autumn's usual style of behavior. When Su Qing heard this, she gave an exaggerated ouch and covered her mouth and laughed. My CEO Gu, your standards are really high. You want to surprise and shine at the same time, TSK, then this young man is afraid that he won't stay by your side for long. Outside in the parlor, although Su Qing and Gu Evening Chiu were conversing in lowered voices, Qin Feng actually basically heard them clearly. Qin Feng secretly thought, it seems that this Gu Evening Autumn and Ning Evening Autumn are all the same way, both said a bunch of boyfriends, the whole half. Day hee hee, but also still the first child. Interesting, such a superb, little master I must take. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth a few imperceptible hooked up a touch with a few playful and imperative confident arc. At this time, under the professional services of the shopping guide Xiaoxi, Qin Feng has indeed finished dressing, waiting to go out to give those two a big surprise. Speaking of which, Qin Feng's body proportion was good. This is also attributed to his college days. In order to chase a few girls who he thought were particularly beautiful at the time, he ran to the gym and practiced for a short period of time. Although later, because the wallet is too flat, one did not catch up, purely a basket of water, but this pair of broad shoulders and narrow waist, muscle lines are still well-proportioned frame body, but it is really retained. With Qin Feng's fairly good body base, the experienced shopper Xiaoxi movement is also numb, and soon selected and matched him with a full set of dark-colored suit line. From the fitted suit to the tie, cufflinks, leather shoes, and then to a simple hairstyle, some pick up down, Shin Feng the whole person indeed looks a lot of spirit, but also a few more points of calm and capable temperament. Shin Feng stood in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling mirror and surveyed his new self. He was still the same person, but after changing into these clothes, his temperament was indeed very different from his usual casual style, less uninhibited and more mature and stable. He nodded at the mirror, thinking that although the price of this Yirenfang is certainly not cheap, but the effect on the body is really not bad, at least it looks quite like that. Taking a deep breath and checking whether the tie was fastened correctly, Shin Feng took a step out of the fitting area with his long legs, with a kind of calmness and strong self-confidence emanating from the inside out. Chapter 42 Power Outage. How's it going, Mr. Gu? Shin Feng slightly inserted his hands into the pockets of his suit pants, standing upright in front of Gu Eveningqiu and Su Qing, wearing just the right amount of smile. His voice calmly opened his mouth to ask. The sounds of conversation within the parlor came to an abrupt halt. Su Qing first brightened up, her gaze turning carefully around Shin Feng, not hiding the surprise and appreciation in her eyes. While Gu Eveningqiu just raised her eyes and glanced at him for a while, her gaze calmly and without waves finished looking up and down. Her tone of voice was even more unable to hear any special emotions, and she only commented, well, it's not bad, it's average. Compared to the body you just had, it looks much sharper. After saying that, she withdrew her gaze, picked up the teacup in her hand, and took a sip of it slowly and methodically, as if she had just expressed the most unusual opinion about an ordinary commodity, and did not put too much emphasis on it. Shin Feng skimmed his mouth and his heart and secretly said, how demanding. Su Cheng was not as calm as Gu Evening Autumn. She laughed out loud, walked directly to Shin Feng's side, patted his arm, and joked with a smile, Evening Autumn, you're the only one with such a discerning eye. You're so picky that you can reach for the moon in the sky before you say average. In my opinion, Shin Feng's whole spirit is different after changing into this outfit. If this is slightly packaged and sent directly to a fashion magazine for a cover shoot, or to the runway, it's a proper professional male model, and can definitely charm a large number of young girls. Before Su Qing's words of praise could fall. Splat! All the lights in the entire Yiren Fong store, along with the air conditioning and music, all went out in an instant. The originally bright and elegant store was instantly plunged into a sudden darkness and silence, with only a few strands of weak skylight coming in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, barely outlining the outlines of people and things. Oops. Really? In the darkness, Su Qing's slightly helpless and chagrined voice rang out, how come it's here again? The sudden turn of events made Shin Feng's heart flinch as well, and he reacted almost instinctively, subconsciously reaching out his hand and pulling Gu Eveningqiu and Su Qing, who were closest to him, slightly behind himself, just in case there was any unexpected situation. After a short period of shock and silence, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and lit up the flashlight function. A not too strong column of cell phone light barely pierced through the thick darkness around him. Seeing that the two ladies appeared to be only startled by the unexpected situation and were not seriously hurt, Shin Feng's mind moved slightly, wanting to slightly ease the somewhat tense atmosphere, so with a bit of mischief, he shone the cell phone's flashlight from his own chin from bottom to top on his own face, and lowered his voice, saying in a pretentiously eerie tone, who is it that's playing God in the dark? Pa! Su Cheng was obviously not in the mood to joke with him, unhappily smacked him on the arm and snapped, what time is it, still fooling around? Quickly shine the flashlight normally. She then turned to the window and said to Shin Feng, Xiao Feng, the cell phone first help me shine it a bit, I'm going to pull open all the curtains in the hall, it's daytime now, so at least a bit of light can come in. Shin Feng complied and threw the cell phone beam in the direction of the window. Su Qing fumbled and walked quickly to the several huge floor-to-ceiling windows facing the street, somewhat laboriously pulling the thick velvet curtains open one by one. As the curtains opened, the daylight outside struggled to squeeze in, barely illuminating this area of the parlor quite a bit, at least allowing people to see each other's faces and the outline of the surrounding sofas. Unfortunately, that was as far as it went. Alas, Su Cheng walked back to Shin Feng and their side, her voice even more tired and powerless, this outer hall is fine, relying on these large windows, even if there is a blackout during the daytime, it can barely be a bit bright. But inside the design room, dressing room, and those independent VIP fitting suite, in order to ensure the absolute privacy of the guests, the design of the time but a window to the outside are not left. Now a power outage, the inside is really out of reach, black as ink, what fine work can't be done? Gu Evening Autumn's eyebrows knitted slightly before she opened her mouth, her voice carrying a hint of coldness and obvious concern, Sister Qing, what's going on? Did you not pay the electricity bill here? How can that be? Su Qing's voice was filled with indignation and exhaustion, Evening Autumn, although my Yiren Fong is low-key, the customers are either rich or noble, how could I possibly be in arrears with a small thing like the electricity and water bills? She paused and sighed deeply, it's that bastard Mo Tianming. My deadbeat husband's own brother. It's simply a ghost. Mo Tianming? Gu Eveningqiu's tone also instantly chilled, obviously not unfamiliar with this name, I remember him. He's still a thief? Still stalking you, trying to scheme this store of yours? Humph. Su Qing said hatefully. Previously, he just called a few punks to come to the entrance of my store to cause trouble, throwing garbage, writing threatening slogans and whatnot, trying to scare my customers away. But as you know, my Ironfang is mainly a business for familiar customers, and its products are positioned as haute couture and global limited edition, which are basically introduced by real rich people through their acquaintances or by appointment, and the price is not something that ordinary working class people can afford to consume. So, those small fights of his, apart from disgusting me a bit, actually had little impact on the business of my store. Later on, after he realized that those low-level tactics didn't affect my clientele, he subsided for a while, and I thought that he had finally given up and retreated from his difficulties. Su Qing's voice was filled with helplessness. How did I know that since last month, the store started to experience sudden power outages without warning? At first I thought it was the aging of the nearby circuits or a problem with the transformer, but I also looked for the power company to check, and they all said that the lines were normal. Later, I kept an eye out and realized that someone was vandalizing our store's electrical box. I've reported to the police, and I've arrested people once or twice, but it's no use. That bastard Mo Tianming is a scoundrel. If he catches one, he'll get another one to continue the vandalism. The police side also said that it's hard to completely eradicate this kind of thing, unless they can catch direct evidence of him directing it. Su Qing said, more and more angry, voice is a little hoarse. The most annoying thing is, I hear many times need to give the guests on the spot to change the clothes, or to provide makeup services, those sophisticated imported sewing machines, constant temperature ironing equipment, and professional makeup lamps, hairstyling equipment, once the power outage is a pile of scrap metal. Sometimes the guests make up to half, or senior dresses being fine-tuning the key parts, suddenly snap, a dart. You say this business how to do? How many guests delayed because of this? The impression of our store is also poor. This time is really about to push me to the brink. I just had 2 other very important VIP guests who made an appointment to come over in the evening to pick up their customized gowns. Su Qing's voice was filled with suppressed frustration and anxiety. As if she didn't have enough trouble, and as if she was confirming some ominous premonition, just as her words fell, a slightly shrill cell phone ringtone suddenly rang in the darkness without warning, appearing particularly clear in this silent environment. Chapter 43 Electrician Skills. Su Qing was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Her body trembled a few times imperceptibly, obviously having her already fragile nerves disturbed by the sudden ringtone. With a few moments of impatience and ominous foreboding, she fumbled for her cell phone from her bag, and after glancing at the caller ID, her face became even more unsightly for a few moments, but she still took a deep breath to connect it and directly pressed the speakerphone. A young man's voice with a bit of smugness and a rogue accent came out from the cell phone, and it was none other than Mo Tianming. Sister-in-law, is the store inconvenient again? Look, I told you a long time ago, you're a woman, why do you have to work so hard to support this store? How tiring. As long as you nod your head and promise to transfer the store to me, or simply go back with me and live a good life, I guarantee that no one will ever dare to come to find you trouble again. How about it? Mo Tianming, you shameless bastard. If you have the ability, come openly and honestly, don't engage in these underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Su Qing was shaking with anger. Hey, sister-in-law, words can't be said like that. Mo Tianming still had the same roguish and saltless tone. I am also sincerely concerned about you. Think about it, my brother left early, leaving you alone. I as a brother, how can I also have to take care of you? Sister-in-law, isn't this a natural thing? So, why don't you reconsider my offer? Go back with me, I guarantee that you'll be able to eat well and drink well, and no one will dare to come and find you in trouble again. How about that? Off! Su Qing roared angrily and directly hung up the phone. After Su Qing hung up the phone, her chest was still rising and falling violently due to her anger. She fiercely punched the armrest of the sofa next to her, and exasperatedly said, this Mo Tianming is simply a scoundrel and a shrew. There's no end to it. Gu Evening Cho gently patted her shoulder from the side and comforted, Sister Qing, don't get too angry, it's not worth it to get angry. Let's think of something else, we can't let him stay so arrogant. Qin Feng beside him silently listened to all of this. Under the shaking light of the cell phone flashlight, the expression on his face appeared somewhat inexplicable. It wasn't until the parlor quieted down a little that the corners of his mouth tickled up several times imperceptibly with an unspecified smile. Power outage? Human sabotage of the electrical box? His mind flew, hey, this matter is a big trouble for others, but isn't it an opportunity for me to deliver? I'm worried that I don't have a place to perform well. Previously, the little sympathy for Su Qing, the little anger towards Mo Tianming was quickly suppressed by a new thought at this moment. In his opinion, this was clearly an excellent opportunity to pretend. Yuck, a golden opportunity to show his self-worth, and it was just delivered to his door. It could be grasped firmly. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately gave a command to the system in his mind. System, check for me, are there any skills in the mall regarding electricians, circuit repair, or similar related skills? Preferably one that can quickly solve this kind of power destruction problem. System Mall quick search in progress. Has filtered out relevant skills. Elementary circuit repair, master basic circuit knowledge, can perform simple troubleshooting and repair. Redemption price, 10 W yuan. Intermediate electrician skills, proficient in all types of civil and commercial circuit principles, can independently complete complex circuit design, installation, testing, and advanced fault repair, including rapid repair and reinforcement of damaged electrical boxes. Redemption price, 70 W yuan. Intermediate electrician skill, 700,000. Is a little expensive, but this rapid repair and reinforcement of destroyed electrical boxes in the description of the effect is simply tailor-made for the situation at hand. Xinfeng quickly made a decision in his mind. He now had a huge amount of more than $5 million in his bank card, a mere $700,000, in order to be able to perform well in front of the two great beauties, Good Evening Autumn and Su Qing, and to solve the actual problem in the meantime. This investment was definitely worth it. Redeem, intermediate electrician skill. Xinfeng confirmed to the system in his mind. Confirming the exchange of intermediate electrician skills? Will consume 70 W yuan. Confirmed. Redemption successful. Intermediate electrician skills has been issued. Host's current assets remaining, 553 W 70 W equals 483 W yuan. Almost at the instant the system beeps fell, Xinfeng's mind was flooded with a vast amount of knowledge and experience on circuit principles, safe operating procedures, fault detection methods, as well as the structure and repair techniques of various complex electrical boxes, as if he had been enlightened. This knowledge was so clear, systematic, and practical that it was as if he had been a senior electrician for more than 10 years and knew all kinds of circuit problems well. He felt as if both of his hands had become more dexterous and stable, and his eyes were no longer confused when they saw the appliances and wiring that had been plunged into darkness due to the power outage, but were able to quickly analyze how they might be connected and the potential points of failure. Very good. Xinfeng clenched his fist in satisfaction, feeling the powerful confidence brought about by this newly acquired ability. At this time, Su Qing was saying to Good Evening Autumn and Xinfeng with a tired and apologetic face, "Ugh, I'm really sorry, Evening Autumn, and little brother Xinfeng. It seems that you guys can't buy these clothes today. I'm in a mess here, so you guys might as well." "Well, go ahead." Before she could finish her words, Xinfeng suddenly spoke up. With a gentle and confident smile on his face, he said to Su Qing, "Madam Boss, don't rush to let us go first. The problem with the electric box in your store, perhaps. I can help you fix it and take a look." "You?" Su Qing sniffed and widened her eyes in surprise. She looked Xinfeng up and down. "Little brother Xinfeng, aren't you? You an employee of Evening Autumn Company? Could it be that you are an electrician?" Good Evening Autumn on the side was equally surprised to look at Xinfeng. She also did not expect Xinfeng to make such a suggestion. In her impression, although Xinfeng has been behaving somewhat surprisingly lately, he seems to have nothing to do with the profession of electrician. Xinfeng looked at the surprised expressions of the two beauties and just smiled, not explaining much, and just said, "I know a little bit about it. Sister Su Qing, why don't you just let me try? It's a blackout right now anyway, so it's good to be idle. Where is the electric box?" The guide named Xiaoxi, who had been accompanied by the side before, heard the words and quickly said, "The electric box. Electric box is next to the utility room in the backyard. Sir, this way please, I'll take you there." Su Qing and Good Evening Autumn glanced at each other. Good Evening Autumn spread her hands, with a hint of watching the show in her eyes. Su Qing also had no choice but to follow Xiaoxi and Xinfeng towards the backyard with a few moments of skepticism. Arriving at the backyard, Xiaoxi pointed at a tin electric box in the corner that had been pried open halfway, revealing the messy wiring inside, and said, "Sir, this is it." Xinfeng went up and just took a look at the inside of that electric box and directly judged the problem. "Well, there's not much of a problem," he said chestily. The few main wires were roughly ripped off from the terminals, and a small section was cut. The maneuver was amateurish, but no less destructive. "The electrician part is purely made up, and please don't take it personally, hey? Carrot. Chapter 44, Repairing Electric Box. Xinfeng didn't wait for the others to react, so he directly squatted down and began to carefully inspect the other lines in the electrical box for any damage, and began to clean up the torn wires and burnt insulation. In his mind, he had a huge amount of knowledge and experience brought by the intermediate electrician skills, and at this moment, he operated in a decent manner. After just a few minutes of work, Xinfeng felt that the expensive customized suit and the shirt inside were too much of a hindrance. Especially when he needs to bend down and probe into the interior of the electrical box to carry out some detailed operations. The expensive clothing was rubbed all the dust not to mention, but also tied hands and feet, very inconvenient. Xinfeng is not polite, directly and sharply removed the straight suit jacket, casually handed to the side. "Has been waiting, some do not know what to do, shopper Xiaoxi." Immediately after that, he quickly unbuttoned the cufflinks and collar buttons of his shirt, and took off the white shirt with excellent texture, and casually put it on the back of the chair next to him, revealing his strong upper body, which was only wearing a black sports undershirt. Although he wasn't a gnarled, muscular man, he had maintained a certain level of exercise over the years, and at the moment, in the slightly dim light of the store due to the power outage, his healthy body without a trace of flab was still quite a sight to behold, full of the unique sense of strength and vitality of a young man. Good evening Autumn and Su Ching stood not far behind him, looking at his bare bladder, forehead seeping with fine sweat, focusing on the destroyed electric box in front of him, the appearance of serious work. Both could not help but slightly froze. Su Ching was the first to come back to her senses. She gently touched Gu Evening Cho beside her with her elbow, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of undisguised admiration and a playful tone, Evening Cho, you really don't say, Chin Feng, this young man, this body is really quite good. Look at this shoulder, this waist, and the muscles on this arm, it's quite strong, much stronger than those weak little white men. Gu Evening Cho just lightly glanced at Chin Feng's bare back and arm muscles that were glistening with a healthy luster under the faint light. Her tone of voice still didn't have too many ripples, and she just simply gave a hum as a response, but her gaze seemed to have inadvertently lingered on him for a couple of seconds longer. When Su Ching saw this unimpressed look, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. I say, CEO Gu, you're the only one with such a critical eye. In my opinion, Chin Feng's body, after taking off his clothes than when he is wearing them, he has more masculine in power. If he goes to the beach in the summer, those little girls' eyes will be glued to his body and won't fall off. Gu Evening Cho sniffed, the corners of her mouth imperceptibly slightly skimmed, did not speak again, just picked up the cup of water at hand, gently sipped. Seeing this, Su Ching flashed a wry smile in her eyes and deliberately teased her. What's the matter, Evening Autumn, was I right? Or, do you see this piece of fresh meat? If you really think it's okay, you have to grasp the opportunity, otherwise? Sister, I may have to make the first move, oh? Gu Evening Autumn put down the water cup, the corner of her mouth hooked up a smirk like art, her tone with a few minutes of careless lethargy and as if the queen-like sense of charity, cast a sidelong glance at Su Ching. Oh? You've got your eye on him? Okay, if you really like so, then this piece of fresh meat will generously let you. Gu Evening Autumn is not so short of him, so you. I'm genuinely thinking for you, afraid that you'll miss out on a good man. Su Ching hit her angrily, but then seriously whispered, but seriously, Evening Autumn, this Chin Feng, although sometimes looks oily and smooth, but at the critical moment, it feels really quite a bearer, and also quite reliable. The two of them lowered their voices and talked, thinking that they didn't know what they were talking about, but they were heard word for word by Chin Feng in front of them. His heart was secretly happy, especially after hearing Su Ching's undisguised compliments and Gu Evening Cho's heartfelt hum, which made his self-confidence explode. Hey, little master, my figure, that's also a bit of a base. Chin Feng thought triumphantly in his heart. This sudden burst of self-confidence made his brain heat up, and almost subconsciously, he turned his head and said aloud to Gu Evening Cho, you go to that hardware store next door right now and help me buy a few of the thickest fuses and a roll of good insulating tape back. Go! He said this with a straight face, as if he was commanding his subordinates. As soon as the words left his mouth, not only did Gu Evening Cho and Su Ching freeze on the spot, even Chin Feng himself instantly reacted bad. Got carried away. Gu Evening Cho's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, and the air pressure around her body all seemed to have instantly lowered by several degrees, as she looked at Chin Feng with an extremely cold and scrutinizing gaze, and asked word for word, Chin Feng, what did you just say? Say it again? A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Chin Feng's forehead as he screamed in his heart, holy! This is dead. He hastily squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, and his tone instantly shortened by half, stuttering and explaining, that, Gu, General Manager Gu. I mean, can I trouble you or the boss's wife, to help go buy it? His voice got smaller and smaller as he spoke, his bottom breath all but gone. Ha ha ha. Su Ching on the side just couldn't help herself and broke out into a burst of silver bell laughter. She laughed so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes. Oh hey, Evening Autumn, look at his wimpy face. Just now, he dared to call you by your name, but now when you speak, he immediately turns into a kitten. It's too funny. Ha ha ha. Target, Su Ching, favorability +5, current favorability, 25. As Gu Evening Autumn watched Chin Feng's comical appearance that instantly switched from domineering to humble and conceding, as well as Su Ching's undisguised burst of laughter, the corners of her tightly tensed mouth also finally could not help but to slightly rise, hooking up a very faint arc with a few hints of helplessness and amusement. Target, Gu Evening Autumn, favorability +2, current favorability, 17. Alright, Sister Ching, stop laughing. Gu Evening Cho glared at Su Ching before she said to Xiaoxi, the shopper guide next to her who had been at her wit's end, Xiaoxi, go ahead, go to the nearby hardware store and buy the best quality fuses and insulating tape back, as Chin Feng just said. Yes, Mr. Gu. Xiaoxi was like an amnesty, she hurriedly answered and turned around to run out quickly. Only then did Chin Feng breathe a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Touching his nose in embarrassment, he hurriedly turned his head and continued to pretend to concentrate on that broken electrical box as a way to ease his old face that was about to burn. Chapter 45 Assets nearly 100 million. It didn't take long for Xiaoxi to come back panting with the stuff, Mr. Chin. Chin, the stuff you wanted is bought back. Chin Feng received the wires, fuses and adhesive tape, and with the experience and skill of the electrician in his head that was like being immersed in this path for decades, he began to methodically carry out the repair work. cutting the wires, stripping the wires, reconnecting the main wires that had been ripped off, replacing the blown fuses, and carefully wrapping the wires with insulating tape. His movements were skillful and precise, and every step appeared to be so professional and calm, with not the slightest hint of rustiness. After about 10 minutes, under the watchful eyes of the two beautiful presidents and the boss's wife as well as the store clerk Xiaoxi, Qin Feng straightened up, wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, and revealed a confident smile to Su Qing. Boss's wife, it should be fixed. You go close the main gate and try turning on the lights. Really? Really fixed it? Su Qing was still a bit in disbelief, but still complied and walked to the main power switch gate in the backyard, took a deep breath, and carefully closed the gate blade. Snap! Almost at the same time, all the lights in the entire Yiren Fong store, including those gorgeous crystal chandeliers, spotlights on the walls, and ambient lights in the display cabinets, instantly relighted. The air conditioner also started to run again, and the melodious background music came out from the stereo again. Inside the store, light and elegance were restored in an instant. Wow! It's lit up! It's really lit up! Little Qin! You're really too powerful. Simply a god. Su Qing looked at the relighted store, so surprised that she jumped straight up. She rushed to Qin Feng, excitedly grabbing his arm, her face full of adoration and inexpressible gratitude. I thought that this business was completely yellow tonight, and that all the guests who had made reservations had been offended. I didn't expect you to fix it in just 3 clicks. You are simply my savior. Target, Su Qing, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 35. Ding! Target Su Qing's favorability breaks through the 30-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward. Host's total assets undergo a 3-fold increase. Detecting a blitz judgment. Successful judgment. Triggering lucky strike. This increase in assets is an additional +1. Asset increase calculation. Current assets 483W times 4 times 3x base plus 1x strike equals 932W. New assets 449W. 193.2 million. Qin Feng looked at the long string of numbers on the system panel in his mind, and his heart was once again filled with a huge sense of surprise and accomplishment. Holy! This is almost $20 million? It seems like this skill really wasn't bought in vain. This money-making speed, it's simply faster than a money printing machine. He forced down the urge to immediately check his bank account balance, his face still maintaining the same calmness and confidence he had after solving the problem for Su Qing. He smiled at Su Qing, who was still in a state of excitement and gratitude, and said, "Boss lady, don't be polite. It's just a show of hands." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, in order to prevent that Imo Tianming from messing up with similar tactics in the future, I just now incidentally helped slightly remodel the alignment of your main line and moved it to a more hidden location. Then, I've additionally arranged a few fake lines outside near the location of the original electrical box. As long as someone tries to sabotage those lines again in the future." Qin Feng said, not knowing where to feel out a small insulated wire stripper, to the side of a section of wire click a cut. Outside that, should be used to prevent theft alarm, will immediately loud ringing. And give them a surprise dot. My god. Little Qin, you even know this? Su Qing was once again shocked by Qin Feng's versatility. She looked Qin Feng up and down, the admiration and love in her eyes almost overflowing. How in the world did this little brain of yours grow? You know how to repair electrical circuits, and you also know how to set up this kind of anti-theft counterattack. You're also too powerful. A little bit of knowledge, they're all little tricks that don't make the grade. Let the boss's wife laugh. Qin Feng humbly waved his hand. Su Qing walked forward and very cordially took Qin Feng's arm directly, saying in a tone that did not allow for rejection, "What boss's wife is not boss's wife, it's too formal. Little Qin, from now on, you can call me Sister Qing, and I will recognize you as my younger brother. In the future, if there's anything, just come and find Sister Qing, she'll definitely help you if she can." Target, Su Qing, favorability plus 5, current favorability, 40. Ding! Target Su Qing's favorability breaks through the 40-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward. Host's total assets undergo a 4-fold increase. Detecting the strike judgment. No lucky strike was triggered this time. Asset increase calculation. Current assets 1932W x 4x equals 7728W. New assets 5796W. 77,280,000? Qin Feng felt like his heart was about to beat out of his chest when he saw this number. I'm close to a billionaire now? He forced himself to remain calm, but the ecstasy within him was already like a volcano erupting. Su Qing didn't know about Qin Feng's inner waves at the moment. She still pulled him affectionately and said, "Little Qin, you mustn't be polite to sister me for the money for this suit today. Consider it as a meeting gift from sister to you. If you dare to pay for it, sister, I'll be in a hurry with you." Qin Feng felt Su Qing's passion that could not be refused, as well as her heartfelt closeness and goodwill towards himself at the moment, so he could no longer excuse himself, so he smiled and said, "Then. Thank you, Sister Qing. Sister Cheng, don't worry, in the future, if you want to have any more electricity glitches in this Yiren Fong, I'll take care of it." Good. With your words, sister, I feel much more at ease. Su Qing smiled from ear to ear, then instructed Xiaoxi on the side, Xiaoxi, quickly, take Xiaoqing to pack the suit and the clothes that he just took off carefully, and all the accessories are matched as well. Yes, Sister Qing. When Qin Feng followed Xiaoxi to deal with the clothes, Su Qing immediately pulled Gu Evening Chiu aside, lowered her voice, and asked in a tone that was both gossipy and a bit serious, hey, I say Evening Chiu, are all of your Lillian Group staff so powerful now? Each and every one of them is armed with great skills. Gu Evening Autumn glanced at the somewhat excited Su Qing beside her and said indifferently, I only realized today that he actually also repairs electrical boxes. Her tone sounded calm, but inwardly she was actually quite surprised and a hint of unspeakable appreciation for Qin Feng's performance today. Su Qing sked and asked seriously, Evening Autumn, do you have the slightest feeling for him? Gu Evening Autumn picked up the teacup, gently blew, the tone of voice still with a few careless, a little it. It is also more than the general small staff, a little bit of meaning. Will repair an electrician, brain is also quite flexible, that's all. Su Qing sniffed, did not have the good sense to wipe her a glance. When Qin Feng came out from the fitting area, Su Qing and Gu Evening Chiu had just finished their girlfriend's private conversation. Next, it was Gu Evening Chiu's turn to pick out her evening gown for the charity dinner tonight. As the top private customization workshop in Donghai City, the beauty and delicacy of its women's dresses were undoubtedly exquisite. Gu Evening Autumn, accompanied by Su Qing's personal recommendation, tried on several different styles of top-quality evening gowns that were all beautiful to the extreme, and each one of them looked as if it was tailor-made for her, bringing out the best in her perfect figure and noble temperament, which made Qin Feng, who was on the side of the room, a bit dazzled and praised it secretly. Qin Feng also tried to put forward some suggestions from the perspective of a male companion and fashion consultant on the several sets of dresses Gu Evening Chiu tried on. However, it was obvious that CEO Gu was absolutely confident and opinionated about her own taste and choice of dress. As for Qin Feng's painless comments, she basically put them in her left ear and out her right ear, not listening to them at all, let alone adopting them. In the end, she chose a dress that best showed her aura according to her own preferences. Chapter 46 Face Value 280. Alas, when it comes to buying clothes, this woman's concept of time is. Qin Feng sat on the soft and comfortable sofa in the parlor of Yiren Feng and watched Gu Wanxi, accompanied by Su Qing, happily linger among the rows of gorgeous dresses. Qin Feng sat on the soft and cozy sofa in the parlor of Yiren Feng and watched Gu Wanxi, accompanied by Su Qing, linger in the rows and rows of gorgeous dresses, and could not help but mutter in his heart. They arrived at Yiren Feng at noon. It took Qin Feng more than an hour to buy his own suit and then act as an electrician to repair the circuit. But this President Gu, picking up evening gowns, obviously every piece of wear on her body are beautiful, but she is still striving for excellence, hard to live in the inside of the selection, try on more than 3 hours, until now have not finalized. Qin Feng glanced at the valuable Patek Philippe wristwatch that Su Qing had sponsored on his wrist, and the hour hand was already pointing to 4 in the afternoon. When she finishes her selection later, she'll arrive at the party venue at almost 5 o'clock, which is just the right time. However, Qin Feng wasn't the type of person who would purely sit and wait. In the beginning, he occasionally went over and gave Gu Evening Chiu 1 or 2 sentences of immature advice on a certain dress she was trying on. However, after realizing that Gu Evening Chiu simply turned a deaf ear to his straight male aesthetics opinions and completely refused to take them on board, he retreated wisely, sat down on the sofa in the parlor, and began to study his divine hero system. When you have money, you have to spend it. If you don't turn money into strength, what's the difference between that and being a miser? Qin Feng looked at his huge assets that amounted to more than $70 million, his heart was filled with grandeur. He first tapped on the attribute enhancement interface. Face value is the knocking brick, charisma is the master key. He decided to boost his core competitiveness first. Previously, his charm value was 78, which wasn't low, but in front of a crowd of goddesses, it was clearly not enough to look at. Confirm consuming 2000 W yuan for a special charm value boost 78 points greater than 80 points? Confirmed. Charisma value boost successful. Current host's charisma value, 80. Hey. Dude, I'm also a man who has officially entered the 80 charisma mark. Qin Feng's heart burst with joy. He subconsciously touched his face and took a look through the lighted floor-to-ceiling glass window next to him. The outline of his features in the mirror didn't seem to have undergone any drastic changes that could be seen at a glance, but it really felt different from before. He couldn't tell exactly where it was different, but he could clearly feel that the whole person looked smoother and more durable than before, and his temperament was inexplicably even better, and it was as if his eyebrows carried an attraction if nothing else, as if there was an invisible magnetic field attracting other people's gazes. Hey, Qin Feng carefully scrutinized himself in the mirror. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Looking at it like this, it really does have a bit of that meaning and flavor of a small star. Not bad. This money is not a loss. He had wanted to continue to buy the charm value upwards, but as a result, when he took a look at the price of boosting after 80 points, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. After breaking through 80, for every 1 point of boosting, it costs 100 million? Then if this is after breaking through 90 points, wouldn't it be $1 billion per point? He smacked his lips. Forget it, men, face value isn't important, inner and strength is king. He thought stinkily. Then, he browsed through the skill mall. Intermediate electrician skills and elementary fighting arts had already given him a taste of sweetness, and he decided to buy another skill that could cope with an occasion like tonight. There, this is it. His eyes locked onto a skill, intermediate noble circle social etiquette and conversation skills. Skill description allows the host to quickly master the social etiquette and behavioral norms of various occasions in high society and become proficient in the skills of having effective, decent, and charismatic in-depth conversations with people of different status and position. Redemption price 500 W yuan. After all, I haven't mixed with the so-called noble circle before, thought Qin Feng. This talking to people when you see them, talking to ghosts when you see them skill is this skill of speaking to people and talking to ghosts is very important. I can't look like I'm worth tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars, but when I open my mouth to speak, I still smell like a beggar with a monthly salary of a few $1,000s, so that's too much of a price drop. Redemption. Redeeming intermediate noble circle social etiquette and conversation skills was successful. Consumption of 500 W yuan. Host's current assets remaining 728 W2 000 W 500 W equals 5228 W yuan. Qin Feng looked at the assets that had shrunk significantly once again and felt a bit of flesh pain. This money, with more than 50 million left, seems quite a lot. However, at the rate I'm spending money on skills, I don't think it'll last long. Later on at the dinner party, in case there's something else that requires skills, it's probably going to bottom out soon. Still have to find a way to trigger more system rewards as soon as possible. Right at this moment, the door to the fitting room was finally gently pushed open. Gu Evening Chiu walked out in style, accompanied by Su Qing. She had changed into a long, well-tailored baby blue evening gown, and under the light, her skin was snowy and her appearance was absolutely beautiful. Her carefully tended black hair and her face with just the right amount of delicate makeup made her whole person exude a heart-warming warmth and touching luster. Gu Evening Chiu walked out, and when her gaze fell on Qin Feng, she couldn't help but give a slight lurch, and a trace of a few imperceptible surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Hey? Qin Feng, how? Do you seem a little more handsome than just now? Qin Feng secretly laughed in his heart, knowing that it was the effect of that charisma value boost that had worked. On his face, however, he didn't move and shrugged it off. Just had Xiaoxi help me put on a little bit of makeup, that's the reason, right? Gu Evening Chiu gave a non-committal The two stood side by side, ready to go. Gu Evening Chiu naturally reached out and gently took Qin Feng's arm. Her arm was soft and flexible, and her body exuded a faint fragrance like an orchid, causing Qin Feng's heart and mind to flutter slightly. Su Qing on the side looked at the pair in front of her and sincerely exclaimed, "Wow! What a pair of golden girls! Evening Autumn, you're as beautiful as heaven today. Little Feng is also handsome as hell. The two of you standing together are simply the most dazzling presents at tonight's charity dinner." Gu Evening Autumn heard Su Qing's praise, the corner of her mouth hooked up a light smile. She subconsciously glanced at Qin Feng beside her again, then she looked at him and opened her mouth to say, "Well, after changing into this outfit, it's always a little bit more than that, and it can match the look of standing beside me." Chapter 47, Goodbye Ning Morkshu. In the evening, in front of the East China Sea International Convention and Exhibition Center, luxury cars gathered and stars shone brightly. When Qin Feng drove his Bentley and slowly arrived at the entrance to the red carpet with Gu Evening Chiu in tow, he immediately attracted the attention of countless media and passers-by. Gu Evening Chiu, as a popular figure in the business world of Donghai City and a famous beauty, as soon as she stepped down from the car, the limelight flashed like a tidal wave, with all kinds of exclamations and murmurs. "Wow! It's General Manager Gu Evening Chiu Gu. She's so beautiful today. Oh my god, who is that male companion beside her? Why haven't I seen him before? He's so handsome. If he can be Mr. Gu's companion, he must be something special, right? Which family's son is he?" The exclamations of the passers-by and the reporters shooting from various angles allowed Qin Feng to experience the feeling of being in the limelight as well. Although he was still a bit uncomfortable in his heart, on the surface, he used the social skills of the noble circle that he had just learned to maintain a calm and decent smile, and walk through the red carpet with Gu Evening Chiu in perfect harmony. Right at this moment, another even more high-profile and luxurious limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove to the other end of the red carpet. The car door opened, and a cold and stunningly beautiful figure walked down amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise. It was precisely Ning Morkshu. She was wearing a black bustier fishtail dress tonight, outlining her devilish figure to the fullest, and her snow-white skin appeared even more crystal clear against the black dress. Her face still had that icy expression of rejecting others, but that powerful queenly aura and extreme beauty made her another absolute center of attention in the room. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen her again at such a close distance since the last time he had that ridiculous night in the rented house and made that bet. "I didn't expect that it would be on such an occasion and in such a way. As soon as Ning Mashua stepped out of the car, her ice-cold phoenix eyes swept across the scene like a sharp sword, and soon, she also saw Qin Feng, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Eveningchio, receiving the attention of the crowd. Her gaze seemed to pause for a moment on Qin Feng, but it was so fast that it was impossible to catch. She walked straight towards them with an elegant and arrogant stride. Gu Eveningchio also saw Ning Mashua, and with a standard business-like smile on her face, she took the initiative to welcome them, her voice twanging, "Mr. Ning, tonight, you are really radiant and colorful." The corner of Ning Mashua's mouth also hooked up a very faint, almost invisible temperature arc, the same polite response, "Mr. Gu is too kind, in terms of bright and colorful, who is as good as Mr. Gu tonight?" The two of them were obviously polite and friendly, complimenting each other back and forth, but Qin Feng always felt that the invisible aura between them seemed to be violently colliding and exchanging in mid-air, with sparks flying in all directions. Ning Mashua's gaze lingered on Gu Evening Autumn for a moment, then turned to Qin Feng beside her without any trace, looked him up and down, and said in a flat and unperturbed tone, "Mr. Gu, your male companion tonight is also quite handsome." "Hey!" Qin Feng's heart was violently startled. What does she mean by that? Could it be that she didn't recognize me? Or is she deliberately pretending not to recognize me? Come on, I still take that bet seriously every day, but as a result, I'm afraid that people have long since forgotten about me as a minor character, right? A trace of undetectable loss and hard feelings flashed through Qin Feng's heart, but this emotion only flickered away. He quickly pulled himself together again. Forgetting is forgetting, there's no impression, so let's re-impress her even more. Just do it and be done with it. The two female CEOs exchanged a few more commercial boasts, and then they were ready to part ways for the time being, and socialize on their own. Right at this moment, a young man wearing an Armani suit, hair combed to a shiny shine, but with a bit of lewdness and eagerness in his eyes, walked quickly over from behind Ning Mashua and very naturally wanted to reach out to hold Ning Mashua's hand. Ning Mashua, however, as if she had a premonition of it, turned sideways without a trace and slightly avoided it, letting his outstretched hand fall empty, and her face remained the same ice-cold expression, without the slightest change. Qin Feng's pupils, however, suddenly shrunk the moment he saw that man. This man. Holy! I remembered. Isn't he the asshole who drugged Ning Morkshu in her office that night? How did they get together? Ning Morkshu is still his female companion? Qin Feng's heart set off huge waves, however, looking at the way she avoided that man just now, and her icy expression. I'm afraid that she can't help herself, or has some unspeakable secrets, right? Alas, it's not easy for her either. Go. Gu Eveningchio's voice pulled Qin Feng back from his thoughts. She gave him an encouraging smile. It's time to go in to socialize. Let me see, how is your performance tonight? Don't let me down. Oh. Don't worry, General Manager Gu. Qin Feng immediately collected his mind, and a confident and calm smile reappeared on his face. After entering the banquet hall, with the intermediate noble circle's social etiquette and conversation skills exchanged from the system mall, as well as the charisma value that had been raised to 80 points, Qin Feng really performed like a fish out of water. Whether he was laughing and joking with those bigwigs in the business world, or cleverly maneuvering with those famous women, he was able to handle it with ease. His words and mannerisms were watertight, and he did not appear humble or crazy, and his proper confidence and occasional humor made him quickly become the focus of many people's attention, and also gain face for Gu Eveningchio. Gu Eveningchio watched from the sidelines, her heart filled with astonishment. She had thought that a small employee with little background like Qin Feng, when he arrived at such a crown-top social occasion, even with her leading the way, he would inevitably be overstretched when communicating with people, revealing his lack of vision and experience. After all, even she herself, when dealing with these colorful and cunning characters, she also needed to always be careful and think ahead. However, she did not expect that Qin Feng's performance had greatly exceeded her expectations. Not only did he not show the slightest bit of nervousness or timidity, instead, he was able to talk and laugh with those big shots that she all needed to be careful with, whether it was business insights, current affairs, and politics, or hobbies. It seemed that he was able to chat for a few minutes, and he was always able to hit the nail on the head, eliciting laughs, and the atmosphere was also extremely well grasped. Is this guy really just an ordinary junior employee? The more Gu Evening Autumn looked, the more she felt that Qin Feng was unfathomable. Target, Gu Evening Autumn, favorability +5, current favorability, 23. Taking advantage of a gap between toasts, Gu Evening Autumn pulled Qin Feng to a corner with fewer people, lowered her voice, and with a hint of probing and curiosity in her beautiful eyes, asked in a low voice, "Qin Feng, tell me honestly, you wouldn't be the young master of any big anonymous family who ran out to experience life, would you?" Qin Feng smiled in his heart when he heard this, knowing that his performance had successfully attracted the deep attention of this female president. He shook his head and replied seriously, "General Manager Gu, you're overthinking it. I'm really not the young master of any big family." "No?" Gu Evening Autumn's willow brows frowned slightly. "Then where did you learn this speaking skill, this calm mannerisms and decent demeanor? It's not like the level an ordinary employee can have." Qin Feng smiled mysteriously and said only two words, "ability." Just at this time, Xin Feng's corner of the eye suddenly glimpsed, not far away, Ning Mashue, a person, quickly through the crowd, toward the direction of the banquet hall, a relatively remote, not much of a terrace. The color seems to carry a trace of imperceptible anxiety and uneasiness. Chapter 48, Prying into the Conspiracy. This woman, her state seems to be a bit off again. Xin Feng's heart stirred, just the right opportunity to go over and talk to her alone, and by the way, talk about the bet again. Making up his mind, he quickly swept a glance at Gu Evening Chiu, who was socializing with someone beside him, slightly sidestepped, covered his mouth with his hand and said in a low and quick voice, "General Manager Gu, my stomach is a bit uncomfortable, I'm going to the restroom, I'll be right back." Without waiting for Gu Evening Autumn to ask a follow-up question, Xin Feng pretended to be natural and turned around to follow Ning Mashue's direction without a trace. Ning Mashue's figure soon disappeared at the end of the long corridor. Xin Feng followed through the somewhat dimly lit corridor before his eyes opened up, and outside was actually a small, dark, and quiet Chinese garden. The night breeze brushed by, carrying a hint of iffy fragrance of flowers and grasses, which also invigorated people's spirits. Where is everyone? Xin Feng carefully searched around the small garden, looking at the rockery, flower paths, and bridges, but he didn't even see half a shadow of Ning Mashue. I clearly saw her walking this way just now. Why did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Running so fast, is it possible that she can still shrink? He stood in the center of the garden, muttering to himself in some bewilderment, scratching the back of his head. Just as he was muttering in his mind, and was hesitating to return to the banquet hall before making plans, the remaining light from the corner of his eye suddenly keenly caught a tall man's figure not far away, pacing unhurriedly from a winding path on the other side of the garden. Xin Feng subconsciously narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the drugged man who attended tonight as Ning Mashue's male companion. Xin Feng's heart tightened, and almost as a reflex, he hurriedly dodged behind a large area of thick ornamental bushes. As soon as he hid, he couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. Alas, what am I hiding for? I have money and skills now, and I'm not afraid of him. It's really a conditioned reflex from my previous goonish behavior. He was a bit annoyed. Forget it, let's wait for him to pass by first. It's too embarrassing to suddenly drill out now. However, that drugged man did not directly pass by the pavilion as Xin Feng expected. Instead, he calmly sat down on the stone bench next to the pavilion and crossed his legs, in a leisurely manner of enjoying the night view. Holy! He's not leaving? What is this doing? Xin Feng hid behind the bushes, looking at the drugged man sitting not far away, feeling a little difficult to get off the ground. This is not even more embarrassing. If I had known earlier, I might as well just walk out in a big way. Now this whole thing is a dilemma. Just when Xin Feng was secretly complaining, another man wearing a black suit, slightly lean in stature, quickly walked into the pavilion and sat right next to the drugged man. Only to hear that later man lowered his voice and said, "Luo Xiao, the goods have been brought." Goods? What goods? Xin Feng's heart tightened. He cautiously poked half his head out from the gap in the bushes and glanced quickly, only to see that the later man pull out a small, flat, self-sealing bag from his arms, which contained some white, powdery objects. Could it be that underhanded spring medicine again? Another one for Ning Morkshu? Who the hell did this Ning Morkshu invite? How come she's always being thought of with such tactics? But does the spring medicine look like this? Xin Feng had also never seen the real one and had some doubts in his heart. Only to hear the delivery man say, "Luo Xiao, take a look, this batch of goods is definitely top quality, as pure as it can be." Pure or not? This stuff is still divided into purity? Xin Feng was confused. Only to see that the drugged man, who was called Luo Xiao by the other party, received the small bag, opened it and put it under his nose to sniff it gently. Just like this, his entire body was a few unnoticeable gently trembled a little, his face showed an extremely intoxicated and satisfied expression. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and took a long breath, his voice carrying a hint of a strange huskiness and excitement, saying, "Well, not bad, this batch of goods can indeed be." Got it. Xin Feng saw this pinned look of his. Even if he was no longer knowledgeable, he instantly understood that this was definitely not some spring medicine. This is clearly duping. I've got a bina. This grandson surnamed Luo really has all 5 poisons. How dare he pull something like this at a charity dinner? Xin Feng's heart set off huge waves of both shock and anger. Only to hear the delivery man say again, "Young Luo, that Lillian Group delivery channel thing, when do you think it can be resolved?" The drugged man sniffed, a hint of impatience and harshness appeared on his face. "It's almost settled. Last time, I blocked that Ning Mashue in my office and was about to get it, but it was spoiled by a little karami that came out of nowhere. What bad luck." He paused, a hint of lecherous light flashed in his eyes, "But it doesn't matter, tonight, she definitely can't run away. If she's guarded outside, can she still be guarded against the drinks at this dinner party?" He asked again, "Did you bring the medicine for her?" The man hurriedly took out a small pill from his other pocket, handed it to the drugged man and said, "I brought it, Luo Xiao, don't worry. It's the same kind as last time. Have you tried it, Mr. Luo?" The drugged man took the bottle, a lecherous smile appeared on his face and said, "I tried it. Although I couldn't use it on that Ning Morkshu last time, but when I went to the bar to play, I tried it on the princess there, and the effect was very good. Within a few minutes, that chick was on fire. The drug man gave a smug hump, his eyes flashed with a greedy and calculating light. Don't worry, tonight, as long as I get rid of that Ning Morkshu, and let her know what happens when she resists, that internal delivery channel will be a good place for her to get her drugs, he said. Internal delivery channel is still not at hand? At that time. The delivery man immediately picked up. At that time, the money will definitely not be less. Luo, shall you get a penny? The drug man nodded with satisfaction. So very good. The two people whispered and conspired for a few more sentences, then they got up together, left the pavilion, and walked towards the direction of the banquet hall. Holy me! What the hell am I hearing? Waiting for those two people's silhouettes to completely disappear at the end of the garden path, only then did Qin Feng slowly walk out from behind the bushes, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. Another duping, another potent spring medicine. Also have to utilize Ning Morkshu to get through what Lillian Group's delivery channel. The amount of information in here is also too big. Qin Feng felt that his brain was a bit underutilized. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. No way. This matter is not trivial. Once this drug man Luo Xiao gets his way, Ning Morkshu will be completely finished. The Lillian Group could also be dragged into this. Must find Ning Morkshu as soon as possible and tell her about this situation. Let her be prepared. Qin Feng immediately searched around within the small garden. He remembered that Ning Morkshu had come in this direction just now. She should be around here, or went deeper into the garden. He held his breath, listened carefully to the movements around him, and walked quickly through the garden's paths and wigwam flowers and trees. Finally, beside the railing of a relatively hidden viewing terrace, Qin Feng found Ning Morkshu. She was standing there alone, her back facing the garden entrance, gazing out at the night view of the city in the distance, a glass of red wine in her hand, her figure appearing a bit lonely and despondent under the cool moonlight, seemingly completely unaware of the conspiracy over the gazebo just now. Chapter 49, Seeing Each Other Again. Qin Feng looked at Ning Morkshu's slightly lonely back under the moonlight, took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions, then slowly walked over and reached out his hand, wanting to gently pat her shoulder. Who? Unexpectedly, before Qin Feng's hand touched her, Ning Morkshu violently turned around, vigilantly avoiding his touch, her phoenix eyes filled with wariness. What are you doing? She took a few steps backward, pulling away from Qin Feng, which allowed her to see the visitor's appearance under the cool moonlight. It's you? Ning Morkshu's brows furrowed slightly as she sized up Qin Feng. Aren't you? Good evening, Autumn's male companion tonight? Why are you here? What are your intentions if you don't accompany your President Gu and come to this kind of deserted place to find me? Her tone carried a hint of undetectable probing and a few moments of her usual coolness. Come on, it seems that she wasn't really pretending not to recognize me at the entrance, but she simply didn't match my face with the previous Qin Feng not. Qin Feng realized in his heart, it seems that after his charisma value was raised to 80 points, his entire temperament and the feeling he gave off had indeed changed quite a bit. A playful smile appeared on his face as he asked without answering, Mr. Ning is really a nobleman who forgets many things. How long has it been and you don't recognize me? I recognize you? Ning Morkshu raised her willow eyebrows lightly, carefully looking at Qin Feng a few more times, secretly thinking in her heart, do I know him? Shouldn't I? Although I felt that he looked a bit familiar at the door tonight, but this kind of looks quite handsome. If I've met him, it's only logical that I should have an impression of. Qin Feng looked at her expression that was trying to recall but was at a loss. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He said slowly and word by word, Ning always can forget her first man so easily. This spontaneity, it's also really admirable. First man? Ning Morkshu heard the words, was first stunned, then as if thinking of something, that has been maintaining an icy expression of the beautiful face, instantly swish a moment, flying up to touch of touching redness. Immediately afterward, there was an incredulous shock and a hint of annoyance at having her secret pierced through. She lost her voice and shouted, You are Qin Feng. It's exactly me, Mr. Ning, how are you doing? Qin Feng revealed a brilliant and incomparable smile at her with a few small hints of smugness. No way. Qin Feng is not as handsome as you are. Ning Morkshu subconsciously wanted to say not as handsome as you are, but the words came out of her mouth and felt that it was inappropriate, and she stiffly changed her words. Not as oily as you. Her heart is set off a shock wave. The man in front of her, although the features are still vaguely the outline of the Qin Feng, but the whole person's temperament, demeanor, and even that inadvertent flow of self-confidence and a sense of oppression, are with her memory of that insincere, and even a little bit of lewdness. Small staff Qin Feng is like a different person. People always change, Mr. Ning. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, said in a relaxed tone, especially after being stimulated by some, and for some specific people. As he said this, his eyes lingered meaningfully on Ning Morkshu's delicate face for a split second. Ning Morkshu's cheeks burned even hotter as he looked at her, and she looked away somewhat unnaturally, but quickly resumed that iceberg president look. Only the faint pink color at the base of her ears still betrayed the uneasiness in her heart. Target, Ning Mashue, favorability +3, current favorability, 18. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled in his heart, knowing that his pointing out had had an effect. He struck the iron while it was hot and continued, moreover, Ms. Ning, I'm not just Qin Feng now, I've also managed to become Ms. Gu's date tonight. Maybe, that bet between us, I'll most likely be able to fulfill it early tonight, oh? I guess so. Ning Mashue snorted coldly, her tone carrying undisguised mockery and disdain, although I don't know what kind of flowery language you used to coax that woman Gu Evening Chiu into being willing to bring you to this kind of occasion. But I can tell you, Qin Feng, Gu Evening Chiu is surrounded by more outstanding men than any woman you've ever met. Do you want to show off your so-called self in front of her by virtue of this banquet tonight, so that she'll be impressed by you? I advise you to save your breath. Don't embarrass her, it's good enough to make her the laughingstock of the entire Donghai City upper-class circle. There's no telling how many small characters of your segment she's played with. TSK, this woman's mouth is really stinky and hard as always. Qin Feng listened to this clip-clop mockery of hers, but his heart didn't have too many ripples, instead, he felt a bit amused. He indifferently shrugged his shoulders and said, I won't bother you with this, General Manager Ning, you should just mind your own business first. As for the matter between Gu Evening Chiu and I, just wait and see what I do. Gu Evening Chiu, I, Qin Feng, am determined to win. At that time, Mr. Ning, don't forget to honor the bet between us and obediently be my girlfriend. Hey, but, Qin Feng turned his words around, a curious baby expression on his face as he asked, Mr. Ning, I just want to ask, although I know that you made that bet with me in the first place because you thought that there was absolutely no way that I would ever have any interactions with Gu Evening Chiu. But, what if? In case I really get together with Gu Evening Autumn, and then you agree to me pursuing you because of the bet, then wouldn't our relationship be a little? Well, that? You don't care? Ning Mashue sniffed, as if she had heard some kind of big joke. She disdainfully snorted and looked at Qin Feng with a kind of idiot-like eyes, her tone filled with a queen-like arrogance and desire to control. Qin Feng, what are you thinking? When the time comes, if that day really comes, I'll naturally have the means to let you kick that Gu Evening Chiu woman's ass. Let her taste what it's like to be bullied by me, Ning Mashue. Ha ha ha. She even let out a slightly maniacal laugh at the end of her words. Qin Feng was speechless as he listened, secretly saying in his heart, where on earth did this woman get this inexplicable confidence and sense of superiority in controlling everything from? And let me kick Gu Evening Chiu? Maybe when the time comes, it'll be me, Qin Feng, who kicks you, Ning Mashue. Chapter 50, Begging Me. Fighting with this kind of self-righteous woman and showing off for a while was meaningless to Qin Feng. What he was more concerned about now was what he had just heard in the small garden, about the drugged man Luo Xiao, drugs, and the vicious plot against Ning Mashue. This was the big thing that could really threaten Ning Mashue and even shake the Lillian group. With a straight face, he temporarily suppressed those unpleasant emotions and thoughts, and said, Mr. Ning, I will naturally work hard to fulfill the bet between us, and I am also very confident. However, I'm looking for you now because I want to talk to you about a more important and urgent matter, a matter that relates to your well-being, and even may relate to the reputation of the entire Lillian group. When Ning Mashue heard this, her eyes slightly condensed, but her face remained the same disdainful and wary expression. Oh? Is that so? I, Ning Mashue, need you, a tiny Qin Feng, to remind me of my safety? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about this? She paused, her tone even meaner. Qin Feng, I'm warning you for the last time, stay away from me, and don't try to use such alarmist and clumsy tactics to attract my attention. I still have no interest at all in people like you right now. Immediately, disappear from my sight. After being mocked and driven away so relentlessly by Ning Mashue one after another, the bit of displeasure in Qin Feng's heart came up. He had originally come here with good intentions to remind her to beware of Luo Xiao's plot, but it turned out to be treated like a donkey's liver and lungs by her, and he was also belittled to the point of being worthless. Could you, Ning Mashue, you really think that little master I'm made of clay and don't have a temper, don't you? Qin Feng sneered in his heart, and the little remaining goodwill on his face disappeared, replaced by a touch of teasing and a hint of ill will. He said slowly, all right, Mr. Ning, since you said so, then I won't make a fool of myself. It's just that I don't know how certain people's mouths are so stinky. Originally, I still wanted to reveal a little bit to you about that drugged man of yours, Luo Xiao, who specially prepared a surprise gift for you tonight. Since you don't want to see me so much, forget it. You'll just fend for yourself. After saying that, Qin Feng literally stopped looking at her and turned around, making a gesture to leave the secluded terrace and return to the banquet hall. Wait. As expected, as Qin Feng expected, after he had just taken 2 steps, before he had even stepped out of the confines of the terrace, Ning Mashue's voice, which was tinged with a few moments of suppressed urgency, suspicion, and even a hint of undetectable panic, came clearly from behind him. Qin Feng stopped his steps, but did not immediately turn around, only the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible, scheming arc. Seeing that he didn't move, Ning Mashue's uneasiness and anxiety increased. She couldn't help but take a small step forward, her voice lowered, also carrying a hint of urgency that she herself hadn't even noticed. Qin Feng, what exactly do you know?
What exactly did you hear about that person's grand plan? Xin Feng looked at her pair of phoenix eyes that appeared somewhat flustered due to her eagerness, the corner of his mouth hooked up a playful, everything is under control smile, and slowly said, "What I know can be a lot more, Mr. Ning. So much that it may be completely beyond your imagination." Oh. The reason why she was so out of sorts was because she had indeed been secretly investigating some clues related to the Luo family, especially this Luo young man, recently, only to suffer from the fact that she hadn't been able to find any direct evidence or breakthroughs. Xin Feng's seemingly unintentional remark just now had touched her most sensitive and taut nerve. Xin Feng looked at her appearance, which appeared to be a bit out of shape due to her eagerness, and even her breathing was a bit rushed, and was secretly pleased in his heart. He slowly and methodically turned around and calmly resurveyed the square-jawed iceberg female president in front of him, with a meaningful smile on his face that carried a few hints of teasing and a sense of control as he slowly said, "Oh? Mr. Ning, you want to know again now? Unfortunately, I'm a person who has always been a soft eater, but not a hard eater. Just now, certain people spoke to me that badly. I'm not in a very good mood right now, so don't really want to talk about it." Ning Moshue was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth darkly, and her chest rose and fell violently due to her anger and rapid breathing, but thinking of the potential seriousness of the matter, she had to forcefully suppress the anger in her heart and that pride belonging to the superior, and tried her best to say in a relatively calm tone, "Xin Feng, as long as you tell me what you just said originally and word for word, I can forget about all of your previous rudeness and offenses, and even I can consider additionally giving you some benefits that you wouldn't expect." Benefits? Xin Feng looked like he had heard something extremely ridiculous as he deliberately bullied a little closer towards Ning Moshue again, the distance between the two instantly shortening to the point where the tips of their noses were almost touching each other. Xin Feng could even clearly smell the unique, elegant fragrance of her body, which was a mixture of high-class perfume and female body scent, causing the mind to be slightly shaken, as well as her slightly rapid breathing due to her nervousness. Ning Moshue's cheeks flushed red and her heart skipped a beat due to his sudden close gaze and his aggressive male scent. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but realized that behind her was the cold wall of the fire escape, there was no way back. She was a little colorful, her voice also brought a light tremor that was not easy to detect, and she drank lowly, "Xin Feng. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around. You." Just when Ning Moshue still wanted to continue to put a few harsh words to cover up her panic, Xin Feng suddenly stretched out his index finger, with a hint of irresistible meaning, gently and accurately erected on top of her delicate red lips, making a hush gesture. The moment the slightly cool fingertip touched the soft lips, Ning Moshue's body shuddered imperceptibly, and all the words behind her were stuck in her throat. "Mr. Ning." Xin Feng's voice was pressed extremely low, like a sympathetic whisper, but with a hint of compelling magnetism and an unquestionable sense of oppression. His deep eyes gazed up close at her long eyelashes, which were slightly trembling due to her shyness and nervousness, as well as those beautiful phoenix eyes, which were at the moment filled with uncertainty, as he said slowly and methodically, "My condition is, in fact, very simple. Do you want to know what surprise gift Luo Xiao actually prepared for you, as well as those even more wonderful secrets behind him? You can He deliberately trailed off, those deep eyes flickering with a teasing light that made Ning Moshue feel a burst of panic, as if he could see into all minds, and then, in a way that was almost like a lover's whisper but with a hint of unrefusable lethargy and dominance, he softly spat out those two words. "Beg me." Chapter 51 Softening. The air on the terrace seemed to freeze. Ning Moshue's beautiful phoenix eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Xin Feng, who was close at hand. In all her life, she had never been subjected to such a humiliating request. A strong sense of humiliation and monstrous anger surged wildly in her chest, almost burning away all of her sanity. But she couldn't. Xin Feng's words about the drugged man clue, like an invisible shackle, deadlocked her throat. Self-esteem or clues, in her heart-fierce war of heaven and earth. Xin Feng calmly watched her unpredictable face, and did not urge, just the corner of the mouth of the arc, if any, added to the humiliation of her heart. Finally, Ning Moshue was like a deflated ball, her overbearing aura weakened. She tightly bit her lower lip, that pair of phoenix eyes that always carried ice cold and sharp, but at this moment because of the inner struggle and humiliation and covered with a thin layer of water vapor, voice also brought a trace of her own have not noticed hoarse and light trembling. "Xin Feng counted me. Begged for mercy. Tell me, he what exactly does he want?" When the words "beg for mercy" came out with difficulty from her proud red lips, Ning Moshue felt as if she had removed all her armor. However, Xin Feng didn't feel the expected retaliatory pleasure in his heart when he heard her words, which were almost like begging for mercy. He looked at the woman in front of him. She was no longer that high and mighty, mean and venomous iceberg female president, but an ordinary woman who had to lower herself in a desperate situation, showing her vulnerability and helplessness. He suddenly realized that all the displeasure and loathing that had accumulated because of her foul-mouthed and mean face seemed to have vanished at this moment. In its place, there was a very strange feeling. Looking at her biting her lower lip, her eyes reddened, with a few points of aggression and unwillingness, but having to give in, Xin Feng's heart unexpectedly and indisputably skipped a beat. I rely on this woman. Now this look, as if a little cute cam, the heart moved. This thought emerged uncontrollably from his mind.
Almost subconsciously, with a trace of dissimilarity that he didn't even notice, Shin Feng blurted out, "Mr. Ning, this look of yours right now
is actually kinda cute." Cute?
When Ning Moshue heard this, she was first stunned, and then her pretty face, which was already red, swished and turned even redder as if it was dripping blood. Her pride and wariness that had just been put down was instantly ignited again. Only, this time, it wasn't anger, but a mixture of shame and anger that made her furious. Like a cat that had its tail stepped on, she raised her head violently, sparks of fire spewing from her phoenix eyes as she roared lowly in shame and anger. "Shin Feng,
what did you say?"
Shin Feng was stunned by her sudden shame and anger reaction, and instantly realized that he had just gotten carried away and said something he shouldn't have said. He quickly raised his hands, making a gesture of surrender, and his tone also softened. "No.
Nothing. Mr. Ning, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously."
Ning Moshue was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and she fiercely glared at him, but deep within those eyes, there also seemed to be a trace of panic and dissimilarity hidden that she herself hadn't even noticed.
Target, Ning Moshue, favorability +5, current favorability, 23. Alright, no more jokes, let's get down to business.
Shin Feng saw the good thing and hastily changed the topic. He signaled Ning Moshue to come closer and lowered his voice, preparing to tell her about the conspiracy he had just heard. "I'm telling you, they're getting ready to." The distance between the two of them was already very close, and at this moment, in order to speak of the clues, they even subconsciously came a little closer again. Right at this moment, Ning Moshue was distracted, plus her feet in high heels happened to step on an inconspicuous small stone. Oops. She let out a cry of surprise, her body's center of gravity was unsteady, and her entire body fell uncontrollably in Shin Feng's direction. Shin Feng's quick eyes and hands subconsciously reached out to help her, but the result turned out to be two people staggered together, and ultimately, where Shin Feng's first step was taken by her fell to sit on the ground, and Ning Moshue is impartial, the whole soft body fell into his arms, the two people in an extremely ambiguous posture tightly together.
Well, Ning Moshue let out a muffled grunt.
It was with great difficulty that the two of them managed to stabilize themselves and sat up from the ground, their eyes facing each other. Under the dim light, Ning Moshua's face, which was even more delicate due to her shame and shock, was close at hand, and her pair of phoenix eyes, which were always icy and sharp, were currently covered in a layer of water vapor due to the accident that had just happened, making her appear a bit disoriented and helpless. The unique, cold fragrance of her body, like a cold plum after a snowfall, mixed with a hint of faint wine breath and her female body temperature, continuously drilled into Shin Feng's nasal cavity, stimulating his nerves. As for Ning Moshue, she could likewise clearly feel Shin Feng's powerful heartbeat, the warmth of his embrace, and the male scent coming from him that made her feel somewhat inexplicably familiar and
not obnoxious.
Both of them were a bit out of control, their gazes glued together and their breathing became more and more rapid. Shin Feng looked at her slightly opened, delicate red lips because of her nervousness, and could no longer restrain the impulses in his heart, and slowly lowered his head. Ning Moshue's heartbeat was also like a beating drum. She could clearly feel the hot male scent coming from Shin Feng's body, as well as the undisguised desire in his deep eyes. Her mind went blank, and her body felt like it had been cast in a fixation spell, so she subconsciously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Just at the moment when their lips were about to touch, when that long suppressed ambiguity was about to be completely ignited and turned into substance.
Shin Feng? Shin Feng, are you over here? A female voice that was clear and pleasant to the ear, but at the moment sounded like thunder on the ground to Shin Feng and Ning Moshue, suddenly came over clearly from the end of the corridor not far from the fire escape. It was Gu Evening Chio's voice. Chapter 52 Robbing a Man. Shin Feng? Shin Feng, are you over here? Gu Evening Chio's clear and pleasant voice, at this moment in Shin Feng and Ning Moshue's ears, was like a thunderclap, making the ambiguous and charming atmosphere on the viewing terrace that had just risen to the extreme instantly vanish. When Ning Moshue heard this voice, she was like a frightened bunny, violently bouncing away from Shin Feng's control and panicked as she tried to stand up straight. Gu. As soon as Ning Moshue stood still, a sharp pain came from her ankle, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of pain as her body tilted, looking like she was about to fall down again. Seeing this, Shin Feng couldn't care less and hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to hold her soft waist steadily. "Mr. Ning, are you alright? Did you twist your foot?" Right at this moment, Gu Evening Chio's figure had already appeared at the entrance to the viewing terrace.
At a glance, she saw that Shin Feng was intimately supporting Ning Moshue, who had a red face and a painful expression, in an almost embracing gesture.
Gu Evening Autumn's eyebrows immediately knitted tightly, and her pretty face was instantly covered in frost as she asked in an icy tone, "What are you two doing here? Holy. This."
Alarm bells went off in Shin Feng's heart and his scalp went a little numb, but his face still had to pretend to be calm. He immediately explained smoothly, "General Manager Gu, you've come just in time. Just now, General Manager Ning accidentally broke her foot, and I was about to help her take a rest."
Who knew that when Gu Evening Autumn heard this, the coldness on her pretty face worsened, and she coldly glanced at Ning Moshue, who was being assisted by Qin Feng, with undisguised sarcasm and displeasure in her tone. Oh, Ms. Ning broke her foot? Didn't she bring a male companion with her today? Is her male companion dead, or is it that you, Mr. Ning, can't even afford to hire your own personal doctor anymore and need you to do it for you? Ning Morshu, are you going to be unable to stand your loneliness again and start stealing my man again? Can't help that horse-forked bug strength of yours again? Ning Moshue was already annoyed because of the sharp pain in her ankle and the embarrassment of being crashed through by Gu Eveninkiu, and now when she heard Gu Eveninkiu's words, she couldn't hold back. She immediately wanted to break away from Qin Feng's hand, but the sharp pain coming from her ankle made her lean back on Qin Feng again. She forced herself to endure the pain, and her eyes were cold as she shot back, Gu Eveningqiu, don't spit on me here. Do I need to steal your man? You don't even look at what kind of goods you have around you. Qin Feng was dumbfounded as he listened on the sidelines and said in his heart, again? Listening to Gu Eveningqiu's meaning, she and Ning Moshue used to. Ning Moshue, clean up your words. Gu Eveningqiu was also enraged by Ning Moshue's words that showed no weakness, her pretty face containing frost. She no longer paid attention to Ning Moshue and turned directly to Qin Feng, saying in an unquestionable commanding tone, Qin Feng, you, come here with me now. Qin Feng glanced at Ning Moshue, whose ankle was obviously injured and her forehead was sweating from the pain, and also looked at Gu Evenkiu, who was staring at him with a furious face and a fully open aura, with a look that said, if you dare to disobey, try it, and for a moment, he was a bit hesitant and in a difficult situation. Holy, what the hell is going on here? He screamed bitterly in his heart, General Manager Gu, but after all, General Manager Ning has twisted her foot. Gu Evening Autumn saw that he even hesitated for a moment for the sake of Ning Moshue. She was even more furious. She laughed back in anger and said 3 good words one after another, and then looked deeply at Qin Feng. The eyes were full of disappointment and a trace of imperceptible injury. She no longer say a word of nonsense, directly turned around, stepping on high heels, thump quickly walked away. Qin Feng looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, what is this all about? It's so hard for me. Just when he was a bit helpless, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Target, Ning Moshue, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 33. Ding. Target Ning Morshue's favorability has broken through the 30-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward, host's total assets undergo a 3-fold increase. Detecting a blitz judgment. Successful judgment. Triggered lucky strike. This increase in assets is plus 2. Final asset increase, 3x base plus 2x strike equals 5x. Asset increase calculation, current assets, 5228W x 5x equals 26140W. New assets, 20912W. Holy, 200 million more? It's a fortune. It's a huge profit. Qin Feng was a little confused by this sudden huge amount of wealth, but then his heart was filled with ecstasy. Forget it, fortunately it's not completely unproductive listening to this crisp and pleasant broadcasting sound of the system. This inexplicable cultivation tonight is worth it. It's so worth it. Qin Feng's heart stirred as he looked at Ning Moshue's eyebrows that were slightly furrowed due to the pain, as well as her white ankle that didn't dare to hit the ground with force and appeared somewhat pitiful. He immediately opened the system mall in his mind and quickly locked the 2 skills. Redeem. Qin Feng recited silently in his mind. Confirm redemption of intermediate massage skill and intermediate emergency healing technique? A total of 5,000 W yuan will be consumed. Confirmed. Redemption successful. Host's current assets remaining, 26140W 5000W equals 21140W. 2 new torrents of knowledge and experience instantly surged into Qin Feng's mind. When Ning Moshue saw Gu Eveningqiu leave in anger while Qin Feng remained here, a trace of a strange feeling could not help but rise in her heart. She forced down the little ripple in her heart and asked in her usual icy tone mixed with a hint of teasing, Qin Feng, why don't you follow your President Gu? Is it because you think that this president is more attractive than Gu Evening Autumn, so you like me more and want to stay and continue to pursue me? As she said that, she also stretched out her well-maintained jade hand and gently touched Qin Feng's cheek with a hint of provocation and, if anything, temptation. Qin Feng was stunned by this sudden move of hers, and then he gently slapped off her dishonest hand without any good humor and said, don't put gold on your own face. The reason why I didn't leave is purely because you twisted this foot and it needs some urgent treatment. He took a step forward, squatted down, and carefully examined Ning Moshue's white ankle that was already somewhat red and swollen, then said in an undeniable manner, come on, Mr. Ning, don't move, I'll give you an emergency treatment first, and then I'll help you massage it. Ning Moshue secretly said in her heart, Che, tough talking man. However, she didn't refuse Qin Feng's help and allowed him to gently lift her ankle. Chapter 53, Embracing. Qin Feng first utilized the intermediate emergency healing technique he had just learned, and gently pressed and kneaded Ning Moshue's ankle and several key acupoints around it with both hands. Immediately after, he then performed his intermediate massage technique and started massaging her injured parts and the associated leg meridians with an extremely professional and comforting dexterity. Well.
Ning Moshua was initially still a little uncomfortable and subconsciously wary, but this tension was soon reduced by Qin Feng's stable and dexterous fingers, as well as his professional and somewhat unbelievable massage techniques. It gradually melted away. Just the right amount of acidity, numbness, and a slight swelling sensation came from the ankles that he had pressed meticulously like a warm current, and then quickly and gently spread to the calves, and even to every inch of the tired muscles of her entire body. She felt like she was floating in warm water, every nerve stretching. In the end, she couldn't help but run out a few satisfied and lazy soft hums with a thick nasal sound from her throat. When Qin Feng heard these unguarded, soft, pampered kitten-like hums from her, the movements of his hands subconsciously paused. He raised his head with a slight hint of unnaturalness, and his gaze coincided with Ning Moshua's phoenix eyes that appeared somewhat misty and hazy, with waves of light gently flowing because of her extreme comfort and relaxation. With 4 eyes facing each other, there seemed to be a moment of stagnation in the air. "What are you looking at?" Ning Moshua's pretty face flushed red at his look, somewhat annoyed, but her tone unconsciously softened by several points. Qin Feng secretly laughed in his heart and continued the professional massage on his hands. After about 10 more minutes, he let go of his hand and said, "All right, Mr. Ning, try standing up, there shouldn't be any major problems." Ning Moshua will believe it and gently landed her foot on the ground, then tried to move it, and after taking 2 steps, her face immediately revealed an incredulous expression of surprise. "Hey? It really doesn't hurt much anymore. And it seems like the swelling has also gone down a lot. Qin Feng, your massage technique is also too powerful, right?" Target, Ning Moshua, favorability +5, current favorability 38. She looked at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with amazement and a hint of color. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Qin Feng, since Gu Evening Show, she's gone too, why don't you come and be my male companion for the charity dinner tonight?" When Qin Feng heard this, he only glanced at her faintly but did not reply. Instead, he directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the viewing terrace. "Hey! Qin Feng! Don't you regret it?" Ning Moshua stomped her foot behind him and shouted with some exasperation. Qin Feng ignored her. He had more important things to attend to right now to find Gu Evening Show, to explain clearly and salvage the situation. He quickly stepped out of the viewing terrace where Ning Moshua was, his heart a little anxious. Just now, Gu Evening Show's eyes, which were clearly tinged with anger and disappointment, left him with a bad taste in his heart. He circled around the small garden and didn't see Gu Evening Show's figure. He went back to the edge of the banquet hall and looked inside through the glass curtain wall, and still didn't find anything. Where is the person? Could it be that is really angry and gone? Qin Feng's heart sank. If Gu Evening Show was completely disappointed in herself because of this, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Somewhat unwillingly, he carefully scanned around the periphery of the banquet hall again. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Through the rows of decorative Roman columns, he vaguely saw that in the distance, on a more open terrace connected to the banquet hall, there seemed to be a familiar figure, as well as a splash of blue, the color of Gu Evening Autumn's gown. "It's her!" Qin Feng was delighted in his heart and immediately walked over quickly. Sure enough, the terrace was larger and closer to the main body of the banquet hall than the one Ning Moshua had been on before, but because of the angle and the vegetation covering it, it appeared more secluded instead. Gu Evening Autumn was standing alone beside the balustrade of the terrace, a glass of champagne in her hand as she gazed out at the night scene in the distance, the evening breeze gently blowing her long hair in the hem of her skirt, and that figure appeared to be a bit lonely and forlorn under the sparkling lights. "Isn't it that you two are twins or have a heart of gold? How come when you get angry, you both like to run towards the terrace?" Qin Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. He adjusted his emotions and slowly walked over. General Manager Gu. Gu Evening Show heard the sound and slowly turned around. When she saw that it was Qin Feng, her beautiful phoenix eyes didn't have the slightest surprise, but only still carried a few moments of undiminished coolness and detachment as she faintly asked, "What else are you doing here?" Qin Feng looked at her slightly pale face and the imperceptible hint of fatigue under her eyes. His heart ached and he hurriedly explained, "General Manager Gu, you mustn't misunderstand. I was just looking at Ms. Ning's broken foot, thinking that she was at least a colleague, so I went along to help her with her treatment, and I definitely didn't mean to leave you behind." Gu Evening Autumn listened to his explanation, but her eyes were still cold. She gently, self-deprecatingly laughed, her voice with a trace of ineffable hoarseness and pain. "He said the same thing at first." Her voice was very soft, as if she was speaking to herself. "He said that he just wanted to help her a little bit, it was just a show of hands, so that I don't think too much about it. And then it was." As she said here, her voice suddenly choked up, and that pair of beautiful phoenix eyes that always carried confidence and control unexpectedly, without warning, rolled down a crystalline teardrop that slid down her glossy cheeks, refracting a heartbreaking radiance under the light. Qin Feng looked at the tears that suddenly spilled down her face, as well as the pain and vulnerability that was deeply hidden in her eyes, as if she had been touched by an old scar, and the whole person froze. At that moment, what system, what mission, what strategy, were all thrown out of his mind.
He only felt that his heart felt like it had been severely gripped by something, and an unspeakable heartache and the urge to protect her instantly swept through his entire body. Almost subconsciously, he took an arrow step forward, stretched out his arms, and embraced that soft body that was still slightly trembling and emitting a faint aroma, tightly and tightly into his arms. "What are you doing?" Gu Evening Cho's body stiffened in shock at this sudden embrace. Xin Feng held her even tighter as he gently rested his chin against the top of her fragrant hair, and in an unprecedented, gentle, and firm tone, he said clearly and incomparably in her ear, "I won't leave you." 6 simple words, yet they seemed to carry some kind of strange magic. Gu Evening Cho's body in his embrace gradually softened completely from the initial stiffness to a slight tremor, and then, gradually, she did not speak again, just buried her cheeks deeply in Xin Feng's warm and solid chest, suppressed for a long time of aggression and pain, in this moment finally found an outlet, turned into a burst of small cries, shoulders also shrugged slightly. The two of them just quietly embraced each other, silent and speechless. The evening breeze, blowing across the terrace, also blew away some of the tension and sadness in the air. At this moment is about 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky is not yet completely dark, the distant sky is still a touch of magnificent sunset, the outline of the city outlined like a dream-like fantasy. Chapter 54, Gu Evening Autumn's Past. It was unknown how long it took for Gu Evening Autumn's suppressed sobs to gradually subside. She moved slightly in Xin Feng's arms, seemingly trying to pull away some distance, but somewhat coveting this sudden warmth and reliance. After some time, Gu Evening Cho finally slowly raised her head, her stunningly beautiful pretty face still had undried tear stains hanging on it, her eyes were red, and the tip of her nose was also a bit flushed. She looked pathetic, but also because of this rare vulnerability added a few points of touching reality. A blush of embarrassment flew up on her face, and her voice carried a thick nasal tone as she whispered, "Thank you, oh, Xin Feng." Xin Feng looked at her like this, his heart softened as he reached out to wipe the teardrops from her eyes, but she slightly tilted her head to avoid it. He didn't mind either and just asked gently, "Do you feel better now?" Gu Evening Chio let out a soft but didn't immediately retreat from his embrace, instead, as if subconsciously leaning into his embrace again, seemingly drawing on a sense of security. She looked at Xin Feng and asked softly in a tone that was a bit tentative and complex, "Aren't you curious about what I did with her?" Xin Feng met her inquiring gaze and just shook his head calmly, saying gently, "When you want to tell me, you will naturally do so." When Gu Evening Chio heard this answer from him, a trace of imperceptible warmth and relief flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of determination, raised her phoenix eyes, which were still tinged with water vapor, and looked at Xin Feng as she slowly spoke. "At that time, there was a new man in the company, and he took the initiative to pursue me. At first, I didn't take it too seriously, thinking that he was just like those other men surrounding me, but just coveting my beauty or the power of the Gu family. But after spending some time together, I realized that he was actually very interesting, talented, and motivated, just like you now, always bringing me some unexpected surprises." Xin Feng subconsciously frowned slightly when he heard her comparing herself to that man. Gu Evening Chio immediately noticed the subtle change in his demeanor, and a blush flew across her face as she hurriedly explained, Don't worry, I'm not treating you as his spare tire or substitute. You are much more interesting than he is," she said at the end, her voice unconsciously lowered, and her cheeks reddened even more. She took a deep breath and continued, "Later, I felt that he was okay, and he was really attentive to me, so I thought, maybe I should also give myself a chance to try to have a normal relationship. So, I promised him and we went on a date. That date, he behaved very well, funny and humorous, thoughtful. I admit I did have a little bit of heart at that time, and felt that maybe it could really develop well. As a result," Gu Evening Autumn's voice suddenly lowered, and a layer of haze and pain once again clouded her eyes. "Just 2 days after that date, when I went back to the company once and passed by Ning Mashua's office, I was surprised to be outside the office door, and heard that inside Ning Mashue was arguing with him vehemently about something. He even called Ning Mashua wife. I couldn't believe my ears at the time. I violently pushed open the door and barged in, and I saw that he was unclothed, and they were definitely in the office, doing that kind of shameless thing." When Gu Evening Chio said this, her body trembled slightly from anger and humiliation. When Xin Feng heard this, his heart was jolted. Undressed? That's not right. He recalled the blinding crimson on the bedsheets after his night with Ning Mashue. If that time was Ning Mashua's first time, then how could she do that kind of thing with that man in the office? This matter, there must be some kind of misunderstanding in the middle. Although he was almost certain that there was a misunderstanding, Xin Feng did not immediately point it out. It wasn't like he was a little cutie, much less the kind of steel-straight man with no emotional intelligence, holding a woman in his arms, yet he went to speak for another woman and clarify for her? This kind of stupid thing, how can Xin Feng do it? Now the most important thing is to play the role of a qualified listener and comforter. Hey! Are you listening to me? Gu Evening Chio, however, suddenly raised her head from his arms and glared at him with a hint of dissatisfaction and skepticism. There's I've been listening carefully. Xin Feng hurriedly nodded his head and made an expression of empathetic indignation. Really? Gu Evening Chill remained a bit skeptical. Why do I feel like you were lost in thought just now? Absolutely not. Xin Feng immediately said righteously, and in order to prove that he was really listening, he also added with great devotion, Mr. Gu, that man, he's simply too bad. This kind of scum who messes around in the office should be arrested and physically castrated, so that he can no longer harm girls. But Gu Evening Chill was so amused by his vicious physical castration that she couldn't hold back her laughter, but then felt that it was a bit strange coming from Qin Feng's mouth. And she blankly glanced at Qin Feng and ranted, "You're saying this too badly. But that's how he should be treated. Dead scum. Scum." Qin Feng listened to her approval with a few pouts, and always felt an inexplicable coldness somewhere below him. The atmosphere between the two of them had eased quite a bit because of this little episode. Then, Gu Evening Autumn also seemed to realize that she had been held by Qin Feng. Her posture was a bit too intimate, a touch of blush flew up on her face once again, and she somewhat squirmingly gently pushed Qin Feng's chest, saying in a small voice, that, Qin Feng, you should let go of your hand have been hugging like this, not too good. Qin Feng looked at her shy and cute appearance, his heart stopped uncontrollably for half a beat again. Meow, this woman, she's a demon, right? Too cute. Moreover, he could clearly feel that her slender waist that was surrounded by her arm was really full and soft and fragrant. Girls are really fragrant and soft. However, now listen also finished, sheep also accounted for more or less, and then continue, it will really become a hooligan. He reluctantly let go of his hand around her waist, but still wore that gentle smile on his face. Gu Evening Chill felt the restraints around her waist disappear and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but a small trace of loss inexplicably rose in her heart. She regained the smile on her face, with a few moments of brightness after the rain had passed, and said to Qin Feng, counting that you remedied the situation in a timely manner this time, and that your performance was okay, this president will be generous and forgive you for the time being. She paused and regained a few moments of the female president's competence and aura, her eyes flashing with a cunning light. Let's go, it's time for us to go back to the ball. Remember, you're my date tonight, and my assessment of you is just beginning now. Target, Gu Evening Chill, favorability plus 20, current favorability 37. Ding. Target Gu Evening Chill's favorability breaks through the 30-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward. Host's total assets undergo a 3-fold increase. Detecting the strike judgment. No lucky strike triggered this time. Asset increase calculation. Current assets 231.4 million x 3 times equals 694.2 million. New assets $462.8 million. Chapter 55. The first appearance of the cultivation ground. Returning back to the brilliantly lit banquet hall where the gaggle of people were mingling, Gu Evening Chill, this time, was really leaning most of her body weight gently on Qin Feng's arm. Unlike when she first entered the venue, she still carried a few points of deliberate reserve and detachment. At this moment, whether it was her posture or the look between her eyebrows, there were a few more points of naturalness and dependence that would only be revealed in front of someone close to her. Qin Feng can clearly smell her hair and the side of her neck, like the rain after the lotus-like elegant fragrance. Arm can also feel the softness and warmth of her body. The heart cannot help but a burst of fluttering. He looked around at those brightly dressed, but at the moment in his view are eclipsed by the men and women, and then came to Gu Evening Autumn's ear, with a tone with a few points of complacency and sincerity said in a low voice, Mr. Gu, I have just looked carefully around, as if the entire ballroom, there is really no which lady is more beautiful than you. When Gu Evening Autumn heard this slightly greasy compliment from him, her pretty face turned slightly red, and she stretched out her other hand, and gave him a not-so-gentle smack on the arm, snapping, What are you talking about? She paused, but the corners of her mouth uncontrollably rose slightly with a hint of undetectable sweetness. Qin Feng, why do I find that you are getting more and more oily now? This isn't called being oily, General Manager Gu, what I'm saying is the great truth. Qin Feng immediately retorted in his serious manner. Gu Evening Chill was amused by his serious demeanor and laughed out with a pft. The blush on her face due to her shyness intensified, and she stretched out her delicate fingers and gently pinched the soft flesh around his waist, with a little bit of pouting. I'm going to let you talk nonsense. Perhaps because of the previous on the terrace that some of the true feelings in each other's honesty. At this moment Gu Evening Chill, in front of Qin Feng does appear to be a lot of petulance, that belongs to the strong aura of the female president and deliberately detached feeling is also greatly reduced, revealing more belongs to the small woman's dependence and trust. Although Qin Feng also liked her usual high and mighty appearance, like a queen with a haughty demeanor, but now this kind of small petulance with a bit of daughterly naivete and dependence, also made him feel great. Qin Feng thought prettily in his heart. Just as Qin Feng was feeling pleased in his heart and enjoying this rare intimate atmosphere between him and Gu Evening Chill, a voice with a hint of teasing in its icy coldness suddenly came from beside them like an untimely cold current. Yo, isn't this Grand President Gu? The two of you are really close and envious. Xin Feng and Gu Evening Chiu simultaneously looked around at the sound of the voice, only to see Ning Mashue holding a glass of champagne, standing playfully not far away from them, with that iconic, icy smile on her face that made it impossible to see into the depth of her meaning, but her pair of phoenix eyes were like X-rays as they swept over the two of them in a tightly interdependent stance. Ning Mashue, what are you doing here again? When Gu Evening Chiu saw Ning Mashue, the smile on her face instantly tightened, replaced by undisguised vigilance and hostility. She subconsciously held Xin Feng's arm a little tighter, and her body slightly leaned towards his side, as if she was afraid that the baby by her side would be snatched away by someone. Ning Mashue looked at Gu Evening Autumn's protective mother hen-like appearance. The arc of her mouth became a few points larger, and the playfulness in her eyes became more intense. In fact, she hadn't developed any particularly strong liking or possessiveness towards Xin Feng as a person himself. From the very beginning, she had treated the so-called bet as a joke to relieve her boredom or to tease Gu Evening Chiu. But now, seeing Gu Wanxi so nervous and concerned about Xin Feng, it inexplicably and directly provoked the strong desire to win and destroy that belongs to a queen in her heart. With an elegant stride, she slowly walked to the front of the two, her gaze flowing between Xin Feng and Gu Evening Chiu for a moment before using a tone with a few deliberate ambiguities and provocations. She said to Gu Evening Chiu, "General Manager Gu, this little boyfriend of yours can be an extraordinary relationship with me, as well. I still remember how brave he was that night." She deliberately trailed off, stopping in mid-sentence, leaving an infinite space for reverie. Boom! Xin Feng only felt like his brain had been blown up by a bomb. Holy! Is this Ning Mashue crazy? What does she want? Xin Feng instantly panicked, and cold sweat broke out on his back in a swish. Gu Evening Chiu just finished crying to me about being betrayed by her ex-boyfriend and Ning Mashue, so she's at a point where her trust and goodwill towards me is bursting at the seams. If Gu Wanxi knows that I've actually had sex with Ning Mashue before, this wouldn't be a game over on the spot, so dead that I couldn't die anymore. In his heart, he wailed madly, "Both of you are excellent, both of you are my goddesses, I like both of you. Can't you two be good enough to be my wings?" Xin Feng felt like he was going to mail it in the next second. Gu Evening Chiu's face instantly changed when she heard Ning Mashue's ambiguous, yet suggestive words, and she violently turned her head, those beautiful phoenix eyes staring Xin Feng dead in the face, her eyes filled with shock, suspicion, and a hint of icy coldness that was rapidly coalescing. Xin Feng, is what she said true? Ning Mashue, on the other hand, was watching the drama from the sidelines in a good mood, a smug sneer on the corner of her mouth. The quarrel between the two women with powerful auras, Gu Evening Autumn and Ning Mashue, was not very loud, but the air of saber rattling still attracted the attention of many of the surrounding guests. Holy! Look quickly! Isn't that Lilian International's Mr. Gu and Mr. Ning? Why do the two of them seem to be arguing? Who is that man in the center? Both sides are pulling, looks so miserable. TSK, two female CEOs fighting over jealousy in public? This melon can be too powerful. Hurry up and film it. The surrounding whispers and those unsuspecting gazes were like needles stabbing at Xin Feng. Just when Xin Feng felt that he was about to be completely drowned by this sudden cultivation, thinking that he was dead today, a young man's voice with a few hints of frivolity and impatience suddenly rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. Ning Mashue, what are you doing? Only to see that drugman Luo Xiao, who had traded drugs with someone in the small garden and threatened to drug Ning Mashue, was carrying a glass of wine and wobbling over, with a sickeningly hypocritical smile on his face. Chapter 56, Recognized. Luo Xian held his wine glass, a false smile on his face, but his eyes roamed back and forth between Gu Evening Autumn and Ning Mashue, finally resting on Ning Mashue, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity and a pretense of intimacy. "Mashue, I've been looking for you for half a day, so it turns out that you're here chatting with General Manager Gu." When Ning Mashue saw Luo Xian, the chill on her pretty face increased. She spoke coldly, "Luo Xian, what do I do? Where am I? What does it have to do with you?" The smile on Luo Xian's face slightly stiffened, but he still braced himself and said, "Mashue, the way you say that, you are my female companion today." Female companion? Ning Mashue snorted, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Luo Xian, I remember that I already made it clear to you in the parking lot this afternoon that I, Ning Mashue, could not possibly be your female companion. It's you who had to be so brazen to follow me here, don't talk as if I agreed to it." Luo Xian's face flushed green and white at her unrelenting public rebuke, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes as he lowered his voice and said with a threatening undertone, "Ning Mashue, don't be ungrateful. Aren't you afraid that my Luo family will take it out on your Ning family and retaliate against your family because of this?" Ning Mashue heard this, but did not have the slightest fear. Instead, the corner of her mouth hooked up a touch of ice-cold arc. The aura opened up. "First of all, if you were to change your brother Luo Tian, who is still a little bit of good, perhaps there is still a little bit of gold in this statement. As for you Luo Xian, well, he. Secondly, I, Ning Mashue, have never been afraid of anyone's threats. You rather than hear fox fake tiger, why don't you go back and think about it yourself? That brother of yours Luo Tian, some time ago why will suddenly planted so big a heel, was whole dusty face, until now still dare not show up. I've given enough face to your Luo family for a while now, and haven't paid much attention to you as a clown. You won't really be so naive as to think that I, Ning Morchu, am really afraid of your Luo family, right? Funny.
These words caused Luo Xian's face to instantly turn white, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
What Ning Moshue had said about his brother's fall was precisely the key reason why he was currently eager to secure his position by getting on Ning Moshue's good side. Ning Moshue stopped paying attention to him and turned around, her cold and sharp phoenix eyes looking at Qin Feng, and said in an undeniably queenly tone, "You, come over here, come to my side." Qin Feng was stunned by the powerful and icy queenly aura that Ning Moshue had on her at the moment, and almost subconsciously, he wanted to take a step towards her. Having just taken 2 steps, a soft little hand suddenly hugged his arm tightly. Qin Feng froze and turned his head to look, only to see Gu Evening Chiu was beaming, with dissatisfaction in her big eyes, looking at him with her little face tilted up. "Eh?" She let out a cry, the meaning of which was self-evident. "You dare to go over there and try?" Qin Feng immediately had 2 big heads. Holy! There's a delicate and cute Gu Evening Chiu on the left, and an aura-expanding Ning Moshue on the right. This. He looked at Ning Moshue and Gu Evening Chiu's looks as they clearly began to exchange fierce exchanges with their eyes in mid-air, and secretly grumbled in his heart. And that Luo Xian, who had been choked speechless by Ning Moshue's few words, was simply a waste in Qin Feng's eyes at the moment. "I thought you could help me draw fire for a bit, but it turns out that you're a guy who's good at what you see but not what you do." You were rendered speechless by Ning Morchu within a couple of sentences. Qin Feng swallowed his saliva with difficulty and tried to explain to Gu Evening Chiu that, "General Manager Gu, this voice of yours?" Luo Xian fiercely interrupted Qin Feng at this time. He stared at Qin Feng dead in the face, his eyes filled with astonishment. "How do I hear? A bit familiar? Ah, I remember. You're the kid who was outside Ning Morchu's office that day." He finally matched Qin Feng's current appearance with the nosy employee that day. Qin Feng secretly said in his heart, "Holy! He's been recognized." Qin Feng said in his heart, "I've been recognized," but on his face, he continued to act like a bewildered and innocent person. "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Luo Xian originally wanted to reveal it in public, but he swallowed his words. After all, once the matter of drugging Ning Moshue was revealed, he would have to follow suit. Therefore, even though he hated to immediately trample Qin Feng under his feet, he could only temporarily hold his tongue. This feeling was simply more suffocating than a mute man eating yellow dock. There were bitterness that could not be said, and there was no place to send the fire. His beady gaze plucked out a glance at Qin Feng's face, which looked particularly obtrusive at the moment, and quickly swept over Ning Moshue, who was ice cold, and Gu Evening Chiu, who had the same unkind aura next to her. In his heart, he knew clearly that right now, these 2 women were obviously both protecting Qin Feng, and the situation was extremely unfavorable to himself, so forcing the issue would only bring humiliation. "Qin Feng, you little bastard, wait for me." He gritted his teeth in his mind. "Today, you're lucky to have the 2 ES Ning Morchu and Gu Eveninkia backing you up. This account, I'll write it down for you first. When I find an opportunity in the future, I'll make sure you beg for your life, and beg for your death." Qin Feng looked at Luo Xian's back as he left in a sorry state, and secretly spat in his heart. "Holy, you're really a waste of space, aren't you? Save me, ah." Fortunately, just when the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme, the enthusiastic voice of the host suddenly rang out in the banquet hall, announcing that tonight's charity dinner had officially begun. The melodious music rang out, and the guests took their seats nearby. Gu Evening Chiu and Ning Moshue, as the important guests of the evening, were naturally arranged at the 2 adjacent tables in the main seating area. Qin Feng, as Gu Evening Autumn's male companion, was rightfully seated with her. A dramatic scene occurred. When Gu Evening Chiu took her seat, her arm was still holding Qin Feng's arm intimately, and after sitting down, she did not have the slightest intention of letting go, but instead leaned her body more closely to Qin Feng's side, and her pair of beautiful phoenix eyes, with a hint of victorious provocation, glanced with a smile or not at Ning Moshue, who had just taken her seat at the neighboring table. Ning Moshue was such a character, where would she not be able to see Gu Evening Autumn's little trick? A trace of disdain flashed across her icy face, and then, in the gazes of the crowd that were slightly surprised, she hesitated for a fraction of a second, and in her heart, the pride of not being willing to show weakness instantly took over. She actually also stood up gracefully, walked to Qin Feng's other side, in Qin Feng's dumbfounded expression, very naturally, also stretched out her jade hand, took Qin Feng's other arm, and then just like that, sat down on the empty seat beside Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng's left and right sides, each leaning on a national color, temperament is very different, but also the same gorgeous female president. Qin Feng only felt the intoxicating fragrance coming from his left and right sides at the same time, as well as the thrillingly soft touch that passed through the thin dress fabric. Holy! This left and right embracing feeling. This fluttering fragrant wind, this left and right difficult. Well, wonderful burden. This cultivation field has to have awe. He shouted madly in his heart, and almost didn't get a nosebleed on the spot. Chapter 57, Embracing Left and Right. However, Qin Feng soon didn't have the heart to be pleased. Because the banquet has officially begun, the host is on the stage speech, around the guests are also seated.
At this moment, he was held hostage by the two female presidents on one side. It is not good to behave too frivolously, and even worse, it is not good to be too much in this kind of occasion to calculate and really. However, he wanted to put things to rest, but the two female CEOs did not seem to want to let him off easily. As a result, Jin Feng felt that Gu Evening Chiu, who was first on his left, probably seeing Ning Mashua's smug look and getting more and more angry as she watched, stretched out her small hand and pinched him hard on the soft flesh around his waist. His Jin Feng almost screamed out in pain, but still had to maintain a decent smile on his face. Immediately after, Ning Mashue on the right side also seemed to have sensed something from Gu Evening Chiu's small action, or simply didn't want to lose her momentum. Her cold jade hand similarly twisted Qin Feng's waist on the other side of his body, not too gently but not too heavily. Holy! Are you two playing for real? Qin Feng felt that his waist was about to be pinched off by these two goblins, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. In the next few minutes, while the host on the stage was giving a generous speech and the guests under the stage were politely applauding from time to time, Qin Feng was like being in a smokeless purgatory. The left side of this pinch, with a bit of declaration of sovereignty complacency, the right side of the screw a bit, with a bit of unwillingness to show weakness, cold arrogance. So you and I pinched each other a few times. Qin Feng finally couldn't stand it anymore. Can't care about what gentlemanly manners. An evil fire rose from the abdomen. He directly a small anger in anger, his arms violently a force, will be the left and right side of the Gu Evening Autumn and Ning Morshui, are given at the same time embraced into their own arms. Then, he lowered his head, and with a tone that only the three of them could hear, with a hint of warning and an impermissible tone, he softly said, "Don't move. Be honest." This sudden intimate move and overbearing words caused Gu Evening Chiu and Ning Mashua, the two normally high and mighty female CEOs, to stiffen, both instantly being a bit confused. Almost subconsciously, they both blushed in shame. Gu Evening Chiu's heart was shy and angry, but more than that, it was an inexplicable throbbing. How did he dare to do this to me? But he's hugging me now. He should be making a statement, right? It means he's on my side, right? Since this is so, that counts ignoring Ning Morshu, that woman? But his hand is so hot. Oh. Ning Morshu's heart even more set off shockwaves. This kid. The guts are really getting bigger and bigger. How dare he embrace me in public? But humph, I knew that he would pick me in the end. Although it's a bit rude, no. But this embrace of his is so warm. Out of Qin Feng's expectations, was his so a shock. The two female president in the short stiffness and annoyed, actually really are with a hint of small satisfaction each other glanced at each other, and then are miraculously quiet, obediently leaned in his arms, no longer fussing. Arms, no longer making a fuss. Qin Feng himself did not know why these two women suddenly quieted down, but he was naturally happy to enjoy this hard-won peace. After a few more minutes, feeling that both of their emotions seemed to have completely calmed down, and their breathing had also stabilized, he carefully, bit by bit, put those two arms around the two stunning beauties respectively, and withdrew them from their shoulders and waists, and resumed the posture of sitting upright. The two women also seemed to have exhausted their temporary combat power due to the somewhat outlandish behavior in Qin Feng's even more outlandish counterattack just now, and only glared at him fiercely and warningly with a very tacit understanding, and then temporarily laid down the flag, coincidentally turning their attention to the banquet directly in front of them. Attention to the main stage of the banquet directly in front. While the host on the stage was enthusiastically introducing Mr. Lin's life and the special significance of tonight's charity event, Gu Evening Chiu, who had been staring ahead, slightly tilted her head to the side, and in a low voice that only two people could hear and which carried her unique cold texture, she quickly explained in Qin Feng's ear. Tonight, this, on the surface, is a charity dinner, but in reality, it's the 80th birthday banquet of Elder Lin Jiangwo, the founder of the Lin Group in Donghai City. Her voice was pressed very low, her breath brushing Qin Feng's ears. If anything, Elder Lin has a supreme status in East Sea, and those who will be present today are all the leading figures from all walks of life in the city, and they will all be sending thick gifts for Elder Lin. Gu Evening Chiu spoke smoothly and continued, Lin Lao has an unwritten rule: every birthday banquet, all the congratulatory gifts he receives, he will ask someone to value them, and then he himself will take out funds equal to the total value of the congratulatory gifts, and donate them to several charitable organizations in the city. Therefore, this was both a birthday banquet and a charity fundraiser by default. Everyone will naturally be more attentive in their gift giving, not only to celebrate Elder Lin's birthday, but also to garner a good name for themselves and their family for being charitable. Qin Feng nodded in understanding as he heard this. No wonder when he came in just now, he felt that the atmosphere of this banquet hall was much more solemn and enthusiastic than that of a normal business reception, so there was still such a deeper meaning in it. This kind of form can really make the organizer and the guests have a bright face, both fame and fortune. Soon, it was time for the guests to come forward to offer gifts to Elder Lin. Gu Evening Chiu and Ning Mashua, as the two presidents of Lilian International, were naturally important guests. They had each prepared a valuable antique as a congratulatory gift, which was delivered by a special person, and was praised by Master Lin and the surrounding guests. Just then, Liu Wanxi, who had just left in disgrace, came up again with a thick skin. He clearly didn't want to let go of the opportunity to show his face in front of Elder Lin.
He straightened his lapel and replaced it with a respectful smile, stepped forward and said in a loud voice, Elder Lin. My junior Luo Xin, I wish your old man blessings as long as the East Sea and longevity as long as the ageless pine of South Mountain. He paused, his tone appeared to be more sincere. Elder, no, to your old man's identity and experience, unusual those gold, silver and jade, antiques and cultural relics and other valuables, your old man I'm afraid that you have long been used to, and not rare. I also know that your old man's lifestyle, the most favorite that symbolizes the perseverance, evergreen pine tree. Therefore, my generation specially for you to search for a contemporary Chinese painting master ink pine old man's masterpiece, the ancient pine to welcome guests, the real, I hope to be able to meet your old man's heart, for you to add a happy. I hope your old man will like it. Please look. As he said that, he carefully had someone slowly unfold a carefully framed scroll in front of Elder Lin. Only to see the painting of a 1,000-year-old pine, branches and trunks pale and strong, pine needles green and verdant, on which clouds and mist, as if there are immortal cranes hidden, strong brushwork, far-reaching mood, is indeed a rare masterpiece. Lin old man was on those uniform gold and jade birthday peach, antique ornaments look a little disillusioned at this moment to see this to his favorite pine is the theme, and the painting itself is also very powerful, the meaning of extraordinary ancient pine to welcome guests, the pair of slightly cloudy old eyes really burst out of surprise and appreciation of the light. He scrutinized the painting for a long time, nodding his head slightly, with a heartfelt smile on his face that he had not seen for a long time. He raised his head and looked towards Luo Xian, with genuine approval in his eyes, and slowly said, well, this Luo family kid, he really has this heart, he can. Next. The MC shouted loudly. Luo Xian, however, did not immediately step back. He turned his head, his eyes looking wistfully at Qin Feng standing beside Gu Evening Chiu, deliberately raising his voice, saying with a hint of provocation, slow down. Elder Lin, General Manager Gu has brought a male companion tonight. I wonder what amazing congratulatory gift this Mr. Qin has prepared for Elder Lin. Let's all of us open our eyes as well. Chapter 58 Painted Pine. Luo Xian's gaze that was full of malice and provocation was locked onto Qin Feng like a poisonous snake, and throughout the banquet hall, the sights of quite a few of the guests were also attracted over with a few hints of watching a good show. Gu Evening Chiu's pretty face instantly sank when she heard Luo Xian's words, which were obviously a deliberate attempt to pick a fight, and she hurriedly stood up and explained to Elder Lin on the main seat, Elder Lin, I'm very sorry. Qin Feng He is the male companion I temporarily invited tonight, mainly to accompany me to attend your birthday banquet, and did not know beforehand that there was a dedication session tonight, so did not deliberately prepare any gifts. I also ask your old man to never take offense and have more tolerance. Her words were both an explanation and a defense of Qin Feng, attempting to gently uncover the matter. Luo Xian, however, was unforgiving as he said in a conspiratorial manner, Hey, General Manager Gu, you can't say that. Everyone who comes as a guest, let alone attending Elder Lin's birthday banquet as your male companion, how can you come here empty-handed? It doesn't make sense, does it? Even if you were in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare a physical gift, then it should be okay to temporarily prepare a little talent and show it off for Lin Lao to help cheer him up, right? In his heart, he sneered triumphantly, snatch a woman from me? Let's see if I won't let you make a public fool of yourself and dislike you to death today. Today's attendees are all the top dignitaries in Donghai City, and everyone is giving gifts that are either antiques and curiosities worth hundreds of millions of dollars, or all kinds of rare and exotic treasures. Even if you little Karami really have some singing and dancing talent, compared to these, it will only look as ridiculous as a child's play. At that time, let's see how you'll end up. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Ning Moshua instantly understood Luo Xian's sinister intentions after hearing this. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and in her heart, she felt displeased with Luo Xian's underhanded tactics. Although she was also happy to see Qin Feng suffer in front of Gu Evening Chiu, she didn't want him to be completely reduced to a laughingstock because of this kind of thing, and he could only be bullied by her. Without moving, she gently touched Qin Feng's arm next to her, and in a voice that only the two could hear, whispered, Qin Feng, don't be impulsive. This diamond necklace on my neck that I often wear, the shape is quite chic, and it's worth a few million. You first take it for emergencies, and say it's a gift you prepared to send up. He, Luo Xian, just wants you to be publicly humiliated, so don't fall into his trap and go up to perform any talent. Almost at the same time, Gu Evening Chiu on the other side also eagerly lowered her voice and said to Qin Feng, Yes, Qin Feng, don't panic. I also have a string of emerald bracelets here, although it's not an absolute treasure, it's still worth some money. You take it first and send it along with Ning Moshua's necklace, and say it's our common intention. Never pay any attention to that villain Luo Xian, he's deliberately trying to embarrass you. Qin Feng couldn't help but be touched in his heart as he listened to the two stunning female CEOs on his left and right handing over their life-saving straws almost simultaneously. It's only at critical moments that one can tell if a person is reliable or not. These two women, although they usually fight to the death, but at a time like this, they're actually willing to contribute money and effort to help me out. However, Qin Feng was different now. He was burdened with the divine magnate system, with a huge amount of money of more than 200 million lying in his bank card, and even more so with those heaven-defying skills in the system mall as a base card. Could he be afraid? He didn't pick up the necklace handed over by Ning Morchu, nor did he pay any attention to the bracelet that Gui Vaninkia tried to slip to him. He just stood up calmly under the gazes of the crowd that were either curious, sympathetic, or gloating. When Ning Moshua and Gui Vaninkia saw that Qin Feng had not taken the gift they had prepared and just stood up, both of them felt a tightness in their hearts, thinking that he had been angered by Luo Xian's villain. Both of them subconsciously stretched out their hands, wanting to pull Qin Feng down. Instead, Qin Feng reached out his two hands and gently patted each of their soft little hands that were pressed on his arms, signaling with his eyes that they should rest assured. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked to Elder Lin with a calm and steady pace. He first bowed respectfully to Elder Lin before saying aloud, "Elder Mr. Lin, the late Qin Feng, firstly, I wish your old man good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Secondly, for not being able to prepare a congratulatory gift in advance tonight, the late generation deeply apologizes." He paused, a confident smile appeared on his face as he continued, "However, the late generation is not talented, and is also roughly versed in some pen and ink painting. Since Luo Xiao has proposed to display his talent to help cheer up the party, then Senior would like to boldly make a painting on the spot of a vigorous green pine, in order to express Senior's admiration and blessing for your old man's perseverance like the pine and cypress that lasts forever. I wonder if that's possible?" After listening to these words, Elder Lin looked Qin Feng up and down, seeing that although he was young, he had a calm demeanor, clear eyes, and was even more confident when he spoke these words. He could not help but also become a little interested. "Oh? This gentleman also paints pines?" Elder Lin slowly opened his mouth, a hint of consideration in his tone. "Young man, do you know that my requirements for pine tree paintings are very high? If it is simply an impromptu painting, I am afraid there is little need to display it in public. You came in a hurry today. Mr. Gu has also explained for you that there is no gift prepared. It doesn't matter, it's good when the thought arrives." Qin Feng heard this, the smile on his face remained unchanged, his tone was more confident. "Please rest assured, old Mr. Lin, although the late generation does not dare to call everyone, but is also confident that in the painting of the pine together, a little bit of insight will not let your old man disappointed." Qin Feng reads in his heart, "System, redeem, advanced painting pine tree specialization. Confirm redeeming advanced painting pine tree specialization? 100 million will be consumed. Confirmed. Redemption successful. Host's current assets remaining, 694.2 million. 100 million equals 594.2 million. A vast knowledge about painting pines, insights from countless masters' techniques, as well as a deep understanding of the pine tree's divinity instantly surged into Qin Feng's mind. As Elder Lin looked at Qin Feng's confident and self-assured appearance, the little bit of doubt in his heart dissipated for the most part, and instead, a hint of genuine curiosity and anticipation rose. Good. It's rare for a young man to have this kind of confidence. Come on people, pen, ink, paper and inkstone are waiting. Chapter 59, Face Slapping. Soon, an empty space was temporarily cleared on one side of the banquet hall, and a wide mahogany painting case was quickly carried up. Brushes, ink, paper and inkstones were all available, all of which were of top quality. For a moment, the eyes of the entire banquet hall were focused on Qin Feng. There was curiosity, anticipation, watching, and naturally, gloating like Luo Xian, who was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The two female CEOs, Gu Ningqiu and Ning Moshue, had also coincidentally stopped talking at the moment, and with inquisitive eyes, they looked towards the young man who was about to become the center of attention in the entire room. Qin Feng appeared unusually calm and collected under the attention of the crowd. He walked in front of the painting table and first bowed respectfully and slightly to Elder Lin before picking up a medium-sized wolf hairbrush without haste. He did not dip it into the ink immediately, but instead closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the countless essential techniques and feelings of the advanced painting pine tree specialization in his mind instantly blending together. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Feng's entire aura seemed to have changed. His eyes were focused and calm, not seeing any of his usual jumpiness, and he had the demeanor of a master who had a plan. He flipped his wrist, the brush dipped in thick ink, and then the pen walked like a snake, waving up on the snow-white rice paper. See his pen decisively, sometimes like a dragon to take the water, force through the back of the paper, outlining the gnarled branches of the pine tree, sometimes like a dragonfly pointing at the water, light dyeing and slow description, embellished with pine needles and layers of verdure. There is no overly complicated skills, is so simple a few strokes, a windy and proud, straight to the sky of the lone pine, will leap onto the paper. It was as if the pine was not drawn, but grew out of the paper, with an indomitable spirit that lifted people's spirits. When Qin Feng landed the last stroke and the painting took shape, a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out from the corners of his forehead. He put down the brush, took a step back, looked at his work, and nodded in satisfaction. In the entire banquet hall, there was first a brief silence, and then thunderous applause erupted. Good. Good painting. Good style. Elder Lin on the main seat was so excited that he directly stood up from his seat. He quickly walked to the front of the painting case, carefully scrutinized the painting, and exclaimed under his breath, "This pine tree, the painting has come alive. This pine tree, painted alive, painted out of the soul. I have seen a lot of pine paintings in my life, but only a few of them can have such charm." He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng's eyes, no longer half of the previous considerations and suspicions, replaced by a full of appreciation, praise, and a kind of elders to talented juniors' unique love and value. "Qin Feng, right?" A heartfelt smile appeared on Elder Lin's face as he reached out his hand and heavily patted Qin Feng's shoulder, and his tone became extraordinarily affectionate. "Good boy. This painting of yours is much more valuable than those gold, silver, and jade items. From now on, if you don't mind, call me Uncle Lin. You're my little friend. My old man will make sure of it." "Uncle Lin is too kind. I'm ashamed of it. I'm ashamed of it." Qin Feng hurriedly bowed humbly and said, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. When the surrounding guests heard Elder Lin address this young man as little friend, their eyes immediately became different when they looked at Qin Feng. To be addressed and valued by Elder Lin in such a manner, this young man's identity and future were afraid to be unlimited. Qin Feng turned his head to Elder Lin and said, "Uncle Lin, this humble piece of artwork of the late generation has yet to be named. Please ask your old man's discerning eye, Uncle Lin, to bestow a name for this pine, which will also be considered as a piece of the late generation's heart." "Oh? Let me name it?" Elder Lin was even happier when he heard this. He twirled his beard, pondered for a moment, and said aloud, "This pine is outstandingly independent, proud of its bones, defying the wind and rain, so it will be called the prideful bones of the wind-welcoming pine." "How? Good. Good name." Qin Feng immediately praised, "Many thanks to Uncle Lin for the name." Gu Eveningqiu, who was standing not far away, was currently looking at the Qin Feng, who was not humble and was voluble in front of Elder Lin. Her beautiful eyes were colorful, and the shock and appreciation in her heart was almost overflowing. He actually did it. And did it so perfectly. Target, Gu Evening Autumn, Favorability plus 10, current favorability, 67. Ding. Target Gu Evening Autumn's favorability breaks through the 60-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward. Host's total assets undergo a 6-fold increase. Detecting the strike judgment. No lucky strike was triggered this time. Asset increase calculation. Current assets 594.2 million x 6 times equals 3,565.2 million. New assets, 2.971 billion. Ning Mashua's mood was even more complicated. She looked at Qin Feng, the coldness and disdain in her eyes, without realizing it, melted away some more, replaced by a deeper curiosity and a kind of hidden anticipation that even she herself hadn't noticed. As for the initiator Luo Xin, at this moment has long been like ashes, hate to find a crack in the ground, never come out again. As the banquet continued, Qin Feng had undoubtedly become a rising star at tonight's banquet because of Elder Lin's little friend's certification and his amazing painting skills. Quite a few guests, especially those self-proclaimed celebrities or women with business purposes, were holding their wine glasses and smiling as they tried to come up to Qin Feng to get acquainted with him. Qin Feng saw the situation, his heart is also a burst of satisfaction, is ready to play his intermediate noble circle social skills, left embrace right. Is the left and right, expanding a network. However, just as he revealed a charming smile to a pretty lady who took the initiative to talk to him, he felt Gu Eveningqiu beside him casting an icy gaze with a strong warning meaning. The look seemed to say, "How dare you?" Qin Feng's smile immediately froze on his face, and with a strong desire to survive, he immediately smiled apologetically at the lady, and then obediently withdrew his preparations for in-depth exchanges with various beauties, and honestly stayed by Gu Eveningqiu's side. Chapter 60: The Queen's Jealousy. Qin Feng felt the icy gaze with a strong hint of warning cast by Gu Eveningqiu, and his hand, which was just about to reach out to pick up the business card, subconsciously paused in mid-air. However, Qin Feng thought for a moment, why should I be so honest and obedient? Tonight, although he had already left Gu Eveningqiu with a very good impression, even a deep impression. However, for a woman like her who had long been accustomed to seeing all sorts of young talents and business elites, this alone was not enough. How about giving her some more fierce material? Thinking of this, a bad smile appeared on his face, and that hand that had stopped in mid-air, not only didn't retract, but instead reached over once again, as if he hadn't seen Gu Eveningqiu's warning look at all, and extremely naturally took the hot gold business card from the hands of that noblewoman with glowing eyes and a face full of enthusiasm. "This lady, I'm also very pleased to meet you." Qin Feng had an impeccable, charming smile on his face, and his voice was gentle and magnetic. The lady's cheeks blushed slightly at his look, and she said excitedly, "Mr. Qin, the way I just watched you draw was so handsome. That concentration and talent is simply mesmerizing." No, Qin Feng humbly waved his hand, "It's just a small talent that can't make it to the stage. I'm sorry to make you laugh." In the distance, Gu Eveningqiu watched this scene, her pretty phoenix eyes narrowing dangerously. "Didn't see me? I clearly saw that he had already glanced my way just now. No, I have to change my angle so that he has to see me."
Without moving, she held her wine glass and gracefully moved a few steps, once again walking to a direction that was directly opposite to Qin Feng, so that as long as Qin Feng raised his head, he would be able to clearly see her pretty face with a kind smile. Qin Feng naturally saw Gu Evening Chiu, who had changed her position, but he was so playful at the moment that he once again deliberately turned his head, pretending not to see her, and continued to chat with the enthusiastic noblewoman in front of him. Seeing that Qin Feng was so approachable, the lady became bold. She stepped forward, almost sticking to Qin Feng, her tone full of admiration. "Mr. Qin, you are too modest." A small talent wouldn't have aroused Elder Lin's interest, much less be called a little friend by him on the spot. As she spoke, a well-maintained hand had already boldly rested on Qin Feng's arm, and her full roundness rubbed against his arm, if at all. Qin Feng felt the soft touch coming from his arm. His heart was secretly happy, but his face showed a trace of just the right amount of difficulty, saying softly, "Ma'am, this would not be too good, right?" Although he said so on his mouth, but his body did not have the slightest intention of retreating, but instead also squeezed in, fully enjoying this wonderful touch. "Aya, you're so bad." That lady was amused by his mouth and heart, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she gave him a glance in anger. Qin Feng laughed evilly and was about to say something more. "Where am I?" Before he finished his words, he felt that his ear was ruthlessly grabbed by a soft little hand. Gu Evening Chiu had already walked over silently at some point, still wearing a standard, impeccable smile on her face, but her eyes were as cold as a Siberian cold stream. "Hey! Hey! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Mr. Gu, gently." Before Qin Feng could finish his words to the noblewoman, he was grabbed by his ears by Gu Evening Chiu and dragged away directly under the stunned and gossipy gazes of the crowd of guests. She dragged Qin Feng all the way to a relatively secluded corner of the banquet hall before letting go. Qin Feng rubbed his reddened ears and looked at her with an innocent expression. Gu Evening Chiu hugged her arms up and looked at him condescendingly, sneering. "What, I saw you chatting with that lady quite happily just now." "Overjoyed?" Qin Feng hurriedly explained. "No way, Mr. Gu, you've misunderstood. She was introducing their company's products to me, and I'm just expanding my network for the sake of the company." Gu Evening Chiu snorted disdainfully, her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, scanning him up and down for a moment, her tone extremely mocking. "Really? Introducing their company's products? I see, it is like to introduce you to her chest products, comfortable or not, soft or not soft?" Qin Feng was choked speechless by her blunt and spicy words. Seeing that he couldn't get past the gag, he immediately changed the topic and replaced his face with an inviting expression. "Mr. Gu, let's not talk about that first. My performance tonight was pretty good overall, right? I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Gu Evening Chiu looked at his face. The jealousy and anger in her heart dissipated for the most part, and she looked away, but her mouth still refused to give in. "Not bad, just like that, so. Qin Feng immediately pursued the attack, came forward, with an expectant light in his eyes. "Then I will be able to stay by your side all the time, and formally be your boyfriend, right?" Gu Evening Autumn was his. This sudden question asked the pretty face a red, heartbeat missed a beat. She was a little flustered to avoid the Qin Feng that burning gaze, mouth hard. "You want to be beautiful? Staying on my side is fine, but the boyfriend thing will be said later. This has only just passed my first test." Qin Feng sniffed, pretending to be surprised. Hey, there's a test? How many times does that have to be? Again? Gu Evening Chiu glared at him angrily. "Alright then." Qin Feng showed a hint of small grievance on his face, but then changed to a playful expression. "Then Mr. Gu, I performed so well today, and helped you earn so much face, there has to be some substantial rewards? Reward, right? What reward do you want?" Gu Evening Chiu looked at him and asked. Qin Feng didn't say anything, but just used his deep eyes to stare directly and unabashedly at Gu Evening Chiu's red lips, which appeared to be particularly delicate because she had just drunk some wine. Gu Evening Autumn followed his gaze, instantly understood what he meant. Her cheeks swished and turned red. She subconsciously took half a step back and said with a little stutter, "No. Cannot. Here people. There are a lot of people here. Hey. Can't?" Qin Feng had a bad smile on his face, and instead of retreating, he took a few more steps forward, forcing her to the wall in the corner. Gu Wanxi was wrapped in the strong male scent of his body, but also some panic. "Heart like a deer, do not dare to look at his eyes," whispered a warning. "Qin Feng. What are you doing? Don't mess around." Qin Feng, just ready to continue his offensive, suddenly, out of the corner of his eye glimpsed, not far from the other exit of the ballroom, the previous grey left Liu Wanxi even appeared again. And he was currently sneaking around, walking out quickly by himself, in a direction that seemed to lead to the hotel's guest room department. Why is he still here? Qin Feng's heart flinched as he quickly looked around and realized that he hadn't seen Ning Mashua's figure since just now. Not good. There's always a feeling that something isn't right. Something couldn't have happened to Ning Mashua, right? No, I have to go and take a look. This thought instantly overpowered all of his charming thoughts. He immediately stopped his approach to Gu Evening Chiu, and his expression became serious as he quickly said to Gu Evening Chiu, "Mr. Gu, I suddenly have something very urgent to deal with, so wait for me here first, I'll be back soon." Gu Evening Chill was immersed in the complex emotions of shame, annoyance, and some anticipation, completely not expecting Qin Feng to suddenly change his face. Hey! She froze for a moment, and before she could react, she looked at Qin Feng's back, which had already left at a brisk pace, and subconsciously stretched out her hand, but she only caught a piece of air. She stood still, looking at Qin Feng's back as he disappeared at the end of the corridor, feeling her heart still beating frighteningly fast and her face burning.
Chapter 61 Even Saving the Day. Qin Feng greeted Gu Evening Chiu, then immediately turned around and quickly followed Luo Xin.
The ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger when he saw the uncontrollable, lewd, and excited expression on Luo Xian's face. He followed closely behind Luo Xian. The two of them, one after the other, soon passed through the long corridor and entered the guest room area of the hotel.
Luo Xian seemed to be oblivious, his footsteps were even a bit frivolous.
Qin Feng followed him to the corner of a corridor, and just as he turned the corner, without taking a few steps, his eyes flinched, and he quickly dodged to the side behind a janitorial car. Because he saw, in front of a room not far away from the door, was standing a woman. That woman is extremely keen to look in his direction. That was a woman with sharp short hair and a figure that looked very strong and sturdy, and although she was wearing the uniform of a hotel staff member, that shrewd aura and wary eyes were by no means comparable to any other person.
Bodyguard?
Qin Feng said in his heart. It seemed that Luo Xian had come prepared this time. In order not to spook the snakes and to approach more safely, Qin Feng immediately ordered the system in his mind. System, open the mall and redeem the sneaking skill. Intermediate sneaking skill, dramatically improves the host's stealth in action, redemption price 500 million.
Holy! Why is it so expensive?
Qin Feng was shocked in his heart. This price was many times more expensive than those skills he had bought before. He just wanted to ask the system why the price had skyrocketed when he saw that Luo Xian in front of him had already chatted with that short-haired woman, so he had to suppress his doubts for now and gritted his teeth. Meow, 500 million is 500 million.
Redeem. Redemption successful.
Host's current assets remaining, 3,565.2 million. 500 million equals 3,065.2 million. A wave of arcane knowledge and experience surged into his mind once again, and Qin Feng felt as if his breathing, heartbeat, footsteps, and even his sense of existence could become one with his surroundings.
Only to hear Luo Xian ask somewhat impatiently, I saw the message you guys sent me, saying that you've already taken care of it for me?
The short-haired woman nodded, her voice smooth and wave-free. Well, the person is in the house in front, room 301.
The een light in Luo Xian's eyes was big. The medicine is used?
Used.
The short-haired woman replied, it's the small pill provided by the boss, it's very effective.
When you're done, go to room 507 on the 5th floor, the boss is waiting for you upstairs.
Luo Xian rubbed his hands together and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Don't worry.
When I'm done enjoying myself, after I'm done with my business, I'll casually fulfill your boss's request for him.
I can't help it, I need to go now.
As he said that, he also extremely nastily touched his cone of cones. The short-haired woman looked at his monkey-like appearance, a trace of undetectable contempt flashed in her eyes, frowned, and said, then, Luo Xiao, you take your time. Then she stopped talking and turned around to leave from the other side of the stairs. Jiji, Luo Xian let out a sickeningly strange laugh, rubbing his hands together, impatiently passing by the janitorial cart where Qin Feng was hiding, and walking towards room 301. Qin Feng, who had turned on intermediate sneaking, was as ghostly as a ghost, and Luo Xian walked past him without even the slightest bit of notice.
Qin Feng followed silently, and at the moment Luo Xian swiped his card to open the door, he also followed the flash and slipped into the room.
Inside the room, on top of the big bed, the scene in front of him made Qin Feng's anger instantly rush to the top. Only Ning Morshu was lying on the bed, her hands and feet bound by silk scarves, unable to move, her stunningly beautiful pretty face flushed with an abnormal flush, her eyes, although disoriented, were still filled with anger.
Ha ha ha. Luo Xian laughed as he walked towards the big bed. Mr. Ning, Mr. Ning, didn't expect it, did you?
You also have today, finally still fall in my hands.
Luo Xian. You animal.
Ning Moshue gritted her teeth, her voice somewhat feeble due to the effects of the drugs. This is the start of exposing your true colors?
Not pretending to chase me anymore? Chasing you? Oh, do you still really think I'm that punk brother of mine?
Luo Xian's face was filled with contempt and mockery. That little cutie, thanks to him claiming to have played with so many women, he ended up being counted and kicked out by you in a few words. Although I don't have as many women as my brother has played with, I have brains. Ha, I knew it. Against a woman like you, who always looks like she's in love and high and mighty in her day-to-day life, sweet words don't work at all, and you have to use this most direct and brutal way to be the most effective. He took out his cell phone, shook it at Ning Moshue, and laughed fiercely. Next, I'm going to take all the wonderful images and turn them into videos.
At that time, I'll see how you, the noble great President Ning, can still struggle?
Ning Moshue's face instantly turned pale.
You can't do that. And, Luo Xian leaned down and said with a lewd smile in her ear, you just ate the little pill. Are you already feeling that fire in your body now? Don't be anxious, soon, you will take the initiative to beg me. The video that will be taken out at that time can still be your noble Ning Mashue taking the initiative to throw herself at Neo. Ha 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 ha.
His laughter only lasted halfway before it came to an abrupt end.
Bang!
A hand blade appeared from behind him without warning and ruthlessly smashed into the back of his head.
Liu Wanxi's eyes rolled over, and he didn't even have time to grunt before he fell softly to the ground, completely fainting. Laughing so damn hard.
Qin Feng withdrew his fist and said coldly. He felt that he had heard about as much as he could, and that there shouldn't be any more valuable information, so he just came out and slagged the man unconscious.
Qin Feng.
Seeing the suddenly appearing Qin Feng, Ning Mashue on the bed was first stunned, and then those dull eyes were instantly lit up, erupting with an unspeakably joyful glow.
Mr. Ning, it seems that you still have to rely on me at the critical moment, right?
Qin Feng walked to the edge of the bed and looked at her condescendingly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile.
You quickly come to untie me.
Ning Mashue said eagerly, her body writhing even more due to the effects of the drug.
Oh?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said slowly, then you beg me.
You're still joking about this?
Ning Mashue was furious and anxious, and with all her strength, she lifted her bound foot and symbolically kicked Qin Feng.
I'm not joking.
Qin Feng's expression suddenly became serious.
Chapter 62 The Master and the Lickspittle.
As he looked at the woman in front of him, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes were misty because of the drugs, but who still tried to use that pitiful strength to maintain her pride, he realized that his mindset had undergone some kind of subtle and profound transformation at this moment. Ever since he had this billion-dollar fortune, he was no longer that bottom-feeding employee who needed to look at people's faces. Coupled with several previous encounters, he had clearly recognized that Ning Mashue, this woman, was not as flawless and unattainable as he had initially imagined her to be, and that she had the same irritating meanness and harshness in her character. Although she is still a top goddess with unbelievable face value. But he, Qin Feng, seemed to no longer want to be her suitor. Compared to being a licking dog that needed to wag its tail and beg for mercy, he suddenly felt that becoming her master seemed to be a much more interesting choice that was more in line with his current status. Ning Mashue looked at Qin Feng's serious expression that didn't seem to be joking, coupled with the increasingly strong sense of heat in her body that almost burned her sanity to the ground, making her brain also begin to become dizzy. What dignity, what pride, all seemed to become less important at this moment. She bit her lower lip, and her phoenix eyes, which were always cold and haughty, were now covered with a layer of water vapor, and with a hint of her own unnoticed, pathetic supplication and petulance, she looked at Qin Feng, and her voice also became soft and glutinous. Please, wind brother. Fast, help me. Okay, well. This wind brother, called Qin Feng all over the body rose a burst of goosebumps, but have to admit, by her with this tone of voice begging for mercy, the feeling is really cool ah. Only then did he go forward and untie the silk scarf tied to her hands and feet. Almost at the instant the restraints were undone, Ning Mashue was like an octopus, fiercely wrapped up, her hands tightly wrapped around Qin Feng's neck. Well, it's cheap for you again, she let out a slurred voice from her mouth. Hurry up. Come on. Qin Feng looked at the Yukai in his arms who was charming because of the drug, only to feel a wave of evil fire rushing straight to his belly, hating to immediately put her on the spot. However, reason told him that since he was already prepared to properly kick this high and mighty queen, he could not let her get what she wanted so easily, let alone be led by the nose by her. In his heart, he silently said, System, redeem, advanced healing technique. Confirm exchange of advanced healing technique? Will consume 500 million. Redeem. Redemption successful. Host's current assets remaining 3,065.2 million. 500 million equals 2,565.2 million. As Qin Feng felt the new skills integrating into his body, he didn't respond to Ning Mashue's request, but instead, under her surprised gaze, he directly rolled her over so that she was lying on her back. Hey! Does he like to come like this? However, after a while, Ning Mashue didn't feel any further aggression from Qin Feng towards her. She only felt that a pair of large hands with warm energy were pressing gently and rhythmically on her back and some key acupoints through her thin gown. Then, she was surprised to find that the fire within her body, which was originally rushing and raging like magma, was rapidly cooling and subsiding under this gentle pressure as if it had met its nemesis. Hey! Ning Mashue was completely confused. She looked at her hands somewhat bewilderedly, and then looked at the well-composed Qin Feng next to her with a hint of an inscrutable smile on his face. When Qin Feng saw her sitting up, he also stood up straight, with an expression of compassion on his face, like that of an enlightened master, ready to say a few words that would not only pacify her, but also show his noble character. He cleared his throat and said in a gentle and righteous tone, Mr. Ning, don't worry, I, Qin Feng, am not the kind of person who takes advantage of people's danger. Snap! A clear and loud slap slapped Qin Feng's face without warning and solidly. Qin Feng was directly dumbfounded. He covered his hot cheeks and looked incredulously at the woman who had just thrown herself at him in front of him. Only to see that Ning Mashue had completely recovered her iceberg queen's aura at this moment. She stood there playfully, a pair of ice-cold phoenix eyes staring dead at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with undisguised anger.
What are you pretending with me here? Ning Mashua's voice was as cold and hard as the ice cream in the cold winter. Have you forgotten who took my first time? She stepped forward and forced herself to look at Qin Feng, her tone even sharper. And since you have this ability, why didn't you treat me that time? It had to be. Had to be us that something? Qin Feng, you give me an explanation to explain. This. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded by this series of soul torture questions from her, his brain instantly going blank. Cam. How did I forget about this? Just thinking about pretending to be handsome in front of her. This. How am I going to explain this? Saying that I hadn't gotten the system at that time and was just an ordinary person? Can she believe that? He looked at Ning Mashua's eyes that seemed to be able to see into everything and didn't allow him to dodge halfway. His forehead was sweating with anxiety, and in the end, he could only squeeze out a smile that was even worse than crying and stammered, that. Mr. Ning. If I say, I forgot. Do you believe me? Ha! Ning Morkshu just coldly blanked him. Her eyes clearly wrote, "You think I'm a cutie?" In her eyes, she clearly wrote, "Do you think I'm a little cutie?" Seeing this, Qin Feng knew that further explanation would be futile and would only make things worse. He immediately changed the topic, pointed to Luo Xian who was still lying unconscious on the ground, and said, "Mr. Ning, let's not talk about this first. I will go and take care of this dead dog, lest he wake up and look for trouble again." After saying that, he stopped looking at Ning Mashue, turned around and walked towards Luo Xian. Looking at Qin Feng's slightly wretched, one could even say fleeing back, Ning Mashua's always taut, ice-cold pretty face finally couldn't hold back any longer, and slowly hooked up an extremely playful, shallow smile with a few hints of triumph. Just as Qin Feng was about to drag Luo Xian up from the ground, Ning Mashua's voice suddenly came from behind him. Only this time, her voice was no longer cold and questioning, but instead became somewhat lower, somewhat softer, and even carried a trace of imperceptible tenderness? Good. Then you come back early. I will wait for you here. Qin Feng's footsteps lurched, and he somewhat couldn't believe his ears as he jerked his head back to look at Ning Mashue. Only to see that she was still standing there, but subconsciously avoided his gaze and turned her face sideways to look out of the window, only that the fingers that were tightly pinching the corner of her coat, as well as the imperceptible blush at the base of her ear, still exposed the uneasiness in her heart at the moment. Qin Feng's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Ning Mashue seemed to have sensed his overly hot and probing gaze, and turned back somewhat uncomfortably, just in time to meet Qin Feng's eyes with a bit of shock. Her pretty face reddened, as if to cover up her overly tender words just now. Her phoenix eyes glared, and with a few moments of annoyed pout, she drank in a low voice, "What are you looking at? Don't go yet." He looked at Ning Mashue and opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. In the end, he just nodded, then laboriously picked up Luo Xian, who had already fainted to death, from the ground and carried him on his own back as he quickly walked out of the room. Until he walked out of the room and closed the door, Qin Feng's wildly beating heart still hadn't calmed down. Meow. Just wanted to make up my mind to turn over and be the master. Result, she casually said, a small action, just let me want to go back to being her little licking dog. Again. Target, Ning Morkshu, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 48. Ding. Target Ning Morkshu's favorability breaks through the 40-point mark. Trigger favorability level reward, host's total assets will undergo a 4-fold increase. Detecting the strike judgment. No lucky strike was triggered this time. Asset increase calculation. Current assets 2,565.2 million x 4 times equals 10,260.8 million. New assets $7,695.6 million. Chapter 63 The Plan. The door was only closed and not locked. Qin Feng stood at the porch of the hotel room and did not leave immediately, his mind still recalling Ning Mashua's outwardly stern, shy and angry appearance just now, as well as the uncontrollable throbbing in his own heart. Inside the room, Ning Mashue was sitting alone on the somewhat messy bed. Although Qin Feng's healing technique had already helped disperse the unbearable medicinal power in her body, there were still a few residues in her body. More importantly, the fluttering in her heart was like a wildfire that had been ignited and could not be extinguished. She thought about the thrill of being saved by Qin Feng from Luo Xian just now, about his concentration when he was treating herself, and also about his overbearing yet with a few moments of gentleness embrace. Her cheeks uncontrollably became hot once again, and her hand unconsciously gently stroked over the beauty underneath her body. Just at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open again. Qin Feng went and returned. Ning Mashue was like a frightened deer, trembling violently, hurriedly pulling the quilt over to cover a large part of her body, her face flying up with a touch of redness from being crashed through her heart, nervously asking, "How did you come back again?" Qin Feng's face also carried a trace of unnatural embarrassment, pointing to the unconscious Luo Xian on his shoulder and scratching his head. What about him?" Ning Mashue sniffed and rolled her eyes somewhat breathlessly, and the charming thoughts in her heart dispersed for the most part. She said without good humor, "You asked me how to deal with it? Just now when I saw that look of yours, the whole thing was like the real thing, holding someone and heading out. I thought you had everything planned." Xin Feng dryly coughed. I'm not just reacting to this. This guy isn't just any ordinary punk either. In case he's not handled well, I'm afraid the consequences will be endless. Ning Morkshu. Seeing that she didn't speak, Xin Feng could only continue to ask stiffly, what I mean is, what is the weight of this person he has on you, or on your Ning family, in the end? I can't quite grasp the weight of this treatment. If it's just an insignificant little character that can be dealt with to death, I guarantee that he won't see tomorrow's sun. Hearing him say that, Ning Mashua's expression also instantly became serious. She sighed and said, he's the second son of a family that our Ning family has been working with in business for years. Do you think our family is afraid of him? It's not really something to talk about. However, it's also true that we can't really do anything to him, at least not in the open. Xin Feng frowned, that is to say, he has done this to you, and we still can't do anything to him and have to endure it? Alas, yes, that's pretty much what it means. Ning Mashua's tone was filled with helplessness and boredom. By the way, you were at the dinner party earlier and said that there was something you wanted to tell me about him. What exactly was it? Look at my memory, I almost forgot the main thing. Xin Feng slapped his head and then repeated the entire conversation he had overheard between Luo Xin and that delivery driver in the small garden of the dinner party, one by one. After listening to Qin Feng's retelling, Ning Mashua's pretty face, which always carried an icy and haughty look, for the first time revealed a truly grave and incomparable expression. She fell into a long contemplation, and only after a long time did she slowly open her mouth. Actually, I've long heard rumors that Luo Xin is preparing to work against our company in secret. His family was originally in charge of docking business with our Lilian group, and it was always his elder brother, but some time ago, because of some problems, he was completely kicked out of the cooperation program by me finding a reason. Luo Xin took the initiative to come close to me some time ago. I knew that he was definitely holding back his bad, it's just that I really didn't think that he would use such underhanded means, and the scheming was something so deadly. After she finished speaking, she raised her head, those sharp phoenix eyes staring tightly at Xin Feng, and asked, do you have any countermeasures? Xin Feng didn't answer immediately and instead asked, before I get to that, let me ask you something first, Ms. Ning. Do you know manager Ma Dongming Ma of our company's procurement department? Then, he briefly mentioned the incident that he had previously recorded at the KTV where Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai had colluded as well. Then, he stared at Ning Mashua's eyes and asked solemnly, when I wanted to deal with this person before, General Manager Gu's secretary Lin Wei told me that this manager Ma, the backer behind him is you. Mr. Ning, do you know about this? Ning Morksha sniffed, her brows locked tightly. Ma Dongming. She thought back carefully before saying indistinctly, I remember. At first, Luo Xin did want to arrange him into our cooperation program with the Blue Sky Group, which was rejected by me on the spot. Later on, he wanted to put this person into the procurement department. I was too lazy to pay attention to him at that time, so I didn't care much. I didn't expect so to say. Well, it's very likely that Luo Xin and Ma Dongming, they have already made moves within the company. Xin Feng nodded. What should be done? Then, Ning Mashue also felt that things were tricky. A glint flashed in Xin Feng's eyes as he slowly said, in this matter, we absolutely cannot call the police now. Although we roughly know what they want to do, after all, we don't have any direct, conclusive evidence. Calling the police now will only alert the snakes. He glanced at the unconscious Luo Xin on the ground. He was only knocked out by me. I guess it won't take long for him to wake up. My plan is that we first pretend that we don't know anything, and when he wakes up, we'll scare him by pretending that we're going to wriggle him to the police station. He'll panic and beg for mercy. At that time, we'll just let him off the hook and let him go. In this way, we've moved from the light to the dark, while he and the people behind him are exposed in the light. Because he doesn't know that we already know what he's up to, his subsequent actions will definitely not be hidden too deeply, and he will definitely reveal himself again. When we've collected foolproof evidence, then we'll find the right time to completely wipe out him and all the people behind him in one fell swoop. As Ning Mashue listened to Qin Feng's well-organized, ruthless and resolute plan, a trace of true, heartfelt appreciation for a man flowed out of those beautiful phoenix eyes for the first time. She nodded, and although her voice remained clear and cold, it took on a trace of conviction that she herself had not even noticed. Well, for now, it seems that it will have to be this way. Because she was also clear that with her and the Ning family's stance, it was indeed impossible to really do anything to Luo Xin, and once she tore her face off, the consequences of that, she couldn't afford for the time being. Chapter 64 Luo Xiao's threatening and being threatened. Inside the hotel room, the lights were bright. Xin Feng stepped forward, movement numbly with a dry towel from the bathroom, still in a coma, Luo Xian's wrists tied behind his back. Then, he neatly went to receive a basin of cold water, without the slightest mercy, directly clatter, all splashed on Luo Xian's face. Cough. Cough. Under the cold stimulation, Luo Xian violently choked and coughed a few times, and slowly woke up. He shook his head in confusion as his vision went from blurry to clear, and when he saw the person in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrunk.
only to see that Ning Moshue was sitting on the sofa of the room with her legs crossed, sitting in a good mood, those icy phoenix eyes as if they were looking at a dead thing, looking down on him in a condescending manner. And that Qin Feng, who had spoiled his good deed at the dinner party earlier, stood next to Ning Moshue's chair like a loyal bodyguard. As for himself, he was in a sorry state, his hands tied and kneeling on the cold floor.
Ning Morshu. You. After Luo Xin reacted, his anger instantly overcame his reasoning as he cursed, and you, the underling who came out of nowhere. Dog thing. How dare you hit old me? Do you know who my father is?
When Qin Feng heard this, he raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a look of an idiot as he slowly asked back, "What?
Didn't your mom tell you?" But
Ning Moshue was still trying her best to maintain her iceberg queen demeanor, but when she heard Qin Feng's extremely mocking and hilarious words, she instantly didn't hold back and couldn't help but burst out laughing, and then she felt that it wasn't appropriate to laugh during an interrogation, so she hastily collected her smile, but she still raised her hand in a bad mood. However, he still raised his hand to lightly hit Qin Feng's arm, handing him a don't mess up look.
Luo Xian looked at the flirting between the two as if no one else was there, his eyes instantly turned red, burning with jealousy, and hysterically roared, "Good! You two adulterers and adulteresses! I knew you, Ning Morshu, had been having an affair with him for a long time. Dogs! Let me go now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow."
Qin Feng pulled out his ears, a look of caring retardation on his face. "I really don't know where you get this confidence from."
He paused, his tone becoming icy. "Luo Xian, let's just lay it out. You drugged Ms. Ning, this matter you will not forget, right?"
Although she is now drugged out, there is still a residue of the drug in his body. As long as she goes to the hospital now to have her blood drawn and tested, the drug components can be extracted. Go and adjust the hotel's surveillance again to see who entered this room.
Every time Qin Feng said a sentence, Luo Xian's face whitened.
Ning Moshue also coldly added at this moment, "Luo Xian, I was too lazy to care about you when you started messing around in the company. Now, you even dare to hit your idea on me. With this bit of your ability and position in the Luo family, I reckon that as long as I stir up today's matter, that old man in your family, in order to not want to lose our Ning family's help and cooperation, will be the first one to kick out this useless dog of yours, right?" The more Luo Xian listened, the more horrified he became in his heart, and in the end, his entire face became bloodless and hard to see. He knew that what these two people were saying was the truth. Once things were revealed, with his father and grandfather's character, they would definitely not hesitate to treat him as an outcast.
"You guys can't do this."
His voice took on fear. Ning Moshue didn't bother to talk nonsense to him anymore, and just gently waved her hand. Qin Feng immediately understood and took out his cell phone, making a gesture to call.
Don't call."
When Luo Xian saw Qin Feng's actions, his mental defenses completely collapsed, and he couldn't care less about losing face. Afraid, "Wait.
You guys wait. Give me a chance. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Morshui. Mr. Ning. Miss Ning. I was wrong. I will never dare to provoke you again. Please let me off this time."
Saying that, he even really begged with tears in his eyes. Qin Feng looked at Ning Moshue and signaled with his eyes. A trace of disgust flashed through Ning Moshue's eyes, as if she felt dirty even looking at him one more time. She said impatiently, "I'm too lazy to get entangled with a little karami like you. It's disgusting to look at you.
Hurry up and get lost. Remember, there is no second time for this matter. The next time, you'll be waiting to be kicked out of your house completely."
Yes.
I know. Luo Xian nodded his head as if he had been pardoned.
Qin Feng stepped forward and untied him. Luo Xian got up from the ground, rolled and crawled towards the door, opened it and ran out. However, the moment he stepped out of the room and disappeared into the corridor, his face, which was distorted by fear, was quickly replaced by endless resentment and viciousness. "These two adulterers and adulteresses. I, Luo Xian, will remember this revenge today. If I don't get you two killed, my last name isn't Luo. That man, I have to find someone to kill him by 1,000 cuts in order to solve my heart's hatred.
And Ning Morshu, you wait for me. I'm going to play with you. If I don't play you out, I won't be surnamed Luo,"
he said, glancing resentfully at the door of room 301 before walking quickly towards the elevator and pressing the up button to 507 upstairs.
Inside the room,
Qin Feng saw him leave, so he said to Ning Moshue, "Mr. Ning, you stay here first, I'll be right back.
I'll follow up and listen, there might be some other secrets."
Ning Moshue nodded and admonished, "Then be careful yourself and stay safe."
"Good." Qin Feng responded, then immediately turned around and followed quickly as well. Gu Evening Chiu searched around the lounge area of the banquet hall but did not see Qin Feng's figure, and after sending a message over and delaying the reply, a trace of inexplicable unhappiness and faint worry could not help but rise in her heart. But can't find it can't be helped, had to go back to the guest room first and then call to see it, so alone, came to the hotel's guest room department.
She had just turned into the quiet corridor leading to the guest room area and was about to take out her cell phone, wanting to call and ask Qin Feng what in the world he was doing, when out of the corner of her eye, she coincidentally caught, not far ahead, at the end of the corridor, an extremely familiar tall figure was flashing past. Although it was just a back figure, Gu Eveningchiu still recognized it with a glance by virtue of his clothes and body type. It was definitely Qin Feng. Hey! How did he? Her footsteps lurched, and the hand that was holding her cell phone and preparing to dial a number also hung in mid-air, looking with some uncertainty at the direction in which the Qin Feng had just disappeared. Her eyebrows knitted slightly as she secretly thought, why is he in the corridor of the guest room department? I haven't told him his room number for tonight, could it be that he booked one himself? Also really, running around without saying a word, causing people to worry for nothing. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a small twinge of irritation in her heart. But then thought that just now in the banquet hall, Qin Feng came close to herself, that almost kissed her, making her cheeks ting a little hot, heartbeat also missed half a beat. Forget it. Who let me? Humph. She secretly pouted. That little bit of irritation in her heart was quickly replaced by an even bolder thought, secretive, I'd like to see what you're up to in the end. Just in time, let's go and give him a surprise. After making up her mind, Gu Eveningchiu put away her cell phone, the corner of her mouth hooked up a light smile with a bit of cunning and anticipation, and walked quickly towards the room whose door was still hidden when Qin Feng came out just now. She planned to quietly sneak in and find a place to hide, and when Qin Feng came back, she would catch him off guard and see what kind of expression he had on his face. She deliberately lightened her footsteps and silently arrived at the door of room 301. She gently, without making a sound, pushed open the door of the room that still had a gap in it and flashed in sideways. Chapter 65 Wiretap. Inside the hotel room 301. Ning Moshue sat weakly alone on the messy big bed after Qin Feng left. After the adrenaline faded, a huge sense of exhaustion swept over her like a tidal wave, making her barely even have the strength to move a single finger. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back against the bed, letting out a long sigh. The vulnerability that was always wrapped up in her coldness and strength was revealed in this moment. Ugh, so tired, she muttered in her mind. Mom, I'm really tired of being alone. But it seems like I have someone I can rely on now. She thought of Qin Feng, not realizing that this small clerk that she had once despised the most was really unexpectedly reliable. But it feels like that Gu Eveningchiu woman seems to really like him a little bit. Then I really have to follow that bet and agree to be his girlfriend? Thinking about it, Ning Moshua's cool and pretty face unconsciously flew up with a touch of moving redness. She could feel that the lingering warmth in her body that was left behind after being treated by Qin Feng, as well as an unprecedented throbbing that made her heart flutter, didn't seem to have dissipated completely. Her hand once again unconsciously followed the curve of her body, slowly preparing to slide down. Stranger Snow, what the hell are you doing? Pervert. She was startled by the bold and humiliating thoughts in her head, and snapped her eyes open, cursing herself in a low voice as her cheeks burned even hotter. No, I'm going to take a shower. She lifted the covers and got out of bed. I'm covered in sticky sweat, it's all because of that damned medicine, it made my head still dizzy now. Right. Must be the drug hasn't worn off yet. I don't like that oily smelly guy. Humph. She thought so, humming an off-key ditty as she walked towards the bathroom, ready to take off this evening gown that was already a bit messy on her. At this moment, she suddenly heard a click from the door of her room, and the door was pulled open from the outside. Ning Moshue was flustered, and subconsciously thought that it was Qin Feng who had returned. She immediately grabbed the towel next to her to protect her body, and shouted with a little bit of annoyance and vigilance, "What are you doing back here again, Qin Feng? I'm in the middle of changing my clothes. You get out, don't come in." But outside the door, Gu Wanxi, who had just opened the door to her room, once she heard Ning Moshue's words, which were full of information, her whole heart instantly turned half cold. She violently pushed open the door of the room and walked in, and at a glance, she saw that the big bed in the room was particularly messy, and Ning Moshue was wearing a bath towel loosely on her face, with her back facing her. This scene, in Gu Eveningchiu's opinion, was tantamount to catching an adulterer in bed. When Ning Moshue heard the footsteps, she thought that it was Qin Feng who had barged in without listening to advice. She was even more furious, and without looking back, she droned, "Who told you to come in? Get out of here." Gu Eveningchiu looked at her back, her voice as icy cold as 9 winters. Ning Moshue? When Ning Moshue heard this familiar voice, her body stiffened violently, and she turned her head incredulously, and when she saw that the visitor was actually Gu Evening Autumn, she was also completely frozen. Gu Evening Autumn? Why are you here? Gu Eveningchiu looked at her panicked appearance, as well as the messy bed, and the anger in her heart burned even hotter. She sneered, "Why am I here? I'd like to ask you, Grand President Ning, why you're in a hotel room with my male companion tonight." Meanwhile, the 5th floor of the hotel. Qin Feng followed Luo Xian, and because of his intermediate sneaking skill, Luo Xian didn't even realize that there was a tail behind him. Qin Feng watched Luo Xian sneak up to the door of Presidential Suite 507, knocked on the door and went in. Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Sure enough, he's not going to change his mind. Only after Luo Xin went in did Qin Feng silently approach, pressing his ear against the thick door of the room. However, the soundproofing effect of this kind of top suite was extremely good, and he couldn't hear anything.
Cam, dropping the chain at a critical moment.
Qin Feng cursed in his heart.
He immediately ordered the system in his mind. System, give me the most powerful bug. The kind that can penetrate walls. Hurry.
Special customized military-grade miniature wiretap, redemption price, 300 million.
No, system, you wait.
Qin Feng, who saw the amount of money, immediately reacted. When this matter is dealt with today, the two of us really need to have a good chat.
The prices of this mall, why are they getting more and more expensive? Robbing money? 300 million.
Qin Feng looked at the price and felt his heart dripping blood. But now is not the time to argue with the system. In order to figure out the conspiracy behind Luo Xin, this money must be spent even if it is not spent. Besides, it's not bad.
Exchange. Redemption successful.
Host's current assets remaining, 10,260.8 million. 300 million equals 9,960.8 million. A bug smaller than a fingernail cap and like a small black beetle appeared out of thin air in Qin Feng's hand.
However, the system produced it. Expensive as it is, it works really well. He activated the bug, gently affixed it to the door, put on the matching invisible earphones, and the voice from inside immediately came through loud and clear.
He only heard Luo Xion's voice with a few points of flattery and eagerness.
Brother Nan, I can't stand it anymore.
Give me some minions. I'm going to go down right now and chop up that subordinate next to Ning Mashue who's been badgering me.
A calm middle-aged man's voice rang out. It's cool that you're chopping people to death right now, but do you think Ning Morchu can't know that it was you who did it?
No matter how powerful your Luo family is, you won't be able to get away in front of the evidence. What's more, you're still not the person in charge of what your Luo family can say right now.
Luo Xian said unwillingly, so I'm just going to let people bully me like this now? Brother Nan snorted coldly, that's not so bad.
No matter what, you are also a member of the Luo family. That kid dares to mess with the Luo family. I will definitely help you avenge this, only, not now.
Now, let's plan how to deal with Ning Mashue. Getting that channel is the key.
The boss is already very unhappy that you've gone wrong 3 times. Don't forget, it was you who took the initiative to approach us and begged us to help you in the first place.
If you really can't, there's still your brother.
You're not the only option, remember that. When Luo Xin heard this, his tone immediately took on a hint of panic, which is true, Brother Nan.
That villain, I'll leave it to you guys. Let's get down to business.
Qin Feng listened outside the door, his heart growing heavier and heavier. Suddenly, an icy, female voice with a hint of teasing sounded in his ears without warning.
Happy listening?
Qin Feng stiffened and turned around violently. Only to see that the short-haired, burly female bodyguard from before, at some point, had already stood behind him as silently as a ghost.
Chapter 66 Li Nan Nan. Did you have fun listening?
An icy, female voice with a hint of teasing sounded in his ears without warning. The blood in Qin Feng's body seemed to freeze at this instant as he turned around violently, his heart beating wildly. Only to see that the short-haired, burly female bodyguard from before, at some point, had already stood behind him as silently as a ghost. Qin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. Almost the instant he turned back, his waist and abdomen were strong, his muscles were tense, and just as he was about to turn around to resist, a cold and hard object was pressed against his back waist. His body stiffened, and he didn't need to look down to know what it was.
It was a gun. Don't move.
The woman's voice was devoid of emotion. Hands up.
Oh come on, this time, even if it was an immortal, he would have to obediently beg for mercy.
Qin Feng cursed in his heart and slowly raised his hands, squeezing out a smile on his face that was as harmless as possible. This lady, you are planning to. Who are you? What are you here for? The female bodyguard, her voice was dry and crisp, not giving him any chance to get close at all.
I'm just an ordinary employee,
Before Qin Feng could finish his words, Li Nan Nan's knee had already ruthlessly pushed against the bend of his leg. A sharp pain hit him, and he couldn't control it as he let out a thud and was forced to kneel down on the cold floor.
No way, sir, so vicious?
Qin Feng grimaced in pain, but his mind was racing. He raised his head, and instead of fear, a playful smile appeared on his face.
Sister, it's not too much to hit so hard, right?
He moved his neck, his tone relaxed as if he wasn't being pointed at by a gun. You don't prosper from pointing this gun carelessly. In case the gun goes off, I'm afraid the boss behind you won't be able to end it well. I'm just a small person. For me to expose you to the sunlight, how not worth it? Li Nan Nan's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest and she just coldly watched him perform. Qin Feng continued, and you see, I'm just a small staff with a bit too much curiosity, listening to things I shouldn't.
If you let me go now, I promise to be a mute and not hear anything. But if something really happens to me, our general manager Ning doesn't have a very good temper, so if we make a big deal out of it then, it won't do anyone any good, don't you think so? He tried to use these words to test the other party's bottom line and observe her reaction.
However, what responded to him was the muzzle of the gun crushing harder, the cold metallic feeling almost penetrating his flesh.
Too many words.
Li Nan Nan spat out 2 words, and the warning implication in her eyes made Qin Feng's heart flinch. He realized that any language skills were futile in front of this woman. Holy! This woman doesn't speak martial virtues. He frantically spat in his heart. Shouldn't villains always have a mouthy session first? How come they just go straight for it as soon as they come up? His thoughts turned sharply and he immediately murmured in his mind, "System, quick! Look at her information. Name, Li Nan Nan. Age, 27. Position, Green Dragon Gang's second leader's personal bodyguard. Charisma value, 78. Force value, 6.5. Favorability, 0. Status, single. Green Dragon Gang?" Qin Feng's heart thumped. Looks like this is the same organization behind Liu Wanxi's pair of drug pickups and drop-offs. And how is there a hidden profession behind this? Qin Feng looked at the lone question mark and a bold guess popped up in his head. It can't really be an Asur, right? Look at my own again. Force value, 6.5. It's actually the same? Qin Feng's heart stirred. It seems that the intermediate fighting technique that I bought earlier made my force value increase from 4 to 6.5, not a small increase. In that case, as long as she doesn't move her gun, finding an opportunity to subdue her isn't completely impossible. Honestly. Li Nan Nan's gun muzzle crushed hard on his back, her tone carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. I say. Qin Feng immediately put on a soft appearance and quickly said, "I'm General Manager Ning Morxuning's man. Tonight, our General Manager Ning was drugged by that villain Liu Wanxi. I just saved the person, and I was so angry that I wanted to follow over to hear what else Liu Wanxi was plotting. Sister, I'm really not interested in your boss, I'm just an ordinary person who wants to take it out on his boss." When Li Nan Nan heard the name Ning Morxu, her eyes seemed to flicker for a moment. She was silent for a moment, and surprisingly, she really moved her gun away from Qin Feng's back. "Whoever you are, go in first and wait for the boss to give the word," she said coldly. Qin Feng's heart rejoiced, an opportunity had come. His eyes instantly became sharp as he watched Li Nan Nan's stance as she prepared to turn around and open the door. It was now. He violently leapt up from the ground, his body pouncing like a cheetah. The strength and spirit of his whole body was highly concentrated at this moment. His arm wrapped around Li Nan Nan's body, an arm like an iron pincer. His waist was powerful, his body rotated, and a standard over-the-shoulder wrestling movement was soundly performed by him. Li Nan Nan's body instantly lost its center of gravity, and was lifted up by his entire back, feet off the ground. However, although the system had instilled countless fighting techniques into his brain, after all, he hadn't gone through a single actual battle, and his body's reactions and the articulation of his moves seemed incomparably rusty. The movements he thought were swift were like a slow-motion replay in Li Nan Nan's eyes. Just as Li Nan Nan was thrown into mid-air by him, and her body was about to smash into the ground, her body, which seemed to be controlled, twisted in the air at an unbelievable angle. Like a civet cat without bones, she forcibly changed her body's center of gravity, and her feet lightly stepped on Qin Feng's body. This stomp not only instantly dissolved the entire force of the over-the-shoulder fall, but also used the force to make her body flip in the air, landing steadily 3 steps away. Qin Feng, on the other hand, because of this reaction force, coupled with his own overpowering force, he was unable to recover his momentum and stumbled forward several steps before he could stand still. He turned back incredulously, looking at Li Nan Nan, who was unharmed and hadn't even messed up her hairstyle, and huge waves rose within him. Is this the difference between actual combat? What man? Inside the suite, the calm male voice known as Brother Nan sounded out vigilantly. "Oh no!" Qin Feng screamed in his heart, "I have to run away. This female bodyguard may not be able to beat him, although Liu Wanxi is a loser, but that Brother Nan inside is not a good person. If you don't leave now, when will you wait?" He no longer had the slightest intention to fight, turned around and ran towards the end of the corridor. To his surprise, Li Nan Nan behind him did not catch up. Qin Feng ran to the end of the corridor in one breath and was just about to turn the corner when he heard the sound of the door of room 507 being opened behind him. "What's wrong?" It was Brother Nan's voice. "Nothing, boss." Li Nan Nan's voice was still smooth. "It's just that I'm practicing and moving my muscles." Qin Feng, who was holding onto the wall to catch his breath, heard this and his head was filled with questions. "She didn't say anything about me? This is..." He couldn't figure out what the hell this woman was thinking, but right now wasn't the time to look deeper. "Forget it, if you can't figure it out, forget it, let's go back first. Ning Morxu is still alone in the room, it's not safe." After this thought, he immediately turned around and hurried quickly in the direction of room 301. However, when he hurriedly rushed back to the corridor where room 301 was located, his pupils suddenly shrunk before he even reached the door. The door of the room, surprisingly, was wide open. Not good. Qin Feng's heart sank downward violently. Chapter 67, Whose people are you? Qin Feng's heart sank downward violently, and he couldn't care less, rushing straight in and nervously shouting, "Mr. Ning, are you alright?" His voice came to an abrupt end, and his entire person froze in the middle of the road as if he had been cast in a stasis. The expected image of Ning Morxu possibly encountering danger again did not appear. Instead, there was a highly impactful sight that made his eyes glaze over. Only to see the messy bed. Good evening Autumn and Ning Mashue, the two female CEOs who should be arch-rivals, were actually hugging each other in an extremely ambiguous position at the moment. The two seem to have just gone through a fierce struggle. Evening dress straps are a little slippery, hair messy, pretty face with a trace of abnormal redness, is wide-eyed to maintain a very indescribable posture. Xin Feng's brain instantly went down, and he subconsciously rubbed his eyes to confirm that he hadn't seen anything wrong.
Holy! What is this? I'm on the wrong movie set?
He froze for 2 seconds, and with a strong desire to survive, he took a step back and stammered,
I didn't see anything. I'll go ahead.
I'll go out first. Saying that, he turned around and wanted to bolt. The two women on the bed were also confused by the sudden intruder. They froze for a moment, and then realized how indecent their posture was at the moment, especially when they were seen by Qin Feng, a man.
Ah!
Two almost synchronized low cries rang out, and as if they were electrocuted, the two of them hurriedly separated from each other, their hands scrambling to straighten out their messy clothes and hair, their cheeks instantly reddening as if they were about to drip blood.
You stop right there. No walking. Good evening Chiu and Ning Mashue droned in unison, their voices filled with annoyance. Ning Mashue added, no turning around.
Qin Feng had no choice but to turn his back to them and stand awkwardly in place, but in his heart, he was frantically spitting out, immortals fighting this is. However, this picture. After a dozen seconds or so, Good evening Chiu's voice with a hint of unnaturalness in its coolness came from behind him. Alright, turn around. Qin Feng turned around, looking at the two female presidents whose pretty faces were still scarlet, but whose eyes had already recovered their sternness. He cleared his throat and tentatively, with a hint of a promising smile on his face, that
really didn't think that the two of you were in this kind of relationship, I can reason.
Before he could say the word understand, a sharp pain suddenly came from the soft flesh around his waist. It was Good evening Chiu, who had already walked up to him at some point, her slender fingers ruthlessly pinching his waist, with a kind smile on her face. Are you done? His Qin Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly shut up. Only then did Good evening Autumn let go of her hand. She held up her arms, looking up and down at Qin Feng, her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, her tone full of scrutiny and dangerous meaning. Qin Feng, it seems that you tonight.
Harvest is not small ah? Shouldn't you give me, tonight's nominal female companion, an explanation? Her last ha?
Her last word, the end of her voice rose, carrying a full sense of oppression. Xin Feng just wanted to say something, but on the other side,
Ning Mashue had already taken a step ahead of her, laughing coldly. Give you an explanation for what? Good evening Chiu, you're just a nominal female companion, what do you have to be so proud of?
Good evening Chiu ignored her pair of beautiful eyes still staring at Qin Feng.
Honestly explain, what did the two of you just do in the room?
Otherwise what?
Ning Mashue once again cut off the conversation as she stepped forward, her aura fully open. You want to fire him? Fine, you fire him, I want it right away. What do I do with him? Do I need to report to you? And who are you to him?
Ning Mashue, you're not finished are you? Good evening Chiu was finally completely enraged and turned her head to look at her angrily.
I'm not finished, how? Ning Mashue didn't budge an inch.
Seeing that the two were about to wrestle together again, Qin Feng had two big heads and finally couldn't stand it any longer as he shouted, alright. This sound was full of energy, finally making the two women stop for the time being. But in the next second, they turned around at the same time, aiming their spearheads at Qin Feng in unison, their two slender fingers almost poking into his head.
Good evening Chiu's eyes were ice cold. Said she didn't say anything about you, did she? Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Do you think you're innocent? Can she really do anything to you if you don't agree?
Without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, Ning Mashue let out a pft and laughed. She took a step forward and looked at Good evening Chiu with the eyes of a loser, her tone full of pleasure and provocation. Good evening Chiu, don't be so gloomy here.
The fact that he didn't want you and ran to me only shows that you have no charisma.
Still not disgusting enough, she once again deliberately laughed and shook her head. A male companion abandons his female companion in the middle of a banquet.
What is this situation? Everyone can know. Oh.
Good evening Chiu's face instantly turned cold to the extreme. She didn't bother to make a verbal argument with Ning Mashue anymore. She just turned all the pressure on Qin Feng and asked word for word, speak.
Who are you, tonight?
Ning Mashue also immediately put away her smile and similarly forced herself to look at Qin Feng. Yes, tell her, whose man are you? Being attacked from the left and right by two stunning beauties with powerful auras, Qin Feng felt his scalp tingle. He looked at the two pairs of eyes that were both spitting fire, took a deep breath and said loudly with a strained neck, I am my own. Before the words fell, a sharp pain that drilled into his heart came from his left and right waists at the same time.
Ow!
Qin Feng almost jumped up from the pain. The desire to survive made him instantly change his words. His voice brought a crying tone.
I am both of your. Are both of your people? Okay. Right.
He grimaced while hurriedly explaining.
He first turned to Good evening Chiu and said curtly, Mr. Gu, listen to me.
Tonight, I came to the banquet as your male companion, to make you look good, there's no doubt about that. Hearing this, Gu Evening Cho's face slightly slowed down, glancing at Ning Mashue next to her, the corner of her mouth hooked up with a small touch of smugness. Seeing this, Ning Mashue was even more furious and pinched Qin Feng's hand a few points harder, glaring at him fiercely. Qin Feng felt the sharp pain on his waist worsen again, and hurriedly said to Ning Mashue again, "But I've had a bit of friendship with Ms. Ning before, and today you don't have a male companion, so I'll make a temporary cameo, and I'll be considered one of your people, to help you cope with the scene. This is also justifiable, right?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the two women who were still staring at him angrily, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Okay? Everyone calm down first. This day is also not early, there is something tomorrow back to the company to talk again, okay? For now, all go back to their own homes." The two female CEOs glanced at each other, both knowing that they really couldn't come to any conclusions by arguing here tonight, so they both snorted coldly as if they were acquiescing, and then loosened their hands almost at the same time. Qin Feng was like an amnesty, turned around and was ready to bolt. Just 2 steps away, Gu Evening Cho's voice came from behind, "You don't need to go back." She walked forward and shoved a room card into Qin Feng's hand. "I booked a room here for you, this is the room card." Oh, okay, thank you Mr. Gu." Qin Feng froze and took the room card. He was just about to turn around and walk towards the elevator when a soft arm suddenly wrapped around his arm. It was Ning Mashue. She held onto Qin Feng intimately as if nothing had happened, looking like she was ready to leave with him. Qin Feng was completely confused. "Mr. Ning? Ning? What are you?" Before Ning Morkshu could answer, behind him, Gu Ivaninkia's voice, which was like a frozen Siberian cold stream, had already sounded. "You, again, want to, do, what? Ning, more, shui." Chapter 68, Assigning Rooms. In the face of Gu Evening Cho's questioning, Ning Mashue was completely unafraid. She let go of Qin Feng's arm, hugged her arms, her chin slightly raised, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "I didn't book a room today, I'll sleep with him, can't I?" "What do you say?" Gu Evening Cho was furious and laughed back. She took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed her anger. Then, as if she thought of something, a blush flew up on her face and her voice followed suit. "Right now there are just 2 rooms, I'll sleep with Qin Feng, and you'll go sleep in the other one." "Ha? No way." Ning Mashue directly refused without even thinking about it. Seeing that the flames of war were about to reignite again, Qin Feng hurriedly raised his hands in surrender and tentatively put forward a suggestion that he thought was excellent. "How about that? You two sleep in one room, and I'll sleep in the other one myself?" "No way. I don't want to sleep with this horse-forked insect woman." Gu Evening Chio looked disgusted. "Who wants to sleep with you like that? Big ice cube, might be able to freeze me awake at night." Ning Mashue immediately sneered back. Gu Evening Chio snorted coldly and turned her head to Qin Feng and raised her chin. "In that case, you sleep alone and I'll be with Qin Feng." "Che," Ning Mashue said disdainfully, "then why don't I sleep with Qin Feng and you sleep by yourself?" Qin Feng heard 2 big heads, so he had to propose a final solution. Why don't we book another room, one for each person, fair and square, how about it?" It was only after these words came out that the 2 female CEOs suddenly reacted and realized that they had just argued for half a day, but there was actually the simplest solution. The 2's pretty faces coincidentally reddened, both feeling a bit embarrassed. Gu Evening Autumn cleared her throat, in order to cover up the embarrassment, pretended to be majestic and said to Qin Feng, You said it. Good Lu." Qin Feng was like an amnesty and immediately dialed the hotel receptionist's phone. "Hello, front desk, may I ask what can I do for you?" "Hello, I would like to book another room, any room type will do." "I'm very sorry sir, all the rooms in our hotel are fully booked tonight." Qin Feng was undeterred. "All? What about the executive suites, business suites?" "Yes sir, they are all full. Because there is a large banquet tonight, plus the weather station has issued a red rainstorm warning, the vast majority of guests have chosen to stay overnight." Qin Feng made a final struggle. "What about the presidential suite?" "It's fine to add money. There has to be one, right?" A more apologetic voice came from the front desk. "Sir, our last presidential suite, which also happened to be booked 5 minutes ago, was booked by a gentleman surnamed Lin." "Surname Lin? It can't be Mr. Lin." Qin Feng's heart thumped in utter despair. "Alright, excuse me." Hanging up the phone. "How?" Gu Evening Chio asked. Qin Feng did not answer immediately, but walked over and pulled open the heavy curtains with a clatter. Only to see that outside the window, the wind was howling, bean-sized raindrops were madly smashing on the glass, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. Qin Feng turned around and spread his hands. "The front desk said that there are no more rooms. So, we only have 2 rooms left." He paused and pointed to this room they were currently in. "Moreover, this room definitely can't stay tonight." "Why?" Gu Evening Chio asked in disbelief. Qin Feng then briefly recounted how Luo Xian had drugged and kidnapped Ning Mashue earlier, and how he had knocked him out to save him. After listening to it, Gu Evening Autumn's face also became grave. She looked at Qin Feng with a few moments of fear and apology in her eyes, then turned to Ning Mashue. Her tone eased a bit. "Are you okay?" Ning Mashue shook her head. "I'm fine, just now Qin Feng has already treated me." "Healed?"
When Gu Evening Chiu heard these two words, she instantly exploded, the string of her sanity snapped. Certain indescribable images instantly surfaced in her mind, the kind of treatment she thought was healing. Xin Feng. She roared angrily and raised her hand to strike. Xin Feng was startled and hurriedly grabbed her swinging hand, eagerly explaining, "Stop, stop, stop. It's not the kind you're thinking of. It really isn't. I know a bit of proper healing techniques." "Really?" Gu Evening Chiu was half convinced, but the anger in her eyes was still burning. Xin Feng had no choice but to come to her ear and said quickly in a voice that only the two could hear, "My Grand President Gu, if she really did that, do you think she'd still be able to fight with you so vigorously right now?" Hearing Qin Feng's non-vegetarian flavored but irrefutable whisper, Gu Evening Chiu's cheeks reddened with a swish. It was only then that she reacted to the fact that her anger just now was indeed a bit irrational. For a moment, shyness surged through her heart as she raised her hand and softly hammered Qin Feng on his chest, snapping, "Rascal." Ning Mashue looked at the two of them flirting together like no one else was watching. A strong discomfort immediately surged in her heart. She frowned and coldly said, "What are you doing?" "You too?" Interrupted by her icy voice, Qin Feng and Gu Evening Chiu realized that their actions just now were a bit too intimate and parted in embarrassment. Qin Feng coughed dryly, and was trying to bring the topic back to the main issue of how to sleep, but before he could finish his sentence, Ning Mashue had already jumped ahead of him and put forward her solution. She pointed to Qin Feng, and then pointed to Gu Evening Chiu. "It's very simple, that room was booked for you by Mr. Gu, so you'll sleep in that room, and at the same time, I've been saved by you, and I'm scared to be alone tonight, and I need someone to protect me, so I'll also sleep in that room, on the bed, and you," she nodded towards the sofa in the room, "will sleep on the sofa." Couch, makes sense. As for General Manager Gu, she can go back to her own room. Gu Evening Chiu immediately retorted, "On what grounds? I paid for this room, and Qin Feng is my male companion. If you want to sleep, it's also the two of us, you go sleep in your own room." "Oh, you didn't book a room? Then you can go to the sofa in the lobby to experience it now." Looking at the two women about to quarrel again, Qin Feng quickly coughed dryly once again, trying to regain the initiative. "So, since there are only two rooms, it's just the two of you two sleeping in one room, and I'll go to the other one? No way." The two female presidents once again refused in unison. Qin Feng was completely at his wits' end. He spread his hands and had a devastated look on his face. "Then what do you guys want to do?" Gu Evening Chiu stepped forward and justified herself, "I'm going to follow you." Ning Mashue also immediately followed, showing no weakness, "I'm also going to follow you." Qin Feng. He looked at the two women in front of him who did not give an inch, and felt that his world, too, was just like the weather outside the window, with lightning and thunder and wild storms. Chapter 69 on Being a Philanderer. Qin Feng looked at the two righteous women in front of him and only felt a burst of headache. Breathlessly, he spat out, "Look for yourself, you two, are you speaking human words?" He spread his hands and continued in a broken tone, "What does it mean? It means that the three of us will sleep together tonight, right? Fine, fine, whatever. If you two can accept it, what can't I, a big man, accept?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the two women who were still wide-eyed and unconvinced by each other, and shook his head, getting down to business. "We can't stay in this room, so let's go to the room that Mr. Gu booked first." Gu Evening Chiu snorted coldly, didn't say any more, turned around and led the way. With a drop sound, the door of the room opened. Qin Feng took the lead and went in, surveying the layout of the room before turning to the two women who followed him in and started planning. He pointed to the two beds, then pointed to himself and said, "You two will have one bed each, and I'll sleep on the sand." His words were stuck only halfway through, as he realized that the single couch was pitifully small. Sitting was fine, trying to lie down and sleep a grown man was absolutely impossible. He let out a little headache tch, "Well, this couch is not going to work. I'll make a bunk on the floor, okay? This is always no problem, right?" With this self-talking, forceful arrangement, he really did have the feeling of being the head of the family. However, instead of being bluffed by his sudden aura, Ning Mashue just smiled sweetly. Her lotus step slightly moved, and she walked in front of Qin Feng, with a pitiful expression on her face. "Look at your planning, I'm a small woman, what can I say? Naturally, I will listen to you." She came forward, exhaled like an orchid, a small hand as soft as a boneless hand gently held Qin Feng's arm. Her voice also became soft and charming, "Only, I want to go to take a bath first, the body is sticky and uncomfortable tight. Can you please be merciful and give me a hand? I'm so soft right now, I don't have any strength at all." Qin Feng's leadership aura that had just been established collapsed in this instant, completely breaking down. Especially after glancing at Gu Evening Chiu's almost murderous gaze out of the corner of his eye, he had a jolt and hurriedly pushed Ning Mashua's hand away. "You've got your own hands and feet, go wash yourself." I'm not helping." Ning Mashue saw him as if he had seen a ghost, and avoided the goatish look, and glanced towards Gu Evening Chiu's side as if provocatively. Only then did she and let out a burst of silver bells like a melodious laughter, and contentedly twisted her small waist, and walked into the bathroom with a flourish.
Not after a few seconds, the bathroom door opened a crack. Ning Mashue once again poked her head out, white fingers, also hooked a lace black inner, to Qin Feng shook, wings like silk, you cannot peep oh. Only after saying this did she close the door with a smile.
Scummy man with a horse-forked insect woman, you two are a perfect match. Humph.
Good evening Chio looked at Qin Feng with sourness written all over her cold face. Qin Feng walked to her with a helpless face, General Manager Gu, don't wrong me. As you know, I went to take care of business just now, I really didn't mean to leave you behind.
You said that you're such a great beauty of national color, how could I possibly abandon you for someone else?
I see that you were quite enjoying yourself just now.
Gu evening Chio skimmed her mouth. Then,
General Manager Ning, she is also like you, a first-class big beauty.
Qin Feng decided to be honest, it's normal that I can't carry this off, right? Which man under the sky doesn't hope to gain the favor of you two? Gu evening Chio was stunned by his overly honest words, so honest? Aren't you afraid that I'll get angry and not give you a chance?
Qin Feng's eyes suddenly became serious, I don't like to deceive the people I love.
The person I love.
When Gu evening Chio heard these three words, her heartbeat missed a beat, and her cheeks got a little hot, she hurriedly turned her head away, Che, come on you, besides, then it's not wrong for you to be philandering?
But I'm capable.
Qin Feng said confidently. These words really spoke to Gu evening Chio's heart. She was actually not afraid of men being philandering. What she despised the most were losers who were incapable and still womanized everywhere. If a man has the ability to go far beyond the ordinary people, can let her for the side of the eye, can let her for the submissive, that is a little philandering, she is not unacceptable. Qin Feng had guessed that she from a big family might have this kind of mentality, so he boldly tried to find out, and it was true. Gu evening Chio's face flushed red, but her mouth was unforgiving. Che, your ability is great, why didn't I see it? My ability may not be big enough right now. Qin Feng took a step closer and looked at her with burning eyes, but just based on my performance at the banquet tonight, you should be able to see how much potential I have, right?
It's just like that.
Gu evening Chio was a bit flustered by his look and turned her head away, her voice weakening. Seeing this, Qin Feng took another step forward and gently held her hand.
What do you want? Let go.
Gu evening Chio's hand subconsciously struggled for a bit, but under Qin Feng's gentle but firm force, that bit of struggle quickly stopped, only for her cheeks to become redder. Qin Feng laughed softly in her ear, of course it's
to continue what we didn't finish at the banquet just now.
Gu evening Chio instantly understood what he was referring to, her heart beating even faster. She lowered her head and stammered a warning.
I'm warning you you don't get an inch. I haven't. Yet. Then you come, okay?
Qin Feng didn't press any closer, instead he took half a step back and then slowly closed his eyes in front of her. Gu evening Chio looked at Qin Feng's handsome face that was close at hand and with his eyes closed, and her heart thumped wildly. She hesitated, her body unconsciously slowly approached and nervously stepped back, then approached again, then stepped back. Never dared to really kiss it. Just then, she heard, the sound of water in the bathroom, stopped. This sound was like a catalyst, representing that Ning Mashue was about to come out.
Gu evening Autumn's brain was hot, no matter what.
She fiercely came forward and with a speed as fast as lightning, she gave Qin Feng a peck on the cheek, then released her hand like an electric shock and retreated to the side. Qin Feng opened his eyes, touched his cheek, and let out a somewhat disappointed ugh, how's the face on?
Gu evening Autumn sideways, arms around the chest, trying to maintain composure. What else do you want? This is already my bottom line.
Alas, then I feel like I might as well go find Ning. Qin Feng deliberately teased her. Before the words fell, Gu evening Chio violently turned around and forced her way closer. One hand violently grabbed the collar of Qin Feng's chest and lifted him upwards. That pretty face that was just shy instantly reverted back to the iceberg queen's appearance, coldly staring at him. You, try? Qin Feng instantly wimped out, hastily waving his hands. I don't dare, just kidding. Only then did Gu evening Chio release her hand in satisfaction. She condescendingly straightened her collar, glanced at him with icy eyes, and warned, you're my temporary boyfriend, pay attention to your measure.
Right now, you don't have that capital to be philandering. Just at this moment, the bathroom door opened with a click.
Ning Mashue walked out wrapped in a bath towel, and at a glance, she saw Qin Feng and Gu evening Chio with their faces extremely close together, while Gu evening Chio still had a cold face. She surveyed the two with interest, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a playful smile. Yo, you two are leaning so close, are you preparing to boink? Gu evening Chio's face reddened again, she glared at Ning Mashue and gave a grunt, it takes so long to take a shower. After saying that, she also quickly walked into the bathroom.
Chapter 70, Official Boyfriend. Ning Mashue wrapped in a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom with a wet vapor.
She wiped her wet hair and walked over to Qin Feng, glanced at the closed bathroom door and asked, doing what did you two just?
Nothing, just chatting.
Qin Feng's eyes were a bit evasive. Che, who believes it? Ning Mashue gave him a blank look and didn't pursue the question, walking to the dresser by herself and picking up the hairdryer in preparation for blowing her hair. Just as she flipped the switch, a hand reached over from behind her and took away the hairdryer in her hand. Xin Feng walked behind her and skillfully turned on the hairdryer, the warm wind passing through her hair. Ning Mashua looked at the focused side face of the man behind her in the mirror, her body froze slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything, letting him blow her hair, enjoying this rare silence.
A few moments later, she broke the silence. You followed Liu Wanxi. Did you hear any new information?
Yes, Xin Feng said in a lowered voice while blowing his hair. I heard him talking to someone inside. That person seems to be from the Green Dragon Gang.
Green Dragon Gang?
Ning Mashua's grip on the bath towel tightened violently as she lost her voice. It's actually them.
You know?
Xin Feng was a bit surprised.
Aha!
Ning Mashua's expression became unprecedentedly grave. The Green Dragon Gang is the largest underground gang next door in Yongnan City, entrenched for many years with deep-rooted power. It stands to reason that an organization of their caliber knows exactly where the official bottom line is, and shouldn't be touching something like drugs, or else it wouldn't have survived for so long. Then it seems that there's something wrong within them. Xin Feng came to a conclusion. Maybe. Ning Mashua's eyes were filled with worry. After blow-drying her hair, Xin Feng naturally picked up the comb again and began to comb her long, soft hair.
Ning Mashua closed her eyes comfortably and asked, Can you comb it?
Don't worry, Xin Feng laughed lightly. I grew up combing my sister's hair and practiced. Hearing these words, Ning Mashua's body seemed to relax a bit more, and her cheeks inexplicably flushed with a blush. She was silent for a moment before speaking somewhat unnaturally and vaguely. By the way.
What about that? Which one? That one. Which one? It's.
Ning Mashua got a little anxious, opening her eyes and glaring back at him. The bet we made earlier. Now Gu Evening Chio seems to like you quite a bit, so.
I agree with you.
Xin Feng interrupted her and said in a casual tone, forget it.
Ning Mashua froze. Forget it? What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything, I just don't think it's necessary.
Xin Feng put down his comb and shrugged. I don't want to chase you anymore.
Why?
Ning Mashua's voice unconsciously drew up. She felt a bit panicked as she felt a sudden emptiness somewhere in her heart.
Why? Just simply don't want to anymore.
Xin Feng's expression was as if he was talking about a trivial matter of no consequence. You don't like me anyway, and don't you still dislike me for my lack of strength?
That's just right, one shot, one break. Are you playing with me?
Ning Mashua fiercely stood up and approached Xin Feng, a pair of phoenix eyes staring at him dead on. Her small white hand grabbed his collar. You're just purposely trying to make me feel good about you, and then ruthlessly abandoning me and watching me laugh, aren't you?
No, I.
Xin Feng words have not finished.
Ning Morkshu had already tiptoed up regardless and bit down hard on his neck.
Holy!
Why are you biting people too?
Xin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. Why was this scene so familiar? Ning Mashua bit, but her force slowly became smaller, and finally loosened her mouth, her entire body leaning helplessly in Xin Feng's arms, like an aggrieved kitten. Xin Feng looked at this woman in his arms who was strong on the outside but incredibly proud on the inside. His heart softened, sighed, and still stretched out his hand, slowly wrapping it around her. Only after a while did Ning Mashua brace herself from his arms. Her eyes were slightly red, but her eyes regained that unconvincing vigor. I don't care, this is our bet.
I'm asking you now, are you Gu Evening Chio's boyfriend now?
No. Xin Feng subconsciously replied. Ning Mashua just stared straight at him. Xin Feng was a little weak from her look, so he had to change his words. Yes. But it's an intern boyfriend, just an internship. That's better. The corner of Ning Mashua's mouth hooked up into a dangerous and flirtatious arc. From now on, you are my Ning Mashua's official boyfriend. And, you're not allowed to tell her. She moved to Xin Feng's ear and said in a voice full of magic, I'm going to secretly play with her man behind her back.
Xin Feng.
He was completely speechless, looking at the woman in front of him who was bursting with possessiveness and good intentions. What kind of enmity and what kind of grudge did you two have in your past lives?
He looked at Ning Morkshu and tentatively asked, so I'm your boyfriend now?
Aha! Ning Morkshu raised her snow-white chin and answered. Oh. Xin Feng's eyes rolled, an impish smile appearing on his face. So is a boyfriend allowed to do that with his girlfriend?
Ning Morkshu's cheeks instantly flew up in a flash of red, spitting, no.
Then,
can I touch it? Xin Feng asked again. No. Then can I blink you? No.
Xin Feng crossed his arms and looked at her with a speechless face. This is not okay, that is not okay, I have too few rights as a boyfriend, right?
You. Ning Mashua's face turned even redder as she was exasperated by his look. Is this the only thing on your mind?
She looked at Xin Feng, her eyes a bit evasive, but her tone was firm. Let
us take our time. Anyway, if I don't say it's okay, you're not allowed to touch me. Otherwise I'll.
She just half a day, but also did not think of any deterrent threat. Looked at her this kind of external strength within the lovely appearance. Xin Feng heard of the point of charming thoughts but faded, replaced by a piece of soft. He reached out his hand and gently touched her head. Good. Ning Mashua's entire body froze. She had expected Xin Feng to continue to play rogue, or to argue with her, but she had never imagined that it would be such a gentle gesture in answer. Her heartbeat instantly messed up its rhythm, and her cheeks burned terribly.
At that moment, the bathroom door was opened with a click. Gu Evening Chill wiped her hair and walked out, and at a glance, she saw Qin Feng gently touching Ning Mashua's head, while Ning Mashua had a red face and lowered her head, in a manner of a little girl. She stopped in her tracks, her eyes instantly becoming ice cold. What are you doing? You too? Chapter 71 The Truth. Facing Gu Evening Chill's icy questioning, Qin Feng held up his hand that was still resting on top of Ning Mashua's head, and for a moment, he was a bit embarrassed. I've... Combing her hair. Combing hair? Gu Evening Autumn's red lips lightly opened and spat out 3 words, but there was nothing on her face, just those beautiful phoenix eyes, as if she was looking at a child who had told a clumsy lie. She didn't say any more, just took elegant steps, walked straight to the dresser, and sat down on the spot where Ning Mashua had just sat. She didn't say anything, didn't do anything, just sat quietly, staring at Qin Feng through the mirror without a word. The silent oppression was more powerful than any questioning. Qin Feng froze for a moment and then reacted. He felt like the eunuch-in-chief who served both the empress and the empress dowager by the side of the ancient emperor, unable to offend either side. He secretly grumbled in his heart, but still resigned himself to walking forward, picking up the hairdryer that was still warm, and started blowing Gu Evening Chill's hair as well. As the warm wind whisked through her hair, Gu Evening Chill in the mirror, the corners of her taut mouth imperceptibly rose slightly, hooking up in a satisfied, demonstrative arc. She even made a point of glancing at Ning Mashue, who was lying on the bed, from the corner of her eye in the mirror. This glance was filled with the posture of a victor. Ha! A soft, inaudible cold laugh came from the bed. Ning Mashue was lazily lying on her side on the bed, one hand supporting her head, watching the scene in front of her with interest as she coolly spoke. What a obedient dog slave. Qin Feng's forehead corner twitched, breathlessly rolling his eyes at her from the mirror, too lazy to bother with her. After blow-drying his hair, he also picked up a comb and started combing Gu Evening Chill's hair. Right at this moment, Ning Mashue spoke up again, and she said leisurely to Gu Evening Chill in the mirror, Yo, certain people are really at peace with themselves when they make people. Gu Evening Chill returned an icy look from the mirror. He's my male companion, it's only natural to help me blow dry my hair. It's not like some people, who have no name and no title, but still have to come along. No name, no honor? Ning Mashue looked like she heard a big joke. Qin Feng just admitted that he is also my man, have you forgotten? That was because he was forced by you. That was also from his own mouth. You? Alright. Qin Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. He put his comb on the table and interrupted the two. You two aren't finished, are you? He took a deep breath and his expression became serious. I'll sit over, let's have a good talk. Mr. Gu, you told me before about what's going on between you two, but I can hear that there's clearly a problem here. He looked at the 2 women who sat on the edge of the bed despite their reluctance, locked his gaze on Ning Mashue, and asked right to the point. Ning Mashue, first tell Gu Evening Chill that in the beginning, why did you steal her boyfriend? Ning Mashue sniffed, the corner of her mouth flicked, full of concern, because I liked it, I looked at it, so I snatched it. Is there a problem? Ning Mashue. Gu Evening Chill was instantly about to snap. Qin Feng immediately stopped her with a look, then turned his head and stared at Ning Mashue with an undeniable gaze. Tell the truth. Ning Mashue looked at Qin Feng's serious eyes and skimmed her lips before that arrogance tightened up a bit. Alright, I'll tell you. She looked at Gu Evening Chill and slowly spoke. The man you were dating at the time was Luo Bin, the eldest son of the Luo family. When she said the name Luo Bin, the disgust in her tone was undisguised, as if just mentioning him made her mouth dirty. In the beginning, the elders of our 2 families had the intention to set me and the Luo family's eldest son Luo Bin. But that person of his, I can't look at him, he's just a scum, dabbling in womanizing, still in school when he has defiled a lot of innocent girls, finished relying on his family's power to get out of it, I naturally won't pay any attention to him. I've been hanging him out to dry, letting him hang around the company, just ignoring him. Who knows he found you? Gu Evening Autumn. Ning Mashue's eyes held a hint of real, hateful confusion. Who knew, but you took the bait. It's not that I'm talking about you, Gu Evening Chill. You're at least the president of the Lillian Group, and you've seen so many talented people. Why would you fall for that kind of scum's trap? I've never figured it out. Gu Evening Autumn's face was a bit white. She bit her lower lip and said in a low voice, I didn't fall into. It was just that at that time, I thought that it was time to fall in love and see, and he acted. Really interesting, just wanted to try. Heh, you're just a pampered young lady who's been too well protected by her family, Ning Mashue commented nonchalantly. Just come up with a man with some special tactics, and you're hit. As she said that, she also squinted at Qin Feng next to her. Just talk about things, don't point people out indiscriminately. Qin Feng felt offended. Ning Mashue ignored him and continued to say to Gu Avenkyu, so then when I saw that you guys seemed like you were really going to get together, I simply seduced him and then found a reason to completely kick him out of our 2 families' cooperation program. I was saving you, understand? After a few words, the room fell into a long silence. Gu Evening Chill sat there dumbfounded, her mind buzzing in blank. So it's like this. Surprisingly, it's like this. The betrayal she had always thought, the knot in her heart that had made her hate her teeth and made her toss and turn countless nights, from beginning to end, turned out to be nothing more than a ridiculous joke. The woman she had hated for so long was helping her dispose of a scumbag in her own way? And she herself, like a complete cutie pie. She was played in the palm of her hand by a clown, but she also thought she was treating her only ally as an irreconcilable mortal enemy. Ning Ma Xue is right, he is a pampered, too well-protected young lady. Even this ability to recognize people are not really too ridiculous. At this moment, she felt that the pride and cognition she had been building up all along collapsed. She was silent for a long time, unable to say a single word, only that pair of beautiful eyes that always carried shrewdness and calculations, for the first time, showed bewilderment and vulnerability. Xin Feng looked at her appearance, looking at this always proud and shrewd woman, revealing such a fragile and bewildered demeanor. A certain softest place in his heart was gently pricked. He raised his eyes, glanced at Ning Ma Xue, who still wanted to say something, and gave her a look. Then, without the slightest hesitation anymore, he walked forward, stretched out his arm, and gently wrapped her into his arms. Gu Eveningcho's body first stiffened violently, but then, the tightness slowly dispersed, and she didn't say anything, only silently burying her face in his chest. Ning Ma Xue, who was standing at the side, looked at the two people who were embracing each other, and her pretty eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. She skimmed her mouth and rolled her eyes in disdain, then without a word, she turned around and walked alone to the balcony of the room, leaving the space for them. Chapter 72, I Need Him. Gu Eveningcho was in Qin Feng's arms, like an aggrieved child, crying silently for a long time, until that suppressed emotion calmed down a little. She slowly raised her head, a pair of beautiful eyes red from crying with endless bewilderment, looking at Qin Feng. Do you think I'm not the most stupid little cutie in this world? Yes. Qin Feng replied, dryly and without a hint of hesitation. Hey! Gu Eveningcho instantly froze. She didn't expect that what she waited for was not comfort, but the most direct affirmation. Qin Feng looked down at her with a hint of hatred in his tone. You're just a cutie. That Luobin, at a glance, is a clothed beast, and you were so easily trapped? Thanks to you bragging to me before, saying how many young talents you've rejected. What's the result? Can't even see a scum? You scolded me? Gu Eveningcho's eyes reddened again, her voice tinged with aggression. Aha! Qin Feng nodded, then raised his eyebrows again. Is that the point, miss? Looking at her look like she was about to cry out again, Qin Feng's tone only slightly slowed down inside. However, it's not all your fault. You are an empty theoretical knowledge of the school bully, did not experience the social beatings, encountered a Luobin kind of specialized in cheating women's playboy, caught the road as normal. Who got into his way? Gu Eveningcho immediately retorted with a stiff upper lip. He didn't even touch my hand. And that's thanks to Mr. Ning? Qin Feng couldn't help but tease her. Otherwise, by the time I see you now, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have already been tricked by that scum into getting a big belly, right? How do you talk? What do you mean by belly? Gu Evening Autumn was shy and angry, lifted her pink fist and hammered it on his chest without any goodwill. After the fight, she was quiet again, and only after a while did she ask in a voice that was almost self-talking with a hint of uncertainty, then will you be good to me later? What happens in the future will be discussed later. Qin Feng did not give a direct promise, but his hand holding her tightened. But I can guarantee that at the very least, I will treat you well now. This reply, although a bit cunning, carried a down-to-earth sincerity. Gu Eveningcho stopped speaking, only burying her head deeply in his arms, not knowing what she was thinking. All right, pull yourself together. Qin Feng gently patted her back. This look is not the Queen Gu I know. Oh. Gu Eveningcho gently twisted in his arms, as if she was being petulant, and as if she was venting her last emotions. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng's gaze crossed over her shoulders and saw the scene on the balcony. Only to see Ning Ma Xue standing alone by the railing of the balcony, letting the gusty wind mixed with rain blow her thin bath towel and long hair. She was just quietly looking out the window at the lightning and thundering night sky, her thin back looking particularly lonely. What is this Ning Ma Xue doing? It's raining so heavily outside, crazy? I told her to take shelter, why did she run there? Qin Feng's heart tightened and he subconsciously said to Gu Eveningcho in his arms, that General Manager Gu, I'll go over and look for General Manager Ning. No one is allowed to go. Before the words fell, Gu Eveningcho instantly raised her head, her eyes filled with vigilance and unquestionable dominance. No, you see where General Manager Ning is, she. I saw it. Gu Eveningcho followed his gaze and glanced at the balcony, then buried her head back again and said sullenly, no one is allowed to go there either. Qin Feng was speechless for a while as he looked at her like this. Gu Eveningcho also seemed to notice that she was being a bit unreasonable, and her cheeks quietly reddened. Suddenly, she raised her head violently, came forward, and touched Qin Feng's mouth quickly on those soft, with a hint of coolness, lips. Qin Feng was confused. Before he could react, Gu Eveningcho had already quickly stood up from his arms, turned around, turned her back to him, and said in an extremely unnatural, slightly flustered tone, this is a little reward for you, don't think too much. She paused for a moment, as if to give herself a pep talk, before continuing, I will go and make your bed, you. Hurry up. After saying that, she also stretched out her foot and gently kicked Qin Feng in the ass.
On the balcony, the gusty wind rolled the icy cold rain and pounded in unchecked. Ning Mashue, however, seemed to be oblivious to it and just stood there quietly, letting the cold rain hit her face and body. She didn't know how long it had been until the cold rainwater completely quenched the heat in her body that had risen due to the residual medicinal power in the hot water bath, and also quenched the unrealistic fluttering in her heart, and only then did her mind gradually become clearer and clearer. She leaned against the railing and looked at the distant night that was torn apart by lightning once and for all, while a heavenly battle was going on in her mind. Do I really like him? Why did you just ask him to be my boyfriend? She recalled Qin Feng's swaggering figure at the banquet and remembered the way he looked like a heavenly god descending from the heavens when he saved her. It's true that he's excellent, and it's true that he's talented, but that's about it. Am I being too hasty? Surely, it's still the case that I was just too stimulated by Gu Evening Show, and my brain is all messed up, right? She let out a long, silent sigh, and the hint of confusion and faltering in her eyes was gradually replaced by the coldness and determination of the past. Later on, just cut ties with him. I, Ning Mashue, don't need him. Just moments after she had made this determination, a voice with helplessness and reproach came from behind her. What are you doing, Mr. Ning? Qin Feng walked over. He looked at Ning Mashue's thin back that was wet by the wind and rain, and the bath towel wrapped around her body had become semi-transparent due to the wet water, outlining the exquisite curves. He shook his head breathlessly, turned around, and went into the house, quickly took another large dry bath towel out, quickly stepped forward, and wrapped her entire body in one hand. What are you doing? Qin Feng's tone was full of bad temper. Just letting you evade for a bit. What are you running here to suffer? Didn't you take this bath for nothing? Saying that, he half pulled, half hugged her a bit further inside the room, dodging most of the wind and rain, and then picked up the corner of the bath towel and began to clumsily, yet gently, wipe her wet hair for her. Ning Mashue froze in place, letting him move. She slowly turned around and raised her head, just in time to meet Qin Feng's eyes that were reproachful, yet filled with pure concern. That warm bath towel, that gentle movement, those focused eyes. The solid ice that had just been built up in her mind, constructed with reason and pride, was silently melted by this sudden warmth at this moment. In the previous moment, she told herself, I don't need him. And in this moment, another voice, truer and louder, resounded in her heart. I need him. Qin Feng looked at Ning Mashua's eyes that suddenly became incredibly complicated, and was a bit flustered by her. He stopped his hand movements and asked, What's wrong with you? Blown silly by the rain? Chapter 73 System Upgrade. Qin Feng looked at Ning Mashua's eyes that had suddenly become incredibly complex, and was a bit flustered by her. He stopped his hand movements and subconsciously flirted, What's wrong with you? Blown silly by the rain? Hearing these words, Ning Mashua's pretty face, which always carried frost, first, without warning, surfaced with an extremely short-lived, yet incomparably sincere heartfelt smile. However, this smile only lasted for less than a second before it was immediately collected by her and transformed into a familiar arc that carried a sense of cunning and provocation. She justifiably straightened her chest, resumed her usual small nature, and said, What's wrong with me becoming stupid? Become stupid and you feed me. Qin Feng was amused by her and stretched out his hand, gently tapping her on her glossy forehead. Who can afford to feed you? A dress is hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a skirt is also hundreds of thousands of dollars. As he spoke, he picked up the towel again and continued to wipe her hair. Ning Mashue heard out that he was mocking his own use of words to humiliate him after that incident of theirs. Her cheeks couldn't help but redden, then said somewhat haughtily, I'm just so pampered, what's wrong with that? You can't afford to raise me, then you. Just what? Qin Feng interrupted her and asked back with a bad smile, I seem to be someone forcing me to be her boyfriend. Oh? On. Ning Mashue a moment speech block, she on half a day also cannot say a reason to. Simply play up, stretching out two small hands, like rain falling on Qin Feng's chest, and shy and angry whacked him, just know to bully me. You big bad egg. After beating him for a while, and as if she was not relieved, she simply declared, I don't care. You are going to feed me. I'm also going to eat you poor, eat you so much that you don't have the money to support that Gu Evening Chill woman. Humph. Looking at her like this, the bit of softness in Qin Feng's heart expanded more and more, and he just smiled, letting her pound away. After a while, Ning Mashua's movements gradually stopped. She looked at Qin Feng, her puffed-up cheeks slowly subsiding, her voice following suit, somewhat squirming, but if you really can't afford to raise her, I actually spend not much. Qin Feng looked at her, his eyes becoming incomparably gentle. Ning Mashue was a little flustered by his look and hurriedly turned her head, not daring to meet his eyes again. Don't you misunderstand? Qin Feng's heart, at this moment, was completely melted. He slowly came over. Ning Mashue felt that familiar male scent getting closer and closer, and her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, as if she had a premonition of what was going to happen next, so she nervously and resignedly slowly closed her eyes. Just then, inside the room, came Gu Evening Cho's slightly impatient voice, What are you two doing outside? Come in, the bed is made for you. The two of them were like frightened rabbits, awakening violently.
Ning Moshue was so shy that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. She glared fiercely at Qin Feng, then turned around and walked away. While walking quickly towards the room, she cursed hatefully in a voice that only she could hear. Good evening, Chiu. You just did it on purpose. Humph. Then rushed straight to the bathroom and went to clean himself up. Qin Feng helplessly rubbed his nose and followed suit. What for? Outside. Good evening. Chiu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him and asked. General Manager Ning got wet. I'm wiping her off. Qin Feng's eyes were a bit evasive, his heart was weak and he didn't quite dare to look at Good evening Chiu. Shay, less concerned about her. Good evening Chiu skimmed her mouth, then with a voice that only she could hear, she muttered in a red-faced whisper. Care more about caring about me. After saying that, she immediately lay down on the bed and covered it with the quilt, turning her back to Qin Feng and pretending to go to sleep. Qin Feng also walked over to the floor and lay down. After a while, Ning Moshue also came out from the bathroom, glanced at Good evening Chiu on the bed and Qin Feng on the floor, then silently went to her own bed as well. Finally, he was able to rest for a while. Qin Feng rolled over on the floor, just facing the bottom of Good evening Chiu's bed. It was as if some unknown fear was hidden under the pitch-black bed. I'm an adult, I'm not afraid. After a dozen seconds or so, he still moved silently, picked up the pillow next to him, and blocked it tightly between himself and the bottom of the bed, out of sight, out of mind. Only after doing this did he open the system panel with peace of mind. Host's total assets, 1,852.6 million. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes to confirm that he hadn't misread it. He immediately yelled at the system in his mind, System. Did you miscalculate the money? How come there's only this much left? If I remember correctly, there was clearly over $10 billion before. The host can view the breakdown of asset changes. Qin Feng immediately opened the details and a few of the latest records came into view. Target, Ning Moshue, favorability plus 17, current favorability, 65. Target, Good evening Chiu, favorability plus 8, current favorability, 75. Good lord, things were so busy that I didn't even notice. Qin Feng was shocked in his heart, these two people's goodwill, they'd both added so much without realizing it. But where's the money? He continued to look down, but didn't see any hints of increased assets, instead he saw a blinding record of expenses. System upgrade, deducted 10 billion in assets. No, system, you're not going to explain this one? The host's total assets exceeded the 10 billion mark for the first time, triggering a mandatory upgrade of the system's version 2.0, with an upgrade cost of 10 billion. Alright, I'll admit to the mandatory upgrade. Then you have to tell me what was upgraded, right? System reward mechanism change, goodwill level reward, has removed 30, 40, 50, 60 points reward node, the existing trigger reward node is 70 points after. Oh, Qin Feng subconsciously nodded, then reacted, and angrily said, wait. You call this an upgrade? Directly cutting off my rewards for 4 stages, this is an ING downgrade, right? Playing with me? System upgrades will definitely benefit the host, please explore the specific features on your own. Qin Feng was speechless for a while. Gee, no wonder Ning Morshue's goodwill went up so much and didn't add a single point. It turns out that the reward nodes before the 70 points are gone. In that case, with this 1.8 billion plus assets of mine, it just went up by that 7 times of Good evening Autumn's favorability breaking through 70 points, and it hasn't even blown up yet. He suddenly thought of something else. Wait a minute. Those things in the mall went up in price like crazy, also because of this so-called upgrade? Yes. The host's asset magnitude creates a leap, and the system mall serves as a balancing mechanism, and the prices will inflate as well. No way. This I do not accept. All bad IU this. Refund. The system remains silent for a rare moment before prompting again. The host can try to mobilize the power in his body to feel your intermediate fighting technique. Qin Feng was skeptical. He sat up from his bunk and slowly swung a fist into the air. Although it was just a random punch, he could clearly feel that both the explosive power of his muscles and the efficiency of power conduction were more than a notch stronger than before. It seems like it's really gotten stronger. Just as he was about to swing a second punch to feel it, a soft pillow suddenly flew over from Ning Moshue's bed and accurately smashed into his face. Only to hear Ning Morshu, "What are you doing? It's a big night, sleep." Chapter 74, Sleeping with a Cuddle. A soft pillow flew over and accurately smashed into Qin Feng's face. He was stunned by the blow, but didn't bother to take it any further. Too many things had happened today, and he was indeed tired. Sighing, he laid down on the floor bunk and prepared to sleep. As soon as he lay down, he smelled a familiar, faintly ethereal scent. Only then did he realize that it was the pillow that had smashed into his face. On this pillow, Ning Moshue's body temperature and aroma still remained. Qin Feng hugged the pillow in his arms, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. He did not know how long it had been, but Qin Feng had just fallen asleep somewhat, and was in the middle of a half-dream, when he vaguely felt as if there was something that was quietly drilling into the comforter of his floor bed. That something was cool, soft, and carried a fragrance of elegant orchids that was very different from that on Ning Morshue's pillow. He felt something was wrong and jerked his eyes open. In the darkness, he saw a stunningly beautiful face close at hand, and it was none other than Gu Evening Show. She didn't know when, but she had run down from her bed and was currently lying on her side beside him. Xin Feng was startled and quickly lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing, Mr. Gu?" Gu Evening Show's body seemed to stiffen for a moment, and said in a small, somewhat aggravated voice, "I can't sleep." "You can't sleep? What are you doing here with me?" Xin Feng cried and laughed, "Your bed is not more comfortable than my floor?" She stammered, "I came to see if you're asleep." "If you really can't sleep," Xin Feng gave her tips, "you open your cell phone, find a high school math lecture video to watch. I guarantee that you immediately sleep well." High school math? Gu Evening Show's tone carried a hint of doubt. So, something that simple can be watched to fall asleep? Xin Feng felt an arrow in his heart. Is this the gap between a school bully and a school slag? As well as, is this the point, miss? He said helplessly, "I'm just giving an example. I mean, if you can't sleep, just look at your cell phone, swipe it, and you'll fall asleep in a while." What to watch then? Eatcast would be pretty good. I used to love watching other people eat before I went to bed, especially eating that grilled lamb chops, moist and oily. Wow, it smells good. So, won't you be hungry watching it? Hungry. Okay. Good head ah. Xin Feng realized that he was taken off course by her. He sat up and looked at her. "You still haven't said why on earth you couldn't sleep and ran next to me?" Gu Evening Show was a little weak from his question and just wanted to say something. Rumble. Outside the window, a huge bolt of lightning cut through the night sky, followed by a deafening thunderous explosion. Gu Evening Show's body shuddered violently and subconsciously shrank towards Xin Feng. Xin Feng looked at her like this and instantly understood, asking somewhat breathlessly, "You're not afraid of thunder, are you?" Gu Evening Show wanted to deny it, but her body's honest reaction betrayed her. "No, General Manager Gu." Xin Feng was even more speechless. "Hasn't it just been thundering? I didn't see you scared either. Why are you scared at this moment?" Just now I was not in the right mood, did not notice well." Gu Evening Show's voice is getting smaller and smaller, with a trace of imperceptible dependence and aggression. And at that time, wasn't there you by my side?" Xin Feng's heart was gently bumped by her soft words. He looked at the Gu Evening Show in front of him, who had removed all her queenly disguises and was as afraid of thunder as an ordinary little woman, and sighed, "Then what are you going to do here?" "I'll just stay next to you for a while. But this thunder, it looks like it will have to strike all night. Then All right, sleep." Xin Feng relayed down, patted the empty seat beside himself. "General Manager Gu, you're such a big beauty, don't mind squeezing the floor with me. I'm a big man, what do I mind?" He paused and added with a bad smile, "However, I may not be honest when I fall asleep. In case I touch something I shouldn't touch, you can't blame me. As long as you don't do it on purpose, I won't blame you." Gu Evening Show's cheeks quietly reddened in the darkness. She hesitated for a moment, but still obediently lay down, her body carefully leaning towards Xin Feng's side. Xin Feng felt the warmth and aroma coming from his side and his heart stirred as he sidled over and asked softly, "Do you want to come into my arms?" Gu Evening Show did not say anything, but in the darkness, her soft body, honestly and slowly leaned over, and finally, snuggled into his arms. Xin Feng felt Gu Evening Show's warm and soft body in his arms, and with a stirring in his heart, he was about to close his eyes as well and enjoy this rare warmth. However, the two of them had just laid down for less than 10 seconds when Xin Feng felt that his buttocks had been kicked by someone not so lightly. When he turned around, he only saw that Ning Mashua had gotten off the bed at some point as well, and was standing next to him on the floor, holding her arms and looking at the two of them condescendingly. "No," Ning Mashua's voice was filled with irritation, "do you two take me for dead, or do you take me for deaf?" After saying that, she didn't wait for Xin Feng to answer, she even lifted a corner of the quilt as well and drilled in from Xin Feng's other side. Xin Feng was completely numb, he was sandwiched between two stunningly beautiful women with different aromas, feeling like a ham in a sandwich. He twisted his head to look at Ning Mashua and asked breathlessly, "No, don't tell me, you're also afraid of thunder, oh?" "Yes," Ning Mashua replied with a straight face, "I'm also afraid of thunder." "You're afraid of you egg." Xin Feng couldn't help but spit out, "I don't know who it was that was just enjoying the thunder on the balcony in the rain. What do you care about me?" Ning Mashua quite unreasonably shrunk toward the quilt. "Anyway, I also want you to snuggle." The night was already too late, and after a whole night of scares, arguments and confrontations, all three of them didn't feel like they had much strength to toss and turn anymore. Xin Feng sighed and simply gave up resisting, stretching out his other arm and wrapping Ning Mashua around him as well. Surprisingly, the two women beside him, this time very rarely quarreled again, perhaps they were both tired. Just like that, the three of them fell into a deep sleep in an extremely bizarre manner. Chapter 75. Don't guess what's in a girl's mind. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting faint patches of light on the floor. Gu Evening Show's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. She felt that she was resting peacefully on Xin Feng's solid arm, the male scent of his body that reassured her lingering on the tip of her nose. But this brief silence was broken in the next second.
As if there was a telepathic connection between her heart and mind, when she raised her eyes, the person on Qin Feng's other side also opened his eyes. A line of sight that was cold and mixed with wariness met her gaze impartially. It was Ning Morkshu. The air instantly froze. Neither of them made a sound, but a silent war had been quietly fought. Gu Eveningqiu saw that one of Ning Moshua's hands was resting unruly on Qin Feng's chest, and her brows immediately furrowed as she reached out and used her fingers to push Ning Moshua's fingers away in an ungentle manner. Ning Moshua sensed her action, her eyes turned cold, and instead of withdrawing her hand, she shrank back into Qin Feng's arms as if she was demonstrating. Just as the two of them were getting more and more intense in their little action, Qin Feng underneath him rolled over uncomfortably in his sleep and let out a slight murmur. This subtle action, but like a truce signal. Left and right sides of the two women, almost at the same time, violently stopped all the action, coincidentally immediately closed their eyes, adjust breathing, into the asleep state. After a while, Qin Feng woke up in a daze. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Evening Autumn and Ning Morkshu, one on the left and one on the right, both with their backs to him, breathing evilly and seemingly sleeping soundly. Ha! After all that saber rattling last night, how could they sleep so peacefully? Qin Feng scratched his head. The way the two presidents are sleeping is quite cute, but it always feels strange somewhere. A trace of suspicion rose in his heart, and he silently sat up from the floor bunk. Then like a thief, he first probed his head and put his face in front of Gu Eveningqiu's eyes, observing carefully. Her eyelashes were smooth and motionless. He then went around to the other side and put his face in front of Ning Moshua's eyes, and she did the same, unable to see any breaks. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Qin Feng muttered in a low voice and eventually gave up probing. He stood up and leaned over to gently tuck the two of them in before turning around and walking into the bathroom. At the moment the bathroom door closed, the two women sleeping on the two beds, almost simultaneously, buried their heads under the quilt, their shoulders shrugging uncontrollably, as if they were snickering. When Qin Feng finished washing up and came out from the bathroom, the two female CEOs had already gotten up and changed their clothes. One was sitting on the edge of the bed and the other was standing in front of the window, neither of them paying attention to anyone, and the atmosphere in the room was quiet and somewhat depressing. Qin Feng felt that this atmosphere was really strange, so he had to speak with a hard skin. What are you two doing in that? Neither of you are talking. Gu Eveningqiu turned around and glanced at him with a hint of mockery in her tone. What, it feels good to sleep between the two of us, doesn't it? Ning Moshue also coldly picked up. Wake up and look at your unproductive face. What, too tired last night? Got it, you two can't speak properly, can you? Qin Feng was speechless for a while. Right at this moment, Ning Moshua's cell phone suddenly rang. She walked to the side and picked up the phone, only to hum a few times before her face quickly became serious. She hung up the phone and picked up her handbag, obviously ready to leave. Seeing this, Qin Feng rushed forward and asked, "What's wrong? Is it about the Green Dragon Gang?" No, Ning Moshue shook her head, her expression a little annoyed. It's a company matter. Tian Xing Group's side robbed us of a very important order. Qin Feng nodded. Since we now know about the Green Dragon Gang, when you go back, you can instruct your trusted people to keep an eye on that Luo Xin. I know. Ning Morkshu answered, but she didn't leave right away. Instead, she took a step forward and turned around to face Qin Feng, naturally reaching out her hand to straighten out his somewhat messy collar for him, her eyes looking at him with intent. However, in fact, in this case, it might be more effective for you to keep an eye on it in person. Don't think about it, he's my man. Gu Eveningqiu had walked over at some point, pulling Qin Feng behind herself as she looked coldly at Ning Moshua. My personal assistant, I don't have time to help you with your business. Ning Moshua looked at her food-protecting demeanor, gave a disdainful cut and pushed Qin Feng away. I don't care, let's go. Be careful on your way. Qin Feng instructed. With a bang, the door of the room was closed and Ning Moshua's figure disappeared. In the room, it was instantly quiet. With the departure of one of the female protagonists, the tension of the previous triple threat disappeared and was replaced by a more ambiguous and awkward atmosphere that only belonged to a lone man and woman. Gu Eveningqiu also clearly felt this change in atmosphere. She said somewhat unnaturally, Let's go back to the rain. Rain has stopped. Wait. Qin Feng, however, called out to her and then stepped forward. What are you doing? Gu Eveningqiu immediately stepped back vigilantly, her hands protecting her chest. I'm telling you, no. What can't? Qin Feng was confused by her. I was trying to ask, what happened when I just woke up? You both didn't say anything, so strange. When Gu Eveningqiu heard that he was still dwelling on this issue, her cheeks couldn't help but blush, and she blurted out in some shame, what else could it be? Because it's embarrassing. After saying that, she seemed to feel that she had reacted too much, and twisted her head to the side again, hummed, and added, anyway. You just stay out of it. This is a girl's thing. After saying that, her mood turned, and her eyes became a bit evasive and expectant as she whispered, but we can actually do it now. Well, girls' minds are really elusive. Qin Feng didn't hear the second half of her sentence and just lamented, let's go back then. Gu Eveningqiu saw that he really didn't seem to understand her hint and turned around to leave. She couldn't help but ask after him again, You don't want to
What? Xin Feng looked back at her with a blank face. You. Gu Evening Chiu looked at his face that was out of condition, and what little shyness and anticipation she still had instantly turned into speechlessness and exasperation. All right. Go home. You big dummy. She cursed hatefully and reached out her foot to stomp hard on Qin Feng's instep before turning around in a huff, opening the door and walking out. Ow. Ouch. Qin Feng hugged his foot and jumped straight in place. For what again? A girl's mind, it's really hard to guess Chapter 76 Preparing to Enjoy. Sitting in Gu Evening Chiu's black Bentley, Qin Feng started the car and smoothly merged into the early morning traffic. The brilliant sunlight shone brightly through the car windows, illuminating the city. Qin Feng looked out the window at the street scene that flew past, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Alas. This banquet, it's obviously just one night, but it feels like it's been a whole year, so many things have happened. Oh. What's wrong? Gu Evening Chiu, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, still had a trace of imperceptible gentleness in her voice. Nothing. Qin Feng shook his head, then asked, right, where are we going back? Home, not going to the company today. After Gu Evening Chiu finished speaking, she also followed Qin Feng's example and cast her gaze out of the window, likewise sighing softly. Qin Feng was speechless for a while. You sighed a hammer? A dress. Gu Evening Chiu's cheeks, quietly reddening in the dim light, softly reported an address, to Dragon Lake. Dragon Lake? Qin Feng sniffs and is somewhat surprised. Holy, the house there, it's not simple. That is. In Gu Evening Chiu's tone, she brought on that pride belonging to a female CEO again. Now, you know the gap between us, right? Qin Feng was only slightly surprised for a moment before regaining his composure. After all, with his current worth, although the villa in Longhu was expensive, it was not unaffordable. It was just that he had always demanded little in terms of quality of life, and coupled with the fact that things had been going on one after another lately, he simply didn't have the time to deal with all of this. But, he said in his heart, it's also true that it's time to take a break. He turned his head, a hint of a bad smile on his face, and said to Gu Evening Chiu, Missy you'll adopt me then? Go go go. Gu Evening Chiu was amused by his shameless look. Is that all you've got? Then you don't know, Qin Feng said in a serious manner. My ultimate wish in life is actually to be adopted by a beautiful and rich woman. Gu Evening Chiu sniffed, but instead of getting angry, she turned her head with interest, testing him with a smile in an interviewer's tone. Oh? You want to be adopted by me? Then tell me, what special skills do you have that are worth my money? I have many skills. Qin Feng immediately began his self-promotion. I can drive, I can draw, I can fight, I can make the female president happy, and when necessary. And can even warm the bed. Mr. Gu, look at my resume, are you satisfied? His last sentence, can also warm the bed, was said in an extremely ambiguous manner, causing Gu Evening Chiu's cheeks to instantly turn red. She quickly turned her head to look out the window, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, slick. But, if you really want to, it's also not can't be done. Not it? Really package Qin Feng was a bit surprised. I'm just seeing that you've been showing a bit of skill lately, so I'm giving you a chance. Gu Evening Chiu hurriedly explained. Qin Feng's heart was on fire by her words, so he stopped joking and focused on driving the car. The atmosphere inside the car, for a while, fell into a marvelous silence, the two of them each with their own thoughts, watching the street scene outside the window change from the bustling city center to the tree-lined suburban roads gradually. The car traveled all the way and soon arrived in front of the gates of the Dragon Lake Villa area. Qin Feng parked the car. Gu Evening Chiu unbuckled her seatbelt and said to him, all right, you drive the car back to the company and then you can go back. Aren't you going to invite me up for a seat? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and joked, do you have any cats at home that can do somersaults or something like that? Just you love to be poor. Gu Evening Chiu blankly glanced at him without any good humor, reaching out to gently smack him on the arm. You can't get on right now. You're just the trainee boyfriend, so you can go up when you're transferred and become official one day. Turn official? Qin Feng immediately mimicked the tone of a newcomer in the workplace and asked in a serious manner, then may I ask Mr. Gu, for this transfer, do we have any specific KPIs, and do we need to write a duty report? Do we need to write a debriefing report? Is there a clear standard for the transfer? Gu Evening Chiu looked at him like this, and was amused, so she also put up a face, like a real boss, and said in a serious manner, well, of course there are standards. Firstly, you can't have an affair with Ning Ma Shui anymore. Second, in the company, not allowed to play with the other sex. As for the third, well, she deliberately dragged her voice, depends on my mood. Qin Feng heard this and frowned in mock distress. Mr. Gu, this third rule of yours is too unfair, isn't it? In case you're in a bad mood one day, won't I never be able to turn straight? So, Gu Evening Chiu looked at him, the corner of her mouth hooked into a triumphant, wry smile. How to put me in a good mood is the most important KPI for you as an intern. She admired Qin Feng's defeated expression with great satisfaction, feeling that she had gained the upper hand in this exchange, and then she said contentedly, alright, I'm not going to be poor with you. I'm leaving, 88. Wait. Qin Feng called out to her. Gu Evening Chiu turned around and looked at him with some confusion.
I forgot to mention, Xin Feng's expression became a bit more serious. During this period of time, I might not come to work at the company.
Ah? Why? Gu Evening Cho's heart tightened, subconsciously thinking that not being allowed to go up there made him unhappy. It won't be because. No, where are you thinking?
Xin Feng immediately interrupted her. How could I be so petty? Don't worry, I'll still continue to chase you. He smiled and continued, it's just that I simply need to rest for a while.
I've been working since I joined the company, and I'm too tired. Alright then, Gu Evening Cho breathed a sigh of relief, but still confirmed with some uneasiness, are you sure it's not because of something else? No.
Well then, Gu Evening Autumn nodded, and a trace of her own unnoticed, gentle reluctance flowed out of those beautiful eyes that always carried a bit of coldness. Come back early.
Aha!
Looking at Gu Evening Cho's back as she walked into the villa area, the smile on Xin Feng's face slowly converged. It was indeed time to rest. He thought in his heart. However, rather than resting, it was time to enjoy. Ever since obtaining the divine magnate system, he seemed to have been pushed around by all sorts of things, earning money, solving troubles, and circling between various women, but he had never really stopped to properly enjoy the life that a divine magnate should have. Now, the timing was just right. The money was there, and for the time being, there was no need to work hard in the company to make money by raiding girls Luo Xin and the Green Dragon Gang's side. There was also a need to wait for them to reveal themselves first, and on the side of the two female presidents, it was also considered that each of them had made significant progress at a stage. It's time to fulfill their needs. Car, house, must have Also, it had been a long time since he had played a serious game, and it had also been a long time since he had gone to see his little sister.
These are all things Chapter 77 The Joy of Playing Along.
This sleep, Xin Feng slept directly until the afternoon, when the sun rose. He got up from the bed and stretched his back, only to feel the bones in his body emit a crackling sound. Cool. He moved his muscles and bones, walked to the balcony of his small rental house, and pulled open the curtains.
Brilliant sunlight instantly flooded in, making him squint comfortably.
He pushed open the glass door, ready to soak up the fresh sunlight. However, the sunlight was coming in, and with it, there was a heat wave and a noise that was enough to topple the sky. Ding ding ding. It was the sound of the old building next door being renovated, with impact drills chiseling through the walls. $5 for the whole house. $5 for the whole house. You can't lose, you can't be fooled. That's the downstairs mini-mart, with the loud public loop playback of hawking. The pale end of the sky is my love. Not far from the small square, I do not know which fitness ama group, in broad daylight began to play the DJ version of the most dazzling national wind, leading a group of grandpas and amas to sing and dance. Xin Feng stood on the balcony and was a bit dazed by this wave of sound filled with fireworks. He pulled the corners of his mouth and said to himself, it's really hilarious. High EQ, hilarious. Low intelligence, he meow, noisy. He closed the balcony door with a bang, shutting out the noise. Wait a minute. When I've rested enough, I'll get a big villa with a sea view in a few days. But right now, it's better to rest for a few more days. He headed to the creaky old sofa and decided to swing around for a few days, too lazy to move. Xin Feng just sat on the sofa lying corpse for more than 10 minutes, before sitting up violently. Play the game. His eyes light up, really is a long time no serious game. Quickly walked to the computer, skillfully turned on the computer, logged on that his recent favorite shooting game. But after going in, the first thing he did was not to go to the training ground to practice his guns, but instead, he clicked on the wide array of game malls. Holy, just a period of time without playing and so many gun skins come out again? He looked at the screen full of fancy new skins and couldn't help but spit. He slid his mouse and roughly browsed through it. Well, this AK skin is okay, that M41 is so ugly, what the hell is this co-branded model? But it doesn't matter. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile, children only make choices, I want them all. Master has money now, it's just so bold. He stopped browsing and instead directly clicked on the top right corner of the recharge center, found the option to recharge the maximum amount, and then began to mechanically click over and over again. Confirm payment. Alipay deduction successful. Again. PayPal deduction successful. Continue. PayPal deduction successful. Xin Feng mechanically repeated the same recharge operation for nearly 100 times before he finally stopped, shaking his already somewhat stiff and sore wrists while taking a long sigh of relief. With a crying expression on his face, he couldn't help but laugh and curse to himself. In the past, when I watched those godly anchors on the internet, live broadcasting to the game Kryptonite draw cards, clicking a few times and then shouting that their hands were tired, and complaining about why the platform didn't come up with a 1-key 10,000 consecutive draws feature, at that time, I also laughed at the pop-ups along with the others for Psy. Now it's his turn to kind of understand. He helplessly shook his head. This rich people's exhaustion, it really isn't pretending. This kind of happiness, the general public really cannot experience. Finished, contentedly returned to the mall, a wave of the hand, bye. Directly empty the mall. Lucky draw pit? Directly give you the entire lottery pool for you to draw through. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Feng entered the shooting range with satisfaction. He looked at his original simple game character, at this moment is already covered in golden light, casually switch a knife body or flowing light colorful special effects. There. He turned the knife in his hands handsomely, ready to start fighting. But in the next second, he stopped again. Wait. He had a flash of light in his head, master is rich now, what's the point of fighting hard by yourself? Directly looking for beaters, I lie down and enjoy the line off. He tapped on the game's public recruitment channel and several advertisements immediately appeared on the screen. Mouse doesn't eat sugar, $20 warlord, package evacuation, gold medal beater. Cola gaming tiny, $10 war god pull, not much to say, gun just follow and lick the bag. Marvin robot, 1 yuan god of war, 3 minutes to clear the map, do not clear off, I drive a tank to go in to help you clear. You put aside here to open it? Xin Feng watched with a burst of amusement, but before, I thought that all these services should be quite expensive, but now it seems that it's not too expensive, or is it just too many people, rolled up? He thought about it and slowly tapped out a line on the public screen. Xin, recruit 2-3 yuan warlords to accompany me for an afternoon fight. The moment the message was sent out, his private messaging channel, the sound of ding 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 sounded like madness, and in less than a second, 99 plus messages were swiped out. Big brother. Me. I'm a girl, I have white silk, video verification, pull me. Husband. Pull me in, please. Ex-professional freelancer, gun guy, unbeatable sense, please pull me. Dad. Xin Feng looked at this crazy scene and couldn't help but sigh, this is too crazy. This definitely has to be pulled white. Cough. He cleared his throat and said with a straight face, say it wrong, surely you have to pull the ex-professionals, the technology is the most important. White silk or something, not important. He said so on his mouth, but still did not hold back his curiosity, secretly clicked on the avatar that said he had white silk. Ha! This little avatar, it seems quite adorable. He clicked again and enlarged the avatar. On the photo, those legs wearing white knee-high socks were indeed long and straight, inviting thoughts. Getting closer to the screen again, he took a closer look. Holy! Male mother ah! He was so shocked that he hurriedly turned it off and honestly pulled the player who called himself ex-professional into the team. Xin Xiaofeng, PayPal. Just after entering the team, Xin Feng sent 2 words over. Red Gaming Starlet, holy. Man, so direct? Red Gaming Tian, Big Brother is awesome. The 2 were flattered to send their accounts. Without saying a word, Xin Feng transferred $30,000 to one person. The tone of the cell phone's Alipay arriving at the account silenced those 2 for a full dozen seconds. Red Gaming small star, man. From now on, wherever you point, I will hit. Red Gaming Tian, I'll do whatever you want. Entering the game, Xin Feng truly realized the power of money. Worthy of being 2 ex-professionals, their marksmanship, awareness, and coordination are all top-notch. No matter how strong a full team they encountered, they were basically melted down by the 2 of them within minutes. All Xin Feng had to do was follow them and lick the bag. He didn't even have to lick the bag himself. He was tasting a fresh box here, and those 2 were already carrying a box one by one, carrying it on their asses and putting it in front of him. Red Games Tian brother, the bag is ready for you, inside the brand new 6 heads, 6 armor, full match M14 plus full match AWP, do you see what else is missing? Red Games Starlet, brother, the president of the rune card over there, I'm going to help you open it. Red Games Starlet, brother, I've got a big red here, take it. Red Games Tian, brother, this way, you go lick the insurance, I'll help you with the wind. Xin Feng carrying a big red bag looking at the 2 fighters busy before and after the saddle, serving themselves, cannot help but sigh. Is this the power of money? No wonder rich people like to call for playmates. Chapter 78, A Sudden Private Message. Brother, this supercomputing unit is for you. In the game, the ex-professional player called Xiao Xing ran over again with his ass in the air and dropped a big red at Xin Feng's feet. Ouch, you're welcome. Xin Feng nonchalantly picked it up and loaded it in his backpack. He looked at his pack of gold reds and sighed with satisfaction, this game is too good. I have 3 big reds in my pack alone. I've got 3 big reds in my pack alone. This is really the kind of game that a lone wolf like me would never dare to think of before. After pulling the last gate of this game, Xin Feng asked in the team voice, Tian, this game, did you clear the map? Tian immediately replied, hey brother, let me do the math for you. We fought all the way from the dormitory, played 1 team, 2 teams, 3 teams. Actually, 1 or 2 teams are not very clear, but I looked at it, the quota for throwing the bag and withdrawing is gone, so the rest of that team should be estimated to be rats and mice. Then, it should be Qing 2. Before he finished speaking, the kill information in the upper right corner suddenly popped up. Red Gaming Tian was knocked down by Black Heavily King of Blocking Bridge using AWM. Red Gaming Tian was eliminated by White King of Bridge Jamming using M250. From the time he was sniped down to the time he was killed, it took less than a second. Holy! Tian let out a shout in his voice, boss. Bridge. There are 3 CS old blacks blocking the bridge.
Bang! Almost at the same time, Starlet's sniper rifle went off. Red Gaming Starlet used his AWM to take down the White King blocking the bridge. Sniping down one. Starlet calmly reported the point, I'll fill in. Just as he was about to finish off the downed enemy, he heard swoosh, swoosh. And two rockets came roaring from the other side of the bridge with long trailing flames, accurately smashing into the bunker in front of them, and accurately smashing into the bunker in front of them. The two rockets came roaring from the other side of the bridge with long trailing flames, and accurately smashed into the bunker in front of them, exploding a cloud of smoke. Although they couldn't cause direct damage to them because of the cover, they managed to stop Hoshi's movements to patch up the people, giving the other party a chance to pick up their fallen teammates. It seems like an expert. Shin Fong also immediately got down and hid behind cover. Both sides just racked each other at both ends of the bridge for up to a few minutes, bullets coming and going, but no one could help anyone. Because both sides are clear in their hearts, the opposite side is not a good fight. At this distance, who dares to show his head, who will die for sure. Seeing that the final withdrawal time was getting closer and closer, Xiaoxing said decisively in her voice, Boss, it won't work if we keep on spending like this. I'll help you attract their firepower. You haven't fired a gun before, they don't know that there's still you, so you'll go around from the side a bit and quietly step to the side of the pull point under the bridge. On my command, in the last few seconds, you'll charge straight into the point, don't hesitate. Okay. Shin Fong immediately responded. And you have to be careful, boss, Little Star added, they're sure that in the last few seconds, they'll also give up on their guns and rush the point together. You have to be careful at this time. Understood. The plan was formulated. Shin Fong immediately quietly felt his way to a bunker near the evacuation point under the cover of several flower beds. In the headset, only the sound of Xiaoxing and the opposite team fiercely exchanging shots remained. Time passed minute by minute. Remaining evacuation time, 10 seconds. Sure enough, the moment the countdown entered 10 seconds, those three old blacks on the opposite side made a move. They first threw a few consecutive, quick condensation bunkers into the vicinity of the evacuation point, creating a piece of temporary wall, and then the three of them jumped out from behind the bunker together, preparing to forcefully charge. Bang! Hoshi's sniper rifle rang out once again, accurately taking away the one rushing at the front. Dry down one. The remaining two old blacks, all of their attention was deadlocked by the little star in front of them, completely not realizing that behind them, there was still a me hiding. A brilliant light flashed in Shin Feng's eyes, it was now. He fiercely stood up from behind his cover, the fully loaded M14 in his hand roared. Da-day. The dense bullets were like the scythe of the god of death, instantly sweeping towards the backs of those two men. In less than 3 seconds, those two old blacks who were still charging forward, without even having the time to return their heads, were both turned into boxes. Boss is awesome. Ah Tian's voice rang out in the voice. Shin Fong looked at the settlement interface and said with some regret, it's a pity that I didn't have time to eat the packs of these 3 CS. However, it's good to be able to withdraw. Starlet, have you withdrawn yet? Boss, I have also safely withdrawn. That's good. Shin Fong nodded. Brother, continue? Next hand? Xing asked. Shin Fong looked at the settlement interface of 9 billion on the screen, but suddenly felt a trace of tastelessness. Take a break first. Okay, boss, you can call us any time. Shin Fong leaned back in his chair and stretched. Alas, this afternoon, to be honest, only those few times at the very beginning felt a bit interesting. He thought in his heart, the back just keeps licking and licking and licking, it's actually quite boring. It seems that this kind of contraption that relies purely on money to crush is still something that can only be played occasionally as a spice. Right at this moment, in the lower right corner of the game, a private message alert window suddenly popped up. Drip. Shin Fong was a bit surprised. It's been an afternoon and there's still a private message? It's not going to be another one shouting for dad, is it? With a few moments of curiosity, he casually clicked on the blinking avatar. The private message was from one called Golden Little Fish. Who's this? Shin Fong frowned, however, this name seems a bit familiar. He saw that the other party's note information showed WeChat friend instead of game friend. Hey, then it wasn't added in the game. He pondered in his mind, is it someone he met in reality? He thought about it for half a day but couldn't come up with anything, so he directly typed in the dialog box. Xin Xiao Fong, who are you? Why are you still using a couple name with me? After the message was sent, there was a quick reply from the opposite side. Golden Little Fish, Xin Xiao Fong, Goldfish, Xin Zia Feng? Golden Little Fish, who has a couple name with you? I'm Little Fishy. Xin Zia Feng, small fish. Hoo-ah. After the message was sent out, the opposite side was silent for a long time. It seems to be that he will not be whole by this question. After a while, the other party sent a message with a series of ellipses. Golden Little Fish. 30 yuan VIP card, forget it? 30 yuan VIP card? Shin Fong saw these words and the floodgates of his memory were instantly opened. Xin Xiao Fong, oh. I remembered.
You're that white silk anchor. The message had just been sent out, and the opposite party immediately replied back, followed by 3 angry exclamation marks. Golden little fish, white silk your ass. I'm the singing anchor. Chapter 79 Love Enemy appears. Sheen Foam looked at the sentence sent from the opposite side. I'm a singing anchor. As well as the 3 exclamation marks that followed it, he couldn't help but smile. He remembered how he came to know this little anchor who was a bit more serious and a bit cuter. It was some time before he obtained the system, and he was addicted to watching various webcasts. By chance, he saw a cover image on the homepage recommendation of a live streaming platform. On the picture, it was a girl wearing a JK uniform and white knee-high socks, sitting on a gaming chair, and although she didn't show her face, those straight and well-proportioned legs were enough to attract the gaze of any normal man. He was also horny at the time, feeling quite good-looking, so he clicked in. The live broadcast room is cold and quiet, the number of people online shows only 3. He stayed for a while, then probably know why no one. This is called, small fish, anchor, is indeed the whole only show a pair of legs, face does not show, and do not engage in any rubbing ball action, just quietly sitting there, and occasionally play a song, or with her as clear as spring water like a good sound, read a few sentences of irrelevant pop-ups. Although the pair of white silk legs are very pretty, but in this era of live broadcasting where people can't be retained without rubbing the edges, this kind of pure green live broadcasting room is naturally not very popular. Sheen Fong watched for a while, also feel a little bored, is ready to casually scratch away. But at this moment, she opened her mouth and sang a song. That singing voice, clear, clean, with a hint of ethereality, instantly grabbed Sheen Feng's ears. It's so beautifully sung. The song ended, Sheen Feng looked at the still only 3 popularity live room, ghostly, clicked on the gift button, found a 30 fast gift VIP card, sent out. In fact, Sheen Feng watching live broadcast basically belongs to the white party, never charge money. Just before, in order to participate in the lottery in some big anchor's live room, only sporadically charged a little money, the account happens to have a few dozen dollars balance. The gift had just been given out, and he had a little bit of regret. Look at that, getting emotional again, right? He secretly spat in his mind. However, when he heard Little Fish's voice of thanks, which had become a little shaky from excitement, he felt that this $30 was not a bad thing to spend, and that she really did sing beautifully. The anchor on the opposite side of the screen, in the instant of seeing the gift, the whole person was so excited that he trembled a few times in the chair, and then fiercely stood up, to the camera, deeply bowed. Sheen Fong watched and felt a bit surprised, so he sent out a pop-up screen. Sheen Xiao Fong, air. Just $30, not so excited? Anchor small fish, to be. Boss. You're the first one to give a gift since I started broadcasting this month. Thank you so much. Nee. I'll put you on a room manager and give you my WeChat. Sheen Fong froze when he saw this reply. Sheen Xiao Fong, this. This gives WeChat? This should not be consumed to the big brother position to give? Anchor gold small fish, boss, you see you are now in the big brother position? Sheen Fong subconsciously glanced at the contribution list in the upper right corner of the screen. First place, Golden ID, Sheen Xiao Fong, contribution value, 30. 30 ranking 1, also drunk. Sheen Xiao Fong, how come I'm the only one? I looked at the live broadcast room, isn't there 2 other people? Anchor gold small fish. That one is my operation sister. There is another one, is my small number. Sheen Zia Feng. That. You really quite powerful. Sheen Zia Feng, that I am now your big brother, means I have to often give you consumption in the future? Anchor golden little fish, boss, you just rational consumption is good. Because you, even if you consume more, I also just shout a few big brother at most, there is no special reward. Sheen Zia Feng, then no wonder you have been dry for a month, no one to give you a reward. Anchor gold small fish, I want to go pure singing anchor route, I do not want to engage in rubbing. Sheen Xiao Fong, this look up. I understand. Since then, although the wind said understand, but still every day will go to her live room to see. After all, it is the top 1 big brother of the live room, although it is only a big brother of $30. Her live broadcast is really nothing to see, but he will still play the game in their own time, the live broadcast of her hanging on the side, and occasionally listen to the song, chat with her. Until later on, when he got the system, there were a lot of things to do, so he never had time to watch it again, until today. Thoughts returned to the private message interface of the game in front of me. Sheen Xiao Fong, I remember, you are not a singing anchor? How did you fall to the game area? Golden small fish, not really degenerated. I originally liked to play the game, and this game is very hot recently, and then I changed into the game singing anchor. Playing games and singing. Sheen Zia Feng, are you broadcasting now? Goldfish, yes, I am. Sheen Zia Feng, then let me see. It's not like there are only 2 people left in the live room during my absence, right? Goldfish, hey, it's not the same anymore, okay? It's not the same anymore. Sheen Zia Feng, oh? I'd like to see that. Sheen Feng with curiosity, clicked into the gold small fish live room.
The number of people online, 200.
He sent out a pop-up screen and realized that he still had a yellow house manager logo hanging above his head. Room management Sheen Ziafeng, you this is not much Because there weren't many people, the pop-up screen rolled very slowly, and the anchor sought his statement in a flash. Only to hear her clear and with a few points of dissatisfaction voice came from the live broadcast, 200 people are also people okay. It's much better than before when you were the only living person. Sheen Feng smiled and cut back to the game's private message interface.
Sheen Xiao Feng, so now you have other big brothers?
Golden little fish, there are a few
Sheen Xiao Feng, then you still chat with me, do not forget the roots.
Goldfish, that's right. I tell you, I pull you into the team, you come in. Our labor union arranged for me to play with a male anchor, he is quite powerful, you also come.
Sheen Ziafeng, what? Come in and watch you two show your love?
I have seen the title of your live room, and an en-suite double road trip.
Chapter 80, Bubbling Sound Disgusting Man.
Just then, the message from the opposite side popped up again. Golden little fish, no, I didn't. That title was written by operations and not allowed to be changed. Sheen Feng saw this and became interested.
Sheen Xiao Feng, how is it?
I'll listen. The opposite side seemed to have found someone to confide in, and soon sent a large paragraph. Jin Xiaoyu, I'm not changing to the game partition, and then recently the data is a little bit better, and the popularity is also higher than before. Our operation thinks I'm a female anchor, it's best if I can get a CP with a male anchor, so that there is a topic of conversation, come traffic fast.
Sheen Xiaofeng Feng, that's not good.
The traffic, but not really offline CP, he cannot do anything to you.
Goldfish, yes. I feel the same way at the beginning.
At the beginning of the good, we follow the company's script to go, and occasionally say a little bit of CP sense of words, people also quite love to see. Gold small fish, but I do not know why, the male anchor called Anan, recently suddenly began to me attentive, live when saying some off-script words to flirt with me, off the air.
Also ran to WeChat to harass me.
Sheen Xiao Feng, then you reject him?
Jin Zio, it's useless.
He simply ignored my refusal. And because we signed a contract with a live broadcast requirement, I haven't been able to refuse to play with him. The union side just keeps pressing me, saying it's work.
Sheen Xiaofeng Feng, then why he suddenly courted you? Do you have any background?
Golden little fish, where do I come from background Is our operation, in order to let him can be more cooperative to speculate CP, privately put my photo to him to see.
Sheen Ziafeng, oh then so, you are very good looking? Sheen Zio big brother wind.
Sheen Feng from the anchor to see the screen that end, she was shy and angry. Sheen Xiao Feng, well, I'm not going to make a scene, you continue to say. Sheen Xiao fish, so I've been trying to figure out how to not double row with him alone. That damn man, I would like to pull a few water friends to play together, the results of his live broadcast there said, to engage in what sweet double row theme, this persona. Is not good to refuse directly, had to answer, really angry me. But just happened to see you online, hey, I thought, I pull my live big brother to play together, I see him okay to say anything.
Sheen Xiao Feng, this way
Sheen Xiao fish, wind big brother, you will not come it? Please. The two of us will just chat like before, that Anan's skills are pretty good, just let him play by himself. Sheen Feng looked at the face text she sent with a hint of supplication and smiled.
Sheen Xiaofeng, come, you can come.
But, this pussy, can't let him pretend. I'll take the fly. After the message was sent, the opposite side was silent for a while. Gold small fish. Wind big brother, not I say, I just looked at your recent record.
You are not all looking for two accompanied play, you are next to the boss of the well.
You
can really bring fly? Sheen Xiao Feng, do not believe me?
Gold small fish, not, just.
Sheen Ziafeng, this way, let's make a bet.
Later, if I can kill the whole field and take you up, you can give me a little reward, okay? If I can't, I'll give you 10 super rockets, okay? Goldfish, no. No need for gifts. Wind big brother, you're not like other big brothers, your previous company I'm already very grateful, it's really fine.
But, what little reward do you want?
Sheen Xiao Feng, hey, no, you say that is to look down on me. The bet is settled, if I lose, the gift will definitely be swiped. As for the reward, well, I want to see your white silk.
The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it.
Wind big brother, UIs is not only white silk Sheen Xiao Feng, yes. Goldfish. Wind big brother really bad. But if you cannot do it is also fine, we will chat and ignore him, the same can be angry with him. Sheen Feng looked at the dialogue box and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense.
How could a man say no?
He had thought of just casually playing with his true strength. Although he wasn't a professional god, after playing FPS games for so many years, he was at least at the level of a master goalie.
But now, since he had made a bet to fly the whole game, it was definitely not enough. At the level of a master goalie, it's still a bit of a stretch to be able to fly the whole game. It seems like we'll have to spend money to take a shortcut. Qin Feng made up his mind and immediately opened the system mall, typing the word gaming into the search bar. A wide array of products instantly refreshed. Qin Feng's eyes directly locked onto a skill at the top. Advanced Gaming Skill PC King Level enables the host to possess the King level at the top of the pyramid of professional players in all PC esports games. Redemption price, 200 million. Qin Feng looked at the price and twitched the corner of his eye. The system has been upgraded, really everything is expensive. However, he also noticed this time that behind this, advanced, skill, 2 more skill options appeared, expert game technology, and godly game technology. Although he didn't really look at the specific descriptions, just the long string of zeros behind them made Qin Feng's scalp numb. It seems that the system upgrade is not without its benefits. At the very least, it allows me to see the subsequent growth path. He no longer hesitated. Obviously, right now, this, advanced game technology, would be completely sufficient. System, redeem. Redemption successful. Purchasing the advanced game technology was successful, and 200 million assets have been consumed. Host's current assets remaining, 1,652.6 million. At the moment of confirmation, a majestic stream of information rushed into Qin Feng's mind like a flood breaking the dike. Countless top-level understandings of games, muscle memory, tactical strategies, reaction nerves. All of it merged perfectly with his body and soul at this moment. Right at this moment, a male voice with a deliberate, sticky bubble tone came in through the game team voice, interrupting his thoughts. Sister Fish, why is your live room still on a black screen? You haven't debugged it yet? Do you want my brother to help you debug it? The moment this voice came out, it made Qin Feng's goosebumps rise all over his body. Nah. He had a chill in his heart. How does this male voice sound like he's holding a mouthful of thick phlegm? It's too disgusting. I don't need it. Su Jinyu's voice with a hint of panic also rang out. I'll pull someone else, right away. As soon as her words fell, a new character appeared in Qin Feng's game squad. The ID was, an Endemon King. Chapter 81, Brother Wind? Little Wind. An Endemon, hey? Little Fish, didn't I tell you, tonight is our sweet double team, why are you pulling someone else? Who is this person? His tone carries a kind of rightful questioning, as if he's asserting his ownership. Golden Little Fish, this is my big brother in the live room. An Endemon, oh big brother ah. And Anne's tone instantly made a 180-degree turn, becoming extremely flattering and enthusiastic. Then I wonder if big brother is an emperor or a king's lord ah? What he was talking about was the noble titles on the live broadcast platform that required huge amounts of real money to be spent to open, each representing absolute financial power. Golden Little Fish. Su Jinyu was silent. She didn't know how to answer, because Qin Feng's fan card was still the gray, $30 level 3 VIP. When Anan saw that she didn't say anything, he already guessed it in his heart. While pretending to snort in the team voice, he cut out of the game and personally ran to Su Jinyu's live room. Because Qin Feng's game ID, Qin Xiaofeng, was exactly the same as his ID on the live streaming platform, and An instantly found him on the sparse list of viewers and the contribution list. 43 blocks? When Anan saw the eye-popping $30 contribution value, and the almost a month ago reward time behind it, the fawning smile on his face instantly froze, and was then replaced by endless contempt and disdain. Playing? This girl, where did she find such a poor fellow? What is it? A poor guy who rewarded me with $30 also dares to come and stick his nose in and ruin my good deed? A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Fine, you like to come right. Let's see how I'll disgust you to death in the game later. And in cut back to the game, his tone had resumed that false enthusiasm, but there was more than a hint of arrogance and contempt in it that he couldn't hide. He knew that Qin Feng was just a poor bastard, so naturally, he no longer had any respect. Just swipe that much money, it's most likely some friend that Little Fish knows in reality that she pulled in to make up the numbers. That Little Wind he deliberately downgraded his address from Big Brother to Little Wind. I looked at your battle record, you got 2 fighters to lead you all afternoon, right? Then your own strength, I guess it's pretty average. But it's fine, your brother and I'm at a very high level, so it's fine to bring you one more. Just watch the good show from the side and see how your brother and brings the 3rd row flying. With these words, his intention to belittle was extremely obvious. Su Jinyu knew that men's self-esteem was very high. Hearing him being so obviously disgusting and contemptuous, coupled with the fact that the person was still pulled in by himself, and was taunted like this just as soon as he came in, she was instantly anxious and angry in her heart. Brother Foam, she just wanted to open her mouth to speak on Qin Feng's behalf. Why are you saying this? Nothing. Qin Feng interrupted her with 2 faint words. Anan saw that he didn't even dare to say a retort back, and in his heart, he became even more pleased, deciding that this was a wimp. So he decided to continue to intensify his humiliation of this rank 1 big brother who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth.
Let's do it this way, Sha Feng, and then said in a patronizing tone, this time you bring me in 6 sets to go in, and I'll bring in 3 sets to go in. When we enter the map, we'll switch. I'll wear your 6 sets and take you to experience what is called solo map clearing, how about it? This request could be said to be extremely shameless and vicious. In this game, the equipment that players brought into the battlefield would all fall off once they died. A set of top tier, 6 sets, equipment was worth a lot of money. And this Inen, surprisingly, wanted Qin Feng to bear all the costs while he himself went in with the cheapest equipment, empty-handedly using other people's equipment to gain face in his own live room. However, Qin Feng's reply was out of his expectation. Alright, brotherin. Not a trace of displeasure could be heard in Qin Feng's tone. Seeing this, Su Jinyu's heart became even more anxious as she hurriedly cut out of the game and quickly sent a WeChat to Qin Feng. Little fish, brother Feng. Are you alright? Don't pay attention to this. He's just intentionally trying to disgust you, let's quit the team and ignore him. Qin Feng saw the message, smiled, and typed a reply. Qin Feng, what about your job? Little fish, it's fine. At most, I'll be working for nothing this month. I'm just a small anchor, I wouldn't have made much money in the first place. Looking at this message from her, a trace of warmth flowed through Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng, it's okay, let's continue. Do you trust me? Little fish, I don't believe it. Qin Feng looked at this second return, nonchalant answer, and cried and laughed. Qin Feng, you believe me. Doesn't he want to see me laugh? Later, just watch how I make him cry. The opposite side was silent for a while, seemingly digesting his words. Little fish, alright. Small fry, then. What if he's really disgusting by then? Qin Feng, then we will leave and not play with him. With this guarantee from Qin Feng, Su Jingyu was able to put her heart down. Little fish, okay. Qin Feng, but if I mess with him really hard later, you won't be heartbroken, right? Su Jingyu looked at this message, couldn't help but to laugh out of the heart of the worries swept away, replaced by a full of expectation. Little fish, brother Feng, I'm heartbroken over what he's doing. You'd better get down to business and screw him hard. Save him from disgusting me on WeChat every day. Qin Feng looked at her reply, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became a bit icy. This be man, he laughed coldly in his heart. He looked at Anan's battle record, it was indeed okay, after all, he was an anchor who relied on this for food, a little bit of skill was normal. But it was only a little. The main reason why this guy was able to lead Little Fish to a big kill before was not because of how strong he was, it was because of the system's matching mechanism. Little Fish's account's KD value was too low, which directly lowered the matching coefficient of the entire team, and the opponents he encountered were naturally rookies with little to no experience. Then, he used a top-notch equipment, relying on the equipment advantage to crush those poor rookies, of course, appearing to be powerful, like the god of war. But in reality, those people, not to mention the 6 armor, a whole team of people put together, can't even get together a fully equipped gun. Qin Feng's eyes became playful. And this number of mine, its own KD value is low, and the ones I matched with were already all fully loaded brothers rounds. Plus, I just spent the afternoon playing with 2 professional brothers, frantically clearing the map, and with my current hidden score, the people I matched with are definitely not simple. He probably only saw that I hired a fighter and thought that I was a rookie. A sinister smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng, brotherin, open up. In the gaming squad, Su Jinyu looked at Qin Feng's calm demeanor and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything, only her heart was filled with worry. Chapter 82, Brother on? Little In. With a familiar loading sound effect, Qin Feng's trio successfully entered the matchmaking game. In the selection screen before the game started, Qin Feng didn't hesitate for a second and directly locked on a highly mobile domestic hero that he was good at. After Anan saw Qin Feng's choice, although she didn't say anything on her lips, she let out a cold snort of disdain in her heart. Still picking this kind of maneuvering position that requires maneuvering? A waste of space, he should have honestly chosen a nurse and just hide at the back to add blood to me? Not even a little self-awareness, you'll have a hard time later. But after all, the live broadcast was on, and he still needed to maintain his image as a good guy who was friendly with fans, so naturally he couldn't say these vicious thoughts out loud. The game officially started. The 3 of them were resurrected next to the bridge. As soon as they landed on the ground, Anan immediately said in the team voice with an unquestionable commanding tone, "Come here, little wind, come and change your equipment. Give me that 6 set of yours, I need to make sure I'm in shape to charge and kill." Without a word, Qin Feng walked over to him, silently took off the set of 6 sets he was wearing, and received the ragtag set that Ananka had come in with her war preparations, a half-used level 4 armor, and a Uzi with hardly any good accessories. Really treating little master as your mobile warehouse? Qin Feng sneered in his heart. However, fortunately, when he was preparing in the game lobby, he had gotten a glimpse of what kind of broken gun Anan had brought with him, and had anticipated that he might come up with something like this. Therefore, Qin Feng had specially and quietly stuffed a few sets of gold bullets in his crotch safe for backup. After an input on Qin Feng's top-notch equipment, he felt comfortable and secure. He pointed to a door at the end of the bridge that required a high-level access card to open and continued to boss Qin Feng around. That door, you go swipe your card to open it. Qin Feng glanced at him and remained silent, only silently walking in that direction. Little fish on the side seemed to be a bit unable to look away. She bit her lip, wanting to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. And didn't notice the subtle change in the atmosphere at all. He thought he was in control of the whole situation, and waved his hand in a grandiose manner. I'll take the lead in the charge, you two follow me closely, and see how I'll lead you to kill through this one. As a result, just after he had finished his ambitious declaration, he had just stepped onto the bridge. Bang! A clear and loud sniper shot pierced through the sky, a blinding mist of blood exploded from Anand's helmet, and without even seeing where the enemy was, he screamed miserably and fell straight to his knees. Holy! There's an expert in this game. Sniper, quick, seal smoke and pull me. And instantly broke her defense and shouted over the voice in panic. Ha! Oh. Okay, I'm coming. Little Fish was also startled by this sudden turn of events, and panicked so much that he pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it at Anan before rushing up against the smoke to save her. Before Anan was helped up, he still didn't forget to yell to Qin Feng, hey! That who, watch the opposite side of the bridge, don't let their people rush over. Set up your guns for me. When Qin Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile that no one could detect. He did run forward, but did not go to the bridge to help Anan set up his gun. Instead, he silently touched a corner underneath one side of the bridge and crouched there like a statue, not moving a muscle. Just as he squatted, he clearly heard the sound of more than one person's hurried footsteps coming from the vicinity, and really wanted to take advantage of the pouring people rushing over to collect our team. In the smoke, Little Fish had just handily helped Anan up. Bang bang bang! Before Anan could make a first aid kit, she was instantly swept to the ground again by the dense bullets. Her bloodstain emptied on the spot and she fell to the ground again. Didn't I tell you to watch the people? What the are you doing to eat? Blind eyes ah? Anan furiously cursed in his voice. Qin Feng ignored his ranting and sneered in his heart. Watching people for you? Help you set up your guns? You want to eat? I am deliberately using you as bait to attract them to rush over. Right at this moment, the three enemies with their guns, thinking that the situation was settled, walked towards the bridge defenselessly, exposing their naked backs intact in front of Qin Feng, who was crouching in the corner. Qin Feng moved. He violently dodged out from the corner where he was hiding, the small, inconspicuous Uzi in his hand spewing out deadly tongues of fire at this moment. Those sets of specially prepared gold bullets were incredibly powerful, and two clouds of blood mist instantly rose from the back of the two people who rushed at the front, and they couldn't even react in time, and were accurately knocked to the ground on the spot. Ka! The magazine emptied. The last remaining enemy was dumbfounded by this sudden attack from the flanks. He completely did not expect that there was an old six squatting sinisterly in this inconspicuous corner. He hurriedly turned around in a panic, trying to dodge towards a shelter. He did not pause for a moment. Almost at the same time when the man turned around, he changed the magazine in seconds, followed by a swift dive out of the corner. While the man was in the air, the muzzle of the gun was already re-aimed. The Uzi in his hand once again spewed out its tongue of fire, and a few accurate bullets directly caught up with the fleeing back, cleanly knocking him to the ground. From the time of firing to the end, but just 3 or 4 seconds, a raging three-man full formation was completely annihilated by Qin Feng with a worn-out small Uzi. In the upper right corner of the screen, a series of beautiful kill messages followed and instantly swiped the screen. Wow! Brother Feng! You are so awesome! 1 against 3. You killed them all. Little Fish's astonished and delighted voice with a few moments of adoration immediately rang out in the voice channel. The pop-ups also instantly exploded in Little Fish's live room. Brother Wind is awesome. Who said that Brother Wind was a liability just now? Come out. KKRJ. Anan looked at his gray viewing perspective on the screen and listened to Little Fish's adoring praise of Qin Feng, his face flushed green and white, embarrassed to the extreme. He hurriedly cleared his throat and forced an explanation with a dead face, cough cough. Look. See? This seduction. This tactical baiting of the enemy, okay? It is in order to paralyze them, deliberately sell a break, which makes you let your kid steal 3 perfect back body well. This is called tactics. Qin Feng see him at this time still hard-mouthed to invite credit, are lazy to take care of him, directly fast step forward, beautifully began to lick the bag. TSK, 3 glass cannons, no wonder they died so quickly. But it's good to have a decent gun at least. He picked up one of the full-match M14s and an AWM, replaced his own small Uzi, and then greeted the small fish not far away. Small fish, come here, this M250 is for you, and the accessories are pretty good. Ah. Good. Good. Thank you Brother Wind. Little Fishy trotted over and took the gun, looking at Qin Feng with eyes full of little stars. Brother Feng, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. I was scared to death just now. Qin Feng smiled, it's alright, the luck component is more, or you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by An's urgent voice.
Seeing that her position as the leader of the team was in a bit of jeopardy, Anan hastily tried to regain control of the tempo. Don't lick it. They are all poor people, nothing good. Listen to me, I'll take you to the president. There's a lot of people there, I'll take you guys to kill people, let's go, let's go. Little Fishy's pretty eyebrows unconsciously furrowed when she heard his commanding tone. Xin Feng, on the other hand, just looked up at him, with that harmless smile still hanging on his face, slowly nodded his head and spat out a single word, okay. Chapter 83, Anxious to be in a hurry. With Qin Feng's consent, Anan seemed to have regained some face. With a cold snort, he took the lead and ran towards the most luxurious president's parlor upstairs, running as fast as he could, as if he wanted to prove that he was the leader of the team with his positive actions. Xin Feng and Su Jingyue Little Fish followed behind, licking the fresh boxes on the bridge and sorting out the loot. After a while, the three of them were far apart. By the time Anan had made it to the president's corridor on the top floor, they were still downstairs near the escalator. Anan carefully moved through the corridor, and suddenly, his ears twitched, and he heard the sound of "open safe" coming from the front. There it is! With joy in his heart, he immediately switched to a static step stance and silently touched the vicinity. He stuck to the side and carefully listened to the movements inside, realizing that other than the sound of the lock being open, there were no other footsteps. Just one person? Probably a food-stealing rat. With a cruel smile on his face, he switched out his weapon and stuck it in the doorway position, waiting patiently. A few seconds later, when he heard the safe open with a ding sound, he knew that the attention of the rat inside must be on the loot that had just arrived. It was now. He directly used a skill to spray over, and immediately afterward, he mercilessly poured an entire magazine of bullets at the player inside who was crouching in front of the safe, scrambling to pick up something. Day. A non-demon eliminated mouse loves rice. Done. Anan's tone was filled with complacency as he bragged in the team voice, "See, little fish? This awareness, this shooting skill of yours, brotherin, isn't it awesome?" However, the adoration and compliments he expected did not appear. In the voice channel, only his own voice echoed. As a result, those two were discussing below, not taking him seriously at all. Xin Xiao Feng, hey, brother Feng, this room in front that requires a red card, can a big shipment come out of it? Xin Xiaofeng Feng, this card is quite expensive, but the risk is high and the return is also high, so it should be able to produce big goods. I've got a card here, so I'll open it up for you and you can have it, okay? Gold small fish, this is not good right wind brother, let you break the expense. Xin Xiaofeng wind, harm, we who with hua, polite what? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. And then listen to the headphones of the two people flirting like no one else, and then looked at the two downstairs, the two people close together, only to feel like a clown, with a shiny green hat on top of his head. He was instantly annoyed and glanced at the pop-up screen in his live broadcast room. Look at other people's brother phone. How considerate. The clown is actually myself? Whoa, my wife ran away with big brother Pengjiai. And then, don't worry, you still have us. With big brother? Damn, that guy is a poor bastard. Anan was so angry that she almost cursed. You don't care about me, do you? Fine. Let's see if you two pay attention to me after I finish killing all the people in this map. He made up his mind and prepared to start his own messy killing mode. On the other hand, Su Jingyu was actually just asking a random question, but seeing Qin Feng explaining in such an inky manner and then ignoring Anan on purpose, she immediately understood Qin Feng's intentions and smiled in her heart. He, who let this person be so annoying, he deserves it. She also simply ignored him. Who knows, Anan's side just wanted to go for a big kill and charge out of the corridor, only to run head-on into another full formation. In his panic, he barely managed to hard-swap one of the enemies before he was instantly sifted by the crossfire of the other two guns and directly fell to the ground again. When Qin Feng heard the kill message, he shouted in his voice in mock surprise, "Aya, brotherin. How did you die?" On the other end, Anan, who was live streaming, was so angry when he heard this that he almost lifted the table. He violently slammed his headphones on the table, stood up with a red face, dropped a sentence, "I'm going to the restroom," and fled the live broadcast room. I'm in a hurry. The anchor has broken the defense. Technique is not good, mentality is even worse. Su Jinyu looked at Anan's gray ID on the screen and asked with some worry, "Brother Feng, what do we do? Save him? Or do we just withdraw?" Save? Why save? Qin Feng let out a light laugh, then added, "However, we still need to pull him up later so that he can see for himself." Now well. He looked at the enemies pouring in front of him, his eyes averted. "Watch me." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he no longer hesitated and directly rushed forward with his gun. Moments later, the gunfire in the corridor fell silent. The team that was still engaged in a fierce firefight just now, as well as the other team that had rushed to the fight at the sound of their voices, had all been turned into boxes on the ground. Qin Feng opened the map and looked at the remaining evacuation quota and then calculated the time it should be directly clear the map. When Anan came back from the toilet with a black face, what he saw was this scene. His own character was being helped up by Qin Feng with a trace of blood, and beside him, there were boxes densely placed on the ground. And then look at his own live room, that screen full of learn from others' phone. This is the gap. He knew what had happened. But his mouth is still very hard. You don't rush. This is only the first hand. You just got lucky this time. The people you ran into weren't strong. Next hand we'll see. For the next few games, the situation was almost the same as the last one. In order to prove himself, Anan tried to dominate every game, but he soon realized in despair that in this monster room, his proud skills were simply not good enough. Every time he tries to find a chance to hit more than one and perform amazing maneuvers, the end result is that he can only replace one enemy at most and then quickly turn into a box. It was even more impossible for him to pretend to be a bully like he usually was in the fish pond game. Instead, it was Qin Feng who appeared to be at ease in this high-end game, and could even be said to be writing with ease. Every tactical decision was precise and accurate, and every fire was just right. There were several times when he even completed a counter kill by relying on godly maneuvers when his teammates all thought that he was bound to die. Anan's anger value, in this time and time again being taken flying and being ignored, slowly accumulated, has reached the critical point of explosion. Finally, when he was clearing the map once again and preparing to withdraw, Anan decided to make a last-ditch effort to try to save his face as a male anchor and win back Su Jinyu's favor. He took out a small red. "Little fishy, can you still put your bag down?" His voice in the voice, deliberately put in a gentle tone. "I have a small red here, you take it." "Let me see." Su Jinyu opened his backpack. "I still have a grid, it should be enough." Qin Feng listened at the side, secretly smiling in his heart, and immediately opened his mouth as well. "Little fish, what a coincidence, I have an extra one here as well, but it's little gold. Can you fit any more there?" Little red was definitely more expensive than little gold. But after going through these few games, Su Jinyu had long been particularly dissatisfied with Anan. When she heard Qin Feng's words, she almost didn't even think about it before she directly took a step and cheerfully ran to Qin Feng's side. "Brother Feng, I'll take yours," she said with a sweet voice. She took Qin Feng's little gold before saying to Anan in her voice, "That. Anan, keep your little red for yourself, I can't pack it anymore." After saying that, she followed Qin Feng and together they walked towards the distant evacuation point. Anan was frozen in place all by himself, still holding up the little red that had been mercilessly rejected in his hand. He looked at Qin Feng and Su Jinyu's intimate backstory, looked at the screen full of ha-ha and clowns in his own live broadcast room, and felt like a big joke. He felt like a big joke. At this moment, his reasoning completely collapsed. At this moment, he did not want to care about anything. He turned to the microphone and roared out hysterically with all his strength. "Do you like that dead poor guy that much?" Chapter 84, Forcing the Palace. An's hysterical rant was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the voice channel. In the room, Qin Feng and Su Jingyu were quiet. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups that were originally swiping look at others also instantly stopped. This sudden dead silence only lasted for a short 2 seconds, and then, the pop-ups in the two live broadcasting rooms, just like a detonated explosive barrel, completely exploded. What's going on? What is the situation? Anchor, this is broken defense? The first time I saw this, it was a very good time for me to go to the hospital. If you can't beat them, you're going to attack them personally, aren't you? That's right. I've always hated this Anan, she's been bullying my brother Feng all the time. Don't talk nonsense. It's obviously that Feng who's been bullying our Anan for the whole game. Right. He's still a big brother. I went to Little Fish's live room to watch, and he only gave $40 in gifts, and that was a month ago. What kind of wolf are you pretending to be? Su Jinyu was somewhat confused by Anan's sudden roar, and her small body shook in fear. She came back to her senses, and with a hint of fear and aggression, she whispered in her voice, "Anan, how can you talk about Brother Feng like that? And Brother Feng?" Anan had completely torn his face off at this moment, and he was even more enraged when he heard Su Jinyu still defending Qin Feng, mocking in an extremely mean tone, "Little fishy, do you have a problem with your eyes? A poor guy with a live rank of only 3, and you call him Big Brother?" As if he wanted to vent out all the grievances he had accumulated over the night, he turned to the microphone and loudly complained in an accent of grief and anger, as if he was the most innocent victim under the sky. "The two of us agreed in the beginning to have a CP, and I brought you along with good intentions, wanting to help you build up your popularity. I shushed you, and the atmosphere in your live room was all fired up by me. But what happened? You don't pay much attention to me, and I'm still following you around like a licking dog, being nice to you. All of this, I can endure." His voice suddenly rose, filled with the pain of betrayal. "But now what? Now there's a little Yakuza who came out of nowhere, and he's got you in a daze. Do you see what you're doing to me now?" We didn't screw CP, Su Jinyu hurriedly defended. "No?" Anan sneered. "Then a few days ago, who was the one who called Brother Anan so sweetly in the live broadcast room?" Su Jinyu was choked by his question, and for a moment, she didn't know how to retort. She was anxious and angry in her heart, wanting to say out loud, that's because of the script. It was arranged by the company. But as the words reached her mouth, she swallowed back hard.
She was dumb-mouthed and not good at arguing with people, and she vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a stipulation in the union's contract that she couldn't divulge the operating script arranged by the company. For a time, she was so anxious that her face turned red, but she couldn't say anything about her suffering, and could only pale in defense. I didn't mean that. Annan looked at her this stuttering look and became even more pleased, and her words became more and more vicious and nasty. Are you just using me all the time, to help you score points, to help you hype up the heat? Now that there's a new man, you've revealed your true colors? What, have you already been ed by him and that's why your ass is crooked to his side? I wasn't. I'm not. Su Jinyu's eyes reddened with anger at the filthy words, but for a moment, she didn't know how to retort. The viewers of the two live streams were not clear about the inner workings. They only saw that Annan's side was righteous and tearful while on Little Fish's side, she was stuttering, unable to say a complete rebuttal in half a day. Coupled with the fact that Qin Feng and Su Jinyu did have the suspicion of isolating Annan in the game just now, for a while, the balance of public opinion began to tilt heavily in Annan's favor. Many people even thought that Little Fish had cheated on Annan's feelings in order to score points, and was now cheating on her with her new love. In an instant, the pop-ups in both live rooms began to frantically attack Su Jinyu. I knew this was a bad woman. Disgusting. She only shows her white silk on the internet, she doesn't even dare to show her face, she's really a who can't see the light of day. Cheater. Cheating woman. Get out of the broadcasting world. Woohoo, I feel sorry for Mayanan being bullied by this couple. Give Mayanan justice. Brother Feng? I think it's windy. Get out of the studio. Annan looked at the pop-ups on both sides of the live broadcast room, those justice for himself, his heart was pleased to the extreme. He, still too tender, Little Fish, he sneered in his heart, against me? Let's see my move to turn black and white and directly stigmatize your reputation. He felt that the fire was almost ready, and it was time for the final push. I'll come back with a hand of deep forgiveness, I'll see how you can reject me. His mind couldn't help but recall the pair of slender legs wrapped in white stockings in her live broadcast, just thinking about it made his heart itch to no end. Last time, he asked her that operation for a photo, what a pure and sweet college student, I will take it. Thus, Annan cleared his throat, his face instantly switched to a look of deep love and pain, and his voice became gentle and sad, but, Little Fish, I really like you. Even if you do this to me, even if you do things that are wrong to me, I also forgive you. He looked at the game Su Jinyu's still and motionless character and said in a deep tone that could almost move himself, stay with me, I still love you. In the future, I'll continue to take you to the top and we'll be together, okay? His feigned deep love, it was really a pity not to go and become an actor. The pop-up screen instantly exploded once again. Wow. Annan is so affectionate. Marry him. Marry him. Little Fish, he's forgiven you, so just agree to him. Where can I find such a good man? Su Jinyu looked at the screen those forced their own pop-ups, and then listened to the voice of that pretend love like the sea, in fact, let her nausea wanna vomit Anan, the whole person are panicked, anxious tears are almost fall. I'm not. Things aren't like this. Seeing this, Annan inwardly smiled sinisterly. Want to escape from me? Too late. Just as Su Jinyu was forced into a desperate situation, unable to defend himself with 100 words, a voice that remained silent from start to finish, with a few hints of laziness and teasing, finally rang out in the team voice. Cough cough. Qin Feng cleared his throat. Treating me as if I don't exist, right? Chapter 85 thoroughly exploded. There's no end to it, is there? Qin Feng's voice was still flat, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression, getting addicted to acting through the screen? If I don't talk about you, you're really getting into it, aren't you? He no longer gave Annan any chance to speak, and began his performance. Let's start with my party. Let me bring my level 6 armor, but he himself went in with his battle gear, and then switched equipment with me when he went in. Using my $20 million worth of equipment for your less than $3 million worth of junk, you're using empty gloves for nothing, brotherin. And Ann's face instantly changed as he forced himself to defend that I'm doing it to take you guys flying. Isn't it right for me to take better equipment? Oh? Is that so? Qin Feng let out a light laugh, then may I ask, who was the one who opened the game in less than 2 minutes, without firing a single shot, and was headshot by someone else in seconds? That was someone else who was lucky. I have bad luck, no way. And Ann's voice has been a little colorful. Okay, bad luck. Qin Feng nodded and continued, then in the later matchups, the cards are brushed by me, the good equipment is for you to hog, the lead charge is for me to go first, and I'm needed to exterminate the team. May I ask you, besides being able to fall on the ground and curse, what else do you know? Qin Feng's tone steeply turned cold, are you an anti-towel? Even if you're a vegetable, you especially love to suck blood, you don't kill many people, and you especially love to pressure your teammates. What, am I your father? Do you want me to spoil you like this? How about this, you call me father now to listen? You. And was shaking with anger. What? You can't fry fish anymore, and you've been matched with real players, so you're starting to be impotent and furious?
Xin Feng's every word was like a knife, accurately stabbing at An's most painful place. Besides being able to act pitiful in front of those fans of yours, what else do you know? You tell me, how can a person be so shameless? This series of questioning, like a storm, directly disliked An to the point where she couldn't say a word, and could only let out the impotent rage of I. The pop-up screen of the two live broadcasting rooms, after a short period of silence, the wind direction also began to quietly change. Although I don't want to admit it, but this wind, brother said, as if. There's nothing wrong with it, Indeed, after reviewing it, An has indeed been delivering all the time, it's all wind who's in sea. Feeling in and really a bit of pressure strange their own dish also blamed teammates. What's in the front of the wash? The first is to say that the wind is not the same as the wind, but the wind is not the same as the wind. I don't think An would do that. It's definitely this poor guy who's being awkwardly hacked. After Qin Feng finished his words, in the voice channel, only An's ragged, humiliation-filled gasps remained. Qin Feng didn't bother with him anymore, but only used his gentle voice to clearly and steadily reach Su Jinyu's ears through the microphone. Little fishy. Just these two words alone made Su Jinyu, who had been listening silently and feeling indescribably refreshed and relieved in her heart, her body tremble violently. She raised her head as if she could see through the screen that the man was gazing at her with an incomparably reliable look. She only heard Qin Feng continue, his tone flat but with an unquestionable power. It's your turn. Don't be afraid, I'm here. It was these few simple words, like a warm current, that instantly broke down all the dikes in Su Jinyu's heart. The fear of the labor union, the worry of public opinion, the fear of An, at this moment, all seemed so insignificant. She took a deep breath, and for the first time, a flame called resistance flared up in her eyes, which were always a little timid. She clenched her fists, nodded heavily, and turned on her microphone. Good. Good, Brother Wind. She cleared her throat and spoke into the microphone, using a voice that was slightly trembling from excitement, yet incomparably clear. An, you said that I shouted out to you as Brother An? Yes, I did shout. That's because it's clearly written on the CP script given by our labor union that I have to shout at you like that. Otherwise, do you think I would be willing to shout? I feel sick one more time I shouted now. And you say you're good to me? You're really too good to me. Su Jinyu's tone became icy cold. At first, I still treated you as a normal co-worker. But then what happened? After you asked my operation for my picture, you started stalking me. Harassing me all the time in WeChat. You're also really resourceful, knowing that every time you send those disgusting words, you immediately withdraw them, thinking that there's no more evidence, right? But sorry, I have screenshots of it all. No. No way. An's voice took on a trace of panic that she couldn't hide. What's impossible? Su Jinyu completely went out on a limb. You asked me for my white silk photos, asked me if I took a shower, and even asked me what color underwear I wore today. And is this what you call caring about me? Boom. Su Jinyu's words were like detonating a nuclear bomb, and the two live broadcast rooms completely exploded. Holy. Exploded. This is really exploding. Disgusting. An is actually this kind of person. I threw up. My heart aches for little fish. Being harassed by this kind of scum for so long. I knew our little fish is not a bad woman. I'm with you. Where are the screenshots? Show me the screenshots. A bad woman's words are just a lie. I've turned black, and An is black for life, never see you again. I was blind to help you before. You still have the face to be here, hypocritically asking me to be with you? The more Su Jinyu spoke, the more agitated she became, the more aggrieved she became. I asked a friend to come here today just to guard against you. And the result? You put extreme pressure, oppression, mockery, and abuse on my friend. Brother Foam, he even held his tongue at first, and you still got the better of him. It's not like that. It's not like that. An completely panicked and incoherently defended, she's lying. She's lying about all of it. However, the audience in the live broadcast room was clearly not a little cutie. Whose tone was panicked and whose tone was genuine, everyone could tell at a glance. Come on, An, don't act, the acting is so bad. Liar. Give me back my gift money. The one who said that Brother Fong is a pauper before came out to get beaten up. I don't want to talk to trash like you. I'm off. I'll never watch the scum live again. Support little fish. Expose him. Let him lose his reputation. An looked at the pop-ups on the screen that had gone completely out of control. Looking at his rapidly falling fan count, he knew that he was finished. All of his pretenses and calculations had turned into nothing at this moment. His eyes were crimson, and he turned all his resentment towards the man who had been on cloud 9 from start to finish. It's all you. It's all you. Qin Feng. He roared hysterically, it's all because of you. You damned pauper.